cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang. And we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day. They still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain. Cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane and go get this money with them. I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
I get the bag with the gang. Taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang. And we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day. They still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain. Cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane and go get this money with them. I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
I get the bag with the gang. Taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same, be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. But fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, it's just my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
Attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. Lil' mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with them. I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang. Taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us here. If you notice, Cliff and I are at a very special location, the family residence for Friendsgiving. This is going to be probably my only stream today because I need to, I have groceries being delivered after I meet with Cliff, and then I need to get ready to cook and all that stuff. But tomorrow, this is the space we will be in for Friendsgiving. Very excited about it. Hope that you'll choose to join us. Like I said, some of you, if you don't have anywhere to go, you can be like me and not have anywhere to go with me. If you do have somewhere to go, feel free to drop in and visit with us. And just so you guys know, we'll be watching the football games like a normal American family. And we'll watch TV shows and movies. We'll be playing games. And I'm going to cook. I think I'm going salmon, mac and cheese, and what are them things, the long things, the green things, asparagus? Yeah. So we'll do that. If if that, grocery dependent, right? You're always dependent on what my shopper can get from the grocery store the day before Thanksgiving. So I'll probably end up with frozen chicken wings and some fucking ramen noodles, because I'm sure the grocery store is damn near wiped out. But yeah, I put that up as the link for today. If people call in, that'll be the link. And but yeah, that's also the link for Thanksgiving. So let me drop that link again. Friendsgiving. So the important thing to remember tomorrow, guys, is I might not be live on YouTube. Just because we're not on YouTube, we'll be in Gather. So as soon as I get up tomorrow, actually, to be honest with you, I'm probably going to do the movie night and stuff overnight tonight. We'll probably hang out in this space. So literally, I'll probably be in this Gather space from now until Friday. So there's the link. I'm actually, while Cliff stepped away for a second, I'm going to go ahead and drop this in our Discord, if I can get that open. I got messages from Lupin. That's very interesting. Our friend Lupin is at the Hoven compound.
Okie dokie.
Yep. Okie dokie is right. All right, let me just quickly go into our text chat here. General, join us for Friendsgiving. Boom. Cliff, what are you doing for the holidays? You eating turkey? You making turkey? Apple pie? What's going on in the Bohm household?
Right now, I got a pot full of potatoes boiling to make the mashed potatoes. I got 2 loaves of bread rising so I can dry them out and make the stuffing and the dressing. I got a 20-pound bird in the fridge. It's got to go in the oven tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. It's a production.
AKA Cliff is not fucking around with Thanksgiving. Okay? Cliff is like, I'm making the bread for the stuffing, Cliff. Making the bread for the stuffing. Homemade mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
A bird bigger than my... your bird is literally bigger than my girlfriend. But nah, man, that sounds great. That sounds like it's gonna be... Now, you can lose some friends here. What kind of gravy guy are you?
Well, I'm gonna take the drippings off the bird and just doll it up. Probably simmer it down, and then that'll be the gravy. Okay. That's how it should be.
That's yeah. I think that's the right way to go about that. That's official. That's official. Some people
buy gravy in a jar.
Yeah, people buy the gravy in the jar. Everything is great. Then you get the gravy in the jar. Sometimes you get white gravy.
I'm gonna have 3 cranberries though. I do cranberry relish. That's just orange and cranberries like blended together. It's very raw. And then I do a stewed kind of sweetened cranberries cooked. And then I do the jelly from the can. I like all 3. So
you're gonna have a little bit of each.
Yeah, the jelly from the can is gross, but and also what's the deal? Where are you on sweet potatoes?
Growing up, I'm not a sweet potato guy.
Oh, really? Okay, because I'm like marshmallows on the sweet potatoes.
You're marshmallows.
Roasted, cooked with sugar, with marshmallows on top, a little bit of toast on the top of the marshmallows. That's what I want. And then people are like, that's so gross. And I'm like, yeah, it is gross. That's kind of the point.
No, I am sampling. Okay, over the years, my sweet potato palate it's improved. But I'm sampling the sweet potatoes as to not offend the people that are so proud of their sweet potatoes. That's me.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have for some people whose sensibilities are bothered, we're actually gonna have 2 sweet potato dishes. We're gonna have the main one somebody's bringing, and that's gonna be, I don't know what they're gonna do, some kind of
Yeah, what's the
roasted
crowd like tomorrow? I assume I would have been invited if I was willing to be around people.
Well, I know. Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, I know you don't want to be. So it's mostly veterans from Jury's Live. We're going to have about 8-9 people. So.
For your lab people.
Crazy. Yeah, and then there was like for a minute there was more people, but then like there was drama, and then there was less people, and now I'm like I got a 20-pound bird, and I need like a 12-pound bird, but like whatever, it's fine. I'll have leftovers. I'm a big fan of Thanksgiving leftovers, so I'm just cooking like I have 20 people. I'm just pretending I have 20 people, and I'm gonna have leftovers, and I'll be happy about it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna like make little Tupperwares that have like 4 slices of turkey, some stuffing, some mashed potatoes,
meal prep.
Like,
you're gonna meal prep for like
I'm
the
gonna
next
meal
week.
prep, and I'm gonna be eating Thanksgiving turkey until into January. Like I'm actually kind of excited about it. Like just like, oh, what are we gonna have for dinner tonight? Oh, we just pop that out of the freezer, put it in the fridge, and then like it'll be defrosted by the evening. Scoop out the cranberry sauce, put that on the side, mic everything else.
Boom.
Looking forward to it.
So UC Love said Pedo Palace is the new name of Hoven's Ranch. I just caught that. I was like, what is he talking about? Oh, he was talking about the Ken Hoven thing. Yeah, I don't know if there was some controversy with some kids there.
I don't.
Yeah. Whatever.
I mean,
all right. I was gonna say I'm running Mabe, Cliff, right now. So what happened was I need to be running this on the damn Hippic.
Yeah. Do we need to get you like some education on how to get it on the Hippic?
Yeah, I think I said to myself, I'm gonna go to their office hours tomorrow, and then I was like, wait, it's Thanksgiving, they're not gonna have them. I just need to mount it. So I got on. Actually, look, I have it. Do I have it here? I had it at one point. I had it up in one of these.
I can take you through the process.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at me all up on the HBCC.
Yeah. Okay,
no, I know how to run. Here's the only thing I don't have. I don't have my files mounted. That's really it. But
you don't have to mount no files.
I know. I don't have to mount any files.
File mounting garbage.
Right, but look, we have data. I was going to show you. We have actual data, but we should.
I know, but go to that HBCC window. Let me show you how to do this without your magic mojo.
So I got to go into Dev Intel.
20's the go-to. I'm gonna just hold on.
You're good.
I gotta check my potatoes. It was 6 minutes, but I just gave him another minute. I'm feeling one more.
He said 20's the go-to. I changed notes.
Yeah, I mean 20's. So the number next to it is the year.
Oh.
So the thing you do is when you log in, so those are going to be the best. ADM 20 is going to be the best. When you log in. Dev ADM 20. Don't go to that V100.
I got you. Yeah.
But like if the low doesn't say low, then go to Intel 18.
Got you.
So when you log in, like some people are just like, oh, I go straight to
Intel 14. Yeah.
And if the load is high, it's gonna suck. So like you got to look at the load and see what's going on.
All right, and then it's SSH, so right? See, Dev, AMD, like that?
No. You gotta. Oh, can you go straight there? All right. Hold on. All right. What's that called when you have to stall for time? In the
filibuster.
Filibuster. What was that?
Filibuster or something.
No. It's in the vaudeville. They were like.
Stall, hold the floor, dude. I know what you mean. What do we call? We need a name for this.
Is it vamp?
Vamp. Yeah, I think vamp or something like that. Yeah.
Do that. I'll be right back. I gotta check them out.
Yeah. All right, guys. So what we're doing is we're I done messed all the way up. All right. So what we're gonna do while he does that is we're SSHing. All right. What this is a secure shell. We're going in the Michigan State's supercomputer. That's what I mean by HIPC, the High Performance Computing Cluster, HPCC. It wants my password. Surprised I actually remembered it. And then now we're in what's called the what is it called? The login node or some shit like that. basically. But now we got to go to development node so we can get to one of the actual computing clusters. So I'm just going to say AMD 20. And we're good to go. Tells us what our CMake is. There's all my stuff. Here's all my MABE stuff, force, garbage, and shape. Now, what Cliff is probably going to tell us is how to just do a file transfer command so that we can just transfer all of our stuff over and then just work out of here. It's fine. I normally just mount my files and do it the corny way because I'm a corny person. Whoa, we lost Cliff. The most grateful apostle is stranded. Oh, he said I'll be right back. So yeah, while he does that, I'll show off. You guys got it. You guys, there's the Discord. I put it in there. You guys got to come through for this Friendsgiving, man. All right, we got poker table over here. We got Uno. Look at this Uno. Integrated. Boom. Write and gather. You're playing Uno with your friends and family. Boom. Board games. What? Boom. Just like that. Boom. You're playing chess against grandpa. Boom. Your grandpa's stupid. Checkers against grandpa. You know what I'm talking about? Actually, these are really nice board, guys. I got to give it a name. Pocket locker. The room name. We're gonna have to have a room name for this. Let's just call it. Friendsgiving. All right. Play checkers. All right. It's a nice checkerboard. Okay. That's all you got to do, and it's integrated, so you can all see each other, hear each other. Boom. I know. Y'all like, damn, Pocket got hella piano skills. Hella piano skills. You got your Tetris right here. I'm going to just share a little free play practice. Boop, boop. Tetris, baby. Why did I get that piece first? Let's see if I get a slide. Let's see. Y'all think I can get a slide? I think I could get this slide. That's a hard slide. It's a hard slide. Got it. Sliding on them. Like I'm doing drive-by shootings out here. Like we just sliding on people. Sliding on them. Sliding on them. Sliding on them. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Kind of experiment here. Oh, it was already set up nice. Nah, I didn't really want that. Ooh, that was a whiff. All right. Gonna be a problem. Gonna be a problem. All right. Let's get out of here. Cliff is back. Oh, I was just showing off the games.
No.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so go back to that there thing.
All right. I had that. Oh, you want to go back to the boom?
Yeah.
HPCC. I'm in my MABE directory already. Go ahead.
That's fine. So now, how did you get your stuff here?
This was already here.
Oh, from the before time.
Yeah.
Okay, so the way, if you do PWD right here, right, then you're in tilde Bundy Jazz MABE. That's where you are.
Right.
So SCP is your friend. SCP is how I move all my data, but you don't do it here. You do it on your local machine.
All right, so I go back over to, let's say, VS Code. Let's pop open a different terminal, right?
Yep.
Yep. This is where my stuff is, right? So
All right. So then you'll
here's some stuff I like.
So you know how CP works, right? And how you can copy.
Yeah.
The SCP is the same thing, except you can give it the full path, including the server, the remote server. So you can say SCP, the thing you want to copy, whatever it is. In this case, it's going to be build. It's going to be CMake lists, code, modules, tools, like all of those. So you're going to SCP.
All right.
Just do C tab, capital C tab.
Capital C star, you mean like that?
Oh,
no,
just
tab completion.
And then
okay.
Code tab.
You said code?
Code. Just code. And then actually go back to the SCP, and right after SCP add -R, so it's going to copy recursive. Yeah. And then we need code, and then we need
without recursive, does it just copy the folder without the content? Is that what it would do without recursive?
Yeah. And then we need space. We need modules.txt. And then we need tools, space tools. And then we're going to and then space. And now we have to give it the destination. The destination is. Do
I have to do HTTP?
No. Just J, whatever your username is.
You said like that?
Yeah.
Well, what's before? You said J or just this?
No. Just whatever, whatever username is. So it's username at hpcc.msu.edu. So that identifies that we're going to that
destination.
System. Yeah. Colon tilde for your home directory / new name, and then that'll
slash.
That won't make so go call it new mabe, and then go over to the HPCC and make a directory called new mabe because it needs the destination to exist.
Okay. Can I just put it in my mabe directory?
You can, but you already have stuff in there, so it's going to be a mess.
Oh, okay. Here, let's go over here.
You can rename it once it's over there. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so go back over here. Go
CD ... Yeah. Make dir whatever you want.
Right. New mabe.
It doesn't. It's just whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter. And then go over there, and you're going to put new mabe at the end of that line.
Yep.
You can do /dot if you want to be specific, right? So like you're gonna copy CMake lists, code, modules, txt, tools, and you're gonna put all that into new mabe. Hit enter. It's gonna ask you for your password. Yeah. This is fine. It's the first time you're doing it, so you have to say yes. Yeah. All right, now it wants your password. Now it's going to copy all that stuff over.
Sweet.
And after you're done running, you do this. So after I'm done running, I just zip up all the data from the conditions, and then I SCP it back.
Yeah, you were telling me about that.
You always SCP from your local machine. Like the HPCC can't address your local machine.
So when you SCP it back,
your machine, and you have to pull back to your machine. So when you do SCP back, it's going to be SCP HPCC, like your username at hpcc.msu.edu : tilde new mabe / data, whatever you call it.
Yeah.
And then dot.
All right, so let me save this, and then do you want to do we could do a sample pull, right? Because I think we might even have some old stuff in there. We'll see.
Well, let's just compile and run, and we'll generate some data, and then we'll just do the SCP to pull it back.
All right, yeah, that's perfect. All right, let me.
And if you know how to do that, then you know how to do everything. And then this is my workflow. I just get everything worked out on my local machine. Then I use SCP to push the code, recompile, run it. Then I zip it, and then I use SCP to pull it back.
And then you go about analyzing your data or graphing whatever you got to do from there. All right.
And sometimes if you have deep analysis, then you'll embed that in the run. But usually I just pull it back.
Right. All right. So I want to go in here. Let's go in. Maybe start of a folder. Let's do. What the hell?
You got the cliff notes from before.
Yeah, I did, but then I moved them and it was weird. So we're gonna do a new one. All right, and we're gonna go in here. We're just gonna do a Word document. Actually, we hate Word documents. We don't like Word documents. Fuck Word. We're better than that. Let's be better than that. Oh my Lord! Look at all this. Look at all this. And it opened it in LibreOffice. What the hell's going on with this machine? Delete. Oh, you opened it and now you. Cliff, I promised my audience I know how to use a computer. I'm definitely a professional. Absolutely what I do for a living. Glad I can teach. All right.
That's it. Just stick it in here. Just go to the bottom and stick it in here.
All right, yeah, boom. And, oh, yeah. All right. All right, now this will just be like the push code to, let's just be honest, push files to HB.
Yeah, and this particular one will copy all the necessary files. Now, if you want to copy like the settings files, then you do that separate.
Why is that? Oh, because they're
I mean, you can put it in here, but the work directory doesn't exist until you compile.
Oh, right.
Well, you have to recompile it on the HBCC because it's
right.
It's different.
Pre-compile no settings. All right. Which doesn't really matter because we're going to do it over there anyway. But I see what you're saying because sometimes we want to do the thing where we like.
You're going to get all your settings set locally and then you're going to copy them. But it's the same thing. You just seeding into work and you SCP your files into work. Or
I guess the only question I have is when we go local, we like to do the thing where we fuck around with some settings and then we compile and then we do the generate new but using the settings that we already have. So when we do that, we'll just transfer over the settings the way we like them because it's that dash F setting star that does that, right? Anyway, so it'll still go into the ones that you've transferred over from your local machine, see all the updated settings, and then give you the new ones the same way it would.
Well, you don't even have to do that because you're going to compile it with the same modules TXT, so you're going to have the same modules. So everything's going to be the same.
Got you. All right. And then we'll do this, and then we'll get back to this for later. All right, cool. Let's close that for now. And then we're just going to go back to the HBCC here. All right, let's do some fun stuff. What do you want to do? Where are we going?
So we're going into new MABE.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, let's do some renaming. All right, first, let's rename the MABE old MABE. So what do you use for renaming? Do you use move or what do you go? I use move a lot of times.
Yeah, move is right.
Recursively for
you don't have to do recursive. You don't have to do recursive. You don't have to do force. You just move MV name to name.
All right, and old MABE. Boom. All right, and then
why don't you move new MABE to shape MABE because that's what this thing is, right?
I like calling. Oh, yeah, that's fine. All right.
Otherwise, you're going to be doing this forever. And in fact, if you're smart, you'll call it shape MABE 1, but whatever. See, once I have a name, I want to leave that name alone. So that if I need it in the future, it's still there.
Yeah. So leave that. Boom, right?
Yeah. You want to shape MABE 1, and then you're going to do, you got to do your setup tools garbage.
Yeah. All right. So then we're going to go sh tools setup.cmd. You love me.
And then
/mbuild because I'm your favorite person on earth. Oh, the speed. That was impressive.
It is.
Oh, because there's nothing going on the system, right? There's just like bare bones shit, so it's just like.
Well, and these are top of the line boom, done. Okay, go to work.
Sorry, it outraced my bong rip. All right.
I know you don't got time to do anything. Now go back to your local terminal.
Oh, okay.
CD into work. Control C this.
Yeah, and then. Oh, do you want to? I should Control C the whole run thing, all of it.
No. Just
here.
CD into work.
Yeah, CD
into
work. Boom, we're good. Oh, by the way, hang on, Cliff. Before I forget, I have data to show you.
I know. We're going to look at it in a minute.
Yeah.
I just want to get you through this process.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay,
up
go ahead.
Up arrow. There we go. Now, where the dot is, add /work/dot. Well, instead of the dot, just like.
Oh.
It's going to be shape name 1 /work/dot.
Wait, yeah. What does the dot do again?
It says here. So it says put it. You could just do work, but when you do /dot, it's just explicit. It's just like put it in work.
Got you. Yeah. Okay.
Now scroll back and delete tools and modules TXT, everything up to the
SCP.
to the -R.
To the -R.
Yeah, you can go up to the SCP because we're going to copy. But we don't need the -R because we're just copying
no
files.
folders, yeah.
And now you're going to do MQ tab. No, back there. We're copying. Now we're going to copy the.
Yeah. Okay.
MQ tab and settings star.
Wait, are they MQ is like? Isn't it in tools?
No. Your local, your MQ conditions should be here.
In work? I don't think they're in work. I think they're in experiment 1.
Oh well, then CP /experiment1 MQ. Come on, get with the program.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm going to the right place. I don't know. I should have LS to figure out where it is, right? Because I don't think I know where it is.
Oh well, then
let's do that real quick. But should I just enter this? That way it'll keep it, right? Boom, I can enter that.
Yeah. As long as you're not actually. Well, yeah. And it's always going to ask you for your password, so you're not going to break anything.
Yeah, and now I can LS and see, I don't think there's any MQ. I think I just ran a local run in here, right? And so then I think.
Were you running with? You were just doing MAPE?
No, I did it in experiment 1. I did a whole thing. I did the whole setup we talked about. So go to experiment 1. All right, so then we should do this from here then, right?
Yeah, so now up arrow, and now you're going to put in, after the SCP, you're going to put in MQ conditions, so just MQ tab, and then setting star. Bang, hit that. You don't have to go to the end.
Right, I know.
Password.
Yep.
You broke it.
Did I really though?
What did we do?
It just said module command not found.
I don't know what that'd do. CP, MQ condition, setting star. Oh, never mind. It did it. It did it.
Yeah. I don't know what that. I don't know what that is.
Whatever. You got some garbage in your bash RC. It doesn't matter. Probably did it last time too. We just didn't see it. Go back to your. So I don't care.
Okay. Yeah.
Go back to your HPC, LS here. Hey, look! Magically, everything's here.
Boom! Everything's there. Boom.
So now you can just you can
deploy
from here.
Yeah. But let's not, because if I deploy from here, it's going to do a whole big thing, right?
Well, so just do Python .. tools MQ and hit enter, and let's see what it would. You don't have to do Python 3 because you're in this privileged environment where everything works.
Okay, so let's go Python, and then what were you saying? Now, did we transfer over all of that?
Tools. What was that?
We don't have all those things here. Right, .. Yeah, up here, up directly.
Tools.
Okay. Tools, MQ, tab.
No, it's there's two of them here, so you got to do tab.
MQ.py. Boom. like that.
Punch it. Yep. So this say it's going to run 8 conditions that will result in 160 jobs. So if you fire this off, it'll probably be done in 4 to 6 hours.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't know how long your conditions take. If your conditions take, if they run fast, it'll be done fast.
It's 10,000
But,
updates.
Yeah. So they're going to be done fast. So within 4 hours, I expect that this will all be done. So okay. So and then you would run here, and then you would do a zip of your condition directories. You do zip-r data.zip c.
Can I just copy this whole directory and then let's do like a micro one, something that'll run fast, and we'll pull it, and then I'll copy the command.
Just go up to your open your MQ conditions.
All right. With the let's do it the old school way. Vim that bitch, right? Vim.
It's the only way.
Yeah, on here. See, that's why I should be using Vim when I'm not here.
You can use Nano or some garbage, but come on, who does that?
Don't. I was gonna say me. People that don't know Vim, like what?
Whatever, man. Just do it. Just punch it. Vim MQ conditions. Come on.
All right. Come on. All right. But we're living on the edge today. All right. MQ. It's underscore conditions.txt. Correct.
Yep.
Come on, I know this stuff. I'm a pro. All right.
Right. So now you go down. So you're just going to go to where it says reps, and you got one. What are you doing? 1,000 to 1020. What's that all about?
It's just 4-digit seed. I used to use those for replicates because they'd be nested within 3-digit seeds for ancestors or other shit. So I don't know.
That's all kinds of stuff going on.
Does that mess anything up? It shouldn't matter, right? They're just random.
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So make it 1,000. Just go 1,001 to 1,002.
All right,
1001. You can even do 1001 to 1001 and just run 8.
Can I do one of those? All right, so tell me how to do this thing.
CW. Go on the 2. Go over the 2. 1 back. CW for change word.
All right.
0.
2.
1. 2. Fine. 2. 2. That's fine.
Okay.
Save quit.
Wait, what is that? That's the
Right. : Q. W for right.
Colon.
Q for quit. No. You got to hit escape first.
I got to get out of right mode. Now go
Insert
colon
Insert
W
mode.
key. Now I'm still running for 10,000 updates though. Shouldn't we change this to like because I have that set in global.
How long does 10,000 updates take?
Mm-hmm.
All right, quit. All right. Hit it. Well, that'll then your updates you set in settings, right?
No, not I overrode them in global here. See, I have global.
Oh, okay. So go up here and just hammer that down to 2K. Let's do 2K. That won't take too long, right?
All right, yeah. So let's go. All right, change word. All right, am I in insert mode automatically?
No, you don't have to. When you do change word, it puts you in insert mode.
Oh, okay. So
If you want to just go into insert mode, you just hit I. If you want to just delete a character, you just hit X. So you want to change this?
yeah.
So just go 1 to the right, hit X. Go 1 to the left.
Oh, okay. And then change word.
Well, if you change word, you got to type.
All right, how do I undo? Is there an undo? It's got to have an undo.
U. Escape, undo. Escape, U.
Boom. All right.
Hit R.
Oh, R is all right. Now I hit R. What does that do?
2.
Oh, that just replaces the one character.
Yep.
Vim is super fast once you know the secret fucking handshakes. Go ahead, Cliff. All right. So now I got a and then bang.
Yep. Now, do that. Do an up arrow one. Let's do the Python tools mq.py. Make sure that we didn't break anything. 16 jobs. That's what we want. Okay, deploy that. And by the power of HPCC, you have the power.
Yeah. Hope. Come on, baby. Let's actually see how long these 2,000 run jobs take. Well, it's not going to show us, right? It will, because yours run like they run locally, like they don't do the whole submission.
Well, we're gonna check. We're gonna check to make sure that it's started up and everything is copacetic.
Oh wait, it does do that because you built that into the deploy system. I forgot for the HBCC. Like you actually built this to the HBCC anyway.
Right. Well, I mean, it's all that this is doing is telling us that they're starting up. It's not telling us.
Yeah. Because it actually runs the Slurm system. Now, for those of you following along at home, the difference here is when we run locally.
Overwhelming sense of impending doom.
Yeah, exactly, YouTube punk. We're trying to avoid an overwhelming sense of impending doom. So what happens is when we run it locally, right, it does one job at a time, and then we can monitor it, because as you see in that other terminal, I'll show you guys here. Cliff, it stopped!
Okay, we got there. We'll come back.
We'll come back. Oh my goodness, so much
All right, so we're done here.
excitement.
So what I want you to do is I want you to type QSTAT.
Oh, QStat. Yeah, I love me some
Dash
QStat.
U.
Hold on, my
got
fingers took over.
There we go. All right, it says everything's complete, which is a problem. Maybe.
Because
everything's done.
Yeah, because there was 0 elapsed time.
Yeah. So okay. So now we got to figure out what the heck went wrong.
Yeah.
So that sucks. Man, why they gotta make it hard? So the first thing is ls. First thing we're gonna do is ls c0 tab, or actually cat c0 tab cap. Yeah, just 0, not 09. There we go. And then yeah, that's you gotta put a 1 on the end. Slash. Hit tab again. Did it give us any files? Didn't
Change that to a
files.
CD? You want to change that to a CD real quick?
Sure. You just do ls. Yeah, do ls. Okay, so it did not put any files. Okay, so now we got to go the hard way. CD dot.
Fuck that up.
Just one more dot and you're fine. Nope, now you're too high.
Now I'm too high. All right, CD.
Might get to work. All right, so now we got to do this pain in the ass thing. You're going to want to look at the history of this when you're all done, by the way. So do ls-al C0 tab. And now here, and then 1001 and hit enter. And so this is the tricksy bit. The data is not actually in your home.
Right.
It's sitting on Scratch. So
Right.
now if we want to see the log file, we got to go look on Scratch. So now cat and grab that thing that says /mount/scratch. Not the whole thing. Not the whole thing.
Yeah. It's this part oh my goodness, all the way up
to the 33 on the next line.
Here.
Yeah, up to there. Drop that in. Slash. Now hit tab. There we go. And we're going to look at the C01001FT1SM.out.
0.
Just be able to do,
tab,
if you put a 1 there and hit tab.
And then tab, yeah.
Yeah. All right, we look at that, and it says, failed to load perfect sensor. Of course it did, because we're doing Berry World. All right, I knew this. All right, so you're in work. So the problem is we had a file that it needs access to that's not here. So this is this annoying thing. Just do this. CP /code /world capital W.
Yeah.
/berry tab /perfect sensor capital P tab.
Wait, I'm not tab. It's not giving me tab here. Berry
There we go.
World. There
Berry
we go.
World.
Okay.
Perfect sensor's little p, sorry.
Okay.
And then I think just hit tab again.
Small
yeah,
font.
there we go.
There.
And then dot to put that here in work. And then, yep. And then just hit enter. You're good. All right. LS to make sure it's here. Okay, so now we got small front. So now we have to tell MQ that it needs to also copy small front in addition to settings files. So copy smallfront.txt in your buffer. Just highlight it, right click.
Oh, you mean the just get it copied. Okay.
Yeah. Now VI your MQ conditions. This is some special sauce. It's super annoying. Now you go down and you see where it says settings. And if you go below that, there's another one for extra files.
Yes.
Just keep going down. And now where it says myfile.txt, uncomment that line.
All right.
Just
insert.
Go back one and hit X.
X. Yep. Okay.
And then go over myfile.txt and do CW and then paste.
Wait, my file. Yeah. So then
Let's go over the mod. Yep. CW for change word. Paste. Middle mouse. Yep. And now you get rid of one of the TXTs. Just XXXX.
Hey, let me do backspace actually. Okay. Yep. And then escape
right
and
quit.
then right quit.
So what this is going to do is it's going to say there's an additional file I need you to copy. In addition to the settings files, I also need you to copy this extra file.
Yeah, I think we had to deal with this when we were troubleshooting around my bash problems before, and it ended up being my bash problems, which is why I got super nervous when that happened. So hopefully it's not the bash problem again, because I think I got a normal load. Remember, I had the...
No, this was good. Everything started. It was all good.
Yeah.
Okay. So just up arrow until you get to the MQ.deploy, and then do it again.
Well, let's do
everything ran. We just had an error.
Okay.
Go now. You shot past it.
So let me do this, because I should technically always do this to check the blah, 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 everything happened. And then go deploy.
And hopefully we got this right. And it's just going to show up. And we're going to have it's going to say stuff's running. Like, I was a little worried because I was like, man, that finished a little fast. I was hopeful.
I don't really see anything from like Instacart, so hopefully they're not coming soon or anything. I don't know. We'll see. We got time. We'll just go till they come.
Do QStat up arrow to your QStat.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, QStat.
You can also do bang QS, and then it'll do the last thing that started with QS.
Say what's bang bang? Sorry.
Just bang exclamation point QS. No, not bang bang. Just bang.
QS.
Yep. Hit enter. That'll do the last thing that started with QS.
Really? That's very useful.
Well, that's not good.
Oh, because it happened again.
Yep. All right, let's see what we did wrong this time.
Oh, all right. So let's go up. We should have the same directory to. So
we have to. This is gonna be different. So go up one more, because every time we do it, it's gonna make a new directory.
Yeah. So ls right here.
Now you're gonna cat blah 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 up to the
cat.
underbar 3. So a little known fact, the name here, this Bundy Jazz, and then it's a C01001 FT1SM01001. That we determined. This next thing, 22, 11, 23, 13.
That's the date time, right?
That's the date time. That's how we keep these directories unique. We just stick that date time, and that makes it a unique directory.
Oh, that way, if we keep running the same conditions, you don't overwrite.
You don't overwrite your old data.
But then you'll have to sort which ones come from which experiment?
Nope. Just go through the links.
Oh, because you should be pulling.
But if you go to Scratch, everything's still there.
Yeah, if you go to
Scratch, clean itself up every once in a while.
Okay.
We don't worry about Scratch. Now, sometimes they'll say, hey, your Scratch is kind of full. Can you delete some stuff for us? And then you go in there and just say, oh, okay, I'll throw out some garbage.
Okay.
But for the most part, you never have to worry about Scratch.
But do you have to worry about when you go to pull your data, if you haven't pulled it and it's old, then it's not in Scratch anymore?
It can go away, yeah.
So you got to pull.
So you don't leave stuff on Scratch and assume it's going to be there in a month.
Right. So when
it'll almost certainly be there in a week, but don't assume it'll be there in a month.
But when
it probably is. Most of the time, my stuff stays in Scratch forever, but
when
until I delete it.
But when you run it, you got to pull it.
Yeah. You want to get it.
Pull it or zip it locally, right? You could zip it up.
I zip it locally, and then I pull it to my machine.
Sorry, I don't mean locally. I mean zipping. You can zip it to your personal HBC space.
Yeah.
And then pull it locally. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. So,
but it's going to take up space on your HBC.
Yeah. You don't want that. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So, all right. So, what do we do now? All right. Tab here, right?
Now we're going to cat. But this slash, and then it's going to be hit tab. Yeah, hit tab.
And tab.
And then it's going to be C0 underbar 1 tab.
C0 underbar 1 tab. That. All right.
What?
Do we need to recompile or something?
No. Open your MQ conditions. Something's borked. I think I know what's borked.
All right. Let's just do vim mq underbar conditions.txt.
It's right there. What are they on about? Right there.
Front.txt. Does it need the full path?
No, it's going to pull it from here. Right quit, or just quit, just colon Q, because we didn't change anything. Do an up arrow, just do the MQ without the dash. Because I think I saw a problem last time, but I thought maybe that was just whatever.
Do say this again?
Just up arrow and do the MQ without dash D.
Oh.
See, what's weird here is it should be saying, and I'm also loading, it says I'm loading the settings files, but it should also say I'm going to load this other file. Why is it not?
Oh, it should be saying I got to load smallfront.txt as well.
Yeah, so it's seeing a file. Why is that? All right, hold on a minute. Let me see if I can get this working on my side. CD.
Alrighty. All right. Meanwhile, for those of you that don't know what's going on over here, so last time we met, Cliff asked me to try 20 replicates of shape mating with 1, 2, 3, and 4 different food types for 10,000 updates. And so that's what actually finished. It's literally been running like since not too bad. It's been running since the stream yesterday. We got this going, ran it, and so yeah, it actually finished. I was almost sure it wouldn't, but we're doing good.
It's too terrifying.
It's too terrifying. That is what happens though. You don't think you got your data on time. But yeah, I'm very excited. Don't know what you guys got planned tomorrow, but y'all, a lot of y'all know we did a stream about, me feeling like I wasn't super stoked about going home for the holidays, and I kind of said to my one black friend, like, to be honest, I kind of just want to stay home and be with the community and link up with the gang, stream, do what we do. And yeah, so we're going that way. And now I'm excited. So it'll be great. It'll be great. I also put the Charlie Brown Thanksgiving special movie there on that TV in the kitchen. So you guys can check that out. All right, so but yeah, we've got data and.
All right, so I got one here where I'm doing the thing. I've got an other files here. Python.tools mq.py.
Obama. Yeah, Obama family dinner. Let me actually switch that too.
Oh, it doesn't say it. Interesting. All right, so it doesn't give a report that says it's loaded those other files. So why is it not
But it's still, but yours is running.
Go into your MQ again. Open up your MQ. Concern.
Actual MQ file?
No, MQ conditions.
Like that.
No. Open the MQ conditions.
Oh, sorry. Vim there.
Go to that line with a small front.txt and go to the right. Just put the cursor all the way to the right. Huh. You think
That's as far right as it'll go.
All right, what I want you to do, this is going to sound really dumb. Go up one line. Hit O for open. We're just going to open a new line. Now type exactly what's there. All capital, other files equals small front.txt. And then delete the line below it.
Is there?
DD.
What is it?
DD.
All right, and then.
Right, and then delete the next line too. Just do a DD again.
Hang on a
Just
sec.
escape.
All right,
Yeah.
and then do
DD. Yeah, all right, cool. Now do a right quit. And let's just try submitting again. Like, I don't want to look at it. I just want to submit this again. Maybe there was a weird character on there and it couldn't find the file. Like something in the copy paste threw a weird character in there. I don't know. That's super weird. Because like I have the same setup here. I just looked at another job I have where I'm doing the same kind of thing.
It's got me nervous now about my damn.
No, it's not
bash.
you. This is some weird ass garbage. Yeah, it should just be other files, just like you got it.
Makes me want to bash my bash. But honestly, I did that. It's called Z shell, and that's what caused the problem. So we're not going to bash my bash.
Yep.
And is it just me, or does it seem like it's submitting slower?
I think that they get pissy at you when you submit a lot of things. No, I don't know. It's yeah. I mean, obviously it's submitting slow, but who knows? We don't complain.
You mean
Charles was talking to the guy who's in charge of the HPCC yesterday, and the guy in charge had some choice words about other people. And he was like, man, I should be watching my tongue. I don't even know who you are. And I said, you know what? I'm a grad student who used 750,000 hours of HPCC time. You say whatever you want.
Seriously. Yeah.
I mean, they used 250,000 hours.
Yeah.
I think my work probably killed at Forest.
Well, yeah, I had lots of data on the HBCC, and literally all of my dissertation was dependent on its functioning and stability. So, yeah, I can relate.
I just hope this works. I have no idea what's going on. This is so weird. This is like basic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it sure feels like schedulers like discouraging you from.
I mean, this is one of the reasons I hate working on the HPCC is when it doesn't work, the feedback is so slow.
Yeah.
It's just like, what am I doing wrong? And then you got to like do the thing, and then you got to wait, and then we can change this.
We should have ran like one job. Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, we should drop this down to like one condition because this is, I mean, normally they submit in 2 seconds. And I keep thinking like it'll be fixed, right? It'll be fixed and then it'll run and then we could just be done and then it'll be great. But it's like, no. Can't get there from here. This is why we can't have nice things.
Not about that life. Oh my goodness. Food type 1, food type 2.
This is taking its sweet time.
Yeah. And I don't even know if you can kill a submission script like
No,
this.
we can control C it. It'll just stop. You can control C this. It'll just have submitted what it submitted. Just do up arrow and do your Q stat again.
Well, the conditions, right? We want to change that.
No. First go to.
Oh, you want to see if it's doing
Let's
anything?
see. I mean, we might have fixed it, and then everything's cool. Wow.
Definitely.
All right, do the thing again. Do the thing again where we cat the stupid. We ls the thing and then we cat the thing. No, don't even go here yet. Let's see what the error message was. Let's make sure it's the same thing.
Okay. All right. So ls. Then we are gonna do the thing. No, we're gonna ls the big directory like that, and then cat all of this. C0 underbar 1 tab. There it is. Same deal, right?
All right, same thing.
Small front.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm a moron. I'm
What
a
happened?
moron of epic proportion. We have to change. Look at this. It's telling me right here. While trying to load perfect sensor. God, I'm an idiot. Failed to open file. Code, world, very world, perfect sensor, small
The perfect
front.
sensor isn't in there. It's in here.
Well, the thing is, it's this directory path is not accessible to MQ. That's why we had to copy the file locally. So we have to open the settings.cfg, settings world, and we got to change this path to just be small front.txt, and then it'll work. I'm a freaking moron. We just forgot a step.
Okay.
I'm an idiot.
Right.
And it said it literally, Mabe was like, dude, this is the problem. You didn't copy the file. You didn't change the path in the settings file.
All right. So Vim, now we got to do settings.
Yeah, settings world. Settings under bar world. Okay.
Boom. There it is. All right. Now
Scroll
we go
down.
down.
See this big ass line?
Hey, man!
I'm an idiot.
This makes
Let me change
sense!
this. You can't hear the redeems because I changed it to the machine that's not coming there. All right. That should be also not going to help. There. Boom.
Dumb. This is like on me. I hate this because it's like, oh, this seems so hard. And you're like, no, it's not hard. I just forgot a step because I'm a freaking moron.
All right. So here we go.
Going down, you'll see it when you see it.
Sensors. Boom.
There it is.
All right. So now we just
X. Just go all the way to the left. And just X everything until you just have small front.txt.
All right. How do I do this? Because I'm in Vim. Or no? Am
Just
I?
hold X. Just
Hold
hit
X.
X. X. And that's it. Save. And now submit it. You could put everything. Well, we don't have to change the thing. Just submit it. It's fine.
All right. So just
Actually, before you do that, do top. I'm just curious. TOP enter.
all right. Top.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. And now what do you want to do? Top of?
Just hit top. Just type top and hit enter. Top tells us what processes are running, and I just want to know. Like, look at this Patel guy. I hate these. So some guy is running like 1 million Python processes.
I see. Is he was holding up the MQ?
Maybe.
Do you want to switch nodes?
Maybe. No, it's fine. It's probably fine.
All right.
It's
Now
just kind of garbage, man. They've been running for like 7 hours. He should be submitting those.
now
I don't even know why the HPCC lets that stuff run. I don't know why they don't kill it. It's annoying.
because there's people like me who do long-term experiments on the HPCC.
No, but that's fine. That's what the submission queue is for. They should be submitting that to the queue, and then
he's doing
and
this
then being
on
and then it's a fair distribution. If they just run local,
right.
then
I see what you're
they're
saying.
using that, or they're basically making it that we can't play nice. So that's fine. Just Control C out of here, and then MQ this garbage. I'm just annoyed that I forgot a step and we wasted like 20 minutes fixing it.
No worries. All right. Deploy it. Oh, we didn't cut down the conditions.
I know, but it's gonna work this time, so I don't care.
I'm not used to the HPCC running like this. What is going on here? This is not right, Cliff. I'm telling. This is all right. All right, come on, get with it. Act like you want to compute. Oh, and my groceries are here. Yeah,
Go get it. This is going to take longer than it's going to take you to fetch some packages.
I got a lot of groceries. I got to go through the protocol. I guess I could just stick the stuff in the freezer that needs to go in the freezer and come back to.
Well, we can. I know you got data. Now I wanted to look at data, but
yeah, no, I want to too. So,
I mean, I should get back to work, but go get your stuff. I'll do a thing for 10 minutes, and then we'll meet back here.
Do a thing in do 20. Let's call it 20 minutes. Let's do 2:30.
Right.
We'll meet back here at 2:30. All right. And for the gang, I'm gonna put on something for you guys to watch while I scramble and get as much groceries put away as I can. There was some stuff I wanted to wax about. Let's see. There was Apologia, Resurrection, scholars talking about, boom. All right, we're going to review this. You guys are going to watch these guys talking about, they're trying to resurrect the resurrection. Holiday season, go home to your parents. Talk to your parents. Hey, dear Lord Jesus, we want to thank you for this food this evening. Hey, gang. Hey, family. Hold up a second. Before we slice that turkey in the name of the Lord, do you guys really think we have sufficient evidence to believe that, in fact, Jesus died and rose for our sins? I mean, is there really enough historical evidence to support the narrative of the Gospels? I think this is an opportune time for you to have that conversation. Exactly, YouTube. Time out, record scratch. Run that back real quick. But no, seriously, gang, I'll be back in a few. Appreciate y'all, and we'll wax a little bit about this as well.
Anything with. So with the 500, I don't know who they are. I can't interview them. I don't know whether Jesus was up in the sky. I don't know if he was slightly elevated. I don't know if there's a receiving line. I simply don't know anything about it. A skeptic could simply say, we have stories of groups of people seeing things in the sky, and we can be a little skeptical of that. So Constantine's army, by this conquer and so on. We have that story. Which most historians, wonder about. So for me, the 500 is just frustrating. It may, I'm not being skeptical. I don't want to be reductionistic about it. I'm simply saying, as an historian, I can't do much with it.
And that the evidence at hand needn't require a veridical experience.
So I agree with Dale there, okay? And that's why, when I define resurrection, as I do in my book, it's a very broad, non-specific kind of definition that could include objective visions as well as bodily resurrection, okay? Whatever the nature of that appearance was, they perceived that Jesus had been raised bodily, physically from the dead. To me, that makes the most sense. And for Paul or the apostles in Jerusalem to include that in the oral tradition, if it was an entirely different character than what the rest had experienced, would seem unlikely to me.
Okay, to push back a little bit, Paul puts his own account at the end of this list. And you said earlier that you think that his experience in Acts looks like a vision. Actually, it calls it a vision, right? At one point, his heavenly vision. So if Paul can do that, I'm not sure why other people can't do that. So a little pushback there.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Dale. I think that's a fair answer. Good answer.
I don't know, again, as an historian, how you can get behind a vision or get into a vision and decide what all the causes are and so on. It's very difficult and frustrating, the limitations of historians. I'm always going back to something Origen said in his commentary on the fourth gospel, which is it's really hard often to show things happened even if they did. Even if they did. So just speaking as an historian, I don't know how to fix the nature of Paul's visionary experience.
We were just to look and isolate the appearance to Paul. There's not much we could say about it. In fact, we might be inclined at first to say it's a hallucination and that reports of his experience, conversion experience in Acts, has been embellished to include some traveling companions who took part in elements of that experience. So if you just look at the appearance to Peter, you say, okay, well, it could have been a grief hallucination. You look at Paul, maybe an epileptic thing or whatever, you know. If you just looked at those things individually and isolated them, yeah, we just can't know much.
So I have a problem here because at the end of the day, I say God raised Jesus from the dead. All right. So I'm in the Christian camp. It's just that I think it's harder to get there with purely historical reasoning.
They even come close to an outsider test of faith.
If I'm a skeptic, I'm just going to think that all visions are hallucinations. And I know about some collective visions, or lots of people have seen Mary. So I'm just going to say the same sort of thing. I'm not in that camp. But I understand the camp. I understand people who look at this and just say, no, it can't be. That's where they start. They don't have my worldview. Even though this is the center of Christian theology, that doesn't, for me, mean that you can establish it historically.
Well, if I were a Muslim, and let's just say that the evidence we had for Islam being correct was on par for what we have for the resurrection, and that we did not have that evidence for the resurrection. So if you just kind of flip-flopped and they had the evidence for the truth of Islam that we have for Christianity, but we didn't have what we have, would that be enough to persuade me as a Christian to become a Muslim? And I honestly don't know that that's the case, because I don't like Islam. It's not attractive in the least to me. So would that the amount of evidence be enough to pull me over? I don't know that it would be.
On the other hand, if it's not happening, wouldn't it be important as historians of early Christianity to figure out how people make up stories about missing bodies and believe them?
Dale's right, though. If it is hagiography and you've got these reports coming really, really early, then you got to ask, well, what about the really, really early reports about Jesus' resurrection? If I'm handicapped by my worldview and atheism is true, that's not the atheist problem, that's my problem.
And one last admission from Dr. Licona on his reliance on a minimal facts approach to the resurrection.
I recognize that's going to be my proclivity, and that can compromise my my investigation as a historian. So I like what Gary Habermas does with minimal facts, or as Paula Fredrickson called it, historical bedrock. You take those facts that are so strongly supported by the data that they have compelled the significant majority, if not nearly a universal consensus of critical scholars to grant them. And it's not so much I care what scholars think, but if even skeptics are willing, who have a view contrary to my own, are willing to grant it, chances are it's not just my worldview and my proclivities that are leading me in that direction.
If the point of the minimal facts is to rely on what skeptics with a view contrary to his own are willing to grant, why constantly appeal to 75% of New Testament scholars or 90% of New Testament scholars? Without published data, we have no idea what percent of those counted have contrary views. If Dr. Licona is being sincere here, why count evangelicals at all? Just tell us straight up what critics agree to, and give us their names and citations. That should be easy. But none of these massive resurrection books do it. Okay, well, that wasn't much commentary. I let them speak for themselves. But since the spirit of Sean's interview was to have on two scholars who share a conclusion but have vast disagreements on how to get there,
well, we're going to get to plenty of areas of disagreement.
I thought my viewers deserved the same. So I reached out to someone who agrees with my conclusion that the resurrection is unlikely to have occurred, but arrives there on quite a different path than I do.
Okay. Hi, I'm Camille.
Hey, Camille. I've wanted to have you on the channel for a long time, but if people who don't know who you are you and why don't they know about you already?
Oh, that's a good question. So I'm currently studying classics. If things go well, I'll start my PhD next year. And yeah, I've been lurking for a couple of years, but as of recently, I have a YouTube channel, which I'm assuming is going to be in the video description. Otherwise, you might have seen me on such channels as PineCreek and Nathan Ormond of the Digital Gnosis fame.
We don't have time for a PineCreek or Nathan Ormond video today. We probably don't need to watch the whole video, right?
Absolutely, even though I massively recommend it. And even though both of those people, Alison and Lacroix, have a different position, I definitely recommend both of their books. Alison is one of the greatest living experts on the Gospel of Matthew, and I think his book on the resurrection is the best popular level book on the topic that I've read, which isn't Christian apologetics. And I only say that because I've technically never read James Fodor's book. I only know the content through osmosis. And of course, Mike Lacona, I think, is the best apologist who focuses specifically on the resurrection. He's definitely one of the best technically or formally qualified. And his book on the resurrection is the best apologetic book on the topic. So if you read it and you're not convinced, then you're not going to be convinced by anything else.
And is it fair to say that you and I have disagreement in the same way that Dale and Mike would have disagreement?
I think there are just so many ways how you can approach this, so many different explanations that you can draw, that I don't think it's a disagreement, right? It's just two different possible explanations. It just highlights how scarce the evidence is and how the evidence is underdetermined, right? So you can just explain it in so many different ways.
All right, well, let's take a look at the video. We'll pull out a few examples.
All right. Sounds good.
Dale, you wrote that Jesus did not exist is well nigh incredible.
For the record, I also think that Jesus probably existed. If he's invented, that would be pretty unusual because we don't really have examples of fictional characters relevantly similar to Jesus in Mediterranean antiquity. Emphasis on relevantly similar. If you want to hear more about this from me, you can check an interview that I did a while ago with Derek on the Mythvision YouTube channel.
Even if someone has a very poor evidence of his existence, we can still conclude that he probably existed if the same sorts of people like him usually existed and are very rarely fictional, right? So, for example...
I will ask Pologia to put a link in the video description. That being said, I think that we can know relatively very little about the historical Jesus, much less than either Lacuna or Ellison think that we do.
Then when we get to the burial, we might start to see some slight differences, but let's find out. Dale, here's what you wrote. I'd love you to comment on this and tell us why you hold this view. You said, quote, I find it likely that a man named Joseph...
The reason why McDowell is asking Ellison about Jesus' burial is, of course, because the empty tomb is one of the pieces of evidence that is supposed to make Jesus' resurrection more probable. And I personally see it the opposite way, because if it's really the case that Jesus' body disappeared, then it's super easy to explain where the belief in his resurrection came from. So if you are a skeptic and you really want to challenge yourself, then try explaining how people became convinced that Jesus was raised from the dead, even though his body was still lying around in his tomb. But if we judge the historicity of the gospel burial account independently from the question of the resurrection, then I would say that Jesus' body was probably buried as opposed to being left on the cross to decompose. But on the other hand, I don't think that we know that Jesus was buried the way it's described in the Gospels for two important reasons. And I think that both of them are massively underappreciated in literature. First, there's a massive contrast between how Jesus dies and how he's buried in the Gospel of Mark. And what I mean by that is that crucifixion was meant to be pretty much the most humiliating and denigrating execution method that was practiced by the Romans. But then in the Gospels, Jesus is buried essentially as royalty. And what I mean by that is that he's placed in a tomb cut into a rock. And rock-cut tombs were very, very expensive, and only the wealthiest elites could afford them. And some of the best-known parallels to the tomb described in the Gospels that we know are tombs of royal family members. So just ask yourself, what happened to the two criminals who were supposedly crucified with Jesus, assuming that they didn't have families in Jerusalem to bury them? Were they also given basically a royal burial? No, of course not. And we actually have later sources about how burials of criminals were arranged in first century Jerusalem. And of course, what they show is very, very different. It turns out that there was a common plot of land that was set aside for burial of criminals. So if Jesus wasn't from Jerusalem and he didn't have family there to take care of his burial, he was most probably buried in this communal graveyard in a trench grave. And it seems that later Gospels are aware of this historical implausibility, and it seems that they take steps to fix it. In fact, different canonical Gospels propose pretty much two different ways of fixing it. First, the Gospel of Matthew claims that the tomb was owned by Joseph of Arimathea, so that it makes sense for Joseph to use that specific tomb. And of course, the Gospel of Mark doesn't say that. And second, the Gospel of John claims that the tomb was used because there was a time constraint to bury Jesus before the Sabbath. And the tomb just happened to be nearby. And of course, the Gospel of Mark doesn't say that either. But neither of these two fixes really work. Because first of all, there wouldn't be any time constraint. Because of course, you don't have to wait for a crucifixion criminal to die to start arranging his burial. As soon as you learn that there is going to be a crucifixion that day, you know that you will need a grave ready before sundown. And that gives you plenty of time to arrange that. And second, crucifixion was meant to be shameful. And on top of that, Jesus wasn't just an ordinary crucified criminal. He was crucified specifically as a royal pretender, challenging the Roman imperial rule. And if it's really the case that Joseph's request for a private burial was out of the ordinary, and that the default procedure was a suitably shameful grave burial in a criminal graveyard, then Pontius Pilate, of all people, was precisely the kind of Roman governor who would not grant that, judging from what we know about Pilate's ruthlessness and buffoonery from extra-biblical descriptions of his behavior towards Judeans. So the way that Jesus is buried in the Gospels isn't impossible, but it's not massively historically plausible either. But it kind of makes sense as a plot device, because it's exactly the kind of tomb that you as a Gospel writer might want to depict if you write a narrative about Jesus' body going missing. It's sealed with a stone, so you can have your literary characters wondering who will roll the stone away. It has enough space inside to enter and find someone or something there, and so on. So that's the first reason. And the second reason why I don't think that we know Jesus was buried the way depicted in the Gospels is because a missing body is a literary trope of divine translation narratives. And what I mean by that is that specifically in Mediterranean antiquity, so in that place and time where the belief in Jesus' resurrection originated, there were narratives about figures who were taken from the earthly realm to a divine realm, where they were highly exalted and they now exist as divine beings. In some cases, it happens while they are still alive. In other cases, it happens after their death. Sometimes these figures are deified, so they actually become divine beings. And sometimes they are already divine. For example, they are sons of gods, they are incarnations of pre-existing divine beings, and so on. And they are usually worshipped as divine beings afterwards. And these narratives often include elements of the divine being returning back among ordinary people to do various things. For example, to reveal themselves to people, to give instructions, to fight, eat, have sex, and produce children, and so on. And in these translation narratives, there is a very common trope of physical disappearance. Sometimes these figures disappear while they are still alive. And in other cases, their body disappears after they die. And what's important is that people in the ancient world were already aware that this is a trope and that these kinds of narratives about missing bodies implying divine exaltation belong to the same category. So when, for example, Plutarch describes divine translation of Romulus, he says that this is like the fables which the Greeks tell about other figures, and he mentions some of them. And if this is something that's interesting for you, there is a great paper by a scholar named Richard Miller. It's called Mark's Empty Tomb and Other Translation Fables in Classical Antiquity, which shows how common these kinds of narratives were, and it lists literally dozens of examples both Greek, Roman, and Jewish. Some of them are about mythological characters, but others are about historical people. And again, you will find a link to that article in the video description. The reason why I'm talking about it, of course, is that the empty tomb narrative in the Gospels fits this pattern as well. Of course, this consideration cuts both ways. So it could be the case that there already was the belief in Jesus' resurrection, so it made sense to depict his body as missing to indicate his divinity. But it could also be the case that Jesus' body actually went missing, and that's how the belief in his resurrection started. That's why I said it's easy to explain it if you think there was an empty tomb. And because it could be either way, we can't really say we know that the burial accounts in the Gospels are what actually happened in history. And it's not just another example of this specific literary trope.
As with Joseph of Arimathea, I find it unlikely that early Christians would have invented the story that features women. I know that there are responses to that and retorts, and it goes back and forth. But again, at the end of the day, I think if this had been an invention, then Peter would have discovered the empty tomb.
So this is an old argument from embarrassment. Basically, the idea is that the discovery of the tomb, specifically by women, as opposed to men, is unlikely as an invention because women were considered less trustworthy than men, and so on. So a literary author inventing historical fiction would be more likely to invent a discovery by men, maybe even by someone in position of authority like Peter. But I think that discovery by women specifically fits very nicely with the theme of reversal of expectations, which we see everywhere in the Gospel of Mark, which is where this narrative first shows up. In the Gospel of Mark, nothing is ever as it seems. And what you would expect to happen usually doesn't happen. And what happens instead is what you would least expect. Let me give you some examples of what I mean. So in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus doesn't come from a place or position of political power. Instead, he comes from an insignificant town in Galilee. He doesn't try to become famous. Instead, he actively tries to hide his messiahship. He doesn't take credit for his miracles, and instead, he instructs people not to tell anyone. He associates with people who are normally rejected from the religious community, like sinners and tax collectors. And he uses his miracles to help people who are rejected by society, like lepers. His male disciples, who are the closest to him, are precisely the ones who don't understand who he is. And instead, people who know who he is are outsiders, enemies, and marginalized groups. Who is it who knows exactly, immediately, and perfectly clearly who Jesus is in the Gospel of Mark? The demons, of course. Jesus' own family doesn't understand him. They think that he's crazy. And in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus is buried by a member of the governing body that has just condemned him to death. Elsewhere in the video, Alison says that Christians would be unlikely to invent Jesus being buried by a Sanhedrinist. But that's exactly the kind of thing that's all over the Gospel of Mark. In the Gospel, the one person who says, truly this man was the Son of God, is a Roman centurion who has just finished crucifying him. And of course, Jesus himself, in the Gospel of Mark, teaches the reversal of existing power structures. This entire theme of reversal of expectations is very nicely summed up in the one sentence, the first shall be last. So in light of this persistent literary theme, the discovery of the tomb, specifically by women, makes perfect sense. Because Jesus' male disciples, the ones who are with him from the very beginning, and who are supposed to understand him the best, they end up being the seed that falls on rocky ground. They betray him, they abandon him, and they deny him. In the Gospel of Mark, the young man inside the tomb tells the women, go tell his disciples and Peter, meaning that at the end of the Gospel of Mark, Peter isn't even counted among Jesus' disciples because he denied Jesus. And so it makes sense that the only ones that are left around to discover the empty tomb and the only ones to learn about Jesus' resurrection are precisely the ones that are the last, the ones that are the least expected, the women. And of course, the final reversal of expectations in the Gospel of Mark, the final sucker punch, the culmination of the entire Gospel, is that the women are instructed to proclaim Jesus' resurrection, but instead they run away because they are afraid, and they say nothing to anyone. And Alison goes on very correctly to point out how later Gospel authors, who were more concerned with credibility of the narrative, try to fix this. For example, by adding Peter and the beloved disciple, confirming the discovery of the empty tomb. And this, of course, doesn't make sense if you think that all of that is history. Because then why would both Mark and Matthew completely shoot themselves in the foot and omit the confirmation of the discovery by man and only depict discovery by women if it's really the case that the discovery by women was so embarrassing? Doesn't make any sense. And of course, the reason why the Gospel of Mark doesn't have any problem describing the tomb as discovered by women doesn't have to be necessarily because that's what actually happened in history. Another perfectly good option is that the author just doesn't care about this being embarrassing. And I would argue this is more probable because it fits so neatly with this theme of reversal of expectations that we see everywhere else in the Gospel of Mark.
I'm not too far away from where Dale is on this. And in fact, in my 2010 book, the big book on the resurrection, here's how I defined resurrection for the resurrection hypothesis. Following a supernatural event of an indeterminate nature and cause, Jesus appeared to a number of people in individual and group settings.
So now we have moved to the topic of the post-resurrection appearances of Jesus. And again...
Cliff, can you hear me? It says he's connecting. That could be on my end.
Just like with the trope of a missing body indicating divinity, we see appearances of divine beings all over ancient Mediterranean literature. They were appearing to groups and individuals. They were appearing in people's sleep as well as when they were awake. I could name a number of examples. Sailors passing by the mouth of Istros were reporting seeing Achilles exercising in his armor. Divine beings were appearing in battles and during sieges of cities, fighting alongside soldiers. There were ancient historians who reported that a god appeared to Hannibal and showed him a passage through the Alps. One ancient author writes, "I have seen Asclepius, and not in a dream. I have seen Heracles in waking reality." There is, for example, a nice inscription that we found outside the city of Miletus, which says, "The gods have been appearing in visitations as never before, to the girls and women, but also to men and children." We have various accounts of how the gods personally participate in their religious festivals, and they even leave behind physical evidence of their presence, and so on. And this was apparently so common that ordinary people were sometimes mistaken for divine beings. And this abundance of appearances is true about Jesus as well. Jesus never actually stopped appearing to people when the biblical canon was closed. This is something that Alison actually points out elsewhere in this video. There have always been narratives about Jesus' appearances, and not just in non-canonical Gospels and Acts of Apostles. There are even entire subgenres of these narratives. For example, one which was particularly popular in European Middle Ages is about a main character traveling and meeting a person in need on the road. The main character helps them, and then it's revealed that the person in need was actually Jesus. But when it comes to the New Testament, which is probably where Christian apologists would want to go for their evidence, we can split the relevant passages roughly into 4 categories. The vision of John of Patmos in the book of Revelation, Jesus interacting with people after his death in the Gospels and Acts, Jesus appearing to Paul as described in his authentic letters, and then Jesus appearing to other people mentioned in a pre-Pauline creed in 1 Corinthians 15. Now, Lycona and Alison don't really discuss the book of Revelation in this video, and they don't really talk about the Gospels and Acts that much either, which is apparently a shame because some people in the comment section voiced their dissatisfaction with this and argued that a Christian apologist should defend the historicity of the appearance narratives, specifically in Gospels and Acts, because if it's really the case that there were people in first century Palestine who sincerely believed that they lived with the resurrected Jesus for 40 days, well, then you're not going to explain that with a hallucination, right? So let me just say a few words about it, even though it's not covered in this video. When it comes to the various appearance narratives of Jesus in Gospels and Acts, these also fit very neatly into how appearances of divine beings were depicted in ancient literature. So much so that we can even identify specific tropes which the Gospels and Acts share in common with these extra-biblical examples. There is often a motif of hidden identity, there is some initial cognitive resistance by the people, there is a display of a token, then there is the moment of recognition, there is often a sudden disappearance of the divine being, the participants are sometimes incapacitated in some way because the theophany is just impossible for ordinary people to withstand, and so on. And I will again leave recommendations for some academic literature on this in the video description. And more specifically, I've already mentioned the various Greek, Roman, and Jewish narratives of divine translation, in which the divine being often appears in the earthly realm, often to reveal what happened to them and to give instructions. And of course, there are always differences between these narratives and what we have narrated about Jesus in Gospels and Acts. For example, in case of Jesus, this is combined with other existing Jewish beliefs, and that's why, for example, Jesus is said to be raised from the dead, and not, let's say, described as heros, which is a technical term in Greek religious thought, and is often used in this context. But, of course, other divine translation narratives are also different from each other. So this level of cross-case variability is entirely expected. The key point is that there is enough familial resemblance of the actual concept to completely justify the belief that what we have in the Gospels and Acts is the same sort of literary creation that was perfectly normal, again, in this specific region of the world and in this specific period of time where the belief in Jesus' resurrection originated. And of course, modern scholars are not the first ones to recognize this. Early critics of Christianity were quick to point this out, for example, Celsus or Celsus, and early Christians were aware of this as well. Justin Martyr, for example, famously says, "When we affirm that Jesus Christ died, rose and ascended to heaven, we say nothing different from what you believe about those you call the sons of Zeus."
Let me pulse back to one of the biggest evidences that is given for the resurrection is the appearance to Paul.
So this brings us to Paul and his connection to the Lord. And again, I think it's important to situate Paul in his appropriate cultural context, because sometimes when people talk about Paul in these kinds of discussions, it almost sounds like we are talking about someone living today. Oh, Paul, what did he so? So Paul specifically was a freelance religious specialist who brought a foreign Near Eastern deity to Greece, and he established cultic associations devoted to worship of this deity. He was someone who modified ritual requirements of the deity so that they became more in line with the Greek lifestyle. He was someone who claimed that he was selected or set apart by the deity. He claimed that he experienced an epiphany of the deity, that he visited heaven and gained some secret knowledge there, that he possesses this previously hidden knowledge about the divine and about what happens after death. He was someone who practiced divination, so he interpreted divine signs and wonders. He practiced speaking in tongues, various works of divine power, for example, healing. And he practiced, of course, divine discernments of literary texts. And he promised his followers various divine gifts as a result of loyalty to his God, which of course included achieving immortality after death and power in the divine realm through transmutation of the human body into a better, more reified material. And he used all the normal vocabulary of these religious specialists, as well as technical terms of first century.
Cliff, you're back. Looks like Cliff's back. Give me 1 sec. Cliff will be right back. I'm going to change my sweatshirt.
Philosophy. This isn't particular.
What is the best evidence for the resurrection?
Ooh, Dale Allison and Mike Licona. Sean has brought on perhaps the two best possible people to answer that question.
And what is the best case against it?
Well, you might need someone else to answer that. But Dale and Mike are among the best at admitting some of the weaknesses of the historical resurrection case. What will they admit today?
We have two scholars with us today who've both written extensively on this.
I'm not a scholar, but maybe I can find another YouTuber who has spoken about this extensively. You know, to even the odds. Welcome to Apologia, where a former Christian takes a look at the claims of Christians. If you're a regular here, you've heard me interact with the work of these scholars, as well as directly with the scholars.
Good to meet you, Pelagia. He's become a legend in the world of atheists.
Or maybe indirectly.
Dr. Delcy Allison Jr., I have a friend named Pelagia online, but he has some...
Boom. All right, gang, what's up? All right, so I kind of wanted to tie this right on into Thanksgiving, which is that we kind of have these social narratives that we tell ourselves. In this case, about the resurrection, right? And all the sort of micro fairy tales that are involved in supporting this overall narrative. And I think we see the same thing in our culture, and I think we see it around Thanksgiving, right? Because what's the story we're all told growing up? Oh, you know, the Puritans came over, and at first the Native Americans were like, who are these strange people? But then they were like, oh, I come in peace. You know, the natives were like, oh, cool, it's all good. We're so happy to see you. Thanks for teaching us how to play poker. And then they all got together, shared some turkey and some squash, and it was all love. And Cliff, I'm talking about how, because we were just watching the video on, you know, the resurrection narratives, and I was just saying we have similar fairy tales taught to us about Thanksgiving, and it's just, you know, it's something to think about because it really does support a narrative. So, for instance, like working at the University of Minnesota, they're very big on, you know, recognizing native peoples and the native lands, and so there are like these land acknowledgement statements on everything. You know, syllabus, university paperwork, etc. And it's basically straight up like, yeah, the university sits on stolen land. We're really sorry about that, but, you know, we're committed to doing everything we can for our native, you know, brethren. And I'm like, yeah, it kind of hit me funny, right? Because I've lived in Michigan, I've lived in New Jersey, I've lived in Pennsylvania, and all of these lands were also probably stolen from native. I'm sure there was no one here when we got here, but it makes you realize there are certain cultures that acknowledge this more systematically than others, right? And so, you know, we're mostly counter-apologists, right? But we do like to talk about other, you know, ways that these type of myths and fairy tales influence our cultures. And I don't want to put it down on everybody's Thanksgiving because I think it's just a way to celebrate family. But since it came up, I was like, yeah, you know, this is kind of another thing where we've got some, I don't want to say it biblical, right? But we've got some cultural narrative that most of us realize certainly isn't true. And it does serve to kind of paper over the real story. But, you know, it just is what it is. I was just kind of filling some time till you got back in here. But, yeah, you said you want to look at some data. Did we ever get everything going on the HPC?
Well, we got to check to make sure that that it actually ran.
Okay. Let's do that.
I by the way, this is how I sent out one of my invites for Thanksgiving.
Hey, I'm going to let you, tell this story. I'm going to put you full screen. I need to change my pants real quick, so go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just my invite was, I said, I invited people on Thursday for the annual celebration of some early European invaders not dying. At that gathering, we will attempt to ignore the obvious negative cultural implications and rather enjoy turkey stuffing, sweet potatoes, pumpkin pie, and all the other expected trappings of the holiday. And that's how I dealt with it. That's all. Not an exciting story. So I don't know if you heard my very exciting story, which was,
Hey, man!
oh my God.
This makes sense!
So that's your land acknowledgement statement right there.
There it is. Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it
There you
is.
go.
Yeah.
I mean, and the thing is, it's like, look, I hate to say this because some people are gonna take it the wrong way.
Get us canceled.
But the truth of the matter is, you know, before those horrible people came over here to the quote unquote New World, over that land bridge, the animals were doing just fine. They weren't getting hunted. They were just doing their thing. And then those humans had to show up crossing that land bridge, and they messed it all up. Start, you know, making their little cities and colonizing all over the north, the south. They're all over the place. So what I'm saying is, we can pretend that like the moment that the settlers showed up, like that was the crystallized God-given state of things. But the reality was that was the state of things at that moment. Before that, other people were running the show, and there were wars fought over territory. And before that, the people weren't here yet, and it was just animals doing their own thing. And before that, there were no animals. And so
fighting battles over the territory. I mean, it's not like the animals were all just chilling, having powwows.
Yeah, I think that this equity, the more important aspect of the equity is if we don't behave in an equitable manner in the modern world, then we really run the risk of disenfranchising people so that they think, I don't want to play the game, right? Like I look at the whole moral ethics thing very much from why is it that we have morals and ethics as opposed to, I don't know how to put it, but like there's some kind of, top-down morals, right, wrong. It's like those societies that didn't screw each other over are the societies that did better. And like, I would like my stuff, like when I leave my house, when I come home, I'd like my stuff to still be here. I like my stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I agree not to steal your stuff if you agree not to steal my stuff. We all agree together,
right.
And then we make rules. But the problem is if you have a person who's not able to participate in that system because they have no opportunity, then why should that person play by those rules? So if you have like slaves, or if you come in and you just steal the land from somebody, then why should that person? I'm never amazed when you look at a terrorist from a country that was invaded, right? So some countries invaded, their resources get stolen, their land gets stolen, and then you get terrorists out of that country, and people are like, those people, they should use there are right and wrong ways to do things, and they're doing things the wrong way, and it's like no. We took away the right way, right? We removed that. And that, I think, needs to be acknowledged. And I don't think you can have an effective society if you don't have that. And
right.
As the world gets more and more global, we have to include more people in our society. It used to be, if you were in Europe, you just worried about Europeans. Africa, right. Asia, that wasn't people. It didn't matter. But now, everybody, counts. And so, I'm not even making a statement about right and wrong. I'm just saying if you want an effective society to operate on a world scale, then we have to have a sense of right and rights, and that means we also have to acknowledge, hey, this thing that we did in the past was pretty shitty. But like at the same time, that doesn't mean that we're just going to rewind the tape, because that would be equally shitty.
Yeah. But it is unfortunate. So we used to David Putz at Penn State. He would teach about. Say that, because, there's this question, what is human nature? Is it monogamous? Is it polygamous? And, you know, the answer statistically is mildly polygynous.
In nature, is it?
But, you know, we would always make the point that it's usually ecologically driven what you see, and you see every form. And one of the things we see in our societies, to your point, is what we call socially enforced monogamy. In other words, we have laws that say you can only legally have one partner. And part of the reason he would suggest that that fits our ecology is because if you didn't have that, to your point, you'd have many, 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 many bands of unmarried males who can cause a lot of shit because they don't invest in the system. They're like, fuck it, why should I keep the law system up? I can't get any, I can't get a wife, I can't start a family. You know, all the rich dudes have all the wives, literally, because that's what would happen, right? If you could do polygamous, like the richest, the same way there's like 1% has all the wealth, the same distribution would happen with women, y'all. They would have, there'd be the 1%ers who have 99% of all the marital partners and the rest of us, and then it'd be chaos because we'd be like, oh, fuck this.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you where I am afraid of us going, right? Everybody talks about the singularity, the robots taking over. Where I think we're headed, and what gets me worried, what keeps me up at night, is the Gigafactory. The Gigafactory, right? That's Elon Musk's, you know, name for it. But the Gigafactory is a factory full of robots that aren't designed, aren't set up to build one type of car. These are multi-axis robots that can run any program. So you put raw materials in one side of the factory, and it's like having a 3D printer, right?
Right.
3D printer doesn't print the whole thing. It prints whatever you want.
Yes.
So there's 3D printers in here. There's assembly robots that have arbitrary programs. You want a camera? This thing will take the raw materials and make you a camera. You want a car? It'll make you a car. You want a tank? It'll make you a tank. Well, here's the problem. Let's say you're so rich that you own the mines that get you metal, and you own the farms that get you wood, and you own a gigafactory, and you could make your own guns, and you could build your own walls, and you could put a big wall around 100 by 100 square mile area with your mine and your wood production. And maybe there's a few things you can't make, but that's okay. There's another rich guy. He lives on the other side of the world that he can make it. And you'll trade with him. And now the thing is, everyone says, well, you can't just keep paying the workers less money because at some point they won't be able to buy things. And I'm saying the rich won't need us to buy things at a certain point. They won't need our wealth. They're just going to go, they're going to cut out the need for money. They're going to go directly to, they have the means of production and the raw materials. And then they just cut us out. And then they don't care. They put up their walls. You try to cross the wall and then you get shot.
And the funny thing is they're growing increasingly towards the capability. So, for instance, you have places where churches are allowed and universities and all these people to have their own police departments, right? So you give them the ability to sort of be armed as private entities. And then...
I mean, walled communities with their own security guards.
That's fine. And then I grew up in a gated community. I grew up in a gated community with the
gated community. That's what I mean.
Gated community. But this time it's just there's no community.
Well, the thing is, it may also be a community, right? It may be 100.
It's small.
Right, and they have an area that's 1,000 by 100 miles or something. Some shit.
And then the other thing is they're letting companies build these little cities now, right? Like you could have a little Google town, a little Amazonville, you know, with your own little zip code and your own. Disney's technically its own municipality. This is a thing. This is just the next, level of it when it gets Elon Musk.
But the thing is that they don't need the critical thing in my mind is they won't need the workers because of automation.
It's the company town 2.0 without the company.
But that's the thing. No company, and it's no town either because there's no workers. And so if they don't need the workers, they don't have to play nice. Right now, they still have to play nice. Elon Musk. Bezos, they need the workers. But once they get to automated production, automated delivery, they don't need people.
Bezos' ass is like, literally, thanks workers for my jet. You guys made this possible.
Yeah, but he won't even need that anymore. And in fact, he won't even need to buy the jet from somebody else. He'll just set his factory on jet, and then there you go.
Set his factory on jet, pretty much.
I mean, that right? There's a big dial. You want a car? You want a jet? You want a camera? Just a dial. Thing pumps out a thing.
Yeah, amazing.
So I feel like we either get to a society with a more equal distribution of resources that's not based on working a job, because that's unsustainable.
Yeah, that was where I was thinking too.
Or we end up in this dystopian thing where, 1% of the world is doing amazing and the rest of us are starving.
Yeah.
And I hate to tell you, but we're not going to be in the 1%.
Yeah, I know. And the thing is, I mean, I think this would be better if you went towards legitimizing sort of people don't necessarily need to work for a living. Because, I mean, let's face it, I think forcing people to do this thing a third of their life or more is kind of shitty in a very limited human experience. I mean, if you've got something cool that you really want to do and get some extra scratch for that because you want to play an instrument or do science experiments and teach, fine. But, so you support like a universal basic income?
Absolutely. I think so. So there's somebody talking about, just ask the question, can robots repair robots? Jay, can robots repair robots?
Better than we can prepare robots, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Maybe not today, but definitely tomorrow. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, they can. I asked the thought experiment 10 years ago. I started to ask this thought experiment. I said, can you imagine a fully automated farm? This farm, it plants seed, right? It's got automated tractors. They plow the fields, they plant the seeds, they water them, they weed, they harvest, they turn up the fields the next year, they store some seeds. Sometimes they do their own repairs. Sometimes they need a part, like they need a computer chip or something, and they'll have to send out for that. But that's like 1%, right? And you don't need a single operator on this farm. And I say, can you imagine this happening? Most people 10 years ago would say, no, I think you'd need a couple people on that farm. Maybe you need 5 people on that farm. I said, well, could you imagine that in 10 years? Some people would say, yeah. Some people say, no. I said, can you imagine it in 100 years? Most people would say, well, yeah, in 100 years, yeah. I say, well, how about 1,000? In 1,000 years, do you think we'll have a fully automated farm? And pretty much everyone goes, yeah, the technology will be there. I say, okay, so it's not a matter of can we do this, it's a matter of when. And if what we're saying is we can get to a fully automated society.
Yeah, I would say they're just not accounting for the acceleration, I think, is what you're seeing that their mistake was, right?
Whether acceleration or not, the point is if we agree that we're moving towards full automation, then what we should be doing now is changing our government structures, changing our society structures for that. And also we should say, do we want that? And I think we do. I would love to wake up in the morning and I don't have to go to work.
Yeah, absolutely.
I work on what I want to work on. If I want to play video games, I play video games. If I want to do science, I do science.
Right.
That's the way I want to live it.
Yeah, exactly.
The question is, how quickly can we get there?
Right.
What could we do to change society to get there? And that's what I think we should. But the thing is, there's no profit in it.
Right.
And right now, profit is king. So how do you get there? I don't know how you get there. I don't know how you convince people who are rich and who are profiting from the current system to say, hey, you won't be a billionaire anymore. You'll only be a millionaire.
Well, this is what's fucked up is because in some sense, it's like because they put profit first, they will still keep us in the system where we're working. So in a weird sense, it keeps us from getting to the thing where they don't need us as quickly, but it's not for the right reasons, right? It keeps us stuck where we don't want to be as well. Whereas what we need to do is, here's the thing, maybe we need to change the narrative to this is going to be the best way to be uber profitable, but you got to get yourself a social escape. And so universal basic income, making sure the masses don't starve and die off because they don't have to work is not actually a negative for the billionaire class. It's a positive because it will free them to create the world where they no longer need us without us, revolting, right? Essentially, right? It's sort of like, it reminds me of the old quote, and I don't know who it was, but it basically, there was like a Roman or Greek aristocrat or whatever back in the day who insisted that the commoners get some public baths, right? And so the question kind of came up like, why would you want them to have baths? And he's like, I don't want them to have baths for them. I want them to have baths for me. In other words, like I don't want to smell the stench of the common folk. So give them a place to clean up themselves, so I don't have to deal with their grossness when I'm out and about.
Right.
And this is kind of a similar ideal, right? Like I don't want the people to hate me when they see the billionaire on the street, the odd once in a while. And I don't want them blowing us up and complaining on social media about us. How do we prevent that? Oh yeah, give these fuckers their universal basic income so we can get this thing going,
Right, but the issue is at a certain point they don't. Right now they still need the people around, right? And so they got it right. They can't just do it. The emperor couldn't do away with the people. If the emperor in Rome didn't have the people, who's growing the crops?
Right.
Who's the soldiers? Who's doing all the stuff for them that they need to get done?
Did you know Google?
Right? But if you now go to a future with automation, they don't need the people anymore.
Yeah.
So they don't even have to worry about am I gonna do I have to smell them? No, you don't have to smell them. You never have to interact with them.
Well, I'm hoping they don't realize this before. That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping we.
Well, they have. They've realized it. They've realized it.
Yeah, because this is like the private island deal, right? Why not just get an island and control it from there?
Go down the rabbit hole of the private islands, but more importantly of the mega $1 million underground fallout shelters, right? The number of really rich people who are prepping for the end of society, where they're going to live in comfort until this all blows over.
Right.
Right. And they're sitting there going, okay, if global warming happens, I'll just buy some land in Alaska. No problem.
Right.
Like I don't care. Like I don't care how many people suffer.
And I'll set up shop and do what I need to do. Now that's probably not going to pan out the way they think it is, but it'll be too late by the time they realize that.
Well, this is the question: do you want to live in that world? I think they really like getting on their jets and going places.
Yeah, but who's gonna give them the what when they get there? Yeah,
who's gonna have set everything up?
And to be honest with you, I think even in the automated world they get fucked without some kind of working class, right? Because they can't do shit. They're not the skilled class. So when things do occasionally need maintenance and breakdown and whatever, they've got to keep enough people. They've got to keep enough of a technical class around, I guess.
Not if you get general purpose intelligence. If you solve general purpose intelligence, then you've got a computer that's as smart and capable.
Also, what about arts? Do they still need people to run into each other for football games and basketball? Do they just simulate all that? Or do they just play robot sports at that point?
Robots clean the toilets, and I don't know if they care.
Well, what do they watch on TV,
Some AI created. Have you been seeing what the AI are?
So AIs do the whole thing. AIs do the whole thing. Major League Baseball is really just AI season to season generating some shit.
You come home and you say, hey, TV, I want to see some sci-fi. And the TV starts to write a story. And the TV has a little camera watching you. And if you look excited, it gives you more of that. And if you start looking bored, it spices up the story a bit.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, so it automatically tunes itself. The other thing is, I was saying, I already see this somewhat because in a lot of these video game spaces where let's say that you have a pro wrestling video game or a basketball video game, people on Twitch do these really great streams where they do actually, like, let's say, simulate an NBA season under some crazy circumstances or whatever, right? And then they just follow that, and they have a whole audience of thousands of people who just follow along with and they can jump in any game and, let's watch the final game. And then they're just watching the finals and they're commentated on it. So once that literally becomes indistinguishable from actual basketball, and it's getting closer every day, it's just like, you're right. It's just like, I don't give a shit. If I want baseball, I see baseball. I'm happy I got my baseball fix.
And I'm not saying that's the way I want it. I'm saying that's what's going to happen.
Right.
Either look at this. Look at this. Post office, United States Post Office, does its job, is efficient. What happens? Well, if you're FedEx or UPS, that's terrible. You don't want the post office there. Who's going to use you? How do you make a profit? If you're somebody with money, how do you make profit off the post office? You can't.
Right.
It's a relatively inexpensive, incredibly useful service. In fact, it's so useful that the UPS and UPS and
FedEx,
Amazon and the other one I just said, FedEx, they use the post office. Like right. They'll use it to do parts of their delivery. In fact, the one time I was going to ship something FedEx, and I said, well, how much is it going to cost? And how much it's going to cost? Like, I'm going to check at the post office, but are you guys more? And he said, I'll be honest with you. If you ship from us to that location, at the end of the day, I'm going to walk it off to the post office and drop it off there.
That's
and then they're going to ship it to a FedEx location on the other side, and then they're going to deliver it. He said, you're better off just sending it through the post office. It's going to be half as much.
Really?
He was just being honest.
Right.
And it was like, it's like, yeah, because if it's cheaper, they'll use it, right?
Right.
And so the issue is that, if
last mile delivery.
So then they did this thing. And they
last
said,
mile delivery, right? So that's a limit. People don't understand that term, though. Last mile delivery.
With the post office, they passed a law that said the post office has to fund its pensions 70 years in advance. They forced the post office to create a fund that was funding pensions 70 years out in an attempt to kill the post office, to make it non-profitable. Because no other business has a fund to fund the pensions of people who haven't been born yet.
Right.
That's ridiculous, right?
That's insane.
And so you look at that, and at one point, the post office, when people started paying bills over online, the post office said, hey, maybe we should provide internet. Well, they shut that down in a hurry.
Wow.
Could you imagine if you just part of your taxes
was just
that we just had the internet everywhere?
I've always been saying that it should be seen as a universal right, like running water, right? Like all these places, the third world, I don't know, global south, whatever we should call it. That's what we should be doing. Like these people need running water, food, and high-speed internet. With at least one device. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because exactly that. Right, is exactly that. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because this is what people do. They have money. They say, I want to be able to make money with my money, and then I'm going to take a thing which would be good for 95% of the people. For 95% of people, it would be better to just have a public option for internet, to have a strong post office. It would just be good. Right.
And yet it's like, yeah, but then how can I make profit? So I'm going to shoot that in the foot. I'm going to lobby, if I'm rich, to shoot that in the foot and try to kill it.
So that
and the problem is that if the post office if we get to fully automated and the post office becomes fully automated, it's going to be virtually free to deliver things through the post office.
Right.
Right. Because post office charges what it costs. If the trucks will drive themselves, it's going to be basically free to send stuff through the post. And if that happens, then the FedExes and the UPSs are dead. So I think what happened was those guys saw the writing on the wall. They said, we better kill the post office before that automation kicks in, or else we're not going to be able to make money.
I see.
And I think that's why they passed that stupid law to try to fund the pensions. It was I think that's literally it.
You mean is this the Trump thing? With the guy?
Yeah. It was before Trump that they started doing this, but then under Trump, they appointed a guy who literally started just shutting things down.
Yeah.
They appointed him to the post office, and he just starts shutting stuff down.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then these guys argue that you can't have a federal program, you can't have the government doing anything, they'll never do a good job. And you're like, yeah, they won't, as long as you're sitting there voting to not fund them, if you're literally passing laws to try to kill them.
Right.
And they're still eking out a living, then I think that tells you you're wrong.
Right. Absolutely. So, all right, let's look at some data.
Yep.
All right. Yep. So what are we all right, so we're over here, I think is where this is the HBC stuff, right? So boom, there it is.
You're not sharing your stuff.
Not sharing my screen. All right, let me do that. Let's hide that. Also, I just got nervous because I was supposed to ask you for a minute so I could make sure I got everything put away that needs to stay cold or whatever. So let me check that real fast. Didn't take me but a minute. Oh, you know what? YouTube Punk just provided us with a link.
Who makes a phone? Sure.
And then I always open things in the wrong account, and I get capitalism, and we all hate capitalism.
Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Bankman-Fried. For years, we've all been told that these tech titans are literal geniuses, visionary thinkers who earned their power through sheer intellect. But after what we've seen over the past few months, I think we finally need to admit, once and for all, that these people are fucking idiots. And they have been the entire time.
And you're not seeing my screen, right? You're not seeing the right screen over there.
I'm seeing a video.
Oh, you were seeing a video?
Now I'm seeing a video.
I mean, just look at what's happening.
Oh, okay.
Self-proclaimed real-life Iron Man Elon Musk just went billions into debt to buy his favorite bird website, then fired everyone and announced his new toy was about to go bankrupt. Boy Emperor Mark Zuckerberg just laid off 11,000 people. At the same time, he's wasting $36 billion on a metaverse no one wants to use. And 30-year-old crypto billionaire in shorts, Sam Bankman-Fried, turned out to be nothing but a massive fraud when his crypto exchange, FTX, evaporated into thin air along with billions in regular people's money. Now, I hesitate to call anyone stupid. As an esteemed public intellectual, name-calling is beneath me, but these people are the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. And that's bad because they literally run vast swaths of our economy. And when we buy into their bullshit, we enable them to fuck us over time and time again. And it has to stop now. Okay, before we get really into it, I want to thank all my supporters on Patreon for making this video possible. If you'd like to join them, head to patreon.com/AdamConover. Okay, off to the races. Let's start with the richest and stupidest man in the world, Elon Musk. For decades, journalists, biographers, and fanboys have described Elon as a super genius who's propelling us into the next century. But his purchase of Twitter proves, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Elon is a fucking dumbass. Dude bought himself a $44 billion toy and broke it on the first day. Why? Because he doesn't understand a goddamn thing about it. See, in order to buy Twitter, Elon took out more loans than a Florida homeowner in 2007. The company is now on the hook for $1.5 billion a year in interest payments alone. And since Twitter was already unprofitable to begin with, that means that Elon needs a ton of revenue right the fuck now. So he decides, hey, people love those blue check marks, let's make them pay for them. And this is simply staggeringly stupid. I mean, okay, he's right. Speaking as a member of the digital elite, we love our blue checks. I got mine in 2013 when I was on the failed reboot of VH1's Best Week Ever, and I've treasured it ever since. Oh, look at that guy. He hasn't even ruined anything yet. By putting the blue check up for sale, Musk destroyed its entire purpose and lost himself billions in revenue. See, the point of the blue check mark is that it allows everyone to tell at a glance which accounts are run by the actual person or organization they represent. But not anymore. The day the new verified badge launched, Twitter was deluged with verified tweets from George Bush bragging about killing Iraqis, Super Mario giving the finger, and drug company Eli Lilly announcing that insulin was now free. Now, all three of those are genuinely hilarious, but the last one actually caused Eli Lilly's stock price to plummet by 10%, losing them billions in market cap. Which, again, is hilarious, because fuck Eli Lilly, insulin should be free. But as a result, they canceled millions in advertising dollars they were going to spend on Twitter, as did countless other brands. Twitter has spent the last 15 years painstakingly building credibility and trust with brands so that they felt comfortable enough to, advertise on a service known to most of us as a cesspool of nonsense and hate. And Elon just burned it all down with one of his dumbass flamethrowers for $8 measly bucks. But hey, Maybe he can make it up with all of that sweet subscription revenue. Well, let's see. According to the New York Times, about 140,000 accounts signed up for Twitter Blue in the days after launch. So at $8 per account, that means the verification system brought in a little over $1 million in revenue. Use that to pay down the $1.5 billion Elon owes this year, and that leaves, $1.5 billion. Elon would need 187 million people to sign up for Twitter Blue just to pay back his lenders, and he's currently 0.07% of the way there. Good luck, bud. Hope that was worth destroying your company's sole source of revenue. On top of being terrible at math, Elon also fucking sucks at the one thing he's supposed to be good at, running a company. When Elon bought Twitter, he immediately fired half its employees, then realized he needed some of them to, run the website, so he begged them to come back like a desperate ex-boyfriend who thought he could do better. Elon treated people so poorly that the executives in charge of trust and safety, privacy, information security, and regulatory compliance all quit. Whoa, that might be a problem since Twitter is currently under an FTC consent decree that requires them to strictly follow privacy regulations when they do things like, say, publish a new paid verification service. I'm not a legal guy, but let me just check what the penalty is for violating that consent decree. Oh, says here it's billions of dollars in fines and potential jail time. Good luck with the feds, champ. So why is Elon Musk fucking this up so badly? Simple. His carefully crafted public image as a genius innovator has been a con from the very start. Elon didn't found Tesla. He used the money he got from co-founding PayPal, the payment service that sucks, to buy a stake in Tesla. Then he kicked out the original co-founder, Martin Eberhard, and stole Martin's title, not to mention his car. SpaceX does some cool shit, but they're a government space contractor that makes their money suckling at Uncle Sam's teat. And face it, Elon didn't design those rockets, he just brags about it on Twitter. And finally, there's Hyperloop and the Boring Company. Remember how Elon claimed he invented a new system of transportation that was supposed to end traffic forever? Well, that turned into a 2-mile tunnel in Las Vegas where a Tesla drives you at 30 miles an hour. Yeah, it's pretty slow, but it could be useful if you're too drunk to stumble from the Bellagio to the Circus, I guess. Elon is great at exactly 3 things: trolling, causing chaos, and telling everyone he's a genius. And he does all those things on Twitter, which seems to be the only reason he bought it. But you know what? If you're addicted to gambling, you probably shouldn't buy the horse track. And now that Elon runs Twitter, he's running it straight into the ground. The site's become dangerously unstable, and it's already ceased functioning in countries around the world. And I do need to point out that as much as we all hate being on Twitter, it is important as a means of communication. It's a vital link to the outside world for people living under repressive regimes. It's a professional network that millions use to find work. And it's how we figure out if that shaking was actually an earthquake or not. When Twitter collapses, it's going to be an undeniable loss. Oh, Musk is going to be fine. He'll still be a billionaire. But millions of people around the world could soon have their voices silenced just because this dumbass wanted to swing his dick around. Speaking of dumbasses, Mark Zuckerberg. For most of my adult life, he's been described as a brilliant prodigy. Mark created a social network that exploits the data of billions of people and built it into an impregnable super monopoly with billions of users. But in recent years, Facebook has fallen on hard times. Mark's been hauled before lawmakers to explain why he stole customer data and undermined democracies around the world. Apple has blown a giant hole in Facebook's profits by allowing users to opt out of having their data stolen. And most importantly, TikTok has been kicking Mark's pasty ass. As a result, Facebook has lost 60% of its value in the past year. So, in a desperate move to prop up his share price, Mark made up some stupid sci-fi bullshit. He renamed the company Meta and has so far spent $36 billion building a new digital world he calls the Metaverse, where you can, do something? It's not really clear. Play cards with a robot, I guess? Mark's pitch, though, is that in the future, we're all going to work, live, and play in the metaverse, and Facebook will dominate it, so therefore, you need to invest all your money in Facebook right now. Now, first of all, that sounds like a dystopian nightmare that we should stop at all costs, but don't worry, it's all bullshit. That video was faked on a green screen. The metaverse Mark's actually building sucks ass. I mean, this shit looks like The Sims for PlayStation Speciation 2. It is so rudimentary that the big feature they're excited about is, get ready for it, adding legs. Wow, that ought to boost the share price. And once he adds taints and buttholes, there's no stopping him. Oh, wait, never mind. Turns.
All right, this guy's pretty great. Yeah, and that's what Cliff's talking about. See, I don't want to live in the world where fucking Zuckerberg and fuckface Musk and Co. just run everything straight into the ground. Straight into the ground, Cliff. All right, let's look at these.
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah,
and
yeah.
speaking of fuck faces, I think I got everything put away. Good to go. All right, so what I've done here is, I guess, run the stuff we were looking at. But do you want to pull that data?
No, well, I mean, we can check it, but I'm confident that it ran fine, so I'm not worried.
All right, let's look at it just so we can. I don't even know. Can I even QStat it anymore?
It'll just show up as empty because everything's finished. But if you ls those directories, you'll see that there's stuff there now. I guarantee.
Yeah, what is this though? Oh, I'm in the wrong application, so let's not work on the wrong
Don't do
computer.
that.
Yeah,
maybe don't do that.
We're still running because it's slow. No, I'm kidding. All right, so let's ls here. All right, now what we want to do is like a cat C0. Nah, we're gonna ls first. ls C0 underscore tab. Yep. No. 1001. Boom. That's not good.
What's the matter? What's the matter? Nothing there?
Yeah.
Do it again. What the hell did we do wrong now?
C0.
You're making me look bad.
1001. Tab. What happened? It submitted all those jobs. But if you can't see this in Gather?
Yeah, I see it. But what do you, so do the ls-al trick, for one, blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
blah.
is it that I didn't do ls.al? Is that why it didn't show anything?
Yeah. So AL, well, I just remember it as all.
All right. Yeah.
No, without the slash, there's nothing there.
Okay. And then it's cat, all this. That's what happened. Okay. And then there. And then that. C0 underbar 1 tab. There it is. All right. There's the output. It did some thing. Nope. No good. Non-existent key. Food 2.
Oh. Are we using the wrong settings files?
Yeah, I don't think we ever. But why would there not be food 2? Food 2 is there by default.
Food 2. Non-existent. Wow. Whatever we're doing wrong, we're doing it wrong.
We're doing it wrong.
Food 1, food 2, food 3. What's happening? All right. We copied over the settings files from where you were running.
Yeah. So let's vim the settings file. No, we don't have code? Is that what it is?
No.
Oh, we do have code, up a directory.
Yeah, no. Look at your let's just look at the MQ conditions. Let's just go through them one at a time. Look at your MQ conditions. It's garbage.
All right, let's see. I make my 2 variables. We've got Berry World set. We've got our reps. Conditions are 1, 2, and 3, 4 food type, 0 and 1 shape mating. Settings files. All right, so probably not here,
right?
Let's vim settings. Tournament. I don't know. This doesn't make sense to me if it has the same file. Let's see. There's no debug. Date meetings on. Like is 8.
What's your population? Go to the top of the file. What's your population size?
1,000. 10,000 updates.
Go to world.
All right.
Go to setting world.
All right.
Where we got this is all this perfect sensor stuff. Yeah, go up.
Food types 4.
Distribution -1.
I mean, that's a variable that changes, but everything should presto change when it changes, correct?
Right, go back to exit out of here. Let's see what was actually submitted. So, all right, so now up arrow to where you cat the stat file. Yeah, change this to get rid of the file name. Just get rid of the file name and then change cat to CD. Nope, too much. Hit tab. Nope, way too much.
Just the file name.
Just the file name. Up to C0, yep. And then change that to CD so we go there.
Oh, there's a shortcut for that, but all right. Boom.
All right, do an LS here. Okay, so this tells us everything that's going on. So, cat the slurm SB. It's going to show us the command that got run. So it's food. So we got settings org, settings world, output pref. The output prefix is that.
So this is what I was thinking. There's one food type. So this is something. There's one food type, and then somehow it's having an issue because it's looking for food type 2, which to me probably means that could be something like.
Oh, there's a hard-coded line. There's a stupid hard-coded line. I think
in food scores.
Somewhere in Berry World. So open Berry World in. Just open Berry World TPP in code world, Berry World TPP. Let's see.
All right, Vim.
This is there. Then I'm going to read it. Just CD. Hit enter. That'll take you back home. CD shape made.
No, shape made.
2, 1, whatever you call it. Shape made 1. All right, and then Vim Code, world. Berry world.
Berry world there.
And then berryworld.cpp. And do slash, just type slash and then food 2 and hit enter.
I bet you it's I would think it would be in my tournament optimizer.
Do it again. Just hit slash and enter. Keep going. Do another one. Slash is just search, and if you don't put anything in, it just searches the last thing.
Keep going.
Going. 300, 230, 6. Do it. I think we're just looking at the same two. Do it again. Yeah. So there's no food 2 in the file. Okay, look at your settings. Then look at your settings. World. Settings.cfg.
CD work, Vim settings.cfg.
And then you can do slash food 2 here and see if we're.
Wouldn't it be in it would be in settings world.
No, because this is where we do the optimum.
Hang on 1 second. My dad's calling me.
Okay.
All right. So, okay. So you said it wouldn't be in world?
No, because I don't know where you're getting this from. No, because you see that where we set, see where it says like optimized value DM score? That's where we would use it. But we didn't see it anywhere
value. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
See if I can replicate the problem.
Oh, you thought maybe we were using food score as the optimized value?
Yeah. That would have made sense.
Oh. I'm wondering if when I changed and updated my, let's take a look at my.
Is your shape mating? I think it's in your shape mating.
That's what I was saying. It could have been in my tournament optimizer. All right, so let's go into code optimizer tournament optimizer. I thought I ran mine, but I guess I tested mine with 4. I didn't test all of them. I thought because it was working with the other ones. All right, but let's go with it should be tournament .cpp. It looks like it's popping up an error message. Where's that at? Let's take a gander at that. Where? It's saying that's on screen? Here. Yeah, okay, I'm not
That's
worried
fine.
about
That's
that.
fine.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
Just search for food 2. Just do a search for food 2 in here.
Food 2. Wait, maybe I'm not in there. Search Nope. Ah, it's still got it open. Hang on a second. All right, so this is what I had in there. Hang on a second. No, but then I had to bring this in like that. Yeah. All right. So you said food 2. All right. Find food 2 right here. So here's what I added. I added this line. And
well, yeah, I mean, it's looking for food 2, food 3, food 4. So if they're not there, it's gonna fail.
And are they not going to be there anytime there's more than that number of food? Yeah, I guess because it's not going to be there.
Then if we don't have, if we say there's only food 2, if we said there's only 2 food types, there's only going to be 1 or 2.
So I thought for some reason maybe it would just register dummy scores for these, but no, it won't. It'll just actually fail. Okay.
No.
So what's the best way to do this? This is actually the problem I thought I was going to have, which is where I didn't know how to make this a variable.
Right.
thing.
So before the first line where it says food score I0 blah blah blah, just put. Let's see if your completion will work. Just put if. Man, I don't know what the command is for it. There's a command to ask datamap if it has an entry. I just don't know what it is.
If
open paren. Okay. If open paren. Population sub I points to datamap dot.
Population sub I. Oh, like this other thing over here.
Points to datamap dot, and then see what it gives us for options.
Datamap dot.
And then it's not going to show you options. Garbage. Going to make me do work.
Oh man, I think that means none of my other ones worked. Where it had too many.
Nope.
Well, why did it take them so damn long?
Well, the 4s worked. We had 4 foods that worked.
Okay.
Work. No. Build.
Interesting. All right, let's go look at that. Let's see. So then, where we have 4 foods. Which I don't. Do you need a refresh or something? It'd be 2 for 4 foods. That's weird. Where's condition 7? Yeah, you guys all did snapshots. And then what did you do when it was less? Oh yeah, there's nothing here. They're all empty. I only have data where there was 4. God damn it, Jay. Well, that's fine because now we know what the issue is. we've effectively found the problem, and we want to run this on the HBCC anyway because that was not running fun. And I've still got data, Cliff. I got data from when it ran successfully long way before I started messing with it, and I saved it for you.
Okay.
Because we were trying something originally with 3 foods, right?
Sure.
And so we were originally trying to see if they did the thing, and they did the thing. But I don't know if they did they didn't. They solved 3 foods in a way that would be interesting. Basically, they just did 2 shapes within each color, within each food.
Right. Well, show it to me.
Yeah, I can pull it up while you pull that up. Let's see. Let's.
Okay. The command is called field exists.
Data map. All right, let me go here. Data map dot field exist and then do I need to do this for each of them?
Yeah. So what you're going to do is you're going to say,
if field exists, food
key. Okay,
one.
yeah, that's it. If field exists, open parentheses, food one, no dot. It's a function on data map that queries if food one exists. So we say food one exists, then put a closed curly after the if. Open curly.
Oh, open curly after
the if. Right after the if. No, after the if.
Oh, after the statement, right. Then we do because we're doing an if statement.
We're going to open a scope and put a closed curly after. No. After the food scores I sub 0.
Oh, right, because that's the whole scope of this one.
Yeah, right there. Boom.
If this.
And then on the next, and then you put else open curly. And then the else, we're going to set the food score sub I sub 0 equal to 0. So that they'll have a value. It'll just be 0 for everybody. Everyone will be the same.
Oh, yeah, this is what I needed to do. Equals 0.
Yeah, put whatever you want, right? It doesn't matter. Everyone's if they don't have food score 4, they don't have food score 4. Everyone's gonna have a 0 on food score 4.
Right, and it's not gonna affect any of our math or anything. It's gonna be fine.
Yep. Semicolon.
All right. Yeah. 0, bang, do them like that.
Yeah, and now you got to do this for the other 3.
All right, cool. I'll do that now. All right, let's see. So we probably just want to copy this block, like bang, 3,
faster.
4. For now, I'll just comment all these out. All right, now that's food 1. This would be food 2.
You got to change your. Well, it's fine. Yeah, just make that 3 and 3.
And then 4 and 4. All right.
You got to fix your indices on your food score I sub whatever's.
Oh yeah. So this should be 0. This should be 0 and 0, right? And then this should be 1 and 1 because that's food 2. This at food 3 should then be 2 and 2, and then this should be 3 and 3. It actually just delete this, right?
Yeah. All right. Now, if you run it, make sure that if you put in 2 foods, it'll work.
All right. Now, to do that, we gotta build it over here again, right?
Yep.
All right. So let's cd. Oh man, what's going on? Control C. Yeah. All right. So then we'll go to build. Let's do this. All right, Cliff. Thanks for taking the time to do this with me, man. This is cool. We like this.
All right. Then, of course, once this is all done, you're gonna have to copy this code over to the HBCC and then recompile that again. Yeah. Assuming this works.
Yes. All right. So now we do this, and then we go over to work, and we should redo our settings. So we should do /mabe
Can you recompile?
I thought, yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, you don't have to redo the settings. Just run it. You don't have to do. We didn't change anything. You could just run it. /f settings start go.
Okay.
You might need a dash.
Oh yeah. All right, now
All
let's
right, so
kill
now,
that.
but now check how many fruits you have.
No, we've got 4.
Check in your settings.
I'm
world,
almost
how many
sure
fruits
we
you
got 4. So let's go and say
1. Up.
food types. Looks like it's good to go. Let's just do the other. Let's do 2. That was the one we know failed. All right, should be good to go. All right, so now we've got to just do. All right, let's use that code that command, but we'll modify it. So we'll do this. And we'll do, instead, now we don't need code. We just need...
Well, it's going to be, from here, it's going to be /code/world.
All right, hang on, let me get over there. Get rid of this. It's going to be /code.
Capital world.
World.
/Berryworld.
Yep,
Berryworld CPP. And then, and then you can get rid of modules and tools and.
All right, and then
here,
we gotta say new maybe
/code/world/berryworld, and then done.
/world. Oh, hang on. I got caps lock on.
You can't do tab completes here because it's on the HBCC, so you got to type it out. Berryworld.
Berryworld. Just like it is above, and then dot. Right?
Yep. Enter password.
No such file or directory.
World, Berryworld. Why?
I did this wrong. Is this where it goes? Just the address? New Maybe code world.
It doesn't like the
it's not ShapeMape. It isn't ShapeMape 1. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Right. There we go.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
ShapeMape 1. Let me make sure that's correct here. Let's put this from working directory. Home, Bundy, JAS, ShapeMape 1, work. Oh, is there not a code there? Let's see. Yeah, there's a code there. Code. Let's CD code. CD code, working directory. Oh, wait, is the problem? No. Here. Maybe I don't have, do I not have world, Berryworld? All right, let me see. CD code.
Just go back to your, go back over there. Just cd.that, or, well, I mean, go back to your local. Just do a cd dot dot. And then get rid of the dot dot at the beginning of this thing. Maybe it just doesn't like that you're going up a directory. I don't know. Just up arrow twice. Get rid of the dot dot at the beginning. You get rid of the -r too, because we're not doing it. No, not slash. That'll copy from root. Okay. No slash. No slash. That'll copy from root.
Oh, okay. Boom. Still doing this. What is going on, Barry World?
Let's see you told it.
Oh, something. Does it think that that's a file where it's going to direct it, where it's sending it?
You got to do SCP.
What am I doing instead?
CP.
Got it. Bang. That'll explain it. All right. We're in business. All right. So now we should have our new code over here. It'll just copy over whatever was there, right? Like whatever was in my.
Did you do it?
Yeah, it ran.
Yeah.
I'm saying it'll copy over whatever tournament.cpp was in there. Tournament optimizer.cpp was in there. All right, and then.
Did we just copy Berry World? No. We got to bring over your tournament optimizer, not Berry World. That was dumb. That was it. We have to bring over the file we changed.
Yeah,
I know. I'm getting tired.
It's all right. No worries. All right, so let's go code optimizer. And then we'll just tab complete this. Should be tournament optimizer.
Tournament CPP.
Tournament optimizer. CPP. The rest of this is the same. Nope. Same got to be the same thing.
But you can just copy paste that from up there. You can't tab complete. So
right. Code. Do this. Code. I need to add that. All right. Optimizer, tournament optimizer, dot, right? And then should be good to go. All right. Now we should be able to bounce back over here. We're on the HBCC. And normally, hang on a sec. So one thing we could do is we could go in the code optimizer. I keep hitting caps lock instead. Tournament optimizer. Actually, let's do this. We don't have to even CD. We could do ls, al. Right? And now we should be able to see that our files are updated, right? So our tournament optimizer is...
Yep, we're good.
Right? That's 350. Yeah. Yep. Cool. So then we'll go back. So now we'll go into ShapeMave and go into work. No. We want to rebuild. /unbuild, right? Boom.
Yeah.
Recompile it. You're gonna do that super fast. I'm ready. I'm ready this time. Oh, now you wanna act normal. Okay, I see you. You like to mix it up, keep me on my toes. All right.
Fun.
Also, I wanted to send Cameron a shout out for using the OG Roddy song in his video. I'm looking forward to that video. All right, so let's go to
just resubmit and make sure that it actually runs this time.
Wait, should we chop down like our updates or something to make it run super
just
fast?
Submit it.
All right, just let it set it. Just submit it. All right, so Python 3 .tools mq.py. Yep. Boom. Do it. All right. That all looks pretty good. Deploy it. Bang. There it is. It's doing all these job thingies. I think there's 7, so it looks like it's about done. Oh no, this might be a different test. Let me see. There's yeah, it's done. 7.
Yes, start that and see if it's good.
Just Q stat. The U is for user, and then put my username. All right, done. They're all done. Nothing going.
Right, they're all running. Good. So that's what we want. So now you can just cat C01001/ make sure there's a pop file.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, 1 second runtime is somewhat optimistic. All right, so you said cat.
No. They're still running. That means they've been running for 1 minute. That one is 1 minute, not 1 second.
Oh,
that's hours and minutes.
Hours and
minutes.
minutes.
R says it's still running.
Got you. Okay,
so everything picked up. Everything's running.
All right, so then we go cat. Who's a widget now? C0 tab, and then C
1001
tab.
Just hit tab again. There we go. Now look at your max, your pop. Doesn't matter. Just pop.csv is fine.
Before we do this, hang on a sec. What am I used to seeing here? Oh, before, when we had the LSAL in that directory, it was showing us the hidden thing so we could go in and find it in the thing. But it actually shoots the data back.
It links it. It's a link.
It's a link.
So we're actually looking at it on Scratch. It's just it's linked, so it seems like it's local.
Gotcha. Boom.
Good. You got data. Okay. So you can let these things run. They're going to be done. They're at generation 100 already, so they're going to be done in a few minutes. Turn off that snapshotting because you're going to fill up your disk space.
All right. So
just go into your settings.cfg and just flip off snapshotting.
Wait a second.
It's right.
Is this okay? There's roulette settings in here too. Yeah, I guess. All right.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's supposed to be there.
So where it says write snapshot data files up there.
Write snapshot data.
It was below. You went
below. I went too past it. Yeah. Right here.
There you go. Write snapshot data files.
And then all right, that's a replace. Nope, not replace.
Yeah, R. Yeah.
And then 0. I did it. All right, cool. And then right quit.
Yeah. So let these things finish running.
Even with
confirm that the data all worked, and then you can up your rep count and run more.
Yeah. What kind of rep count would you go with on here?
I don't know. 50 replicates each, 100 replicates each, whatever.
Yeah, let's do 100. Let's go big boy style.
Okay. And then I'll see you on Monday. I gotta go. There's
hang on. Do you want to see one of those ones that I got data for?
No, I don't want to see it until we have all the conditions. Because you're only on conditions for the food 4.
No, I have food. It's no. I ran one earlier with 3 foods to remember because we were trying to see if all of it worked.
Oh, but they were only able to see food 1 and food 2.
No. It worked. They did all of them. Because this was before I changed that code. So it was set with 3 originally, and I ran it with 3.
Oh, okay.
So it worked. I'll show you. What I did was, before I started messing with everything, I basically, I saved it. All right. So I have, hang on, maybe this isn't the right thing. Maybe. I thought I saved code. Oh, maybe it's in work. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we can go to this one. So this snapshot's like at the end, but I checked it. They do this earlier too, but I'll show you at the end. 14,000 in. And why don't we look at 10,000? Because we'll go with the 10,000, right? So just open the Excel plus this one I haven't looked at. All right, so we'll go to data. We sort, and this is the way I started doing it, is by preference. Then I add a level, which is shape. And then I add a level, which is score. And to be honest, I like to do score largest now, so you'll see the high performers first. And so then, actually, you can kind of sort all this because there's a bunch of stuff you don't really need to look at. But take all this stuff and hide it. Hide all of this stuff. Hide these. All right, and so then you go from here to here, right? So you're gonna look at food 1, food 2, food 3, preference, score, and then shape and switches, right? So for the most part, you'll skip these because these are a few people with 0, right? And what happens is the ones only eat 1 for the most part, right? Every once in a while, there's like one of these people that I think is just a mutator. So this is like a 2 eater who probably mutated to a 1 preference, right? But for the most part, all these people with the 1 preference which is AA, they'll be 1, and then their shapes, right? AG is like -1, -1. And then these ones are weird because I guess these are eating. Where are they getting their score? Oh, yeah, I see. They're eating. Yeah, they're all eating 1, eating 1, eating 1, and they're all -1. And then you'll get the shape change.
Scroll for a minute. Just scroll up to the top.
There's a couple of switchers.
Scroll all the way to the top for a second.
Oh, get rid of the score. Whoa, sorry. That was everything.
Okay. Just scroll down. Let me see the other
Actually, let's do this. Let's real quickly. Let's do this. Let's do home. Let's do fill color for these. That's kind of like a freaking light or something. And then let's do preference in yellow. And then shape in green. The other 2 are score and switches. That'll be easy to remember. All right. So, right, because now this helps us a little bit. So now these all have preference for 1 and they eat 1, right? And their score for the most part is the same because they don't switch. Every once in a while there's a switcher, right? Like this person has 1 switch, yeah. And then they go.
We're still in preference 1. So.
Yeah. And then they go couple shape mutators, right? But for the most part, then everybody else goes to 1, -1 and 1, right? And then they're all still same thing. They all just eat 1, prefer 1, eat 1, right? So then we'll go. Now we're getting descendant scores, and then you'll go to 2, right? So then now we have 2, and immediately it goes to -1, and they switch to eating 2. So they prefer 2, eat 2.
But there were ones that were -1.
What do you mean?
There were shape preference 1 with shape -1.
Yeah, right. So there's 2 shapes within each color. They basically went to like, green, positive, negative, blue, positive, negative, red, positive, negative.
All right.
Yeah, so these are 2, right? So there's a -1 within 2 that only eats type 2. And then there's basically that's like half of them, a couple mutators, then they go to 1, shape 1, but they only eat 2. Right? They're only eating the second food. And then there's 3 guys. And so they're all close to -1 is the one that they landed on. They eat food type, only eat food 3. They all prefer 3. And then you got close to -1 and then 1 for them. And they all pretty much eat 3. So this is definitely where you're talking about the speciation and then the shape.
Well, I mean, what's interesting is they're ignoring the option for. We'll see what we get on Monday, but there may be some interesting stuff here because they're ignoring the option, right? So ideally, if they maintain equal levels of each type of consumer, then that's going to optimize their fitness because they're going to have the most food available.
Yeah, because they're almost like keeping like they're almost playing rock, paper, scissors within each type with each other, right? Let's all stay around. Then nobody eats too much food. Everybody
and if any one type. So the thing is, if any one type gets to be. If any one food preference gets to be common, it's going to be less fit. If any shape preference within a food preference becomes common, then it's going to become less fit. Because that shape, right, is going to be it's going to have low fecundity. And so like there are 2 self-correcting mechanisms. One of them corrects for the food types and the other one corrects for the shape types. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah. And so the other thing I'm wondering is, and we'll have to get more, replicates to see is it a 3 food types thing, right? Because, that could be different than what they do with 2. And then 4, I don't know if they'll cross at all. I'm actually, a couple of runs I saw with 4, I had to check it, but it didn't seem like they were learning a lot with 4. And so I was even wondering if 4
it may be
gets
too hard for them
wonky.
It may be too hard for them to figure out switching and then, or just movement and consumption. Like they have to, there's a lot of hunting in 4. So it may just not work, but that's the point.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna see where it breaks. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, that's good. And then we'll pull data on Monday.
Yeah, we'll have 100 of each rep, and we'll talk about how to visualize.
Oh wait, hang on a sec. So what was our goal here? Did we get this working or done or whatever?
Yeah, this is working. So when this is done, you're going to submit. We turned off the snapshotting, so we won't fill up your disk. You're just going to submit more reps and rerun, and then submit it again. You're going to change your rep range and submit more, and you're going to run.
And then I can actually clear all this out because I want to. I won't want those snapshots in there confusing me.
You could just. I mean, if you want, you could. So S cancel is how you kill a job. So if you just type S cancel -U. So you do this. See if it's still running. It's still running. So you do S cancel -U, and then your username again. That'll kill all jobs that you own.
Oh, this is everything. Okay. Because I was saying I've done one where I've got to find that job ID.
Yeah. So now if you do a QStat, again, it's just up arrow twice.
Oh yeah.
So you see they're all C now. They're all complete.
Yeah, because that means
so you can ignore. They're done. Like even though they show up here, they're done. They're
not going to. And then I can just remove C star.
RM-RF C star. right? Recursive.
Yeah, recursive with force. Yeah.
And now it's all cleaned up. So now just go into your MQ, update that thing to be, 1,100 or whatever, however many reps you want.
Oh, why did I hit LS? What did that just do?
No idea.
Let's undo, right? 0. Yeah.
You just call it. No, just
I got in. Escape.
Colon Q.
Oh, quit.
Colon Q bang to force it so that you don't save whatever you changed.
Colon Q bang. And then do it again.
Yeah.
All right.
And now just go and change your reps so it goes 101 to
all right, and that's
1100.
RR or just R?
Just R. Go back 1 and change it to 1.
Oh yeah.
1100.
Oh yeah. So I did
R1,
R1, and then over here
R0,
and then escape. Oh, I didn't have to do that. Right, quit. So now I'm just reviewing. So now we've just got 100 reps, right? Instead of whatever we had before. All the same conditions, 1, 2, 3, 4 food types, shape mating on and off. And and then we're good with, let's just vim the settings.cfg real quick. Oh, you know what? I was setting the updates in there. So let me go look at that. Because how many updates we want? 10,000?
10,000 is probably fine.
All right, so there's 10,000 set in here, and then let's.
It doesn't matter what's set in here. It's what matters what's in there.
Exactly. So MQ conditions 2,000. Yeah, we don't want this. All right, so.
CW 10,000.
I messed that up.
That's fine.
All right.
Just 10,000 and then do it X. Whatever, however you want to do it. 10,000. Boom.
And then escape. And that's it. Is that the only thing set there? Yeah, the world type. And Barry's fine. So that's all good. And I'm assuming. Let's do that. I'm assuming it's got the extra file in there. Where's that? Other files. Can we add that line back, or should we not do that?
What line?
The space between here, just for formatting. I don't know.
I don't care.
Doesn't matter. I just don't even know how to do that thing. There was a trick you did to put a line.
Oh. Just go up one line and hit O.
Oh, and just hit O. Boom. All right.
And then escape to get out of insert mode and right click.
Perfect. All right. And so now we just run all over again.
Yep.
Python
make sure they start it up.
3 up a job tools mq.py. Run it. It's gonna be like, here's all your stuff. 8 conditions. Looks good to go. Up again, and here we go. Deploy. And it's gonna do all that.
Don't mess it up.
Oh, because it's got the it's gonna
submit all 800 of these, so it's gonna take.
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much, Cliff. Appreciate you.
I'll see you Monday.
All right.
If you can, before Monday, zip all this stuff and pull it to your local machine.
Do I know how to? Did we do that? Do I know? Is that in my history?
We didn't zip it, but you've used zip before, right?
Yeah, I just got to do I got to figure out. It's the reverse SEP thing that.
It's the reverse SEP. You figure it out.
All right. So
remember, you have to do it from your computer. You're always pushing from your computer and pulling to your computer.
Yes.
It's not the end of the world. It's going to take a minute to pull all that data down. It'll just waste time.
Oh yeah. Actually, can you send me the secure copy command? Just in case. All right, I'll figure it out. All right, I'll put on my big boy pants. I'll figure it out. And if you get bored tomorrow, we'll be in the same link. So copy this link because I probably won't be on YouTube, but I definitely will be in Gather.
All right, well, don't stay up for me.
I won't. But appreciate you, man. Have a good holiday. Hope you enjoy dinner, and I'll see you on Monday.
All right, later.
All right. Bye, Cliff. See you later. All right, gang. So same thing for me. I think I'm going to stay in here. This is running. So if you guys want to join me, go ahead and join the Gather link. Cliff, you can close your tab or whatever. Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, I'm going to stay in here because I want to hang out in this Gather just so we get to use it for a couple days. Yeah, I don't know. Let's have some fun. So my dad wants to play cards at like 6. So what I think I'll do is I'll take another quick break. I'll put away most of the rest of my groceries, and then I can just kind of chill here until my dad calls in. I will be mostly playing cards with him and stuff on stream, but he's still kind of getting used to everything, so we'll see. I don't know. Maybe he's willing to go live. I think he's done Gather enough times, so we'll see. That would be a fun way for you guys to get a family pinochle lesson. So yeah, let me see what I want to do to get set up. So I'm going to not set up in the board games area for now. I'm going to set up over here in the kitchen. I kind of got the kitchen, I got a little bar area and the kitchen I set up. Oh yeah, the kitchen kind of fly. Also, we've been working on the Pinochle Lounge, man. Thanks to my man AR, man. We are reforming and transforming that Pinochle Lounge into a monster, man. All right, but yeah, let me go ahead and do this real quick. This is going to be great. I think I'm kind of scheduling my time on the fly here. I kind of want to spend a little bit more time live. And also, it's crazy because I do want to stream tomorrow, but y'all got to understand what's going on. Friendsgiving and Gather, baby. I got to keep it real with you. There's football games all day, and we want to chill. We want to game. We want to have fun. So, look, if you go into the Discord, under the general chat, I put the link. I'm also going to put it under the BUNDY Ranch. I put it in the chat. It's pinned up there. But y'all got to get with the Friendsgiving Gather. Also, if you're part of our normal Gather gang that's chilling at the ranch, don't come chill at the ranch today. Instead, come to the Gather link because that's where we're going to be. We're going to make it Friendsgiving from now through when I say so. All right, so look, y'all know I'm a revolutionary, a fucking revolutionary when it comes to being one of the fastest rising stars in so many categories of content creation. But one of them happens to be the totally underrated and underappreciated, yet really, I would say, high skill driven category of RM Brown and Chill. So let's RM Brown and Chill for a few while I get my groceries together, and we'll be back shortly.
Oh yeah! Hey guys, I hope you're ready for some violent crime.
Violent crime.
So guys, on this channel we have a few of our favorite perverts and weirdos that we like to make fun of. We like to look at them and we go like this.
Boom! Headshot!
Oh. And then we go like this.
Violent crime!
That's right. Today we'll be looking at one of the strangest young men that I've ever...
Iron Charioteer, the link that's pinned for calling the show, that's the Friendsgiving link. It's also in Gather. It's also in Discord. But yeah.
Encountered, either in real life nor in media. So let's take a look at what this putrid little turd, Chuck, what's his name? Chuck Kirk, is up to.
This is the Charlie Kirk Show.
Yeah.
Buckle up. Here
I'm shipping up to Boston. Yeah.
Elections have changed.
Okay.
Elections are no longer what we grew up knowing them to be. As we have said on this program for some time.
What?
It is now a contest. It is now a tournament of ballots. It's not about voters. It's about ballots. It's about finding pieces of paper and getting them in the right place within a certain time window.
Oh,
the design, you could call it the tournament of the ballots.
Okay.
Who can get the most amount of envelopes into the taxpayer-funded drop box.
Right, it's voting.
That's what we are living through. And
so Chucky Kirk keeps coming back to this over and over again through this episode. He was really pissed off and disappointed about the election results. And the conclusion that he's come to about what went wrong is that there's this terrible thing of people voting. He's like, apparently we live in some kind of a situation where the more ballots, it means that guy won.
What is that? That's disgusting. What is that?
Oh, I guess we just live in a world where more people bring ballots to the thing and they win. That's sick.
He says, I do all this because I win. The Democrats don't believe in quote-unquote democracy. They don't even know what that means.
Whoa.
What? They don't believe in the will of the people. They don't believe in the consent of the governed. They don't believe in what the average everyday citizen wants. So now they have taken the Saul Alinsky, Barack Hussein Obama Community Chicago organizing model and they've nationalized it. They've opened up the window using sophisticated voter technology.
They've opened up the
toilet.
Okay.
Using online ability to raise money. And they mash it all together, and basically they say, who cares if we run someone who can't talk, who won't debate, who's deeply unpopular? We just got to get pieces of paper inside of a box.
Yeah, voting.
What do we have? I want to tell you guys about ReliefFactor.com. 100% drug-free
we're going to Relief
Factor
Factor now. Relief Factor. It'll stop you from doing this. It'll make you do this. And a little bit of this. Oh! He never really elaborates on this more than what he's saying. It's just Barack Hussein Obama, they want to get as many ballots in there as possible. For them. Yeah, that's called voting. That's called election. Like, we shouldn't do that anymore. I think he's literally asking, why do we do that? Why can't we just put in the ones that I get paid to talk about should win? And then a guy who can't talk, he's not I guess he's talking about Fetterman. He's like, a guy who can't talk, he's not popular, except that he won the most votes? That's not fair. How's that fair? So that's sort of an interesting take. When your team loses the election, his takeaway is we shouldn't do elections.
When you have an entire system that is changing in front of your eyes and the Republican Party becomes the muscular class.
Whoa! Whoa!
The muscular class. The muscular class.
The muscular class.
And what do?
Beat a kid in Walmart.
Whoa! That can't be true. Okay.
Elections are no longer elections.
Whoa! What are they?
Elections are now a tournament of ballot collections.
Okay, so they're elections.
I don't like it. You shouldn't like it. But I'm not going to roll over and lose.
Okay.
But I'm not going to roll over and lose.
Wow.
Power and lose the country because the other side is better at collecting pieces of paper and throwing them into a ballot, into a box.
Voting, right.
I'm not going to put up with that, and you shouldn't either. That's the new tournament. That's the new contest.
Okay.
That is the...
We're not going to put up with this anymore. People winning elections by getting more votes. They're just putting more votes into these boxes. By the way, what is this face? What is this face you're making, Chuck? What is that? You look like, hey, my name's Chuck. What is that? What are you doing, man?
The game is a tournament. It is a contest.
Right.
Of chase the ballot and put it in the box. They call this game democracy, and it is the downfall of American elections. But if we keep on complaining about it, instead of fixing it, and instead of winning, then we're never going to be in political power again. Chris Buzzkirk from American Greatness joins us next.
Stealing elections. All right, well, Chuck doesn't want elections anymore. Just put the people in charge that he wants.
I'm not going to put up with that, and you shouldn't either. That's the new tournament.
Okay.
That's the new contest.
Right.
That is the new game.
Well, it's the
Joining us now is Terry Schilling. Does an amazing job. Terry, welcome back to the program.
Great. Okay. This guest that Chuck has on, I've never seen a worse internet connection in my life. Here we go.
Hey, thanks so much for having me, Charlie.
Okay.
So, Terry, there's a lot of news to go through here. And, Terry, you run the wonderful American.
Then they just cut away from him. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just look at Charlie the whole time.
Principles Project. You do a great job. Talk about some of the work you did this last cycle first.
Well, we were up and running in several of the battleground Senate states, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, even. And we were running campaign as educating.
Just keep it on Charlie.
The American people about.
Okay, now they cut back to it. Let's try again. Let's give them another try.
And that's what we do at American Principles Project is we fill that political gap for the family. And we
hey, your Sega CD is not working properly, man. Hey, your GameCube that you're casting from has a bad connection, man. Can you fix that, bro?
Sniffing. You're terrible.
There's only one thing we have to say about that connection.
You're terrible. That's on YouTube.
Okay, then we skip ahead a couple minutes. This guy's connection finally starts working, and Chuck Kirk gets into some other crap. Here we go. Yeah! Wanna be a debater, yeah! Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast.
Okay, I will, yeah.
Let's go to Cut 58. Tucker talks about, I don't even know how to pronounce this company's name. Balenciaga, I guess that's right. I don't know. Yeah,
Balenciaga.
Heard of him before.
Yeah,
play Cut 58.
It's all right.
Consider the muscular class. The clothing brand Balenciaga. This was just uploaded on Instagram.
Yeah.
As you can see, the photo shoot they're using to sell their products features a young girl holding a teddy bear in a bondage outfit.
Whoa.
Then, in case you missed the point, the photo shoot also contains this image. It shows several documents. Most of them aren't visible, but what you can see when you zoom in, and of course the point is that you see it, is a reference to a U.S. Supreme Court case called Ashcroft versus Free Speech Coalition. That case struck down a law against kiddie porn. What is this? Well, it is what it appears to be. It's an endorsement of kiddie porn, of child pornography.
Terry, what the heck is going on here?
Well, this is what progressives have always wanted. Charlie, you and I know from our involvement in the Claremont Institute, progressives want to tear down all barriers to human flourishing. They look at these laws that protect children from being sexualized as a barrier to that. They think that major problems come from not allowing children to be free sexually, right? And what's happening is...
I think he's got progressivism confused with libertarianism. Somebody should check him on that one.
That's in the Bible.
That's where you can look it up. All right?
No.
So I saw this story going around on Twitter, the Balenciaga crap. And if you want to look it up, there's people going back and forth and doing long debunks on it. And I tried to read some of it, but I started going like this. I started going like that. So if you want to read people going back and forth and debunking this whole story, feel free. But I would say, actually, if you want to, I don't know, sue Balenciaga or make Balenciaga not exist anymore, I'm kind of fine with that. Those are some wretched looking... Balenciaga is the exact kind of fashion I don't like. It's ugly. It's stupid. I hate it. I mean, look at this. $750 for Adidas t-shirt oversized. Okay, I don't know if they're doing pedo pervert crimes, but they're definitely doing fashion / pricing crimes.
And it's all part of a sexual liberation theology, and it's radical, and we need to wake up to it because not enough people know what's going on.
Yeah, and I mean, I hate to politicize this. Actually, I don't hate to politicize it, but it's just true. I mean, the American Democrat Party is on board with all of this.
Yes.
Why didn't we talk more about this in the midterms? I mean, this is now a key plank of the Democrat Party, which is the sexualization of children.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy. Why didn't they take a break? Why didn't the Republicans take a break from all the amazing policies they talk about? Healthcare, housing, free college. Why didn't they take one break from that? Why didn't they take a break from all that amazing crap that they definitely stand for? And talk about made-up social issues. Oh, that's crazy. They did this, but they didn't do this. Also, I cannot get past this. What did they do to Charlie Kirk's hair? For God's sake, What did they do to goddamn Charlie Kirk's cabeza? It literally looks like, and I'm sorry to make fun of the way people look. It's not right. And this is an example of what not to do. But it's like he found the absolute worst, like, they're still training, supercuts in a strip mall that he could find. He said, give me the Jesus and Mary chain cut. And they're like, I just learned to this. And that's what he ended up with.
GLAAD, which I think is the gay, lesbian, something, talks about, in terms of gender-affirming care, the AMA and Pediatric Association have conformed that surgeries are safe.
Conformed? All right.
They are saying it's safe to chemically castrate your children and medically mutilate your kids.
Okay, notice, and Tucker Carlson does this too. He just said your kids. This is a thing they do that creeps me out way more than any of those fashion ads. Check this out. Here we go.
I really wonder that in some of these battleground districts that didn't go our way, if we would have talked more about this issue. Play cut 57.
Yeah, definitely didn't talk about it enough.
In terms of trans kids and gender-affirming care, the American Medical Association, the Pediatric Association has confirmed that these are safe procedures.
Yeah.
This is finished business. It's politicians and junk science who's creating some kind of debate or argument about this.
All true.
You hear that it is safe to chop off your 9-year-old's parts.
There we go. It's your
safe to give your child Lupron. It is safe to chemically castrate your children.
You dumb, probably, sorry, not your fault. You dumb viewer / elderly viewer, your kids. So that's Charlie Kirk's very beautiful contribution to the world, to the economy in the world, and our culture. His Charlie Kirk's contribution to the world, his life, how he spent his life, he is saying the stupidest, craziest things to the, sorry, not their fault, but the stupidest, craziest people. So, good job, Charlie. How could that possibly go wrong? Okay, this is maybe one of the more amazing things that Charlie Kirk has done this week. Charlie Kirk is a lazy bastard, too. And so what he does is he'll just post crap on his YouTube channel that has nothing. It's not something he produced, dead-eyed looking into a camera. It's just some random crap that he'll post, and he'll put his own little headline on it. And if you don't remember this guy, I think we looked at this in the Patreon. This guy, he's an open micer. He's an open micer, but for like board meetings. And he went from where we love and remember him from is the San Diego board meeting where he was yelling at them that they're Nazis because of the vaccine or something. In this one, he went all the way to Arizona to yell about how the election is being stolen. So I guess he's like a MAGA hacky sack man.
And then you look into your own soul and you look back at yourself in the mirror and realize that you are the cancer that is tearing this nation apart. Good day.
He's the best. So this guy went viral on that San Diego video, and clearly he was like, ooh, this seems like somebody might have a career on their hands. But Charlie Kirk did an amazing thing, and he put in the headline of this video, Angry Arizonan obliterates the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. Look at this guy, owns them. Normal guy who nobody would make fun of.
Good day!
It destroys them. If you haven't watched this video yet, it's great. This guy is like, this is his thing. This is this guy's thing. This is this guy's purpose. He's like, I found my calling, and it's going to random ass board meetings with things that I've clearly rehearsed for days. So this guy doesn't really seem like the type of guy who has a plan exactly, but roughly, I would imagine the best outcome he could get for what he's trying to do, trying to get a social media career, trying to get clicks and noticed. I think probably in the back of his mind, the best that could happen is Alex Jones calls him up and he says, get on the show.
Don't touch me again, man. I'm asking you not to touch me.
Well, sure, I was just mad at you nicely.
I know, but I don't want to be. I don't know.
You're going to get your own supplement, Dread Force or whatever. But I think a way better thing, and I would actually watch this, if this guy did like an Andy Rooney kind of crap.
A lot of people aren't drinking the water that comes out of their faucet these days.
What?
Bottled water has become a $9 billion business.
Wow. He would literally do segments like, why are people putting up decorations before Thanksgiving? By the way, for that last thing I was just saying, I looked up some 60 Minutes crap, Andy Rooney crap, and look at this one.
And Staples, I think.
Okay.
A letter opener. Don't use it.
Okay. All right. So he's talking about just crap on his desk, I guess. People would watch this back before the internet, I guess. This is what people watched before YouTube, okay? So let's appreciate it. Let's appreciate YouTube. But if I were him, I would do a whole section, not to be ageist, but look at that hand. That is the hand of a goblin. Guys, come on. That's...
Why does my hand look like this? I'm too old to be alive.
Okay, guys, enough. Why are people drinking bottled water? Why do I have a junk drawer? Why is there so much tape in here? So that's generally our boy Chuck. Just to sum this bad boy up, he wants to end elections, and then the reason they didn't win is because they didn't lean hard enough into the stupid, racist, bigoted culture war crap. Do more of that, Charlie. It's clearly working. You idiot, you fool.
Guys, thank you so much for watching this. I didn't think I was going to be able to put out a video today because I'm sick and dying.
This specific one of Dayquil tastes like if you see those bottles ever laying around, they clearly have some yellowish PP type liquid in them all around if you live in a city. I think they just put that in here because that's what it tastes like. But we still did it, guys, because we push through and we do what we want. Hope you guys are having fun and having a good time. Love ya. Bye-bye.
Hey, guys.
Guess what? You're not even getting the whole show. If you want every episode and a whole bunch of other
subscribe on Patreon.
Subscribe on Patreon for as little as 2 bones. Just click the stupid little link below the video in the comments.
See, right there.
There you go. Click it and that, yep. When you become a patron for as little as 2 bones, you get the Tuesday, Thursday, patron-only episodes. You also get the weekly Book Oblega show where we talk about important books. The questions and comments thing where you can ask questions and make comments and all this crap.
And the weekly behind-the-scenes show. All for less than the price of a rancid Charleston chew.
And for only 25 putrid little dollars,
you can become a producer.
That's right, support the show and get your name up here. Look at these people. Look at these people that make the show possible, okay? God. I mean, without these beautiful people, this show goes straight into the dumpster. A rotten, just wet, disgusting dumpster, behind a restaurant. So there's old milk in there. That's where this show ends up without these people.
That's where it goes.
Is that what?
Is that where you want the Aaron Brown and Jill industry to go? All right, and I'm almost done. I've almost finished this task, and then what we're gonna do is I'll come right back, and we're gonna chill until I play cards with my dad.
Genetic.
And I might do that in Gather today.
Genetically selecting
Maybe
humans.
We'll call in
what the hell is that? Eugenics, yeah. They blame Darwin for that, and they blame the war. And like, this is somebody who was a racist. Wow. Who lived a long time ago, but she was also, I think, a feminist, supposedly. I don't know. And then crooked Hillary in the woke left wing. It's like
that's just far right tabloid stuff right there. Like, do you remember the Inquirer on the magazine racks in the grocery stores years and years ago? The Inquirer, and it was always
is it gone? You mean I hope it.
I don't know. Is it still a thing? I have no idea if that's still a thing. But they always have like Bigfoot sightings and aliens taking over people and over the top shit. That's what the far right media has become. It's become that level of crazy. The QAnon stuff or whatever. So you're using phrases, figures of speech, and phrases and coined things that come from that garbage can.
That's just all like, oh, I know exactly where that's coming from, right? And it's, it's an unfortunate, I want to call it almost a social disease that is spreading through our society, and I don't really know what the cure is going to be. I think that we allowed maybe too much freedom of speech. I don't think we should tell people they're not allowed to lie and make shit up. I'm just saying that if they're going to do that from a major, network, that they should have to have a disclaimer letting people know up front. The following shit's just us making, the following program is us making up shit for sensationalism. Don't take any of this seriously. It's for entertainment purposes only. We're just making shit up. As long as they have to say right up front they're making shit up, they should be allowed to say whatever they want to, right? But when they call it news and trick people into thinking that shit's real, then that's a problem, especially when it influences elections, right? Because
that's what YouTube is.
Yeah, democracy can't happen if people have been misinformed about what they're voting on. If they've been lied to about what the issues are and what's really happening, then their vote isn't actual consent. This is another thing that they missed the boat on consent about. It's not informed, then it's not true consent. If you lie to people about what they're voting on, it's not true democracy. So
that's why I have a YouTube channel. I really don't want to have a YouTube channel, but I have a YouTube channel to counter this bullshit. Because that's part of free speech too, that people are going to counter you. Yeah. And I think it'll all work out in the end, but maybe, unless these right wingers get control of our country, and then I don't think it's going to work out. I think it's going to be fucked. I don't know.
Well, I mean, growing pains, lessons learned. Trump is a bull in a china shop, and he's exposing critical flaws that are in the system that needed to be replaced long ago.
Yeah, and but he also made he made racism a prime time okay again, because you got all these racist assholes coming out. And he also made, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene saying, that basically, this is a Christian country and the church should be telling the government what to do, not the other way around. He made all that shit okay, and that's kind of a problem. But then the nice thing is that now I know who the racists are. I mean, they're coming out of the woodwork, or they're out of the closet, right?
Right.
And so it's kind of a good thing. Before it was the devil we didn't know, and now the devils are out there shouting, and they got, so.
Right. So that's how I look at it too. We cannot fix problems that we don't recognize are problems, right?
Right.
Problems in government, problems in society, problems in the educational system, problems on media. They're ramping it up and making it really obvious. And now we're like, oh, shit, yeah, we should have been taking that problem more seriously all along. Now let's talk about how to fix it, right? So it was just a matter of time before somebody came. I mean, let's be honest. Trump was taking a playbook hint from Hitler. He really was. Like, I'm not saying that as hyperbole. He was trying to reproduce Hitler's success.
Yeah.
With the same kind of rhetoric and the same kind of pact that he was trying to make with Christian religious fundamentalists, and the same kind of thing. And
do you think he has Mein Kampf under his pillow?
Probably. Well, I mean, he has maybe a cartoon. He can't. I don't think he can read. I think somebody has to read it to him. So,
he's too narcissistic to read what somebody else would say.
I think he's got a learning disability. I'll bet he can't. I bet he can't read.
Oh. Carol the Atheist says, I don't want to have a YouTube channel, but I do, and I will start live streaming starting in January. So you have to watch for
Awesome.
That. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I check once in a while. Would love to see you streaming stuff, Carol. Would absolutely love it. I'll be there every time.
Yep.
There are some people in this community that I just absolutely love it when they stream stuff. And for different reasons, right? Like, Nitty can never miss an episode of Nitty. Nitty has such a wonderful personality. Everybody loves Nitty, and for every good reason, right? Like, I can't even imagine anyone hating Nitty. And so I follow his stuff a lot. He's just like this really cool person. And then Leo is just brilliant. And so if Leo is talking on a topic that I can psychologically or mentally keep up with, then and I love watching Leo. But if they're talking about something over my head, then I'll tune out. But I'm the same way in your channel. You guys start talking about all that evolution. nitty gritty stuff, like really, really deep science, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to. This stuff isn't that hard if it's explained properly, right? And I would like to do a better job of starting it, but you got to start at the fucking beginning, and you almost got to like, okay, we're gonna have a university, basically an education series of videos that allow you to glimpse the nitty gritty of evolution and why the creationists are so fucking wrong. I would love to put that out there, but it hurts me when I hear somebody say that we talked about shit that didn't follow. I don't care for that. I'd rather not do that.
Right.
And
so that would be go ahead.
No, nothing. I was just in misery over that kind of thing. It puts me in misery. Yeah. So anyway,
I understand. I was going to say that'd be a great name for like a news show hosted once a week by Nitty, the Nitty Gritty. Like I think that'd be.
Oh yeah, the Nitty Gritty. That would be great.
Yeah, it would.
Nitty Gritty.
Yes. So we've got Carol the Atheist going to start streaming soon. Ricky Johnson as well, and who else we got in the channel? The Trusty 8 podcast already does. Like I haven't been following them, but I'm going to. Like,
God, there's so much I should follow, and I end up watching fucking creationists.
Right? Gosh.
Yeah, we all take our piece of the pie.
Well, I mean, there's so many wonderful romantic experiences that are potential that I could have been having all those years, and instead I kept dating psychopaths. Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's the same kind of thing. We give our attention to all the wrong people and then ask ourselves, why did we do that? Why did we throw away all that time like that?
Yeah, overnight. That is the true meaning of karma, the Buddhist concept of karma.
Oh, really?
Basically doing the same pattern over and over again until you break out of the cycle. And the most common thing that everybody can relate to is dating the same kind of psychopath over and over again.
Right.
Basically marrying the same woman over and over again and expecting a different result, when it's actually something in you, that either meshes with that kind of person or you end up creating that kind of monster in your mate. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the Buddhist idea, so the karmic cycle has nothing to do with becoming a fucking worm or whatever after you die. It has to do with what happens in your lifetime now.
Wow.
And breaking out of karmic cycles is really important.
That's been transformative for me. Now, for me, I had to realize why I was doing it. I had to go back to the beginning and do research about my mom's life and about her mom and dad's life, and to put it all together to say, okay, here's the series of events, the unfortunate series of events that led to me making these mistakes, and it's difficult. Because a lot of times when I explain to people that I figured out what stupid reason I had for doing a stupid thing, some people will think that what they're hearing from me is an excuse. Oh, I found the thing I can blame it on. But they're missing the point. My point is, I was doing a stupid thing. I'm admitting it. And you can take it to the bank that I'm not going to do this anymore. Not because I'm saying I won't, but because I figured out why I was doing it. That's huge.
Out of the karmic cycle.
Yes.
Yeah. Really
so that's the thing now. So I recognized, and I've talked about it on my streams before, and I suppose people are probably, I don't know who heard it or not. I'll give you the quick short version. My mom was a clinical narcissist, and she eventually got diagnosed as such. I'm not just throwing around labels. But she had this emptiness inside her. Regardless of the label, she had this emptiness inside of her. And so she sculpted my psychology when I was a child to be an endless source of give because of her endless need for take. Right. And she romanticized the notion for me in order to get me on board with it. And so she plugged certain coined terminologies like long suffering and patience and unconditional love, right?
Yeah.
And it sounded so noble at the time. And so basically it was because narcissists have what's called the transactional value system. And so it's like a moral barter system, a social barter system. And so basically she put it this way. She's like, if you do something nice for somebody and they do something comparably nice back, you've effectively been repaid for your kindness. So it's a barter, it's a transaction. She said, but if you do something really nice for somebody who doesn't have it within them to fully appreciate that and then repay your kindness, and then it becomes a one-sided thing, then you haven't been paid back. And that makes it noble. Because you've been you've emulated Jesus here on earth by being self-sacrificing for others who either don't get you or who don't care or who are just shitty, right? So she sold me on this idea. She sold me on this idea, and the whole time she was so troubled, such a troubled person, that I made it my responsibility. Right, I was always trying to figure out how to make her smile and how to make her feel more at peace and how to help her feel less overwhelmed or neglected or forgotten in the world. And I was pretty good at it. It became a skill set, but this emptiness was always present with her, right? It's like, it was just always there. You can never really fill that void. And so when I ended up dating years later, it's not like I picked out abusive women. It's just that abusive women would notice me, and then they would sell me on the idea of being with them. Now, once I found out how broken and in need they were, because a lot of people say that when you put out positivity in the world, you draw positive people towards you, healthy people to you. Nope, that's not the way it works. People are more often drawn to what they don't have, what they need. And if they don't have that positivity, that spirituality, that beauty within them, and they feel empty without it, they are drawn to people who provide it, right? So endless wellsprings of love and giving to try to fill that endless pit within themselves. And so that's the people I was drawing to myself without realizing it. And then when I'd realize how broken they were, I would say, oh, well, this gives me an opportunity to be noble. Right, because look at how much I can do for this wounded person. And so the more I'd give and didn't get back, the more noble I was, felt good about myself, and sometimes it seemed to be helping them. And then the whole time I kept telling myself, if I can figure out how to help these women, the woman I was with at the time, whoever it was, I can go back and help my mom. I can help heal her, make her whole, and then I can have a healthy relationship with my mom. So then I'll end up with 2 healthy relationships. One from this woman who, just like Disney always told me when I was growing up, if I rescue her, she'll be in love and indebted to me, and we live happily ever after. You got to rescue the damsel in distress, and then I can go back and help my mom. Right? I always hold on to this idea, and it was incredibly self-destructive, incredibly. And
that incredibly resonates.
Yeah.
Fixing, like. I would always, like, for me, while I was brought up to be a fixer, my mom used to ask me for marriage advice when I was like 10 years old.
Sure.
And I was like the family psychologist and fixer. And then I would, find a woman who was very, very emotionally empty. And then I would like, oh, I can fill that hole. I can fix this. I can fix her life. But then what I would do is I would end up never really seeing them and what they really needed. Rather, I would see my idea of what I thought they needed, and I would end up being a narcissist myself and just running off trying to get rich or trying to fucking make a lot of money so that I could repair everything, and everything got crazy out of balance. And then eventually the relationship would self-destruct. And so it was a combination of my defects and theirs that just formed this perfect fucking storm that just kept brewing and getting bigger and bigger, like a hurricane running into the Gulf. It just got hotter and hotter. I blew it. And I think maybe if I'd broken out of my karmic cycle, they may have actually been helped or been better, or I may have had a lasting relationship. I had to come to realize my fault in a lot of that. And my fault was that I didn't really ask them or look at them or see what they needed. Rather, I would assume I knew what they needed, and I'd go ahead and try to do it. Mm-hmm. And and anyway, and funny story. My mom, I was like 24 years old, and I had done this unbelievable. I tried to commit suicide in the most grandiose, crazy way. Which is a whole nother story involving propane tanks and cars and cigarettes. And
Bobby, what I tell you about that propane?
Anyway, and I ended up strapped in a bed in a psych ward, and my mom came up to see me, and she bitched at me for a half an hour for getting drunk again, and going and doing all this shit to myself. And then after a half an hour of bitching at me about while I'm strapped in a bed, like literally restrained in a psych ward, right, with straps on my hands. Mm-hmm. She said, "And Mikey, what am I going to do about your dad?" And I looked at her with this incredulous look, like, "Mom, I'm strapped in a fucking psych ward, and you're asking me for advice." It's like, what? And at that moment, I realized, I kind of realized something about our relationship and where it had gone wrong.
Oh my gosh!
Right? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine the look on my face when she asked me for advice? Well, incredible. Anyway,
yeah.
That was actually a momentous event. It actually led to me moving down to the cities. And no longer being homeless and unemployed, and ending up building a career in computers. But that one night did that. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Sometimes that one night can be pivotal.
Yeah, it was pivotal. I pivoted in a spectacular way.
Yeah.
I crashed through somebody's yard and almost killed him. He was raking leaves and crashed into a pile of rocks with propane going off in my car. And oh my God.
Wow.
I had a great imagination. I wasn't just going to blow my head off.
Right. Yeah, you watch enough TV, you're pretty sure how physics works, and then you go try to make it happen, and then it doesn't quite work the way you think it's going to. Yeah.
Yep.
So, Peter made a point about how a lot of times children of narcissists end up as narcissists themselves, and that does happen quite often.
Yeah.
Narcissism is tricky because it's a spectrum. We all have elements and moments where we reason in such ways, right? Because narcissism isn't its own set of personality quirks. It takes normal human shit and just runs it all to extreme, right?
Yeah.
And we all have these moments in our life where we think in those ways, unfair, like we're unfairly selfish and entitled and overly reactive in defense of our ego, and we all have these little moments in our life that we're hopefully not proud of. But the narcissist, the true clinical narcissist, doesn't keep their own score for that shit. Like, if you were to ask them throughout your life if you ever done any seriously shitty shit and been unfair in those ways to somebody else, they'll say no, not. Yeah, they can't think of any. Whereas I can. And this is a thing. Like, a lot of times we escape narcissism, narcissistic parents, narcissistic partners, and we start asking ourselves, are we a narcissist? It's a common thing people ask themselves. And fortunately, I did so much research into narcissism that I'm well equipped to differentiate between somebody with a normal human range of narcissistic quirks versus a true clinical narcissist. And so I could go on for hours about my failings and the shitty shit that I've done that wasn't fair to other people and how I've wrestled with that and felt bad about it. And a clinical narcissist doesn't have that. They don't have the introspection. They don't run through the list, right?
Yeah, my narcissism manifests itself as basically thinking that I can fix them. I know what they should do. I need to give them advice. That's controlling crap. So anyway.
Sure, and with the best of intentions, right? We can do that. And I used to be stuck in that white knight frame of mind. I'm not anymore. I don't feel an impulse to rescue people from themselves anymore, especially not at my expense. I regret ever having done that or tried that with anybody. It just doesn't work. And
yeah, I've been trying to just like let it go. You know, like my brother is really in a bad place right now, and when I left Texas, I just said, you know, I got to let this go. I mean, it's going to be bad. He's going to have a lot of rough times ahead of him, but I can't fix this. I don't fucking know how. You know, I ain't big enough to fix it. So, but yeah, I guess I hope I'm getting better. But Jesus Christ, I'm still right there. It's like, oh, I know what you should do. Fuck you, Mike. Anyway. Oh, well.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Hey, I got to go. I have a turkey boiling down for, which I have a turkey boiling, which I'm going to stuff into 2 more turkeys. So I make stuffing with 1 turkey. And anyway, if I don't get up there and turn the pot off, it's going to burn again because I already burned 1 10-pound turkey last night.
All right, man. Well, go take care of your turkeys.
Yeah, okay. Wonderful conversation. I think
I agree. I agree, Mike.
Yeah, I think it was cathartic. So
I hope so.
Oh, okay, I'm going to let you get back to your stuff. But anyway, you might want to look at just a little bit of that cell video right now, and I got a feeling you're gonna want to comment on this guy. So
I don't want to go. I'll take a peek at it after this, but I don't want to go through it without you. So I'll wait till you're available for that.
Oh, you do so well at that. Commenting on videos that, you know, it would be a shame to have me interrupt you. But okay, we'll consider it. Okay.
All right.
Anyway, bye everybody. Yeah.
Bye. Yeah, I like that Mike guy. He's awesome. So Scott says, I've wondered if I'm a narcissist on and off in my life, but that happens when you're slightly neurotic. Sure, we overthink everything, right? Question ourselves maybe too much at times. Carol the Atheist says, if you like to or feel a need to talk about yourself, please sub to my channel. I'm talking about very personal, not your social security number, info, your personal issues, right? Yeah, I would very much love to, Carol. Just let me know. And I'm already subscribed, but yeah, anybody else that isn't, please do. Carol the Atheist, if you want to drop a link in the channel, that'd be great in case anybody's not already subbed. And I'm always ready to talk about myself. It's my favorite topic. So, you know, and I'll talk about my feelings. Absolutely. I'll own my shit. The shit that I'm aware of anyways, right? That's one of the frustrating things with my exes. I'm like, look, like if you got a problem with me, and I said this while we were together, then you need to be specific. Tell me what it is I need to be working on, because I can't read minds, you know. Let me know. Even after the breakups, I'm like, you know, feel free, whether it's tomorrow or 10 years from now, and you're just 3 o'clock in the morning, and you're like, damn that James, I still remember that time he did this one shitty thing. And then just like blow up my inbox with it. Like, let me know. You know, I'll seriously consider it. Doesn't mean I'll deny my reality, but it means that I'll seriously consider where you're coming from, you know. And but they just weren't the kind of people that could have those kinds of conversations. Right. They just weren't. And what are you gonna do? So I had to sort out my own shit and figure out my own feelings as best I can. It's easier when people are giving you feedback. Calling you out on your bullshit. And that's one of the things, like, if I ever do get in a serious relationship again, it's gonna have to be with somebody that will call me out on my bullshit when it happens, and who's good enough at communication to let me know really what the problem is, right? I guess it's not hard to find somebody that'll call you out, though I've not had good luck with that, but it's hard to find somebody who's good at putting it into words, right? Who's good at articulating exactly what's going on. Even harder to find somebody that's fair about it. But, you know, these are skill sets. Good evening, Jasper. Jasper E. Great to see you. Right, the spectrum resembles narcissism, but not the same. Exactly, the trusty ape. I've messaged my exes from high school trying to figure out what went wrong. How did that go? Like, I wasn't dating in high school. I wasn't allowed to. But there were some girls that were interested in me for sure. And I wish I hadn't been in that JW household. I wish I could have been allowed to date, because it would have been good for me. Carol says, I agree at the trusty ape. Not the same, right? So, do I have troubling quirks at times? Yes, I do. I have PTSD and I don't get enough sleep. And I don't know. Like, I'm a guy. So, sure, I'm going to have some shit, right? But, you know, it is what it is. Trusty says, blocked. That's how it went, huh? Blocked. That's fun. Well, there's your answer, buddy. Carol says, I'm older now and figured out what went wrong at the Trustee podcast. Yeah, I feel like I figured out what went wrong in my past quote-unquote relationships, too. I obsessed about figuring it out, right? And I watched a video the other day where one of these highly qualified therapists, psychiatrists, people were talking about at some point, you just have to stop doing research. At some point, you have to stop doing all this introspection and questioning yourself and poring over what went wrong and blaming yourself or blaming them or trying to make sense of it. And at some point, you just have to stop because the research itself can become an addiction. The soul searching itself can become an addiction. You're stuck in this circle, and maybe you make progress once a year, twice a year. You have an epiphany of some sort. Good for you. But man, it's not worth the cost. At some point, there's diminishing returns, and you just have to like say, "I'm done with it," and move on. Right? Don't give any more of your life to it, because now you've got more to regret if you do. You spend more of your time and energy on that. Right? Now you've given away more to this hopeless cause than you already did when you were with them. Right? There's no future in that. Just let it go. So, and the best, you know, there's lots of good ways to let it go, but you have to decide to first. Really, you just have to. So, yeah, I don't remember how old you are, Carol the Atheist. So, I know that now that I'm in my 50s, I've realized just how short life is, how fleeting it is, and how many... I just feel like that window of opportunity is closing, right? Like, if I'm going to get anything, like, really meaningful done, if I'm going to find true love, if I'm going to build a legacy, if I'm going to, like... do something that requires a certain amount of physical strength and energy or whatever, like, not that I have a whole lot of energy these days, but like the window's closing. I don't know how old I have to be before I'm officially old, but man. Oh, okay, Carol. Well, I appreciate you. So you're Mike's age. So, like 20 years ahead of me. But I've just realized lately there's so much, there's more time behind me than there is ahead of me. Now, I do follow some channels that talk about aging, about how scientists are close to being able to reverse aging, which is better than curing aging, reversing aging. They're so close, and if I had the resources to spend on it, I would definitely invest in those projects. So I keep thinking that maybe if I start eating right and exercising right. That not only can I buy some time, but I might buy enough time that I'm around when they figure out how to reverse the aging, and then I can get a new lease on life. I think that's probably unrealistic, but I keep holding to the idea. Yeah, we're still going. I won't stop until like a bunch of people just leave because they're tired of me rambling about stuff they don't care about, and then I'll close it out probably. So. Jim Larson is 27. Man, I wish I was 27 again. That's young, man. I didn't even realize how young 27 was when I was 27, but holy shit, that's young. So, all the mistakes I made. So the question is, how does somebody know that they're a narcissist? Like a clinical narcissist. And one of the things is the true clinical narcissists don't ask themselves that question. They don't care. Right? They're so incapable of doing that kind of introspection. It's outside of their personality profile to wrestle with such things. Right? It's always somebody else's fault. The way their life has gone, the relationships that have become estranged, the people they've lost, the accomplishments they weren't able to attain, always somebody else's fault. Right? Every fallout, every failing. So it's one of the things I'll ask people about. Wow. Peter says, I think that everything that happened in my life went exactly as it was supposed to. Well, I feel the same way, Peter, but I believe in, because I'm a determinist, right? Like naturalist and determinist. So it's all physics. And I subscribe to the B theory of time. So everything that ever happens in this world happened all at once simultaneously. And then we experience it linearly. But this day has existed for eternity and will always exist. And so everything that happens can only happen the way that it happens. It's all physics, cause and effect. One thing leads to the next, leads to the next. So if we went back in time, if we could go back in time, we'd see exactly what happened. If we go back and if we go forward in time, back to where we left off at, then we see the exact same world we left, because it can only happen one way. Now, if we go back in time and interact with things, we could change things, right? But if we can't interact, then things don't change; they stay the same. All right, so yeah, I'm 51. I don't like to think about it, but I am 51 now. So, yep. Peter W. says, I would regret my sins, but they have been forgiven. And that's the thing, like, I would regret my sins, but I don't believe in a concept. Like, what even is that? Like, my sins. Now, I've had transgressions against people. I've had things that I've done in my life that I regret, and that I used to carry around with me in a heavier way than I do now. And so sometimes I wasn't fair to people. Sometimes I wasn't honest. Sometimes I was selfish. Sometimes I was rude. Sometimes, whether I meant to or not, I sabotaged somebody else's journey. Right? And hold on, my computer monitor's messing up. Let me turn it. There's not. Hey, come on now. There we go. So, you know, if repent means feel bad for the shit that you've done, then yeah, I mean, that's a normal part of the human experience for most of us, right? Like, I feel bad for the shit that I did. If repent means go back to those people and apologize and offer to make it right, yeah, I did that too. All right. So, but that has nothing to do with religion. You know, whether or not you feel bad for a bad thing you've done, and whether or not you go back to them to apologize and try to make it right, whether or not you resign to become a better person than you were yesterday, whether or not you're about growth in those ways and you care about other people, nothing to do with religion. Because if you lack the capacity to give a shit about other people and you join a religion, well, you still don't care about other people. You're just now in your religion. And if you already cared about people, then you still will when you join the religion. It's just the same. So, I don't know. Like, sin and repentance in a religious concept doesn't make any sense to me at all. It just doesn't. And we talked a bit about this in the prior stream, but we had sound problems and I restarted the stream. So you have to go back and see that stream. But there's nothing about the Christian concept of repentance and grace and sin and all that stuff that makes any sense to me. And it's not that I don't understand it, right? Because I've studied all the different denominations that are available, like JWs, Catholics, Baptists, Pentecostals, Mormons, you name it, non-denominationals, independents, everything they have to say about grace and sin and forgiveness and repentance and atonements and all that other stuff. And none of it stands to reason. It just doesn't. Not even ethically does it really even stand. Jim says, I regret things I done when I was 18. I was young and dumb. Well, that's good, though, right? Because regret means that you've got this system of checks and balances in your brain. These mechanisms in your mind that have developed that hold you accountable and that propel you to growth. If somebody doesn't feel bad about the shit that they did when they were 18 or however old, then they're never going to change. They're never going to grow, right? And they're going to be stuck making those same kinds of mistakes again and again, sabotaging their own place in the world, sabotaging relationships, sabotaging their own life, and never owning it, right? Because it's always somebody else's fault and they don't care about who they hurt. And I watched a video about this the other day too, and I kind of, maybe tomorrow I'll do a stream about that and play some of the clips from those videos that I watched, because they were absolutely brilliant. that talked about that. It's just, I don't want to get too much in a tangent here. But yeah, it just, the whole thing, because I had somebody blowing up my inbox right this morning. There's this preachy guy from Africa that sends me voice messages, and you can kind of hear the contempt in his voice. It like drips from his tongue while he's talking, and he's defensive about Christianity, and he's letting me know about repentance and so the free gift and all that other stuff. And I'm like, well, yeah, I don't know. And I responded to every point, but he doesn't. Fundamentalists don't listen. Progressives never say that shit in the first place, so they don't need to listen, right? And the fundamentalists say that shit, but then they don't listen when you respond to it. The Trusty Ape did something like that last night. Carol the Atheist says, I don't regret the first wedding because I have my son. Jeebus, Carol. Jeebus. It was my wife's fourth husband, and she finished with 5. Wow. Well, it's a lot. A lot of husbands to go through to get that many kids, too. So, I mean, it just is what it is, right? So, there's a lot of Christians that will say that the Adam and Eve story is literally true. But that's not what the science says. And then there's a lot of other Christians that say it's not literally true, but it's metaphorically true. But then that doesn't make any sense, because why would you need a literal death to atone for a metaphorical event? Doesn't make any sense. And then there's the issue of a God that created us imperfect and then is mad at us for being imperfect. He's like struggling to forgive us for being imperfect. And so he creates this really convoluted system of how hoops we can jump through so that now he can forgive us for being the way he made us. It's like, come on. If this was some super being's fuck up, if my ignorance and my selfishness and my sometimes feeling spiteful or being shitty to other people, grumpy, or you name it, like if my shitty shit is because I'm an imperfect person and a God made me imperfect, then he's at least partly responsible for all the shit I've ever done. Trusty Ape says, I was comparing myself to Revelation News TV. Yeah, I never watched that. I guess I could. Jim Larson says, I treat people good in reality because it makes me feel good inside. Well, that's awesome, Jim. Yeah, my ex didn't have that particular mechanism in place, which is not a moral judgment. You know, when I talk about the failings of exes or my mom, not a moral judgment. Nobody wakes up one day as a good person and decides to stop being a good person. It doesn't work that way, right? Personality disorders or lack of compassion, lack of accountability are brain issues. They're physiological issues. They're not moral issues. Nobody chooses to be shitty in those ways. It's just like a wolf in the wild, right? You don't get mad at a wolf at a personal level because it tried to take a bite out of you, or even if it did take a good chunk out of you, right? Because as horrible as that may be, the wolf doesn't have the level of awareness that morally obligates it to you, right? It's the same way with sociopaths, psychopaths, and clinical narcissists. They just are the creature they are, and they didn't choose it. Melody Joyce says, I grew up at my first wedding. Ooh, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that too, Peter. Good example, do I regret marrying my wife that ended up in a lot of abuse? No, because if I hadn't, I wouldn't have my kids. I think all things kind of work that way. Sure, good things come out of bad things, but even better things come out of great things, right? So I don't know. But sure, I mean, once you get attached to a specific person that wouldn't have happened any other way, then it does make it easier to kind of accept the shit that happened for you to get the good thing out of it. That makes perfect sense to me. Trusty Ape says they are online grifters, him and his wife. Oh, that channel you were talking about. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, capturing Christianity is grifters. That's why we call it capturing griftianity. And they recently had a video where they're begging for money. letting people know that if we want to help them continue to get the soul-saving message out to the world, then they need donors, right? Because they're not even breaking even financially, and they're trying to do the Lord's work. And I'm like, come on. Like, he can't even see the irony of that and the logical and ethical contradictions in what he's saying. Griftianity. Carol Basie says, the second wedding to first husband really fucked me up. Oof. I want to hear your story, Carol. Macy Wood. Do we choose anything? We sort of do and we sort of don't, Macy Wood. As I see it literally, not literally, but as I see it, like in terms of the mechanism or a parallel, I am a leaf in the wind, right? And I made peace with it. Like, I made peace with the fact that we don't have free will. If I want to do a thing, that desire is born from physiological causes that I could not have chosen. And then if I am capable of doing that thing, the physics has enabled it. If I'm not capable, that means physics hasn't enabled it. We feel a sense of agency, right? And we take a sense of ownership over our choices, and we embrace an identity of moral agent, despite even if we know free will is not real. It is what somebody might call a metaphorical truth, right? Because we're better off living as if it were true. We're better off living as somebody who accepts moral responsibility for ourselves, even though free will isn't real. Because once we come to peace with that, right, our life just works out better. And if we don't come to peace with that, or if we don't accept it or whatever, then it's just because physics didn't make us accept it, right? So, I mean, I'm at peace with the fact that it's all illusion. That our relationships are heavily a factor of illusion. That our sense of agency and free choice is largely a factor of illusion. Hold on a second. Why does my monitor keep cutting out? I've made peace with it. This is why I'm not too upset when people make moral choices that I don't approve of. Like, I get upset, right? Like, because I don't like seeing suffering in the world. But I don't take it as personal as I used to. Once I realized free will is not a thing, I stopped taking shit personal. Please come tell it, MJ, on my channel in January. Or James before that. Yeah, anytime, Carol. Let me know when it works good for you. Shout at me. I don't know if you're on Facebook or not, but I'm also on Discord. Or if you ever stop into my streams, I can just tell me, hey, I'm getting ready to go live. I'll jump over there. Or if you know when, you will be. Jim Larson says, my best friend was a psychopath, and I did not realize it before he said it to my face. He even showed me dead people in his mobile, and he smiled. Oof, like people he killed, Jim Larson? Or just collecting pictures of dead people. Macy Wood says, I've been chatting with my JW aunt, and she keeps going on and on about free will. I've not had the heart to challenge her yet. Here's the thing, though. I don't know that I would on the free will issue. You can. But there's even a lot of atheists that don't yet realize free will is logically impossible. It just hasn't processed for them. They're smart. They could grasp it. They just aren't at peace with the idea of it. They refuse to. Right? They just won't acclimate to it. They won't seriously consider it. And it'd be that much harder for a JW, right, about free will. I think that if you're going to... and it's up to you, but I think if I were... because I came from that background, right, the JW background. And it's probably the hardest thing. I wouldn't go for free will. I wouldn't go for evolution. Because these are such long, complicated discussions that require an awful lot of logical consideration, right? It's a very long discussion with lots of details and nuance. And if it's a completely different way of thinking for them and it requires that much study and contemplation, and they already are sure coming out at the gate that you're wrong, you're not going to get anywhere with it. You just won't. You can tell her, maybe link her a Sam Harris lecture about free will or a Big Think video from Robert Sapolsky or something. You can do that. Probably won't watch it, but you can. Peter says, or we could be an immaterial mind where we really do choose things. So here's the thing about material versus immaterial. What does material mean? Now, I know what material means when I say it, right? Yeah, I think you're probably right. It's Alpha-Udon. Material would apply to anything that exists in a literal way, right? So energy in any form, whether you see it or not, whether you can feel it or not, even whether it interacts with other forms of energy or not, if it exists and it's doing a thing and it's made out of something, some kind of energy, right? Some kind of energetic happening, then it's material, right? So if there's a God that literally, if there is a super entity that literally exists, has sentience and self-awareness and takes physical actions and has a series of, or sequence of thoughts in its own mind, then it's a physical entity automatically, right? So if there's what you might want to call a God, it's physical. It can't be anything else. And so it doesn't really matter what something's made out of, right? Like if you think about the old, like the Rube Goldberg, am I saying that right? Contraptions, or like the mousetrap game, right? It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter how the pieces connect. It doesn't matter how many pieces are floppy or hard. It doesn't matter how many pieces are big or small. It doesn't matter how many pieces are simple or complex. It doesn't matter how many pieces are close or far away. If there's a mechanism in place that allows for cognitive thought processes to happen, then there are parts involved. Because if you say there's not, then you're talking about a God made of literally nothing. In other words, nothing. Nothing. Right? And that's the accusation made by anti-theists, is that your God is nothing. If you describe your God as nothing, you're just agreeing with the anti-theists. Your only other option is to describe your God as something. And this is the reason why the early writers of the Christian creeds used words like substance, because they recognized that if you say it's not comprised of anything, then it's the same as saying it doesn't exist. And if you say it's comprised of something, consists and subsists of something, it's the same as saying it's material. The concept of supernatural isn't just wrong. It's even worse than wrong. It isn't just incoherent. It's worse than incoherent. It's not even a concept. It's a lie. It's a pretend to have a concept one does not possess. There's no such thing as supernatural. It is not in anything. It's just a word for nothingness. It's a placeholder for a concept that the speaker does not possess. Carol the Atheist says, of course I have free will. I have not choice, said Christopher Hitchens. Yes, I remember him saying that. Trusty Ape says, the free will debate is essentially the same as does a God exist debate. One claims the negative, the other the affirmative, and neither can ultimately prove the point. But that's the thing. The fact that free will can't exist is the most verifiable thing in all of known existence. Of all the things all the concepts we wrestle with, of all the issues on the table that are coherent enough to speak about, the fact that we don't have free will is even more certain than the fact that gravity exists. Because we could be living in a simulation, or this could all be a dream, and then gravity may or may not exist independently of it. It may or may not exist in a quote-unquote real world. But there is no reality in which free will could be a thing, because it is an irrational proposition. It is an unreconcilable jumble of nonsense. And the reason we don't recognize it as such, the free will proposition, is because our intuitions assume there's something there that we just can't explain. It assumes that we have free agency without recognizing the impossibility of free agency. Yes, religion poisons everything. Jim says, no, he did not kill anyone, but he told me he wants to. Well, that's problematic there, Jim. I don't know how long ago that was, but I think I'd report that to somebody. The FBI could keep an eye on him, if nothing else. So, I think Sam Harris did a pretty good job explaining why free will can't be true. But it doesn't really matter if the mind is made out of something other than what we normally think of as physical matter. It's still made out of something. There's still something happening. There's still governing properties, governing rules. There's still interactions between microscopic energetic processes in some form, right? And man, it's just, I've tried 1,000 different ways to explain to people why free will can't be true. We literally can't have it. But I think I'd want to make a whole other video about that. David Wood tried to kill his father. David Wood, remind me who David Wood is, because I just don't remember. David Wood. The trusty ape. But if we do not possess free agency, how can we introspect and consciously adapt our behavior towards positive outcomes? Right. Debate. Right. So, without free agency, while only having the illusion of free agency, if physics compels us to engage in introspection, then we just do. If physics does not compel us to engage in introspection, then we just don't. We are conscious regardless of how free our wills are or aren't. And if our behaviors change as a result of the introspection, then they do. Physics will determine whether they do. Physics will determine whether we want to even begin the process or not. Physics will determine whether or not we do the process or not. Physics will determine the outcome of the process. And the whole way we feel a sense of freedom and agency in doing so. But that's an illusion. In the meantime, as an entity within the world, as a happening within the world, if I say things to somebody else regarding the topic of agency and whether or not we're free or not, no matter what I say, no matter what position I take, the only reason I've said a thing in that case is because physics has compelled me to. Once I've done so, however it affects them will be entirely determined by physics as well. If they are then affected by the idea transferring to them, then they just are, because that's what physics determined would happen. And if they're not, then the physics just weren't there to cause the effect. And so if they become convinced that they don't have free will either, if they change the perceptual paradigm, that's just an energetic happening. That is just a process of physics happening within one entity, transferring through energy mediums, like sound when I speak, to another entity, to another collective sentient happening, a bundle of physics, a big storm of activity, right? The sentience of the person. So it travels through sound waves to that other person, and then they are either affected or not, depending on their physiology. And then if they become convinced that free will is not real, then they just do. The idea has then successfully transferred from an entity to the next. So introspection happens only when physics demands it. Introspection fails to happen when other physics prevents it. But yet the whole time we have a sense of agency. As a person who wants to encourage personal accountability, I recognize the irony of telling people they don't have free will. Because there are a lot of people out there that if they become convinced that they don't have free will, then they'll feel less responsible for the behaviors in the world and the consequences in the world to other people. And I don't want that. But the real an immersion property caused by physical properties. And I don't know why my stupid monitor keeps going out. I believe I need a new... Okay. Oh, hey there, Jay. Come on. How are you today?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. Yeah, how's it going?
Oh, I'm going okay. I'm pontificating. How's your day been?
Good, man. I like a lot of what you've been saying, man. Somebody said something about they didn't know about how to talk to their family friend about free will. They should. Why not? You know?
You can.
Yeah. I think I'm growing less sensitive because here's what I think people should do. I'm trying to ruin everybody's holiday. Look, here's the thing. I think a lot of you are gonna go home to your religious family, and the flavor of narcissism and religious stuffetry is going to be overwhelming. And you should just take this as an opportunity to take it all in and just realize you don't have to keep putting yourself through this. And if you have Christians in your life who come to you with their naive notions of free will and they're already thinking checkmate atheist, school them. Like, I don't know. So so you just got to know, like that lady said, like if you're dealing with a real clinical narcissist, then, it's probably not going to go well. But I say if you're not, then you probably don't have a whole lot to lose. Just a conversation. And why do we have to be afraid to have these conversations with these people about, y'all just don't know what you're talking about? It's sort of crazy, but I don't know. It's just weird that, the JWs don't do holy days.
Yeah, they're averse to holidays because holidays inevitably all trace back to other cultures and other religious beliefs.
Facts.
And they believe that all different gods and different religions are under the control of Satan and were created by Satan. So effectively, whether pagans realize it or not, they're worshiping the devil who takes on alternate identities of other gods. And so because these religions developed from Satan, the holidays developed from Satan, and therefore God's true, righteous, and clean, holy people would never want to celebrate those holidays because it would offend their God.
I don't know, man. Like,
they're crazy, but it is what it is.
I don't want to deal with it no more. That's just, but all religions are this crazy. We were dealing with a student talking about Sikhism today and kind of how they might relate different to Christianity. And it made me realize something about all these kind of softer religions that we take to be a little bit more, I don't know, liberal or whatever. They're not the fundamentalist, right wing, whatever. I think they're just that way, but they're not in power.
Yeah.
If we lived in a predominantly Buddhist society, they were doing all sorts of insufferable names in the name of Buddhism. The only reason in a Western, say, Christian-dominated society, you don't see Buddhist assholes as much is because there just isn't enough of them. But trust me, if they could, right, we'd be having these same conversations with people trusting in the Buddha and all of this stuff, because none of them believe anything that can be serious. And it's almost like I wanted to touch on with this whole thing with free will. Somebody said, so there's two sides to this. One side is saying there is free will, and the other side is saying there isn't, and neither side can prove it. Yeah, that doesn't mean they're on equal footing. This is and again, I'm not here to insult anybody. I get that is technically true, but it's like all these other things. There's a proper epistemological response. The same way 2 + 2 is 4, the correct thing to do is to withhold belief until such time you can demonstrate it. So the person who says there is no free will, to me, is not on equal footing with the person who says there is free will. The person who says on free will, there is free will, is adopting a burden of proof to demonstrate such thing. And I agree that a lot of what it is, you touched on it with the accountability thing, that's the real problem. And people just need to grow up. You don't have to lie to people. Here's the truth. You don't have free will. Here's the second truth. I'm still going to hold you responsible for what you do. That's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. Like, I don't think it was your free will to want to wake up and murder the child because the child's LGBT-ness triggered your righteous indignation, and so you just had to bomb said child. I get it. And to be honest, y'all ain't gonna like to hear this. I feel bad a lot of times when I watch a lot of times. Like I just watched the sentencing of the Christmas parade mass murderer who drove his car through a parade of people. career criminal, absolute dog shit human being. But you sit there and you realize a failure of so many things. This young man never had a chance. Nevertheless, he's a fucking menace to society. And so it just, to me, it's both of those things. And people who can't get this, to me, I don't have a lot of sensitivity for anymore because I've come to realize they're not helping. Mm-hmm. And I've been struggling the last couple weeks with the whole Doug thing.
Yeah.
The problem isn't Doug. We all know Doug's a racist fucksface. The problem I have is when we all finally said, okay, we're calling this nigga on it. We've seen enough. We're really saying, okay, we've seen enough now.
Yeah.
It's still people acting like they don't know what's going on, right?
Yeah.
And I realize that's the thing I have a trouble. Doug was never my friend. Doug was never supporting our community. That's not true for all of y'all. It's some of y'all out there I do consider friends. There's some of y'all out there that are supporting our channels, and y'all gotta explain to us why you're not, why you still need to be friends with this bigot. Because I don't need that in my life. I don't need bigots in my life. But I don't need people who make excuses for bigots in my life either. I'm sorry. I know y'all think I'm being mean, or some people, it's not their fault. They're just so nice. But look, it's like, I'm tired of living in an oppressive world just because you don't want to call out your racist uncle. Your racist uncle is a problem. Now, if you don't want to make your racist uncle your problem, I get it. But if I don't want to invite you to my house because you won't call out your racist uncle, that's my choice too. And I don't got no free will over it, James. I just don't want racist enablers in my life. I don't got no free will over it, James. I don't have no choice in the matter.
Right,
but
so I feel
you.
I'm
going, like, that's the issue for me.
And so just to clarify for everybody in chat, just real quick, Jay does not propose or assume that he's an expert in Buddhism. He realizes there's plenty about Buddhism. He doesn't even know anything.
Right, yeah.
It was just a random example. He doesn't have anything against Buddhism.
Yes, and I'm not saying that, but for instance, Buddhists don't proselytize. Well, then how do they keep making new Buddhists? They don't, right? We all Christianese, right? We hate when Christians Christianese, right? They're going to take something, they make up a new word for it so that, it now is something other than the nonsense. And we do the same thing. So what does proselytize mean? Because if it means have conversations with the intent of spreading your religion, if Buddhists didn't proselytize, they'd have a hard time making new Buddhists. And I'm always running into Buddhists who learned Buddhism from somebody else that taught them about Buddhism. So how's that not proselytizing?
Sure. Well, I mean, it's a spectrum, right? And I think they mean proselytizing in the way that evangelicals do it, where they go around, they'll knock on your door, they'll do PR campaigns, and they'll threaten you with damnation. And Buddhists don't do none of that shit. Right. If they just happen to have a casual conversation because you're interested, then they will. Or if you just happen to show up at one of their places of worship, then they'll welcome you, kind of a thing. But they don't really do.
Because I'll give you how far it goes to me. Like, I dated a girl. Ass like a fucking, oh my goodness, just from the gods. Holy.
Picture it didn't happen, man. Picture it didn't happen. I'm just saying. My inbox is open, Jay.
Student, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't keep pictures of them, James.
Fair.
So I'm a scorched earth person. When somebody's going there, I have everything. I don't want no reminders. I don't need reminders of the past that I don't found. If it ain't gonna crawl into my bed tonight, I don't need to think about it. But she was in the Zumba cult. And you might meet one of these people, and at first you're like, "Oh, Zumba's cool, yeah, I guess to get a little step in, a little step to some rhythm." Oh man, please, Zumba's a cult.
There's a cult,
bro.
I did not know there was a Zumba cult.
You gotta meet one of these Zumba. Here's the thing: they don't call it that, right? But what happens is it's sort of like a pyramid where you start out, you go to Zumba class, and what happens is because it's the same experience, right? It's the endorphins, the group, the culture, you're all there together, the music, the exercise. Now, there are physical benefits. That's the thing. It gets you even more into it because there are really physical benefits, right? You really do improve in your fitness and all of this shit.
Right.
But the thing is, you're supposed to become like a Zumba. You're supposed to want to become a Zumba instructor or spread the Zumba to other people. And then they have you go to the seminars that you buy into to like
it's
level
like a pyramid
up
scheme,
your Zumba
kind of like
instructor.
Multi-level marketing.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Zumba got a whole, and then they be producing the videos, right? It's the mass producing of the videos and the new shit to go to all of the different Zumba churches when they got the new shit. No, we step into this new type of music with this new motion. Now, yeah, it's the whole thing.
I tried doing Zumba once, but I outsmarted them by being too much out of shape to do it, and then I just left the room.
Boom, then you're done. Yeah, because you can't keep up. You can't keep up. You were slowing them down. But that is kind of the deal, right? And it's like anything in life where there's some benefit that you could get from a group of people that are serious about something and dedicated to. Because that's what it starts out for most people. I just wanted to get in better shape. The gym's kind of not my thing, right? You're trying to find a fun fitness thing. That's what most people are looking for, a fun fitness thing. So Zumba's a fun fitness thing.
Similar to churches. So you're looking for something not specifically religious that you're hoping to get from the place.
Right. And so you find a fun fitness thing. Now and that's the legit part. Like when you go to a church, you're looking for connection or a group or to feel good, and you find just that on the church, right? But then the thing is when you get deeper into it, because they're always pulling you deeper in, right? They're never satisfied with, you showed up to Zumba once or twice a month and hope it helps you mix up your fitness routine. No, you got regular and you got to pay in, and and it's the same thing I realized with being a dating coach. Like you said, you got to stop doing your research. Because I had a little bit more motivation to go further than most people because I wanted to do it professionally, and I still, rationalize the obsession period of my young adulthood with that. I made it work for me professionally. But for most people, that's what I realized is that it's just swapping one insecurity for another. You were insecure that you didn't know how to meet women if you're a straight guy. And now you're just insecure that you don't know the proper material for the next situation. So now you know how to meet women in bars and clubs, but you got to do something else for day game. Then you got to do something else if you actually want a girlfriend. Do something else.
Yeah, those are people that think way too much about it. They're overthinking the whole damn thing. But that's what the whole business is there for. No, there's almost like you realize there's no product that you don't go through that doesn't try to hook you in the end to some other product, right? So it just becomes kind of... So yes, it is our natural fault because people have to realize we're habit forming, habitual, damn near borderline addictive personalities, a lot of us, or most. That's kind of normal to be at that edge, that fringe, at that margin, right? Right. And somebody was asking about addiction earlier, about how that relates to free will. And, instead of going to like an extreme example of like murder, let's talk about like addiction and stuff. But I still say the same thing, that free will, I think it's even more obvious with addiction, right? That nobody chooses to be addicted. It's not a free choice. It's this compulsion that generates through internal physical processes.
Yeah, absolutely.
That you just mindlessly do or find increasingly uncomfortable or painful to resist. And we're very much carrot in the stick, right? That's our behavioral protocol. We're averse to bad experience and we're drawn to good experience.
Right.
And so when we do a good thing in the world, that's still a reward system issue.
Absolutely.
Because if we don't feel good from doing good things for people, then either somebody has to give us a different reason that we'll benefit from to do a good thing for people, or we're just not going to go do good things for people.
Right.
So everybody out there, like I myself sometimes brag about how I love doing good things for people, but that's a physiological process, this reward center in the brain, right, that rewards me from the feeling of that I get from doing things for people. If I didn't have that reward circuit in the brain doing that, I'd be like,
And some people don't recognize the opposite. There's some people, I don't want to mention any names, but their reward centers get triggered from hurting people or upsetting people.
Sure.
And you got to recognize that.
Right. No, but at the same time, I don't call it a moral issue, because even though that's the thing about morality.
No, we might describe it that way, but I'm fine it that way because to me it's just subjective. I recognize, to me, I think if you cheat on your taxes and all of your romantic partners and all this, I think you're a shitty person. Sure. But I recognize that that's a aesthetic or a preference. It's just, I don't care. I'm one of those people who's not interested in the philosophical nuance of these things to inconvenience myself in day-to-day conversation.
Right, because at the end of the day, if
we're moving on.
Yeah, at the end of the day, consequences need to be a thing, and so do boundaries. And if you can't affect healthy boundaries with a person, then you need to get away from them. right? If they can't mind your healthy boundaries, you can't get them to, then you got to get further and further away from that person until they're so far removed from your center that they don't have an opportunity or they don't have a motivation to breach those boundaries. So how far away from them do you have to get? I call it your social orbit, your social solar system. So some people, you get too close, you burn up. You get too far away, you grow ice cold. It's about finding that right balance, that Goldilocks zone of social cohabitability. And for some people, if they're just constantly breaching your boundaries and they're not responding well to corrective measures, you just have to figure out how far away from them you have to get. How irrelevant to make them so that you don't have to continue to fight to have those boundaries acknowledged, right? And that's one thing a lot of people are dealing with.
Nidimo said the worst was his culty church members doing Zumba. Oh, God, when those two things just get jumbled. But also, I got to say it, I got to be honest with you, from the church's standpoint, that's brilliant because it's another thing that's going to be high emotional hook, reinforcing the identity of the church, right? Because my church gets in better shape together. What about your church? See, that's why we got the true gospel. But you feel like, I hate to say this, but I used to say this about mating and dating. If I teach you how to be more confident looking for dates, you will feel like you could do anything. You will feel like you could, maybe I'll go back to med school, become a brain surgeon. Maybe I'll get into politics. Play my cards right, I might become a U.S. senator someday. No, fool. You just learn how to approach strange people that you're romantically interested in and introduce yourself. But there's some sort of, I used to call it like a magic, right? Some sort of magic that happens in your psyche because of how much it transforms your confidence. And you start to realize that almost all human interactions or social situations that can be approached more strategically or analyzed. So you get a little bit of real skill increase, right? And then it's just kind of overmatched with an increase in your confidence. Well, I think the same thing happens for religions, right? Like you guys there's normal sort of church bonding. And then if you add Zumba classes to that together, then it really just is increasing your social bond. It's making you or your church closer, or maybe just giving your church an additional benefit. We have spiritual benefit, now we have physical benefit from the association. But it makes you feel like your theology is that much stronger. Right? And
right.
Taking a Zumba class together at church doesn't make you righter, but it will make, and I'm saying this because I remember that when I worked at a church, right? The fact that we worked at our church, the fact that we all hung out together outside of church, the fact that we had all these other relationships, it made us feel like we had found the true gospel because it made us feel like we were living the benefits of it. Mm-hmm. So you felt like, well, we have the community and we have the, other people love what we're doing and we're transforming people's lives. So we're feeling like, of course, what we're doing is the true gospel, the true way to interpret the gospel, rather, because we're seeing it, right? So it's tricky like that.
Yeah, people have a way of psyching themselves up into things. And I get it. Like, I don't, as long as they're not hurting anybody with it, I don't care. But when they do, then I do care. And that's just how that all works out. But yeah, people talking about social anxiety a lot in the chat too, and about how that has held them back in their life. And, it's one of the things, like if we had free will and we know what we want to be able to give up public speech, or we want to be able to go chase after something that our anxiety's in the way of, we would just do it, right? We would will ourselves through it. But we can't because free will isn't a thing. And in order for us to will ourselves past a thing, there has to be certain physiological processes happening.
Now, to the
in
extent
the brain
that
and blood.
you think you think you can influence yourself, y'all need to just do it, because there is that, that there's certainly that choice, right? I feel like I can choose to go live tomorrow or not, right? Now I don't, maybe I can't, but it does feel like I have that choice, and some of y'all just need to do it, because I think there's also magical thinking here. I think people think that anxiety is something other people don't feel. They just learned how to deal with it. Do I have less anxiety going into exam than other students? Probably, but a lot of that is I've just studied, so I'm less anxious because I know the goddamn answers. Do I have less anxious? Am I less anxious than most people would be if you got up on stage and had to play drums in front of a few hundred people every Sunday? Probably, but you got to remember, if you practice as much as we do, you'd be ready to go too. We know the songs. We know what this is. We played these songs dozens and dozens and dozens of times this week. I played it dozens and dozens of times yesterday. So, like, I'm just ready to go. It's muscle memory. The clock's going to start. I'm going to hear everything you do. So you don't even have time to be, you're not even thinking about it. So I'm just telling people, like, you got to learn and just do it.
So that's part of the thing. For me, it's just going on stage here on YouTube. Carol asked a little bit ago, like, how I feel about answering personal questions and stuff, like if that's outside of my comfort level. And my answer is, you ask me anything you want to. As long as you don't mind the answer going on your channel, be prepared. I'll literally answer anything you ask me. So, and I'll give you the straight on it. So I don't mind at all. I'm not a private person. And also, people can just not answer. You can say, I don't want to talk about that. You know, you could. Yeah, I can. I just can't imagine a question I wouldn't answer, unless I'm too emotional to talk about it and can't get through the sentence. Other than that, I'll talk about whatever. So, and it is too people-y out there. That's for sure, Carol. So that's where I am about it. Too people-y out there. So it all is what it is. Now, a lot of people think that the whole. It's a thing. Like, I am a strict materialist in any event, a strict materialist, because what is the alternative? The alternative is magic.
No, I mean, the alternative is like I'm a person. If you replay the tape of life again, nothing's gonna happen the same way, because you're gonna have different mutations and different orders and different interstellar events. Maybe the dinosaurs don't die. Now, I'm not saying there isn't anything that is physically determined. But I think there are probably physical processes that are just indeterminate. Like, there are biological processes that have multiple states. We've even discovered sort of phenotypic flexibility, where you can literally have the same genome sequence and get different phenotypes, even in the same situation. So, so that's me. But it's not so different than what you're saying, James. It's still a physical determinism. It just leaves room for chanciness to be part of the physical mechanisms.
Well, I mean, chanciness, if you're talking about randomosity, here's the thing. Take the smallest imaginable particle in physics. Doesn't matter how small it is, doesn't matter what we call it, doesn't matter who's discovered it yet or not, doesn't matter how it connects to anything else. The smallest imaginable particle, or wave function, just anything that exists in reality. In order for that thing to be on a trajectory toward anywhere, right? It's hurling in a direction. It's spinning a certain way, or it's traveling in a certain direction. In order for it to change its direction, slow down, speed up, veer left, veer right, something has to happen to it to make that happen. If it does any of those things without a cause, then we're talking about something from nothing, literally nothing, exerting itself upon literally something to have the literal something change. That's magic. And that's nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's magic. I just think I don't know enough about the states. But yeah, I think they're physical states, and there are just some physical systems where you can't predict or know.
The reason we can't predict or know is
just because we don't know. Yeah,
it's just we don't know. If we knew everything about what's happening microscopically and macroscopically in physics, and we had a computer or a mind that could process it all, we would know. We'd be like. It would no longer be a matter of estimating probabilities of where the orbit of an electron is going to be. We would know because we'd be able to account for it, right?
Right.
So, it's still all physics. If it's random, randomness is an illusion. A randomness is generated by a lack of knowledge. We don't know what's going to happen. It could go either way. It goes one way or it goes the other way. We call it random because it's not predictable. But it's not predictable because we can't see the mechanisms fueling it. We can't account for them. We can't calculate them because we can't see them and because we don't.
Yeah, but but take like a truly random number generator. Like, you could know all the states of it, everything that's going to process. But even if it's hypothetically truly random, it's not a matter of understanding the physical process well enough. It's about understanding that it is essentially a thing that's random. Like, it has this thing in it, and I guess that's just me. I think and I don't know because I'm not a physicist, and honestly I don't care, but because I don't even think it's interesting. Like, I think these type of questions where we just know we can't, like, why? Well, then stop. Let's just stop there. We don't know. We just don't know. But I just saying the same way it's possible. I just think it's possible to have physical things that are indeterministic. And I think that that's a pretty, as far as I know, a pretty accepted thing in physics. So just to say that something being indeterminate doesn't mean it's not physical. Right? So I'm not, I'm almost agreeing with you and taking it one step further. I'm saying even if you think something's indeterminate or random or chanciness, it's still going to be physical. It's still going to have a material explanation, even if that material explanation is this is the material explanation that produces an indeterminate state.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah. And this is part of the reason I just don't appreciate much theology anymore, because I don't think it helps us through any of this.
Well, I appreciate that you're saying that, but the reason how it helped me, I'll tell you how it helped me.
Sure.
Because by realizing, because this is what helped me realize that free will isn't real and can't be real. And there's a larger set of considerations, but we can absolutely know that free will isn't real and can't be real. We can't know that gravity is real, because this might be an illusion. This might be a simulation. This could be a dream. Right. So we can't know for sure that gravity is real in an objective way. But we can know for sure, within the limits of human knowledge, 99.9999%, that free will isn't a thing. And in order for me to figure that out, I had to understand cause and effect and really look at it microscopically and hypothetically and logically, and realize that free will is this proposition that we can will ourselves into a want without having a cause for us to want to will ourselves into the want. It's nonsensical.
No, that I agree with. I'm just to the point of just saying, like, I still agree with you. Like, I don't think there's still such a thing of free will, even if the future was in.
Hey, man!
So
I heard that. Hey, man,
this makes sense.
Yeah. So if I was convinced that, let's say, you know, like it's raining, I have to take my dog out, there's a chance I put a jacket on, there's a chance I don't. Even if I accept that it's truly not predetermined which one I'll take, right? Because I've done both, right? In the past, I've been like, oh, it's drizzling, let me put on a coat, and I've also been like, it isn't really coming down that hard, I don't care. Right? Mm-hmm. Both of those are physically determined, right? That's what we're both saying, right? Both of those are physically determined, right? You might be saying it's already hard-coded whether or not, if it starts raining right now, which one you're going to do, and I'm not aware of it, right? I'm saying even if it isn't hard-coded which one I'm going to do, it still isn't my free will, right? It's still, yeah. Those are just interesting takes on it. And I think that that's kind of where, as I understand it, some people who are in the physics material world are, right? They're still trying to figure out if the levels that we can explain, be it wave theory or one of the gazillion particles that they're discovering in their accelerators and all of this shit, like whether these things have indeterminism baked in, or if they're or if it's like you said, we just haven't found the billiard ball model at the right level yet. But none of them are sitting around going, oh yeah, there's definitely a physics that supports libertarian free will. Like nobody, like just no reasonable person is saying that.
No.
Yeah.
So, and that was a big issue for me in my life, because once I realized that we can't have free will, not only is that another nail in the coffin for Christianity that could have done it all by itself, but also it made it to where I understood the problems inherent to our legal system and our justice system and why it doesn't work, right? And I started thinking more in terms of cause and effect, because when you think in terms of free will, libertarian free will, you're prone to anger and vengeance, right? Because you're so angry at these people using their quote-unquote free will to do evils and make mistakes and do stupid shit. And so you want them to pay. You want them to suffer, right, is a discouragement because,
yes,
damn them. But if you start understanding it in terms of physics, then you start looking for real causes and real solutions, and you stop making it about vengeance and hate and anger and
but
righteous
that might
indignation.
also be part of the social physics of it, right? To me, that's part of social physics, consequences. It's how you train an animal. Like there has to be consequences, and
I agree.
The balance between positive reinforcement. Your point is, at that point, you're almost taking the personal. That's what I was saying about like watching the sentencings of the killer, right? It's like I'm not seeing it as I hate this person and they need to. So I'm just seeing it as, well, if they don't give him the max sentence, when are we going to get the max sentences? So part of the social physics is there's this max sentence, but for those of us who didn't lose family members to this person, it isn't personal. It's just this is how the system works, so that people don't. The people who can regulate themselves, right? Don't overregulate towards killing each other.
Sure, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Now we recognize that some people that can't regulate themselves, but we gotta put them in the system just the same way.
Sure, I agree 100%. I mean, if they're a danger to society, we have to remove them from being a danger to society. But there are some countries, in fact, there's a couple places in America right now that have been trying this. They have a completely different approach to justice. And so they've got these special islands. I can't remember which country does this. Is it Finland, maybe? There's this big, giant island that they put convicted felons on. And you get your own room, and you get a good amount of freedom, and you can just go outside and ride your bike around, and you can have visitors and things like that. And some people in that community were angry and skeptical at first. They're like, these people committed horrible crimes, and you're treating them like you're just giving them like a resort, except that they can't leave.
Right.
But it's very well structured. But then what they found was that they reduced crime by like 90% in that society. And then we've tried it here in America recently, and we found the exact same thing. If you treat criminals like they're fucking human beings, and you set aside your anger and your rage and your thought about punitive consequences, and you think more in terms of, let's give this person a different environment where it molds their psychology to become less dangerous and more pro-social, so that they can mature into the person that takes ownership over what they've done. And so that if possible, we can release them back into society safely. Let's try that instead. Right. And there's a lot of conservative, angry, religious people in the world that are like, fuck that, make them suffer. Right? But then we have this penal system that robs people of their human rights and their human dignities, and we create this hell on earth. And if we ever release them, they're more dangerous than they were before. And that's a real problem. So it just keeps the system perpetually going. If we treat them like human beings and actually rehabilitate them, then they become this better person that wouldn't do those things again. And we have to set aside our anger that comes from this idea of free will that isn't real. We have to set that aside and look at it in terms of cause and effect. Physiological forces, physics drove them to become the person that did the thing. Let's change the physics. Let's change the equation. Let's change the environmental variables so that they become somebody new that isn't going to be a problem for society anymore. And that's a big part of the transitional paradigm that comes from recognizing that free will is not a thing. And we need to quit thinking that it is.
Yeah, I'm with it. I mean, I'm definitely with it. I've always been a big on like restorative justice. It's very similar,
absolutely,
without the sort of relocation, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Can I drop a link to the gather that we'll be using for Friendsgiving?
Yeah. Drop some links.
So it's I just dropped it there. It's there's no password or anything, but that's where we'll be. I think my dad said he's going to come in around 6:30, maybe play some cards with me, but we'll be in there doing I'm sure we'll do TV shows and movies tonight. Probably Cheers and Weeds and movies, and then tomorrow we'll just be in there for Friendsgiving, so I'm sure we'll have the football games on and stuff, and then I'm gonna cook my dinner and eat and stuff. But yeah, that's where we'll be, because normally what happens is we are mostly in Gather when we're live, and so we kind of use it for hosting call-in shows, but people don't really get to see what Gather is like when we're not live, which is when it's really fun because we can actually do whatever we want and have a good time. But all of those gather spaces are password protected, members only, which is nice for most days of the year. But for this, I want people to be invited in, and friends and family, and not have to worry so much about that. So I guess between now and Friday, that's the link people can use if they want to hold on to it, and then or bookmark it if you get bored and you want to swing through, play some games, or relax. And also, I'm thinking for a lot of people, it might be a fun escape because we probably won't be live on YouTube. But let's say you're with your family all day or all night, and you just need a break. You can just hop in for a little bit and touch base with the community. That's all.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah. But yeah, we set up a special space for it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be joining you guys in there every chance I get over the holiday weekend.
Yeah. I'm in there now too. So, like I said, I'll hop off probably about 6:30 because my dad's gonna come in there with me and play some cards. But yeah. But yeah, it's all been great. What are you doing for tomorrow, James? 'Cause you got the boys, so you guys do something at home.
Yeah, we don't go anywhere. We're very COVID averse, and we don't really have anybody that lives around here that we could go visit anyways. So tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
I feel like we're living in this hypocritical time where I see Dr. Superhard Energy said her family's down south, in Miami. So I feel like we're in this hypocritical time where I'm seeing Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci commercials every day on TV talking about taking COVID more seriously and protecting families, not going to bars, not going to restaurants. But then there's absolutely no effort towards putting any COVID measures in place at all.
Yeah, people aren't going to listen to that.
This. I don't.
They're wasting their time.
Yeah, they literally seem like
going through the motions.
Virtue signaling PR commercials, so they could when you die, they could be like, "Well, we told you to stay home." In that Fauci commercial, I don't.
Right. Right. A legal disclaimer.
Yeah, that literally almost feels like a
they
government.
Can say they told us.
Say, we told you not to go to the restaurants. I don't know why you're mad at us because you died at Olive Garden because you wanted to go to unlimited breadsticks, but
yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. That's a thing that gets me is this is what I mean about religion poisoning everything. Part of I think I think people leave behind religion, but we can't, it's so hard to leave behind the religious thinking. So for instance, I was just thinking earlier about Thanksgiving and it's so obvious to say, okay, the story we're taught as kids isn't the real story. The Pilgrims didn't show up, and the Indians were like, and then they were like, we come in peace. And then the Native Americans were like, oh, well, in that case, good to see you, and then they chopped up some squash and some turkeys, and out was born America, baby. We all know that isn't what happened. But that's like too easy, because the real problem is it presents like so many other, I don't even want to say religious, but fairy tale kind of histories, this unrealistic notion of conflict resolution, right? Which is, I think, which leads to like the Christian narrative, right? There's no hate like Christian love. Oh, we want to take away your rights out of love because we love you, and wouldn't life be better if you just let us run your life?
Right.
And you're like, no, but they think this is gonna work out like Thanksgiving, right? Like it's gonna be some, oh yeah. And then the Christians took over and they ended abortion, and Donald Trump was reelected president, and America lived happily ever after, right? And we're like, that's not what's happening, right? And it's not going to happen, right? And so that was sort of what I realized about Thanksgiving this year. Was it's not just, okay, they lied to us about the story, just like the Bible's full of bullshit. It's that just like so many other things in history, it gives us an unrealistic Like, for instance, we probably should be taking what we learn about Thanksgiving, right? It wasn't the way they taught us growing up. It was a genocide and some bullshit, and just apply it right now to the Middle East and get more realistic about that shit ain't gonna work out like Thanksgiving either. You know what I mean? Right. And so what are we gonna do? Are we just gonna, are our children and grandchildren gonna still inherit 2,000 more years of conflict in the Middle East, or are we eventually going to do something to just settle this region and look and be like, y'all need to fast forward to the part where the Pilgrims showed up and the Indians and y'all chop up the squash and do the turkey thing, because but it just gets us, I think, to want to think more critically about what does it really take to make peace. Because I think part of what I hear that I don't like in our community, and I'm not saying, and I don't blame us, but let's take a couple things. This is where I'll turn some people off, but I always say I'm an anthropologist, not a psychologist. What does that mean? I think in terms of populations, so I have to grossly oversimplify, or else I can't talk about statistical averages, right? So I don't need everybody to pipe up and tell me I'm not describing their personal story, because I know I'm not. But a disproportionate amount of us are ex-evangelicals, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So... all right, so we don't believe in Christianity anymore, right? But that means we probably didn't start really, really thinking for ourselves or coping for ourselves till way later than we would have been otherwise. So whether that's late teen years, if we're lucky. A lot of us, it's our mid-20s still if we're lucky. Some of us, we was 30 plus before we broke out of that thing. For real. So now what happens? Okay, you don't believe the claims anymore. We want to joke about PineCreek still having conservative politics. That might be true. He'll admit to it when he wants to and not when he doesn't. But what does it mean for us? It means we still have a lot of Christian baggage in terms of our relationships, in terms of our conflict resolution skills, and just in terms of how we genuinely view human relations. And I think part of that is, okay, we realize the Bible's not true, and that set up unrealistic expectations. Like, a lot of us parent like biblical parents, right? Because that was the model that was out there. And even though we were like, the Bible sucks, we didn't realize till we was whooping our kids' ass, holy shit, I'm disciplining like Yahweh right now. Right? I gotta change my ways. Yahweh's not the parent I want to emulate. You know, we might be doing ourselves with these cultural narratives, right? Where we think, you know, somehow we're gonna meet the Republicans in the middle, right? And we're gonna turn this blue and red thing into a purple America that everybody loves. That shit ain't gonna happen. But our push towards that might come from our religion telling us, you know, blessed are the peacemakers and love your enemy and all this other shit, right? And you might have left Jesus behind, but you still don't know how the real world works because religion poisons your ability to really understand social dynamics, right? And so I worry, and that's kind of what I'm getting into with the Thanksgiving story, is that there's all these other cultural narratives, and they might also reflect not even just lies about history, but unrealistic expectations about people groups coming together. And we got to correct that so that we can get to some shit that really works, some scientific-based ways of cooperation. And again, we're putting it off if we still think we're going to love, shine, puppies, and rainbows our way through this thing.
Yeah, if they think something that didn't worked, then they're going to want to try it again.
Exactly.
They're going to be stuck on that idea. And so we need to, like, kind of catch them up to speed and let them know, yeah, that went horribly wrong. Somebody lied to you. Let's talk about what really happened back in this historic event where it went off the rails.
Right.
And then let's learn from that history so we don't have to repeat it.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, I've got this little clip here. I'll just play it for a second. Yeah. This is the Christian Pilgrims first landing on Plymouth Rock, or at least something equivalent to that. First turkey dinner. Gotta love that one. It went great. It was a smashing success, and everybody got along wonderfully.
Yes.
So, some of the best moments from that movie are like they're chasing people down the street, shooting them, saying, "We come in peace. Let's just be friends." It's a freaking classic, man. So that's where I'm at on that one, and I'm going to share this other thing to be more serious for a second.
Derek said he likes how Sam Harris said the problem is dogma. Also, in my chat, YouTube Punk mentioned how dumbass Biden said the pandemic was over, and I said that was unforgivable. I still can't even with him. I can't even with Fauci. Like none of them are honest and straightforward about. To me, they're all politicians, and they are all thinking about what can people tolerate and how unpopular am I willing to be, rather than let me just tell these people what they need to hear. In other words, I don't know, treat people like grown-ups. If you have to, tell them, hey, look, we've got some unfortunate news. You may want to ask your children to leave the room, but we need to, as grown-ups, deal with the reality of this thing and stop acting like babies. But yeah, go ahead. Also, UC Love said Thanksgiving is like a day of mourning for the Native Americans. You know, maybe that's something to pause on and reflect on for a minute. Again, I'm not trying to ruin your holiday, but it wouldn't kill you to literally spend 30 seconds to a minute when you wake up just, reflecting on that before you enjoy your cranberry sauce.
Truth. So yeah, you were talking about how religion leaves us with certain mental misunderstandings, like just as like mental quirks or behavioral problems and misunderstandings about the way that people work, right? Like psychology, sociology, social physics.
Copying enemies. I like where this is going. So
this is a brilliant theremin trees. I'm always plugging theremin trees, and this is a brilliant video. If anybody doesn't have a subscription to if you don't already follow theremin trees, it's probably the best resource for recovering specifically from fundamentalist religions, because this guy's a great psychotherapist. Like, he's absolutely brilliant in his videos.
I just subbed and turned on noties. I'll
drop that here.
Stuff.
I'd love to do an interview with him, but I don't think he does interviews. So, but I'll drop that link there. So this talks a lot about that, and there's the thing called fleas, for example. A lot of times, if we were raised in that environment, we escape from it, we still have certain mental quirks, certain things we haven't recognized and outgrown yet. It's not like the day we become an atheist, where all of a sudden these, socially mature, well-adjusted, scientifically literate people, right? Like, we've still got the whole journey ahead of us to go through the process and become the person that we thought we already were. And, so for me, it took longer than I think it did for most people. I wasn't 40. I was 41 when I deconverted, and then I still had, And this is why when people tell me I'm smart, I'm like, nope. I've known people that figured that shit out when they were 8 years old. It took me till I was 41. Don't tell me I'm smart.
Wow.
I'm not smart.
Wow.
I'm the slowest kid in the damn class. I'm surprised I'm not still eating paste.
Well, it's amazing. Right? I mean, I like to say that it's more impressive that I deconverted than that I got a PhD. So I think anybody that makes it at any age is amazing, because, there's so much actively working against you getting out of the faith of your parents.
Right. Yep, I was holding on to an awful lot of things that I just hadn't seen past yet. And it took a long time. And I got to thank the active atheist community on YouTube for my deconversion. And I know a lot of people will tell us that we're not going to make a difference in anybody's lives talking about all this controversial shit. But it does make a difference.
It made a huge difference in my life. I think I deconverted before I found the atheist YouTube community, but close enough, right, that it's still, even now, I still consider myself relatively new to atheism. So it definitely made a huge difference in my life in terms of the transition, the support, the understanding, and then ultimately the community I needed to find. But for other people, I recognize that it's even in that first step, that initial questioning. Yeah.
Right. So the whole world is a different place for me now. Like, it is such a radically different world than I thought I was in. And it's not just sociology and psychology and neurophysiology and history and all this other stuff. It's just more of a menace. It's the experience itself, right? My understanding of human sexuality, not just in terms of science, but in terms of the lived experience and relationships in terms of the lived experience, it is just such a different place than I thought it was, that I perceived it to be or experienced it as when I was younger.
Right.
And when I compare the two paradigms, there's no contest. This one is much better. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm happy
James,
with my life.
Hang on
Go
one
ahead.
sec, just because my dad's calling me.
Okay. All right. So while Jay's talking to his awesome dad, reading the chats real quick. Melody Joy says 41 Club. Yep, absolutely 41 Club. I don't know why it took me so long when 8-year-olds are figuring this shit out, but it did. Former lukewarm progressive Christian, right? Says Carol the Atheist. Been there. Isn't that crazy? They actually have a Bible verse. Lukewarm means not a fanatic, right? They actually have a Bible verse that says if you're not a religious fanatic, that God will just throw you away like trash. He'll vomit you out as this disgusting thing he wants no part of, right? Just because you're not radical. That's crazy. Yes, I was born an atheist as well. I think it's the one thing we all have in common. Carol says 20 years. Jim says, I want to join the stream, but it's nighttime, so I don't want to wake up people. Fair enough, Jim. Well, then, next time, let me know when. Love to have you on here. Melody Joy says, I was lukewarm and then fundy and then studied myself out. Studied myself out. I love that, too. That is really, really wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to go. James, I'm going to hop out so I can help my dad get set up and gather. But, yeah, I dropped the link. That's where we'll
do you know what you're doing? Do you have a
gather.
specific plan for Gather? Or, like, tonight is there a theme or an activity that you have planned?
Oh, no. So right now my dad and I are going to play some cards. So if people want to come through and get, like, a pinochle lesson, that's what will be going on there for at least probably about an hour or so. And then we'll probably just watch shows and play movies. You know, most nights we just hang out and play games. So people will just be playing games. If Derek would come through, he could stream his Call of Duty. We got some shooters, you know, Lena and Wayne and some of those people. We might watch some wrestling. But, yeah, we're just going to have fun. We do that almost every night, but we always do it from the compound. So this time we'll just be in a public space that everybody can join us. So, yeah.
No, I appreciate that.
But yeah, you should come through after your stream.
Awesome, I will.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. I'll see you soon.
Peace.
All right, bye, chat. All right, so my stream, hang on a sec. I'm going to put something on for y'all. I'm going to just help my dad get set up here, and we're going to play some Pinochle. I'm going to just leave James off for a second.
I just want to say I'm in lockup in Sweden right now, and I wonder what you think I'm not. Sure, I mean, that's interesting, Jim, because that's what we were talking about before, right? So, I mean, it's a proven thing. America questioned it. We eventually got somewhere in the Bible about, is it Kentucky? There's some place where they've been running that as an experiment and it works. And which surprised me that it wasn't one of the like more progressive states that tried it. And so eventually we're going to switch to that. So it's interesting that America doesn't lead the way in anything good, right? Like the best things in progress in terms of human progress happen in other countries, and then America just trails behind. I mean, there's some scientific exceptions, but I mean in terms of the lived experience, right? And in terms of like social reform and societal reform, we're just falling behind so badly. I'm glad that you're there, Jim, for whatever you did or got convicted of or whatever. I'm glad you're there and can go through that kind of a system and not be fed through the meat grinder, the like psychopathic meat grinder that we call the criminal justice system here in America. And a lot of times that's why I won't report somebody for a crime unless they're actively doing a thing. It depends on the crime, right? But man, I hesitate. Just don't want to feed anybody through that system. It'd have to be a pretty bad crime before I'd report it. And even then I'd feel conflicted about it because you kind of have to, but at the same time, man, we're awful to prisoners. Man, we're awful to people. Yeah, that's awesome, Jim. I'm very glad about that. Sometimes you get, hey, I don't even get cookies and pie. Though I tell my kids, I'm like, look, I'm not above playing favorites. We can have like a point system, and you guys can see who's ahead that week, right? Like, I take cookies, I take pie, I take hugs. We can talk about like the barter system. Who wants to be my favorite kid for the week? I don't get enough cookies and pie. Though my doctor says it's quite obvious I get too much cookies and pie, so it depends on who you ask. Awesome. We'll see you later, Melody Joy. Well, that was 3 minutes ago, so she's already gone. Somebody can tell her. And then Macy's already come and gone. Macy Wood, she's on my friends list. She's very beautiful person, and I don't just mean that physically. She's like really earthy, down to earth person who works in a pot shop and does stuff for them. She does online like marketing and some other stuff for them. And then she has this like booth where she travels around when she gets a chance to. I don't know where she goes exactly. Where she sells really cool jewelry and ornamentations and crystals and things like that. Really cool stuff. Jim says I'm even allowed to go to a restaurant one time. I don't know what a VEC means in a mental hospital. Yeah. So mental hospitals also here in America, mental hospitals are so dysfunctional. They're not actually good to the people that are patients there. They do not really address the needs of the patients. And I've heard such stories like, oh. So no, it's a completely different thing here. It's awful. But the institution functions on repeat business. If they cure somebody, if they really, really help somebody in an efficient and enduring way, then they don't get repeat business because the person leaves and they're fine now, right? Able to function. But the industry wants them coming back. It wants them failing when they leave. So you can come back and it can charge your insurance all over again, get paid all over again to quote unquote help you. And so they do not meet the needs of the patients, and they quite intentionally don't meet the needs of the patients here in America. It's one of the reasons we have mass shootings all the time, and nobody gets the connection. If somebody needs therapy, they got to wait 3 months, and I got to figure out who either takes their cheap-ass insurance or who's willing to see them without any, which probably means waiting 6 months. Then when you finally get in, most of the therapists are underqualified and undermotivated to actually help you. You get all these people that just break under the stresses of our crazy society. And I'm not like blaming society as a whole for mass shooters. I'm just saying that if we want to resolve the problem, then we really need to think about these things. It's a multifaceted cause with a multifaceted solution. And too many people are trying to simplify the issues to whether or not we have gun legislation, which yes, we need gun legislation, but that's not going to solve the problem. It'll make less people die, but there's still going to be the problem. Macy Wood sounded kind of fantastic or sad or something to me, but maybe just me. Oh, fatalistic or sad or something. Yeah, I think that the Jay was in a different groove than what she came here for, and when Jay has momentum on a thing, he just pushes forward with the momentum, with what he wants to talk about and how he wants to talk about it, and it just wasn't the groove she was in. And I don't know, maybe she also wasn't in a great mood, but I'm not sure. I'll have to ask her when I talk to her. But she's a nice person. She's spiritual, but not religious, but like just kind of like low-key spiritual, like not really into woo, but not like, I don't know. She's in some, I guess I don't want to sum it up because I don't want to speak for her, but yeah, I don't think there's a lot of things about Buddhism she likes. One of the things I love about Buddhism is it says basically, look, take what works and leave what doesn't. If you find in your lived experience or in your knowledge quest something that contradicts Buddhism or something said in Buddhism, then reject the thing that Buddhists said. Just reject it. It's not a package deal. It's not an all or nothing proposition. If there's something that works for you, work with it. Right? Make it your own. And if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work with you, it doesn't empower you in any way, then set it aside. Buddhism is very reasonable in that way, whereas Christianity is all like, nah, it's all or nothing, bitches. Life, what it's all about, man. Jay. So Jay Pocket Locker Bundy, that's who that was, right? So, yeah. Pocket Locker 86. I like him, but yeah, when he gets in a role, like when he doesn't slow down to wait for cues a whole lot. Like he's got something to say and he's just gonna keep saying it. And in a way that's a skill set, right? Because that allows him to keep a stream going. It allows him to not miss a beat, right? And keep going. And it's a skill set, but
check.
Sometimes he is not in the same group with chat and doesn't pick up on the difference. I try to be adaptable. He's not worried about adapting to chat. Chat needs to adapt to him, or you can go somewhere else. But I've got a different modality, I guess you would call it. And the people in the chat are the whole reason the stream even exists. So I try to work with the people that are in the chat, because that's the whole reason I started the channel, is to give other people a voice and to be another platform for people to connect on. So, again, not criticizing Jake at all. He's just got a different way of a different mindset, I guess, or a different strategy for streaming. Carol the Atheist says, "Oh, I thought he meant that Macy Wood was another J." Oh, no. Macy Wood is her own. No. Sorry, no. Macy Wood didn't really like what Jay was saying. But she's a friend of mine on Facebook. So it was good to see her come in.
All right, chat. I don't know what that is. I guess I don't know if I upset somebody or what. Y'all know how it is. I don't really care. All right, here we go. Hey, Dad, can you see me? Oh, you still on the phone? Yeah, I can hear you on the phone, but yeah, I'm in the gather now, so you could probably turn the phone off so you get your headset and gather. Oh, I not left my damn drink sitting over there. I can't hear you in gather. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably me. I had my thing muted. Let me see. 3-4. Can you hear me, Dad?
I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. You perfect now. All right, give me 1 sec. You can hang up the phone.
I did.
All right, give me 1 sec.
So, Jay.
Hang on 1 sec. Where am I? At a cost. Hey, Dad. All right, now
before I get and have to jump off the phone at some time. I mean, I'm not planning on doing that until like 7:30, 8. But my point, I got a good hour. But my point is, I forgot. Oh, so when is your so-called semester break? What time? Do you know?
Let me look. Also, I just want to tell you, we're on YouTube. So say hi to the fans. I'm sure you got some.
Yeah, I know. I know we have YouTube. I got my show. My little show is on YouTube.
You got
the college puts it on
female
YouTube.
fans, I'm sure. Out there. All right, where's the? Hang on a sec. Let me see my. I put this on my thing here. Work notes.
And then I got this employee. This is the guy who graduated from Cambridge, not up in Boston, but Cambridge and Oxford, who works for me. Yeah, today he was asking me all about you. So I don't know. Do you have a LinkedIn account? I don't know. He said, well, I got to go check him out on LinkedIn.
Oh,
because he's getting ready to go to medical. He's going to go to medical.
I do have a LinkedIn, but I don't put nothing on LinkedIn.
So I told him, I said, I doubt if he keeps that up, but he's going to go to medical school.
LinkedIn's for them real serious professional types. My semester break is, let's see, they do their presentations next week. Then they do Evolution Games. So they're done Friday, December 16th.
But more importantly, when you come back?
Probably. Normally it's like January. Let me see. Let me look at the calendar. I don't know exactly. It'll probably be January. Probably the week of January. Oh, it's the 2nd, like that. Oh,
that quick? The 2nd?
Because that's that Monday. It's normally the Monday after New
might not work
Year's.
out.
So it might be the 2nd or the 9th. I gotta look. And plus, I'm teaching online, so I'll check.
I know you can still do that from anywhere, but we were trying to, not necessarily Christmas or anything. We were just trying to get you here for 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
But that's such a short one. And then I'm in Charlotte from, I don't know, around Christmas Day to New Year's Day. So I'm gone like most of that week. But I don't have that final yet. We might be able to figure something. I'll talk more to you about that. We don't have to cover that right now. That was just some hope, but we could get you here for just 2 or 3 days.
All right,
I was hoping you had mid-January when you went back or something. But we'll
I don't
see.
know. Let me check because you got to remember I'm changing assignments. Like they'll have me at that community college or whatever in the fall. All right, and give me 1 sec because I just noticed it's a little detail on this map that's wrong that I need to fix real quick. Let me go over here and do it. Somehow I ended up with a spotlight tile out of place. Let me just fix that in the map maker. All right, edit the map. Where I don't know where this spotlight tile came from. All right, let's delete that. Erase. That does not need to be there. Save. Okay, that was bothering me. All better. All right, Dad, come out here with me to the card table.
Well, what do you want to do? Hit follow, but I don't see that nowhere right now.
Yeah, you could. It's just if you scroll back out, you can see it. See the area that says cards outside? You got to zoom out probably. Remember, if you zoom out, you can see the map, the whole room.
Trying to zoom out. I normally do it with my hand. I can't do it.
I think yours was like the pinch or something.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was doing it with my hand. I can't do that this time. All right, let me see something. Let's see if I got something else. Oh, I do see myself now. I see. Okay. I don't know what. But yeah, it should be on. It should be on this big. I guess living room or whatever.
Touchpad should probably do it. Zoom out.
Let me see.
How much of the map can you see? You probably zoomed way in.
I can see the pool table, the board games, Uno.
So look
poker.
to the left of the pool table. Do you say cards?
Yeah, I see cards.
Yeah, that's where we're going.
All right, so you just take me over there.
But you can hit follow. You can hit follow or whatever you want to do.
That's the thing I don't see. Is just follow over here.
Follow is normally you got to go to participants or you got to click on me. You got to click on my avatar or you got to go over to participants on the right. But if you right click,
and that was there, but that's not.
If you just
there.
right click
now,
on me, you should have follow.
Now I have. All right, just click on you. Okay, all right, that's possible. I guess that's better.
But you click on me and then you got to hit follow. Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to click on you. What happened to all that? Everything you said is there. The private area.
Well, you here. You got to come in here. Here, just come. Yeah, just come sit at the table, though. You got to come sit at the table so you're in that room. Like, move. Click on. Double hit the. There you go. There you go. You good now. You good now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now if you're on your laptop, it should say press X to play cards. You can hit anytime, just hit X.
Wait a minute, hold on. I gotta find that. Hit X to play cards.
You don't matter, just because of where you are. It should, if it's as long as it's lit up yellow, it might have faded away already. But go ahead, hit X. It should pop up.
Now you're talking about X on my computer or X on
your laptop? Hit
on
X.
a laptop. I hit it. All right, something's happening.
World of Cards should pop up.
All right, say support free content. Hit continue.
What do you mean support free content?
It's got some stuff on here. I can see behind it is the card game, but I gotta
Yeah.
Hit continue.
You
That went
hit
away.
you might have to hit the accept the whatever the cookies
Right,
or
continue
whatever.
to site. Okay, I'm at the site now. Agree to the terms.
Yeah, agree to the terms.
Continue to site. Well, I want to stop. It keeps coming back with that continue. All right, now, are you hitting something? Are you moving something? Because a lot of stuff is going on. I'm not touching it.
No, I mean, you can share your screen, then I can see.
It says add block plus instructions.
Add block plus. No, you got something going on. Share your screen. Just go to the bottom of Gather and hit screen share.
I remember that. It's just the screen, right? Hit that screen.
Hit the screen, then you got to hit the entire screen, then you got to hit share again.
I got an entire screen.
Then you got to hit share again.
Well, I'm hitting it. They said this thing don't move as fast as it used to. I don't know what's going on. I'm hitting. I see entire screen. All right, it's moving now. Hit share.
Yes.
Now I'm hitting share.
Yes.
You got it?
All right. Yeah, hang on a sec. All right, boom. All right, what they asking you to do? All right, so go back to main. You don't care about this. Or continue to site, actually. Yeah, they just continue.
It's got to go right back to that. Watch.
Oh, then go to continue to site. This is just, you got some ad blocker put in here. The university maybe did that. Just go to continue. You don't care about any of this.
I know, it keeps going back and forth. The same thing. That's what I was saying.
Oh, try back to main. You know what it is? It's probably, you might have messed up all right, hit back to main.
Back to main.
Continue.
Continue.
And it goes right back. Yeah, that's weird.
Do you see those things on the side? Do they mean anything? Select blocker, add block, U block origin, U block, add guard. Does that mean anything?
Yeah, it's trying to tell you what to do. It wants you to go to add block.
You have to understand that this is my own personal commission.
Yeah, all right, do me something. All right, do me a favor. Hit that little X up in the upper right corner.
Right up here?
Yeah, like close out of there. All right, now hit X again.
X now is all the way over to schedule.
No, just hit regular X, just on your keyboard.
On our computer.
Yeah, sorry.
Just hit it.
Yeah, now let's see what happens. All right, now hang on a
back to
second.
the same
Support
old
free
nonsense.
content. We use ads to keep our content free for you. Please allow ads and let sponsors fund your surfing. Okay, so try continue without supporting us.
Okay, I see that. That worked.
All right, then go to accept terms. What it is this is a site that is supported by ads, and you have an ad blocker. And then they were saying, please allow ads through. And so you wanted to just say, no, I don't care. I'm not letting ads. Now, to be honest with you, that's the way to go because your interface is a little bit cleaner than other people's. All right, now here's what you want to do. You want to sign in because this is a site, and what's going to happen is you want it to be the same for you everywhere. Right now, see it has you as guest number 2,551?
Yes.
We had you register last time, so you want to sign in. And believe it or not, I have it set up so that when we play at these private tables, only registered players can play with us. There's actually...
All right, so do I hit sign in now or hit yes 2551?
Hit sign in.
I'm hitting sign in now. Sign in now. Come on. There it is. It did something. Did you see it?
You know what? Don't sign in. Hit X. Hit X. Hit X. Hit X. Before,
don't hit that other sign in?
No. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a few minutes and I'm gonna show you around World of Cards. The reason I want to do this is because there are certain features that you have to register for, but it doesn't like when you leave tables. So I'm gonna show you around a bit first. All right. So let me see. So the first thing is click over where it should say options down there by Pinochle. It says 55 players, but then the bottom left it says options.
I see 55 players, and then I don't see nothing that says option. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's that little red circle. It's that red oval. The red oval. See, the Pinochle is like a frame, right? The bottom left of that frame says options. Your mouse is right there. Or maybe that's my mouse. No, but all right, hover over the 52 players in front of the Pinochle.
I see 52 players now.
Hover over that with your mouse.
Well, you can remember.
You got the thing. All right, well, to the bottom left of that 52 players says options. That
you mean in this thing here?
Yeah. In that little pinochle frame.
I see it. Okay.
Now,
so small.
That's some things. All right. So now this is where we're going to go to set the private table. But I'm showing you some of the options you have. You can set it so that if you set a private table, which we'll do, it'll give you those options for registered players only and exclude new players. Those are some things you could do. Let's say you set up a table, you don't want no rookies at it, you exclude new players, then they have to have played a certain amount of games first, or you could go to registered players only. Now, the one you have open now is exclude games in progress. This is an important one because when you normally go to play Pinochle with people at this site, it will just drop you into the middle of a game.
Okay.
Now, the way I get around that is I have a private table. So when I'm playing at my private table, it doesn't do that. Now, I kind of like it. I don't have it checked to exclude games in progress. Reason being, I don't have to sit around waiting at a table. Mm-hmm. Like, you could jump in now, but it's going to throw you in. It might be in the middle of the game. You'll be like, what? You'll be literally playing a hand. You'll just be like, what? The score? It's kind of wild. Mm-hmm. But you can exclude that if you want to. All right, now hit OK. Just hit OK for now. It don't matter. And also, you see the bitter out rule there. You know about that. Now, go to menu. It's the opposite side of that same thing. Options is one side, then 51 players, menus on the other side. Yeah. I got it. And remember, all of those is giving you different options and menus that you can select. Now, you done hit menu probably twice, so back out real quick because you're in the game now.
How can I back out? Hit an X?
Go to leave table down at the bottom.
Oh, leave table. Okay.
All right. Now go to that menu again, but only hit it. Make sure only hit it once. Yeah. Okay, now this is important because this is where you have a double-deck Pinochle chat lobby. That's basically going there for registered players. It'll give you a table, and you could just chat. You're not going to play. Mm-hmm. Just if you want to talk, maybe discuss bidding strategies with a new partner or something like that. Mm-hmm. The tutorial you've seen, right? That's the tutorial I showed you last time you was in here. Mm-hmm. And then play double-deck Pinochle with bots. I use that a lot. Here's why I use that. The bots in this game play better than other games. So like
robots.
Robots, yeah. Uh-huh. Bots is short for robots. One reason I play with the bots all the time. There's two main reasons. One, these bots play better. So I showed you trickster cards, which looks really nice, but a lot of times we'll use that to play with other people because we don't like those bots. Remember, they lead their ace of trump. Mm-hmm. The Pinochle Classic one does the same thing too, where they lead their ace of trump.
Oh, I see. I got you.
Unless you play on harder difficulties. But these bots here are programmed by, see that name down after Webmaster, Maria at World of Cards. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So she's a player, and she actually is the person who makes this site, and she programs these bots. So these bots play more like you would expect humans. Now, sometimes they'll throw you off, just like a real person. Sometimes they won't send you mail. There's some they'll make a little weird decision here or there, but they play pretty well. You know what I mean? And so the other thing is, just quickly, remember I had you register at that Power Pinochle forum?
Something like that, yeah. I remember.
Yeah, that other forum. Maria is on that forum a lot. You will see that name.
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing her name.
Yeah, and that's important, right? Because it literally means when you're interacting with her, you can give her feedback. Like, you could you could just email her straight from here, but if you let her know on Power Pinochle, hey, I was in this or that situation and your bots did this weird thing, she will address it. That's how she literally makes these bots play better, is because she takes into account. And I've actually read forums where she's gotten, because she started as kind of inexperienced, right? She started more of a programmer, but as the different players have given her feedback on her bots, she's actually reprogrammed them to play better. And remember I showed you how we could save hands and analyze it?
Right, yeah.
She's taken them files and been able to go through and see what the bots did that she didn't like, fix it, and then report back like, oh, if you play that same hand now, the bot will bid like this, and the bot will do that. It's very exciting, but I'm just showing you it's real more community. So that's
interestingly. shared with Janine. I talked to her earlier in the week for a few minutes, and I told her, I said, "You're gonna be surprised." I said, he really did set up a pinochle school now, and she didn't say she wasn't interested.
Right.
I probably won't get to it until after Thanksgiving sometime, but I told her, I said, "Yeah." I said, "So one of these times we're gonna have you join, and you'll see how he
it'd be fun."
But she was like, "Okay," because I told her, I said, "This is even better than me trying to tell you in person. It's really that good," But she was. I'm surprised she didn't know about Gather, because she plays spades, I think, online or something else. I don't know what she does.
Oh yeah, I'll show her. Yeah, she'll like Gather.
Yeah,
all right. So here's the other reason you would say.
Well, she's a techie, so she definitely will like.
So she'll jump
this,
in.
just even if she don't learn the game, she'll like this.
Right.
Seeing how this.
And so the double deck pinochle. But the other thing is, if you're playing kind of relaxed, like when I'm just kind of relaxing at home, the other reason I play with bots is because you get more time. If you walk away and cook dinner and take a shower, it'll time you out. It'll say something like you've been disconnected because you've been away for too long. But for the most part, you're not playing on a clock. So, if you doing something in the background, might have to step away for a minute or two, you could play with bots, and I use that for practice. Play double deck pinochle with people is where, like I said, it'll jump you straight in. If you have it to exclude games in progress, it'll set you at a table that's not, isn't full yet. And then that's how you play with people. So, this is great. If the weather's bad, or, there's nobody at People's Choice or whatever, or wherever you're playing, people jump in and play with people. And then the other thing is, after you get registered, you might have to play a few games first, but it will let you play ranked double deck pinochle. And you'll probably do that because that's where you notice the level of play will step up, right? Because a lot of times so you might want to play with people, but then if you start playing ranked, that's when you'll really start to play some serious players. So I just wanted to kind of show you that menu. For now, go ahead and try play double deck pinochle with people. Just click it. You're a guest, so right now if you jump out, the reason I had you do this first was because if you do this registered, it'll come.
So I'm guest 2551.
Yeah, but you know what? Right now,
I got 3 empty seats.
Yeah, you got 3 empty seats. Ain't nothing going on at this table. You could leave this table.
So what I do? Hit leave.
Just
table.
hit leave table. Go and just click on that 54 players. Normally that just drops you into a game with players. So go ahead, click that. All right. Yeah, it must not be, the games in progress must be full. All right, no worries. Let's go ahead and get started. So you can go ahead and leave this, just leave table. And then that's what it was doing. It was showing you when you click that, but you'll get used to it. If you go to start a table, what it was doing basically is it's giving you a game to play with. So let's say, this is kind of how that works. So you jumped into a table. Normally, if it's a game in progress or a game missing a player, it'll just make you the missing player. But what it did there was it started you off at a table. What it will do then is it'll allow you to substitute bots in, and then if a person comes, they'll just replace the bots. So it's kind of nice. Like, as you can say, oh, I'll wait a couple minutes for somebody to show up. Oh, nobody showed up. Okay, I'm gonna just start the game with bots, and then if people show up, it'll throw them in. They could finish the game with you, and then you go about your business. All right, so what we'll do now, though, is I got it set up on my end. So now go ahead and go back to the options.
Under which one? 56 players?
Yeah, on for Pinochle. Yeah.
Yeah, boy, that's so small I can hardly see it, but I see it.
Yeah. Part of that's because it's built in Gather, so you're not getting the full screen, but yeah. All right, so now what you would do, no. You want to go to the options. It click. You must have missed it, because it's so small. But yeah, make sure you hit that red circle. There you go. All right, so you want to go to private table.
Put a check.
Yes.
Hit OK.
No, you got to change the name from none to People's Choice.
Change to People's Choice.
Yeah, let me make sure I got mine set up right. Yep, I'm hit OK. All right, so then you're going to change yours to, change the name to People's Choice. Proper spelling, like a title.
Yeah, hold on for a minute. Yeah, something weird's happened.
Yeah, I noticed you got this white thing going on. I don't know what that is. Oh, it looks like it's trying to print something. Just hit cancel. You might have hit an accidental shortcut.
All right, so hitting that box again. Hit on top of none?
Yeah, yeah. And you're just going to change that to people's choice. Just type it in there.
I tried to.
Oh, yeah, it backs you out. So go
All right,
ahead.
So let me go to options. Okay, I'm back. All right, so
and
let
then
me
you're just changing the name.
All right, so do I hit change?
Yep,
All
and
right.
then go people's choice.
But let me see if I can just type like this. No, I can't type like that. Then that comes up again. All right, so cancel that again. All right, I'm back on top of that. None.
You should be able to type with your keyboard.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
As soon as I hit something, this pops up. As soon as I hit P, that pops up.
That is, oh, you know what? Because it probably is got your P somehow mapped to a shortcut. All right. It done backed him all the way out because he done dropped out the damn thing. All right, let me go over here. Let's make sure you delete that bot. Yeah. Yeah, hey, Dad, I noticed it dropped you out. You could just pop back in. No, you could just go back to Gather. If you go to gather.town, it should pop. If you type it in your, type it at the top of your browser. Just type up there, gather.town. No, it somehow dropped you out of Gather. That's what I'm saying. You got to climb back into Gather. Hot bar. Yeah. Just want to go to Gather, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you could hit one of them Friendsgiving ones. That should bring you right back to it. It's going to still have you join again. Yeah. Hit that, yeah. All right, now you back in.
Now I got to.
Now just hit X again. You're right at the table already.
Hit what?
X on your keyboard. And you can go ahead and share your screen again.
All right, yeah, let's try to do that. That was a good idea. Oh, my goodness. I'm back to this. Oh, share is down here, right?
Yeah.
All right, so then I got to hit the word share. Oh, entire screen. I hit that first. Entire screen. Come on, entire screen, move. It's not moving. It's trying to move. It's doing something. Because it still didn't come up so I can hit share yet.
Oh, so yeah, you just want to hit share, then you want to touch the entire
I can't even get
screen.
it to share. It's not going to do that to this. Oh, there it is. Now it's going to let me share. Watch. All right, so now I'm back to this dumb stuff. That's continue without supporting us, right? I got
yes.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, now accept terms.
Yes.
I accept terms. I agree. Okay, all right. So now I'm really back, I guess.
Okay.
All right, so I'm hitting the options again.
Yep.
Try my other finger here. Oh, man, this is crazy. Why won't there? Okay, all right. So I'm going to hit private table.
Correct.
And I hit OK.
And then change.
No, I got to hit change name.
Yeah, you got to change the name. Yep.
All right, this is where we ran into the problem.
All right, so now just start typing. People's choice.
So watch what happens. Now, every time I do this, it goes to that thing. See?
Yeah, that is weird.
That's what's crazy. You're right. It's like it's trying to print something. Now, do you see the other side of the screen where it still says double deck pinochle options? On part of the
yes, what that is that's just showing you what it's going to print. So hit cancel.
Right.
Hit cancel.
Hit cancel.
And do you have some sort of shift lock or?
I tell you what, I probably have on here. I have a VPN on here.
No, that's not doing this.
From the college. Now
You
that I
have
do have.
something that is making it pull up that print every time you hit P. Oh, are you hitting Shift P? Double check when you hit. You might be hitting Control or something, because that seems like a Control P thing. Make sure you're hitting Shift P when you go to enter the P for People's Choice.
Well, I got to hit Cap, right?
No, don't do Cap. Just hold Shift P. Hold Shift and hit P.
Nothing happens. See what popped up?
Yeah, it's going to the print thing again. All right, go to cancel. You're somehow not in the right thing. All right, click down in that box where it says none.
I'm doing that. That's what I'm always doing.
Try to do it with your mouse, that little mouse thing you got, because it might be that touch. It might be something with that touch that's bringing up a weird menu. Because you were able to do this before. Now, I got a backup option, but this just seems a little weird to me. Because can you do anything? Can you backspace? Hit backspace, see what happens.
It's taking a letter down. All right, so let's try it now. P. Oh man, so as I hit P, there you go.
Now, what are you hitting when you hit P? Look down at your hands when you hit P. Are you hitting caps lock?
I just hit the letter P. I'm not hitting anything.
All right,
my cap lock is on. Take the cap.
Take cap lock off. Yeah.
All right, let's try it that way. P. No.
Nope. All right. Now cancel that. That's a shortcut. It's something it's doing. All right. Now hold Shift and hit P.
Hold Shift?
Yeah, and hit P while you hold Shift.
That comes up over there now.
Yeah, this is really weird. All right, I'm going to do something else here. Let me get out of this view, grid view. All right, I'm going to go in the chat. I'm going to hit People's Choice. All right, now highlight and copy People's Choice in the chat. Right, like go down to the chat bubble where it says 1, that little red bubble down there in the bottom.
Okay, I see that number 1, right?
Yeah, click on that.
Hit that 1?
Yeah. That's how you pull up the chat. Now, see where I said People's Choice?
Where?
Copy that. See, it says Most Grateful Apostle, the message. It says People's Choice up there up the top, above the message. See up to the top to the right? 709,
right.
Most Grateful.
Right. Okay, all right. So I see People's Choice.
Yeah, so copy that.
I don't know if I can. If I touch it and move, I can touch it, I think, and move
you should do it. Yeah, if you got a touchpad or something, try to highlight it with your touchpad.
All right, hold on for a second.
I don't know what the heck is going on your keyboard.
I'm going to do it this way. I'm trying to do it now with my mouse.
What could he have?
No, once again, it went back to that. Let's try it again. I'm doing it with my mouse now. Trying to do it with my mouse. Let me see. Right click or left click?
You want to left click to select it.
Hold on for a second. Let me see. All right, I got it hot. Okay, I got it hot. Okay, you see that?
Yeah, you got to get the whole thing.
I know, I got to get the whole thing. All right, come on, people. Let's do this again. Oh, man.
You want to click and drag while you're at the P, yeah, but you got to hover over.
That's the part that's tricky with this thing without a mouse.
Yeah, with the thing, yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me try it.
I can't believe they got your thing jacked up like this.
Let me see if I can do the second word by itself. Nope. Won't do that. Do that.
Yeah,
see
you
if
can.
I can do it backwards. See if I can do it backwards. Normally I do it backwards. All right, go forward. It always breaks when it gets to choice.
Yeah, well, that's because you're placing it in between them. So unclick it and then go to the end of the E. Go to after choice and go backwards. Yeah. There you go.
All right, so now what I do?
Control C.
Controls at the same time, right?
Yeah, Control C.
Got it.
That's copy. Now you got to go back to private table name and paste that in there.
Okay, so I got to touch this and make it hot.
Backspace it out. Yeah, get rid of the N and the E. And then
I just put enter.
Control V.
Control what?
V.
All at the same time.
No, that's not it. Backspace.
Control C or Control V?
V. There it is. Oh, you did it twice. Backspace. You did it twice. All right. Now.
Wow, that was pretty cool how you figured that out.
All right. So, no, you did
right,
it.
he must have hit it 3 times.
Yeah, he must have hit it 3 times. Yeah. All right. So now hit. Keep going. Keep going.
It's a trick.
Yeah. Keep.
I don't know when to stop.
Yeah, I don't know how many
It's
times.
the last
put it
one.
in there.
Nope, there's another one. You sure it makes a difference?
What is that? That almost seemed like it's looping or something.
Yeah, right. It is. I agree. Does it make a difference?
Hold backspace. No, you're good. All right, stop. That's it. That was the last
Yeah,
one.
we got
You must
it.
have punched it a bunch of times.
Hit okay?
Hit okay, yeah. Yeah, just hit okay. Now, it should... you know what, Dad? We done messed up. We're going to do that again. You got to sign in. Just go ahead and sign in. You only have to punch it in once.
Now,
because
is it sign in now?
Yeah,
Or sign in? Is it the blue sign in or the red sign in? You see, I got a blue next to register that says
the
sign
blue
in.
sign in next to register.
And I think that's what I did wrong before. I hit the red sign in before because I didn't even see this one. All right, what's my user's name, which I probably forgot?
Yeah, I forgot.
Did I put it on my phone? I meant to.
It may have just been Al Bundy, but I don't remember how you spelled it.
All right, hold on for a second. Let me see something. I put that stuff in here. I try to. I don't see it. Wait a minute. Password for no.
It may have actually saved it. Double click in that box right there in that username box.
All right, left or right click?
Left. No, you didn't click. No, need away from it. No, in the username box.
All right, so I need to get rid of this. All right, now it's doing something stupid. How do I get rid of that?
Just click in the normal part of the screen.
All right.
There you go. Now go back to sign in.
Hit sign in.
Now hit username. Hit A. Press A.
I try to put my name in there.
No, I just don't remember. I don't remember what you put in.
And I really should have told me because I would have wrote that down. I'm so used to knowing to write stuff down. I got a memory box on myself on my phone that I put all my things.
Well,
all right, so we got to do forgot, I guess. Let's do forgot.
Yeah, do forgot. Put in your email that you registered for it, then it'll send it to you.
Okay. All right, then hit send email.
Yes.
Email sent. Should come up here on my phone in a second. Normally makes a noise. I didn't hear it make a noise, but that doesn't mean it didn't send it. 48. Okay, all right, so it would be an honor. Please host LLPPC. Greetings, Mr. Bundy. I don't know what this is about.
Nah, that's something else.
All right, today's gather. I see that.
Should be after that.
All right. I don't know. Now, it wouldn't come into my text. It's going to come into the email, right?
Correct.
All right, so let me try updates. That's where most of my stuff new comes in. Oh, man. Now it's giving me the news. I don't want that back.
Nah, it should just be in your inbox.
No, my updates, see, for some reason, mine are sorted. I have 4 or 5 sorts on mine. Hold on for 1 second. I'm just trying to go back to it. Okay. All right. So, yeah, it's not in updates. All right. So I'm just go to my regular thing. It's not in promote. I see your gather link.
You could probably try registering again, or
I'll do whatever.
I'm trying to think. You don't see the email?
Hold on for a second. I told you I have, since it's sorted, I have to.
Since it's sorted, you got to figure out where it sends stuff that doesn't go there.
I don't, I'll be honest with you, be right honest with you, I don't see it because it still should have a, you know how you get an indicator that something new came to your email?
Inbox, yeah.
Your inbox, right? That's what I'm really saying. I don't see anything, but hold on for just a second.
Try
Updates. Hold on.
refreshing
Give
it.
me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Updates. Not there. Our regular forums, I don't think it's there now. And I have social. What's this? No, that's not it. All right, and last is certainly not loose. Let's just go to my regular primary updates. All right, still back to your gather. Gather link. Nope, nothing new popped up. So I don't know why that is.
All right.
Did I hit email sent? It says email sent.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
I put it in right.
See, check
BUNDY
that other tab. You got a tab next to you. Your next tab next to gather is your email.
Right here, send email down there.
No. The
You
tab
mean on my phone?
on your computer. The tab next to your gather. All right, here's a couple things to do. Yeah, you got to clear all these tabs. Oh, you got a lot of these tabs open.
Yeah, I got a million, right?
All right, so you need to right-click up near where that red dot is, and it should give you the option to close other tabs.
All right, so I got right-click and hit what? Just touch them?
No, up where that red dot is. Remember that red dot on the gather tab? Right-click where that is.
Oh, so go up to that.
Yeah.
Right here.
Now right click.
Right there.
Right click.
And hit right click. Do I have to do anything else? I right clicked it.
No, it should be a menu that pops up. All right, hover over the.
Oh, there's a menu.
All right,
There's a
now
menu.
close other tabs.
Okay.
No, close tabs to the right. Close tabs to the right. The one all the way at the bottom. All right, now you also have an email tab next to gather, right? See, to the left of it says today's gather link.
Right.
Click that.
Oh, so this is my regular email that's in my...
now go to click inbox right there. Now that's where it should be. Yeah.
That's
right.
I'm looking at the same
Right,
thing on my
yeah,
phone.
so you can close that out. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you know what? Try spam. You have a spam folder down there?
I don't think so.
Go to more. See under promotions?
Yeah, I see more. Right click it?
Left click it. And then click spam.
Oh, wow. I never did this before. Right click or left?
Left.
Never done this before. Confirm.
Yeah.
No.
Nope, that's fine. You can close out of that.
Yeah.
All right. Go back to the card, the gather Friendsgiving.
All right, hold on for a second. Is that at the top right here?
Yeah.
Got it.
All right. Click. Go to hit register. I don't know why it didn't send your email.
Got it.
All right. So let's just try it again. Hit username. Just hit.
It's already hot.
Yeah. Just hit Al Bundy or something in there.
Caps, you think?
It's up to you. It doesn't matter. It's however you want it to look. Actually, I'd say all lowercase is probably the easiest.
Okay. That's there.
Just put like I don't know if you can put a space in there. Yeah, I think you can. Maybe I have no idea. Just go to password.
You know what? My password I think was 2484.
I think it was Melody.
It might have been Melody. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe Melody 123.
Whatever. You got to make sure you remember it.
MELODY. Pretty sure it's 123. I think that's what I'm.
All
This
right,
is just
go
coming
to
back.
Email address.
Email address. Put my email address in.
Yeah.
UNDY 4848
at Gmail. You got to put the whole thing in.
Gmail.
All right, now register.
That username is not available.
I bet you that's your username already. Try signing in with that information.
With the same situation, hit sign in?
Yeah, hit sign in.
And put the same stuff.
Put that name in. And just try Melody for the password.
I think it was Melody 123, but that's okay. L-E-Y. And then hit sign in.
Yeah.
It looked like something's happening.
There it is. All right.
There it is. It was
That
just
worked.
Melody. I remember
All
it was
right.
just Melody.
So, all right. So now here's what you want to do now. Go to options.
Right.
Yeah.
59 players option.
Yeah.
Got it.
Now, see, you already have it in there. See, it remember
Yeah, people's choice is there.
All right, hit OK. This is what I wanted to tell you, because this is actually great, because now it should be easy. So now what you do is you always just go to list of tables.
Go to where?
List of tables.
Where's that at?
Bottom left.
List
Next
of
to
tables.
Webmaster.
Hit that?
Yes. And then remember now, it's always showing you this by games. And this is showing you what you have access to. And like I said, it updates every 4.5 seconds. So you want to scroll to the bottom. Double Deck Pinocchle's always at the bottom.
Well, I want mine scroll.
There you go. You got it. You just got to hold that and drop it down. Yeah. You had it moving. I don't know what happened. Just click. You can just click down lower at the bottom. You don't have to click from the bar. You click in the dark area, and it'll fall down there.
Oh, wait, let me try something else. There we go. I'm just scrolling with my finger.
Yeah, that works. All right, and then now if you
Is
scroll
that
down,
double deck Pinochle? L-E-E-D?
Yes,
Double deck. That's what it stands for.
Double deck. Yeah, and then scroll all the way. It's going to be all the way at the bottom. It's going to be the last thing there.
PBO.
It should be. No, PBO means something about players and bots. Hang on a sec. You know what? It might be on my end. Let me make sure. Grid view. Yeah, I don't think I have a game set up on mine. I think that's why it's not showing you that. All right, so let's see if you could get it started then. All right, because I'm not. Let me see if I press X. Yeah, I don't have anything. All right, I got out of mine to get yours. Okay, that's what happened. The thing is that once you get it going, it kind of expects you to keep. Okay, that's fine. All right, so let's see yours. I'll get you to start it. So now what you should be able to do, click out of that. Just click anywhere in the blue.
Anywhere in the blue, like over here?
Yeah, anywhere. Yeah, anywhere in the background. Yeah. All right, so now 58 players. Now go click on the table. Now what you can do, now that you have this set up, is you can just click on the middle of Pinochle anytime you want. If you want to play other players, you go through the options. But for the most part, now you should just click Double Deck Pinochle. Just click anywhere in the middle. Just anywhere in that Double Deck Pinochle area.
All right, hold up for a second. Are you talking about where it says 59 players?
Yes.
Just hit in the middle of that?
Anywhere in that frame.
Okay.
All right, so here's what it did. What it basically does now is it says, because you have entered, remember you checked that private table option?
Right.
It now just assumes that you always want to start at a private table, as long as you have that checked, right?
Okay.
So what I would do, this is actually really good. This is how I go about it. Because what'll happen is now you know, like, you could always start here. I can always join you. Anybody else, you could just give them the People's Choice name to private table, and then they'll get that option to join it. When you come in here, if you want to practice, you could just play with bots. So if you play here, click here, and the game will start with robots.
Click where it says...
Click here to start game with robots. That blue.
Oh, some of these things are so smart.
I know.
So click here to start the game with robots.
Yep.
All right. Humans may replace them later.
And then read the one below that.
Oh,
I just told you about private table. It's no big deal. Yeah, go ahead. All right, so now you got a game. So now this is your game. You're playing with robots. I got another trick for you. Go back into your gather and hover over your screen share icon. See the green screen where your screen share is?
Yeah.
Hover over that with your mouse. Don't click it. Just hover over it with your mouse.
Hover over what?
The screen share icon.
With my mouse?
Yeah.
Like right here?
Yeah, you need to check that optimize for video.
Oh, so do I need to move it to the left or right? Or
no,
something?
you just need to press that button. Click that button to optimize for video. Nope, you hit the. Yep, now you're good. That makes your playback a lot better when you're sharing your screen. I could tell when they did that little intro card animation, I could tell that you didn't have it checked. All right, no big deal. But yeah, you should always do that when you share video and gather. It's just a gather trick. Because you end up sharing videos and stuff with animations and stuff. All right, so here we go. Go ahead, click back on World of Cards. You can click out of the optimize away from that optimize for video thing. Just click back on your screen or whatever.
I'm trying to get that thing to go down. It's still sitting there.
Yeah, it should just be. It should be if you left click like back on the World of Cards. Yeah, just click somewhere. Now you're not sharing the screen. All right, so you got to share your screen again.
It's doing it. There it is.
All right. Try clicking the optimize for video.
Oh, back over again. All right.
All right. And now try clicking on that scorecard.
Oh, where it says team and all that?
Yeah.
Just hit it? Anywhere?
Yeah, just click on it. Yeah, left click on it. Yeah.
Left click on it.
Yeah, see, that's what all I wanted to do is go away. Yeah. Well, you just have to move your mouse. That's all you need to do.
I just had to move the mouse.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So now we're going to do a couple things that I think are important, but you'll see why I think they're important. So the first thing you need to do when you're playing like this is you probably need to press. See how your bids overlap with each other?
Yeah.
That's probably no good. So I think you need to hold control and I think press the minus sign, which is going to be next to 0.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Control.
Hold control, press that minus. Now let it adjust. Now see the difference? You can see the numbers.
Yeah, I can see them, man.
They're still overlapping. You might even want to hit it one more time.
Anyway,
see, now they're nice and clear, right?
I got you. I see
now, I'm going to show you a couple adjustments I've made, and it's good that you're signed in because it should remember these choices. Go up to the left. All right, the first change we're going to make is not important, but I think everybody should do these things because personalization matters. So go up to we're going to be at that top left menu, click avatar. All right, you got a whole menu of avatars. You can scroll down. The first ones are aliens. Keep scrolling down. You might even be able to do it with just the arrow key, like if you have a down arrow key. Oh, yeah, there you go. All right, animals, you're good to go. Keep going. Animals, cool. Then you'll get into some people. Yeah. All right, there's a woodpecker. All right, there's men. If you keep going, not a ton of diversity in the humans, but a little bit of color up in there. And then other, that little astronaut. There's women. All right. So you can pick an avatar. I don't care what it is, but, pick something. People normally pick, something that reflects their personality. But now you know where it is. If you want to change it later, you can always just pick something, then change it later.
All right. So right now, I think I'm going to make it Woody Woodpecker.
Yeah, keep going
like
up.
his cartoon if I can find him.
Yeah, there you go.
There he
woodpecker. Boom. All right, so now you're the woodpecker. All right, now the wallpaper is actually the background. So go ahead over to wallpaper, change that background. It could be anything. These first ones up here, they're kind of crazy. They're a little bright. I think they're, if you want to make it look like a tacky tablecloth or something, go for it. But scroll down. If you scroll down again, same thing with your hand or whatever. Scroll down. These are all wallpapers, fruit salad, all kinds of stuff you could do. What I think you might find more practical, I love that ultraviolet, by the way, is these fabrics. See, that's a blue canvas. I have a dark fabric. Keep going down, though. You can do walls and floors. Sometimes those woods are. I was gonna say the woods are nice because they look like tables, right? They make it look like a wooden table. But yeah, I do black fabric. My choice is always the black fabric. So I'd always go black fabric or wooden table. No, either like number 3 or 11.
That's cool.
That's dark. Yeah, something like that. Yep, I got something just like that. All right, now you go to deck. Now. What you have right now is that classic one. And I'm going to tell you what to think about with these decks. The thing that's interesting about it, you can scroll down and see the rest of them. There's a couple more.
I would probably stay with the classic, to tell you the truth. And the reason for that is because some of these things become hard to distinguish even when, because these are regular card decks that are out in the public.
I'm gonna give you a couple things. That's exactly what I was gonna think about. So if you go down, hang on a second.
Just stay with the classic.
You can, but hey, I want to show you something though. If you look at these ones just so you get used to this app. If you look at the ones, the Torres one, see the TORRES one, that one is gorgeous. I actually really like it, but the icons like the Queen, King, they're a little bit small and they get harder to see. What I love about that deck though is that the face cards are actually all different in all the suits. So it almost takes on like a role play thing. The one next to it, that blue Anglo-American one or whatever, is the one that you're used to that looks like a normal card, kind of like classic. Egypt will give you some brown faces, but I still think the icons are small. The ones I use now is either the one you're clicked on that says ornamental or that other red one, that more modern one. The reason is, because like you, I'm getting older, and I want it to be really easy to see and count my meld. And the other thing is, if you scroll to the bottom, go to the bottom, those two ones at the bottom, if you notice, they don't have the value indicated in the bottom, right? There's no bottom corner value. And sometimes the way the cards overlap, you can't tell what the card on the bottom of a pile is. And it is absolutely infuriating. So I either go with Tango or Ornamental because of the size of it. Just see, they're big. See how big and easy they are to see what's in front of you. To me, that's the easiest, fastest way to count my meld. That's what I go with. And I just wanted to tell you about that. And that's the customization ramp. And it should remember your settings, but now you'll know how to change it, right? So yeah, I think that ornamental one is fine. So you can just hit click out of there or whatever. You should be good to go. All right. And so now you've got it laid out a little bit nicer, a little more sophisticated looking. All right, so there's one more feature I want to do, and this will be fine. So for this, I'm sure it'll help me anyway. Go ahead and just play through this hand. I always tell people manually count your meld and then check. So show me this. How would you count your meld here? When you look at your hand like this, you going through.
All right, so what's in front of Woody Woodpecker is my hand?
That's your hand, yeah. So tell us how you go.
So I have aces, that's 10. I have
Now
jacks.
Wait, hang on a second. Because you go in reverse order. I always start marriages and runs, then I do pinups, then I do rounds. You start the other way?
That's cool, but let me explain something. I would never count a run yet. If I was really teaching
right, I don't show the run. I don't count. I don't send it to my partner. I wouldn't even
teach somebody that way. I would teach them. Well, first thing, I don't have jacks. I thought I only have 3 kings. So all I have really is 2 melt, a marriage and clubs.
All right,
that's all I really have.
But take me through this because we got some nerds and believe it or not, I've been trying to do some tutorials that I've been doing, and I've been trying to get people to understand you should have a system for this, right? You should approach every hand the same way.
Yep, and the system I would start with is the very first system I would ask is see if you have a marriage in your hand. Because I don't know how it is online, but in the real world, you don't have a marriage, you technically cannot take the bid.
Yeah, you cannot.
All right, so the first thing I would look for is I have a marriage.
So let me tell you this. All right, so what they teach so far is there are 3 types of runs, type 1, type 2, type 3, right? Marriages are type 1s. The only reason I mention a run is because you never send a run, right? But what they tell you is that you look for marriages and runs because they're both type 1 and you can't count it twice. So you just want to be aware. For instance, when I'm looking, what I normally do is I start from left to right and I always stay in this order. Clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts. I'll come to that. I'll actually come back to that in a second. but I would go from left to right. So I would notice in my clubs, for instance, I have a marriage, right? As soon as I notice I have a marriage, I'll look and see if I also have a run. In this case, I do. Ace, 10, king, queen, jack. Now, I only know I'm going to count the marriage. So I'll go 2. Now I keep looking, and I don't see any other marriages, right?
That's it.
Next thing I do is I'm looking for pinochle. So I go, okay, I don't have a queen of spades. I'm now done looking for pinochle. And then I go to my arounds. I always start with my shortest suit. My shortest suit is 3 kings. So now I'm just looking for kings. And since I don't have kings anywhere, I'm done.
Absolutely. Okay, so can we see those other hands?
We will in a sec. Now go to show meld.
His show meld?
Yeah, your show meld. And I always tell people you do guess and check, right? You should count it manually first and then check to see if you're right. The other thing is this tells us, if we had to, we could take it in clubs or whatever. And I would also say that this is a non-biddable hand, so this is an instant pass for me, unless you think something differently.
All right, so let's start right there. The only reason I would say that, and I played, we played till like 11 o'clock on Sunday here at my house.
Oh, that's great.
We had a great time. We really did. Yeah. The only reason I would say that you have to always keep in mind where you are in the game, because in spite of me saying that's nothing, I do have 4 aces. I have a short shooting spades. So if spades or trump, I'm out of the game. If we're close to winning, or even way behind, maybe.
Or if they're close to winning,
I need to wait to see what my partner sends me. So I can't say that. I'm not going to send any mail. I don't know where. I don't care where I'm at in the process. I'm just going to say the next number.
Now, with that being said, I was going to say I might bid 51 on this, and the reason
that's wrong.
No, you wouldn't bid 51 because a lot of people say 51 is the way to send your partner aces, and if you got 4 or 5, even if it's not aces around, you want to tell them I got power.
Right? Yeah, but you don't even have a powerful hand, but that doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
If spades or trump, you're not in the game. That's for starters. And the other point of it is that it depends on where you are. Remember what I said before, and I'm sure you remember this well. It only takes one poorly played hand when you had a chance to lose the game. See, on the journey to 500, I don't know what the total they play here.
Right, 500.
The journey's 500. That's the whole thing about Tiger Woods. I hit a few good balls. You can't afford, so you can't afford, you're already behind, so you can't afford for the other team to take the bid and come in spades.
Right.
That's that. So it depends on where you are in the game. So you want to stay in the bid for a minute.
Now, I had a game.
You just want to stay in there long enough to hear what your partner sends you.
Okay,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
the partner have 1,000 aces for all you know. Can't have a marriage.
I had a game last night where we fell behind a couple hundred points easily. Mm-hmm. And it got to a point where they was like 420 or something. Mm-hmm. And there was a couple of bids that I took just to keep them from going out. Yeah,
that's how we played the other night. We played the other night. We played hard. We were taking sets just to keep people from going.
To keep the game.
Well, that's one logic. And the other thing is, and I don't know if they give you this option, but we don't always play that way. We play that way more when we're playing cutthroat. We play a game where you have to bid out. In other words, you're going to have 750. If you don't ever take the bid, your team,
that's the bidder out rule. Yeah, we like bidder out. Yeah, I like bidder out. Yeah,
and we play that, especially when you're playing cutthroat. We play cutthroat, you got to bid out. You got to get out. So
this app is you can check the bidder out thing like we said, and then the other. But if not, it'll go high score over 5.
High score, right?
And then
most time, I'm playing partners.
And then Trickster, we go bid set to win. So either you got to take the bid or set the bid to go out.
Okay. All right. So,
all right. But what would you bid here? So you wouldn't pass.
No, I wouldn't pass. Not yet.
And that's why you said you wouldn't do 51. 51 is I got a little bit of power and a strong suit.
If I have the first bid.
But maybe
the key
50.
thing is I want to hear what my partner
says. That's 50. 50 is the safest.
If I'm am I the first bidder? I can't
you're the first bidder.
All right. So I would just say to wait.
You're the all right. Look up top. See that's the chick.
I see
your
the dealer. So
dealer.
I'm really my
so
partner.
You're really second, but they pass, so you can take 50.
All right. Oh, I see. So they passed. All right. So now I'm going to say the weight, and really that's what we say. The weight. The weight means 50. That don't mean I'm sending you any nothing. I'm just saying I got a marriage.
All right. So go ahead up there and hit 50.
I hit on my side or just 50?
Oh yeah, you see the 50.
Oh, okay, I got it. All right, cool.
That's it.
All right,
cool.
so now.
All right, so now look, they passed, and look at your partner.
No, hold on for a second. So the next person passed, and then my partner said 65.
Your partner said 60. It looks like it's 60. It might just be having a hard time reading it, but it says 60.
No, on mine it says. Hold it. Here's what I got. Me was passed. No, me. Oh, it already came back around to me to pass.
Yeah. So look. Wait. Hold on. Look at your partner.
But it passed on its own. I didn't pass.
No, you haven't passed yet. Look at this. I think you're not seeing. All right. So hang on. Here's what I'm gonna show you. See below you where it says 50 bid.
Yep.
All right, look to the person to the left. Capper, it says pass, right?
Passed.
Now look above your partner. It says RC. Look underneath RC. It says 60 bid.
Oh, he bid at 60. Okay.
Right. Now it's back on you, and it is showing you it's grayed out everything below 65. Now hang on for a second.
The only thing I can say is 65.
Yes. Now hang on a second. I want to show you something else, though. This is realistic the way we play, and I'm just want to bring this to your attention. Notice that from 50 to 60, you have increments of 1, right? Now hit to the right of that. Hit that. See where it says pass, and then there's an arrow to the right. Hit that right arrow. Don't hit 65. Hit the right arrow instead. Now it's showing you from 60 to 100, right? You got to go in 5s. And now I guess even for them, above 100 it still goes 5. Because some houses play above 100, you got to go by 10.
We go by 10.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then we get to 200. If we get to 200, it's by 20. And we get there. It happens.
Okay.
I had triple pinochle twice. In 3 hands, I had triple pinochle twice. And I also had 80 kings once. The 2 times I had the triple pinochle, I bid at 100 and I took the bid. And I had plenty of diamonds and spades, of course. And then I didn't even have an ace, but my partner ended up having aces. And he had double ace, and he pulled their ace. That's how many diamonds I had. And then I had 80 kings. I didn't take the bid, but I had a few aces. I had like 3 aces with that. And my partner, I sent him the melt. He took the bid. But anyway, let's go back to this. All right, so that's cool. All right, so let's go back.
Now you know it's above 5, right? So now you would go back and take 65 or pass. All right, you want to pass. You're going to let them.
And the reason I'm passing is because my partner didn't send me any melt. My partner had a chance to send me a melt.
Yeah,
they just went to 60 like saying, I'm taking the bid.
It. Yeah,
all right, so you taking the bid. All right, so now is diamonds Trump? Is that how I'm seeing that?
Yeah, see up, it's a little bit hard, but RC, see to the left of their name, that's showing you, that's always going to say.
Oh, it's showing you what everybody has now.
It's showing you what everybody has now, but RC is showing you, it's a little
I'm sorry. They're showing us their meld.
Right.
All right, and he took the bid with a run in
diamond,
and I'm happy because
hang on. What I'm trying to show you quickly is, can you see that little circle next to your partner's name that has the diamond in it? That's how you tell what Trump is. It's probably hard for you to see, but if you look,
I see it.
It's a little circle with the diamond next to their name. Yep. All right. And so now
I can tell by the melt also, but I also
of course. Yeah. But go ahead and tell me now how you read this meld real quick. And another thing to remember is some of these apps are different. So when you play with people, it's going to show you just this. It's going to show you everybody's meld at once, and it's really only going to give you a few seconds to look at it. When you play
that's how it is in the real game.
Right. Now, when you play some other apps like Trickster, it'll actually show everybody's one at a time and give you like a couple seconds each to look at this. All right. So now here with a few seconds to look at everything, tell me how you're reading this.
Well, first thing, his hand's better than mine, and I'm glad he came in diamonds because I have some diamonds, including an ace. So I'm glad. I'm happy with what he did. He did the right thing.
Yeah. Anything else you're paying attention to? No meld of aces or the partners. I normally pay attention to that.
No, they don't have any aces.
If somebody's make my passes hard or something like that.
That's right.
But here's something I don't often know, and I don't know.
Now, he actually has 43 melt, and I'm counting it, and I think that's exactly how I would say he has. Yep, he has. Well, what's your run?
15.
15. See, I gotta remember that. 25 and 10. 25
Dad, by the way, I'm about to drink a shot of this whiskey. I just wanted to say cheers. I appreciate you doing this with me. I always try to cheers people when we're here.
All right. Okay,
so thank you.
All right, so he had Pinochle. All right, so all of that ended up. I got it. I see what it is. So he has.
So
all right, I see. It broke it down on the side. It had the run.
It breaks it down.
A royal marriage, which is 4, but that's counted into 15, right?
No. He has an extra marriage. See, if you look at his run, see the behind it, tucked behind his king and queen is another king and queen.
Sure does.
See
I didn't see that. All right. You ever say, what does he talk about? Marriage and spades, hearts, Pinochle, aces is 10. Queens around. Hey, perfect. I love it.
Also, Cameron Bennett said cheers. Cameron Bennett's another strong black man, actually a fitness instructor out here in my community. He's one of my mods. So I didn't. The chat hasn't been super active, but I'm glad Cameron's here. Thanks so much, Cameron. Appreciate you, brother. And Cameron, we're hanging out in the Friendsgiving gather, and this is where we'll be. So if you want to join in later, man, hop in here.
Tom, I'm sorry, but I'm about right on schedule to leave because I have an
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Keep going. Let's go. I want to try to get through.
Yeah, I got one more feature to show you, like I said. So I want you to get through this hand. The other thing I was going to ask you is, do you read anything from your partners here? Like, I never know how to really make heads or tails of marriages and stuff like that.
Let me hold on for a second because I've been telling you about the importance of reading Mel.
Right
now, to be right honest. At a glance, there's not much to know.
That's how I normally would feel about this, too.
This hand, there's not much. I do know this much. He's a little stronger in Trump, and he was stronger in Trump than I was. Because, see, if I had taken it in clubs, I ain't had no double marriage. So he has at least 7. I think I only had 6. So he absolutely made the best bid because he has a stronger hand.
Right. And
so
we know he also made the right bid by not sending you Meld, right?
Because right, exactly. He made the right bid for that, but he did everything right. That's exactly right. I agree with everything you just said. That's about all I can tell you about this at the moment. There's times when there's a whole bunch of things I could tell you.
Now I have another question before we get into the first trick here. And I'm gonna tell you what I do and count my system, but I want to ask you, what are you counting? So far, I just did a couple tutorials, and what I told people to start with is counting aces. And I will tell you how I count aces, and it's very important to me. If you remember, hang on, I'm going to show you something real quick. If you remember...
you know what, Jason? Let me do one little thing. I need to warm my dinner because I have to eat.
Yeah. Take your time. Go warm your dinner. I'll share this. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, take your time. That's perfect. Yeah, perfect amount of time. All right, so I got this screen. Let me share it. Optimize for video. And then let me go to Trickster. Pinochle. Play now on this site. Practice. There are my rules. All right, then I'm gonna go to World of Card Games. Oh no, they're gonna tell me I signed in. Oh no, I'm guessed. Okay, accept terms, agree. Play with bots. And then Power Pinochle, Hand Animator, submit, boom. Okay. All right.
All right, I'm back.
All right, Dak, quick 2-minute diversion, but you'll see why it's important to my ace counting system.
You can tell me how you count.
I want your feedback on it real quick. All right. Do you see my screen? Click on my screen where it says Most Grateful Apostle, and it should make my screen big on your screen.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so no, not me. That's me. But see where it shows my screen? It should say Most Grateful Apostle's screen.
I guess that's there. I guess I don't know.
All right, here I'll make it easy. It should now show the map. Like you want to actually click on my screen. I'm sharing my screen. So you clicked on my window that showed my camera. Now you want to click on my screen big so that you can see what I'm seeing on my screen.
What does it say that I need to hit my screen?
No, you just need to see on the left where you see all those windows. You just need to click one. You got one either at the top or at the left. It says most grateful apostles.
Yeah, I see that.
Screen.
I'm
All you got to
that.
do is punch it like you did my. Yep, that's it. That's what it should look like. Now it's infinite regress. Okay, fine. Now you should see my trickster cards, big and screen, right? Red screen, right?
Yeah.
Yep. All right, I'm going to show you a trick that I do here, and you'll see why in a second. Normally, when we tell people in Pinochle to sort their cards, we tell them to sort their cards from left to right, high to low, right? Ace, 10, king, queen, jack, right? Now, the most important thing is that they're sorted. Oh, go get your food.
I don't need it. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm going to eat after dinner.
The most important thing is that they're sorted and then by suit, right? In this app, I actually changed this to high to the right. Here's the reason. Because when I do that, they stay sorted, but now they're in what order? Clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts, right? I always say CDSH, all right? Now, what's interesting is when I then go to power, I'm showing you this because it's kind of artificial, right? It's just a happenstance of these apps. When I go to Hand Animator, which is where I analyze and play back hands and study stuff, right? What signature do I have? Clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts. And then when I go to World of Cards, what system do I have? Clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts. So I always keep that system. I always keep them in that order. And then what I teach people is that what I do is when an ace hits the board, that's when I count it. And I keep in my head, like, say the first thing played is the ace of clubs, 1, 0, 0, 0, right? You know, next ace of clubs, 2, 0, 0, 0. Next card's the ace of hearts, 2, 0, 0, 1, right? And I always keep that 4-digit number in my head. Now, that does a couple things. What it does is that if my hand is short of suit or goes out of suit, I'm not relying on having a suit in my hand to remember it, right? But for the most part, my suits line up visually, right? They're in my head in the same order that they're in front of me.
Only problem I have with that, and I don't really necessarily have a problem, it's not the right word, but, just an observation as well. One is that, first of all, in real cards, let's forget the virtual. Real cards are only black and red in general. Okay, you can have different things.
Right. So the thing is, in real cards, you could sort them in whatever order you want. So you could always use that.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if you had, I'm just talking from poker terms, but it's true about any card game. You can take this with you. So if you had a royal flush, I'm talking about poker now, and you had a royal flush in spades, and another person had a royal flush in hearts, who would have the bigger royal flush? All right, so I'm going to answer the question because you be fair, right? So the highest card is the ace of spade. The second highest card is the ace of diamond. The third highest card is the ace of club.
Oh, I didn't know the suits had priority.
Right, yeah, they have a priority. Yes, this is Now, don't get me wrong. What I just told you is impossible. It's never going to be, I had a royal flush and you had a royal flush. That's just that ain't the same game. But if you ever were to talk about the hierarchy of the cards themselves, the ace of spade, ace of diamond, ace of club, ace of heart. But anyways, that's irrelevant. But I'm just telling you that because that's the hierarchy of cards. So, and some people know that or they taught that, but it's stupid. It's minor in all of this. But anyway, so I got you. I understand that. And for a beginner, if they can apprehend that, that's a good thing. Because you're right. It takes off some mental understanding of what you have in here, what you have. But let's keep moving.
Yeah. All right. So here's I know. All right. So here's my question for you is, what are you actually actively counting when you play a hand? And then also take your screen back over to your world. Here's what I think happened. I think it logged you out. I think you maybe X'd out. So here's the one thing I will tell you. when you go to World of Cards, and the fine thing is we didn't play any hand, right? But when you actually go to World of Cards, if you close out of that window, it closes you out of the app. So here's what you got to do. You got to just go back, hit the X again.
Mine says Al Bundy screen. I can't hit that.
Al Bundy screen is just your screen share. So you want to actually go back in the gather and hit
Friendship Gather.
Just hit X again. Don't leave. Don't change the app. Don't go nowhere. Just stay there. Just at the table. Like you should be in. Go to what's called carousel view. Remember how to change your view?
I don't remember.
All right, up in the upper right hand corner. See that big block? There's a big square. Yeah. There's a white square with the drop down menu.
I guess that's it. Next to my picture.
It says it's next to chat. It's next to where it says chat.
In the right hand side.
On the right hand side.
I don't even have nothing that says chat on the right hand side.
It's on your. I'm watching your screen right now. You see chat in the blue section up.
Oh yeah, I saw it. I saw
so
it. I was way at the top.
Okay. Yeah. So now.
Friendship.
Nope. Next to chat, hit that drop down menu by that white square.
Wait a minute, I got room, I got nearby.
All right, next to that, over to the black side of that, there's a square and a drop down and a little chiclet next to it. It's just a big square, and it's showing you that you're in probably screen share view, where you got.
All right, hold on, let's start again. So you said chat.
All right, see, hover over chat with your mouse.
I can do it with my hand.
All right. Now, right next to it, there's a white box. There's a.
Oh yeah, I do see it. Okay, all right, that's to my left.
Yeah.
Okay,
I got
left.
you. Hit that.
I see it. Yeah, you're right.
All right, hit that, and then.
I can't get it to drop down.
It should be your mouse. If you click on it, it'll drop down. You click on that little chiclet.
Right.
Left click.
Yeah.
Boom. Carousel view.
I hit carousel view.
Yeah. That's just how you get back to the map. Okay, now you're good. Now you're back in your game. That's where you want to be. For some reason, it had taken you out of that. Probably because you clicked on my screen or something. So hit I agree. Now go back to the table. No, just go back. You can go straight back to the table now. Just click in double deck pinochle.
Go to table.
Unclick whatever you just clicked. I don't know what you just clicked. Unclick play against the computer. I don't know what did you just click?
Welcome to the world of cards. Click here to learn about your rank.
No, you just go back.
Hit the blue. Hit the blue.
Just hit anything. Yeah, just hit pinochle. Go into double deck pinochle. Yeah, here. All right, now unclick that. What does that first option say?
Click to play double deck pinochle.
No. What does it say in that little? You just clicked in that first option, and I can't read it because that black thing.
It says
is covering.
Play again. It says I see. I got you. It says play again.
Move that mouse. That hand is in my way. Move that. Yeah, all right. It's just weird because you're using the touch screen. All right, play against the computer. All right, uncheck that. Yeah, because you had accidentally checked that. Hey, I don't know why I checked that.
It's still ain't unchecked.
Oh, okay. Leave it. Just leave it. Yeah, click that. The second one. Play against people with bots allowed. Yes. Now hit go to table. All right. Now, hit leave table. I see what happened. Hit leave table real quick. Hit sign in. Yep. That's what happened. Al Bundy. Now you know your name. It's just your name. Real easy. Password melody. Now, what I was telling you is when you go away from this, it doesn't matter. We'll talk about this next time.
It'll sign you out.
Yeah. But the thing is, if you do this in a separate tab, it won't, right? But I like this way so you can look at me across the table. All right, so now just hit double deck pinochle. All right. So now just go quickly through. This is going to start a new game. I still got one feature to show you, so we can just play through this super fast. No big deal. So the only thing left to answer is what do you actively count during a hand when you're going through the tricks? What are you actively keeping count of?
Well, let me just say this. It makes a difference if I took the bid or not. If I took the bid,
okay,
then I'm paying most attention to probably aces played and trump played. I'm not really concentrating on a whole lot of other stuff. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm experienced enough, so I know when my tens are going to work and all that kind of stuff.
Right. Now, let me ask you this. When you say
aces, but normally, I'm not really like over focused on that. I don't want to, I go to my partner, he has no trump or he runs out of trump. Now I got a lot of stuff to be concerned about. I got a lot to be concerned about, you see.
Right.
Well, he can't even push off. He don't even have a pusher. Because sometimes he don't have to win the book, but he got to at least be able to push it off what I need, So I don't know.
So let me ask you this. Do you, because when you
count the bring back? Am I counting the bring back?
No, I've heard don't count the bring back, right?
No, most of them I'm not counting the bring back.
You should always be playing to maximize points, so there's no need to count them.
Right. That's true.
But when people say count aces, count trump, because I want to teach people how to do this right. Are they like me? Are you sitting there actively counting the trump? Are you actively counting the aces? Or what do they mean when they say count aces and count trump?
Yeah, but
are they saying strategically do something like pay attention to how many aces of trump?
Strategically, you should be paying attention to all of that. Absolutely, everything you just said. Strategically, you should be paying attention to. Am I, and you got to focus on it because sometimes it's gonna make the difference to make the bid. Like I'll give you an example. Like if I took the bid and the first person gets in. As soon as I get done playing my aces, the first person gets in. Right? He gets in and he plays. Let's say 3 aces, all right?
Right.
So somehow or another, he either gets a signal, either a jack or ace on the ace, and he goes straight to his partner. Then his partner gets in and plays 2 or 3 aces. That's all they play. So they didn't play between them 5 aces. And between you and I mean, we don't know for sure, but the pretty good guess is if I have a lot of trump, when they put me back in, however I get in, cut in or whatever, then I'm going to pull all the trump out. Why? Why did I do that? Why did I want to pull all the trump or try to pull all of them out?
Because you assume you can play more trump tricks than they can, and then you get your second suit.
No, that ain't the reason. The reason is I don't want them cutting my partner's aces. And my partner still has not gotten in. So if I can get rid of them, then I can turn the bid over, and sometimes that's how you make the bid. I turn the bid over now. Now you got to have an experienced partner who knows what the hell's going on.
Right.
You got an experienced partner. They can't be throwing away their winners on your truck. Oh, they ain't got a truck. They giving them to you. No, don't do that.
Right.
Just hold on to them because I'm eventually, as soon as I get them out the way, I'm coming to you to take over. But if I don't do that, and like I keep pulling Trump or don't pull Trump or something like that, there's a good likelihood they're going to cut their aces because they never got in.
Because
they only played 3 aces between, like 4 aces between them.
Right.
That means there's a lot more aces out there. And don't get me wrong, they can have all the Trump. It could be a whole bunch of things.
So more than likely, your partner's
the assumption is let's try to get rid of them. And partner, I'm putting you in. And most of the time, when you take the bid, not all the time, but most of the time, you normally have 1 or 2 more Trump than anybody. So that means you can get rid of everybody if you just keep pushing. Even your party gets in. He's not even supposed to play his winner. He's supposed to get in and push Trump back. You in? Push it back. Let's get rid of these folks.
So if he plays if he plays an ace to block a pass, if he's not short in that suit, he should just go back to pulling Trump rather than playing winners.
Trump until we have a pretty good idea. We got them pretty much out the way. You know they ran out of way. Now you can take over. You can go
now
in
here's
and
the question.
We make the bid.
Are you like me and you've pulled Trump when you play a suit they either a Trump trick or a suit they're supposed to cut and they literally can't play Trump on it, or are you sitting there counting the Trump played?
Well, to be honest with you, because I've played so much, I can unconsciously almost know what's going on. I know that I saw 4 aces go, 4 tens go, 4 kings go, 3 jack. I pretty much I would be able to tell after about 3 or 4 hands who's 3 or 4 plays who has what. I pretty much can tell. Not always, but pretty much.
Sure.
People do fool you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The other thing is if I was the opponent to the bid and I got in, I'm not the person who took the bid. I'm the opposite. So I get in. I mean, I drop a card. The person who took the bid drops a card, goes past my partner and goes straight to their partner, right?
Yeah.
And their partner plays 2 aces. What do you think I'm gonna do when they let my team in?
All right, so let me say this again. You didn't take the bid.
He didn't take the bid.
The bid winner.
Their partner got in. They sent the.
Yeah, they passed to their partner.
They went right past my partner. And my partner might have deliberately let him go by, but whatever. They let him go by.
Right.
And their partner got in, and they played 2 aces. What do you think I'm going to do when they let me as the opponent, the team that did not take the bid, what do you think I'm going to do? As soon as I get in, what am I going to do?
So a lot of times, I think initially they would tell you to play your winners, right? And then try to pass to your partner.
Absolutely not.
But
Absolutely
you would
not.
say pull trump, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
If you're going to set somebody,
Trump.
if you're going to set them, because here's what we found out. We found out, and don't get me wrong, they could have 12 Trump. They may have a whole lot of Trump, and none of this is going to make a difference. It may not make a difference.
Right.
But if you're playing the game right, they played their 2 aces when they let off after they got the bid. They went past my partner, who may have done that deliberately, maybe not, maybe couldn't help it. But when their partner got in, they played 2 aces and then started to figure out what to do next.
Right.
If I got 3 Trump and they let me in, I'm pushing a queen. I'm pushing right underneath for the person who took the bid. Because that, and I'm saying to my partner, don't play anything else if you can help it, but Trump.
Because what you're going to try to do is say,
now I'm going to try to set
long, but it ain't as long as they want it to be, and we're going to play
well,
it too.
we're hoping that it's kind of evenly distributed. Everybody got 4
right,
or
everybody
6.
3, 4, yeah.
4 or 6. And if we can get that out the way,
now you got some
we in
winners
charge,
later.
and we're going to set them, or we're going to try it. They may even still make the bid, but to maximize my cards,
yeah,
to maximize them, I got to get Trump out the way so they don't cut what I got.
So you almost always are pulling Trump
So
as
I'm just
partner.
going to start pulling Trump. Now, this is really advanced stuff I'm telling you, because most players don't play that way. They would do exactly what you say. They get in, they play their winners, and, we can
And
tell
then they try
that's
to
a
pass.
rookie player. That's
Right.
a rookie player.
Yeah.
Especially if we saw them put down a marriage. If they put a marriage down in Trump and they got in and did that, we know, because we put a marriage down in Trump. They may only have 2 Trump. All right, I'm in now. Boom, here comes the queen. And this is what you're going to see with advanced players. They coming, they're trying to shoot, what they say, they got to shoot the bidder. We want to try to shoot the bidder. They really mean set the bidder.
Right. I have a thing that has almost seemed to me almost intermediate, which is sometimes I'll play maybe my short suit aces. I don't want them to get cut. And then what I'll do is I might pass to my partner, but I'll hold on to maybe an ace or a 10 in Trump. And I do that because a lot of times it lets me win the last book or something like that, or a high value trick. So what I'm asking is, would you include the ace or 10 in this
I'm
strategy?
really out of time. I don't know if I'll find some time tomorrow. We might find a few minutes. But let me just say this one thing before I go. That's not a good strategy. Okay. And the reason is, as you become more advanced, and you were pretty advanced, before when you first learned. You just probably forgot some things. You have to realize what you just did tells your partner nothing. Tells your partner nothing. Now, if you get in a play like that, I'm going to say, well, your hand is pretty weak and you don't have anything. But if you got in and pushed the Trump, oh, shucks. My partner said, whenever I get in, if they come, because now remember, their partner only had 2 aces. So whatever the person who took the deal takes the bid, they got to come back to us. Hold it. I'm back in. Well, now I ain't playing no more of my aces. I got 3 spades or 3 Trump here.
Sure.
Boom. I'm pushing Trump back. We're going to keep pushing them as long as we can. We may only have 3 or 4.
But my
whatever
point is,
we got.
even if one of your winners is an ace of Trump, you'll play that too. Take that book in Trump.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
We pulling Trump. Matter of fact, if I get in, I'm starting off with the ace of Trump. Oh, boom. Push out. I'm trying to make his partner.
Because that's a guaranteed book. Yeah, that's a guaranteed book.
That's absolutely. I'm trying to make his partner weak, and if possible, make him weak.
Because you might force them to play a 10 or an ace.
Right. I'm trying to push them, and then who knows? He gets back. And then, but more importantly, I said something to my partner. Partner, don't fool around.
All right.
Push Trump.
Dad, give me 2 minutes. Pass out of this hand. Pass out of this meld. I got to show you a feature of the thing. So you got to play to the end of this first hand, and you'll see it.
So what do you want me to do?
Just play through this hand super fast. So just pass out of this or whatever you want to do, and and then just play through this hand super fast.
Who took the bid?
I think the opponent.
Robbie did. Robbie got the bid.
Yeah, in spades. Okay.
In spades, I see it.
All right, so then go ahead to hit done.
Hit done. Okay.
All right, so now you'll just play off. You could just play through this quick. There's something that happens that I want to show you, and you could just play. It's gonna happen at the very end of the hand.
Well, wait a minute. I meant to hit the jack, but that's okay.
That's fine. That's happened to me before too. That's another advantage of going with bigger cards. That doesn't matter, right? Because they played the ace right afterwards.
All right, so now they put me in.
Right.
Well, I'm going to get in. That's what I'm going to do in this. Oh, wait a minute. I meant to get in.
You meant to play the ace.
Can I back it up?
No, you can't back it up.
Screwed up. I really screwed up because I don't want my ace of spade to get caught. I didn't mean to do that at all. That was a mistake.
Right, because you wanted to get your winners off.
No. More important, I wanted to get my ace of spade off.
Oh, right.
Spades is trump. Short. I can't be fooling around. You see what I'm saying now?
Oh, so you literally wanted to get in and play that ace of spades?
Absolutely. I want to play every ace I got. I don't want his. Oh man, I'm messing up. I'm playing all kinds. I'm having a problem with my finger.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I would do it with the mouse. I always do mine with the mouse.
But I don't have a mouse.
Don't you have a trackpad though, or something?
All right, I got that in there.
Yeah, I think the trackpad would probably be more accurate than touching the screen.
I don't know about that, but anyway, we'll take your word.
Well, because you have to click it. That's why you have to. Go through the extra.
All right, so I'm just getting through the hand right now.
I know that's totally fine. All right, so go ahead, get through this. You're gonna play that. Now
I did get back in and played my ace, but I lost an ace. I lost my ace of club, which I wasn't supposed to lose. Which is terrible.
Now, as soon as the hand is over, you're gonna see a little diamond come up by your score, by your 7. It's going to be right next to your score. You need to hit it, left click it almost as soon as it comes up.
Mm-hmm.
So be watching. Now watch, it's going to be right as you play this last trick. There's one more. Now go. Watch, bottom left. Hit it. That triangle, that diamond. Yeah, hit that. Okay, hit it. Boom, perfect. All right. Now, for all intents and purposes, you're done. Now go back into it. What you'll see, you could hit that X for now. You don't have to. You can close out. You don't need to do anything. I'm gonna show you what I do with that in a second.
Hit what X up in the corner?
No, see next to show all. You could just close out this downloads bar. So you've opened up a downloads bar because you downloaded a file.
At the very top?
No, at the very bottom. It says show all. And that,
show all, right.
There's an X next to it. You can hit that X. Now it goes away. Now I'm just showing you the app. So now what the app does is it's showing you the score. It shows you everybody's trick points, meld points. It even shows you who got the bonus 2 for the last trick.
Right.
And then it gives you your team totals. The score was 0 to 72. Now, here's what I want to show you. Open up your file explorer.
Now, hold it. Does this play that the team that does not take the bid, they have to still bring back 20?
You have to bring back 20 to save your meld.
I just want to make sure. That's right. That's how we practice.
No. Actually, it'll give you. You got to bring back 20 to save meld. I think. Yeah.
Okay, good. If you didn't take the bid, that's why we got 0. That's why we got 0.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you got 0. So now, what you want to do? So if you hit done, now it'll just go to the next hand. So you're good to go. You check your score. Boom, right into the next hand. No breaks. Okay.
I really gotta go. 15 minutes.
Yeah. All right. So here's the other thing I want to show you. Now, if you go down to that file, go down to your bottom bar. See, you have a folder way at the bottom.
You have for my name.
Yeah, but it's like next to your Outlook Express. It's almost next to where your email is. It's like a folder, and it looks like it's in a blue bin.
I don't see that.
Okay.
At the top or the bottom?
No, it's at the very bottom of the part that's sky blue, right? That's your interface.
Yeah.
It's like sky blue. Yeah. It's
says table information, game information, leave table help.
Oh, way at the bottom. Way at the bottom of your screen.
I probably may not be able to see that. Maybe
next to the start menu. Yeah, you got to scroll down. I'll show you. Down, down, down. It's at literally the very bottom of your screen.
Well,
where you select.
Yeah, I see that. I see something that you put right next to my name. All right. It says Al Bundy Online.
All right. Now below that, see where it says type here to search?
Yes, type here to search.
Next to that. See there's a circle next to that?
Yes, I see that 0.
All right. And then there's the little weird thing next to that. there's a folder. See the folder now?
Yes,
Next to that,
I see
click
that.
that folder.
Oh, that's what you were talking about. Yeah, I see that.
That's called your file explorer. That's how you get into your operating system. Now, if you go to downloads, click it, open that folder. That is the hand history of the hand you just played.
Okay.
Now, so that's it. Now, what I normally do is I take this, literally the last thing. Normally, what I do is I take that file. If you right-click it, you can rename it. Right?
I ain't got time for that.
All
I
right.
really.
I'll show you next time. I'll show you next time.
I might find some time. If not tomorrow, maybe more like Friday.
Just
but anyway, what are you doing for Thanksgiving?
We're gonna be here. I'm a cook, and I'll be in Gather watching movies. I'm gonna watch the football games.
I might be in between something and check you out sometime. Let me go. You have
Thanks
a good
for your time, Dad. I really appreciate it.
I'll
see you next
All
time.
Right. Love you, man.
All right, love you too. Bye.
All right, bye.
All right, that was good. So we're fine. The thing is, I wanted him to get through that because now when we play, he can save the hand histories. All right, cool. But yeah, I'm like good to go because I got my groceries and everything, and I got them all put away. So at some point, I got to make food. But I don't see anybody in Gather, so I was going to kind of like, what was I gonna do? I was just gonna like chill and do Gather stuff, like watch shows, movies and stuff. Oh, you know what? I guess I could get off and watch AEW Dynamite since there isn't really anybody in Gather. Let me see what's going on YouTube's. James is still streaming, I guess.
Of the external entity, if it exists. So, so when we say, after we deconvert and we're no longer believe that that's a real person, we can still recognize.
What do I want to do? Yeah, I think I want to go watch wrestling. But look, y'all can come hang out. In the Gather with me here. Let me drop the link on people. All right, I got some good strategy tidbits too, where I'm like, all right, what am I trying to do now? Oh shit, I didn't mean to pop in here. I meant to copy the link. Copy URL. Here's the URL. I'm wondering where the night crowd is. I think people might just be in James's stream. Nope. Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. I'm worried. What am I worried about? I guess I'm kind of worried that I don't know where people like Carrie Ann are and that she won't go to the right Gather. Let's see if anybody's on the ranch. Yep, called it. Called it. All right, Carrie Ann. Carrie Ann. Fucking called it. Carrie Ann, can you hear me? Are you here? Is Carrie Ann in the house? Oh, you can hear me. All right, Carrie Ann, I'm about to send you a link. Go to the link. That is the Gather for tonight. Yeah. We're going to go to that Friendsgiving Gather. You can share that link with anybody. That's a public one. But, yeah, come over there. Come meet me over there because we're going to Stay over there. All right. But yeah, I'm gonna wait for you because I'm already over there. So I'll switch over when I see you over there. All right, let me see. I knew it. Also, Cameron, are you in Discord, bro? Like, make sure you get the link to this other gather. I'm trying to make sure it's in Discord. All right, yeah, Carrie Ann's in here now. Yeah, UC Love's in here too. All right, good. We're good to go. All right, let me just let's actually go over here, I guess. Yeah. All right. Carrie Ann made it. Great. Great. We're here. We made it. Let me good shit. UC Love came over too. Let me go to Discord. Yeah, UC Love's here. Everybody's here. We're good. Come on, Discord. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you, yo. Discord be acting funny on this computer. Like, real funny sometimes. This isn't so bad. All right, that's the Friendsgiving gather. Bundy Ranch. Boom, there it is. Friendsgiving gather. Boom, you can invite anyone. All right. Then I'm gonna just start dropping it on people. Who is Sad Waffle? I don't even know who that is. I don't even know who that is. Boom. Invited Lupin. People gonna be acting like they don't have it. Boom. I gotta make sure, send this to AR. Spider. A lot of James Apperson. Got Duke. Rat guy. Nano. Where the hell has Nano been, by the way? Anybody seen Nano anytime recently? Where's Harley the Red at? You streaming, bro? When's Harley the Red gonna be streaming again? I'll invite anybody else. Just let me know. Y'all can share the link. This one's public. There's BS Lewis, Nitty. I don't know where Mike is. Answers in Atheism. I guess I could email him. I have his email. I think that's good. I'm proud of myself. A lot of hard work right there. What is this? Oh, Myron Bot's in the wrong thing. Okay, cool. Why is everybody still connecting? That's whack. That was whack. Yeah, well, I sent you a thing, UC Love. I don't know where Carrie Ann ran off to. Oh, Carrie Ann's playing some golf, probably. All right, we're good. All right, cool. I think we're pretty good. I'm going to send Mike an email. Let me put James
Stupidly
through.
smart. It's crazy. Yeah. So, but the thing is, like...
They're all right, I guess.
Sure, we all have our quirks.
They're good. They're good people.
Yeah. Yeah, they're okay. I don't know about good people, bad people. They have their skills.
They're people.
They're people.
They exist.
They exist, and I appreciate that about them. So, if you're walking through the wilderness, looking for a place to sit, any place you find is a chair. The moment you decide that this particular object or surface would be suitable to sit upon, it now is a chair in your perceptual paradigm. It is now, you now have that perceptual relationship. It's also other things.
What about Tux?
You didn't stop realizing it's a rock or a tree stump or whatever, right? But now it's also a chair. That is your relationship to this object now. It's now this other thing in potentiality. And so if you sit on it, like, now that even reaffirms that and realizes the potential of that object. It is now definitely a chair for you, right? It's a relationship. So a chair is not a type of object. It is a type of relationship, no matter if you manufactured it to be as such or not. So the same thing is with a god. It is a type of relationship. It is not a type of entity. This is why nobody can define what a god is with any agreement. Mm-hmm. But whenever they say it, it is always a reference to something, a concept, whether it's literal or abstract, it's a concept, which they feel so awestruck by that they have a reverent regard such that they submit themselves underneath it in some way. It is now either authority over them or inspiration over them. It is in some way greater than them, and they can see no meaningful fault in it. So some people worship nature, and some people worship the conceptualized super person, and some people worship the sun, and it's not always about agency. It's about how you feel about it. It is not an entity type. It is a relationship type. And this is why I'll never become a theist, because even if somebody convinces me that there is this super person that made the universe, I'm not going to be impressed, right? I'm going to say, oh, there really is someone to blame for this shit? How is that a selling point? It's like,
that's right. Yeah. Like, right. What? This is the best he could do? What?
Right.
So, this creator sucks.
Right. This universe is shit. So if you convince me that dog exists, okay, now I know where the shit came from, but I'm still not going to call it a god, or I'm not going to have that relationship with it. I'm not going to be that impressed. Right. So it's like, that's just what it really is, really, when we get down to it. So I'm not that impressed with anything or anyone. Now, the things that impress me the most, that bring joy into my heart, that I find no fault with in the moment, right? Like, I could share a clip right now of something that brought joy into my heart. In fact, I just might here in a second. And so the larger person may not be worthy of that level. Maybe that means that there's this moment I want to share a clip about was a goddess for 30 seconds and then went back to being a normal human again. Maybe depends on how you want to see it, right? Mm-hmm. But wait, here's Jay.
Hey,
hello,
what's
Jay.
Up?
Hello.
I'm trying to share this in Gather. I think. Nope. Don't have it going. Boom. I think it's going. All right, good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good.
Doing good.
I think hopefully. I think they can hear us. All right, that's good. So earlier, by the way, I agree with you. I think part of what I genuinely don't get right now is I just don't get how grown folks are so impressed by these stories.
I don't know either.
Failure of imagination. Failure to think bigger and feel bigger and be bigger. They just can't see past it. They've never thought past it or felt past it.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. But also, I kind of dipped because my dad was there, and then I heard the tail end. There was a conversation about something I do differently than you or whatever. I didn't know if that was something important, but I kind of felt bad because I was.
Oh no! I was explaining that we have a different mindset when we stream. You're about like entertainment and issues, and you are about community, but you have a different relationship to chat than I do. The reason I created my channel is unique, and I don't know anybody else that created the channel for this reason. I created my channel just to give other people voice and to be part of it. Like, I don't even want to think of it as my channel. Somebody had to host it. Somebody had to make it. But when I said this the other day on Mike's channel on Answers in Atheism, I can't remember who was on stream with us, but they told me they thought I was insulting myself. They thought I was putting myself down. They're like, oh, don't think of yourself in such a small way. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. Right? Yeah. This is the reason I created the channel, is to give people voice that don't feel like they want to go on stream. They can't because they're chasing kids around, or because they're shy, or because they have a speech impediment and they don't feel comfortable. Whatever their reason, I want to give them voice, and I want to be part of the community. I'm not like the star on that tree, the Christmas tree. I'm not. I don't want to be that way. But this is how my mind works. It's unique to me. So a lot of times you don't engage with chat because you're just trying to make a point, and you'll get to it when you get to it, kind of a thing. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, if I get to it.
If you get to it, right?
Yeah.
And that's even more than Apologia. That's even more than Apologia will do, right?
Yeah.
He couldn't even begin to care what anybody says in the chat, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, he would have a hard time keeping up because that dude gets a ton of views, live viewers at least.
Even if he slowed it down where he could keep up, it's just not.
He just wouldn't, yeah.
It just wouldn't. And so there's a range. It's a spectrum, and I don't fault Apologia. I don't fault you. I just try to explain to people that if you don't acknowledge a point, or if you don't engage with it, it's not because you don't respect the person. It's not because the issue doesn't matter. It's not because they don't matter. It's because you're not following chat that closely, because that's not the modality that you approach YouTube with most of the time.
No, and just so people are aware too, I think of it, one is different. Like you said, it's a spectrum of content creators. It also changes. So for me, I realized that when I started, I was like, so at first it was all about me because there was no chat. Let's keep it real. Nobody was watching, and definitely nobody was chatting. So most of my stuff was like, I'm making a show for people who are gonna maybe hopefully watch later. And the most engagement I even got from you guys, people in our community, would be like, I would show up to like a PineCreek stream or something, and people would be like, oh, Jay, I saw that late night Counter-Apologetics you did. That was pretty funny. Right? So it wasn't even an opportunity for me to engage with people live. And then I got to a point where I felt like, because the community was growing and I was engaging in stuff like you, like I wanted it to be like really. But then I started realizing that I was planning out shows or wanting to make points or having certain things, and I would never even get to it. Or I'd have a really elaborate point to say, and I would get distracted by what somebody else said, and then
I do that all the time.
Sidetracked it, and I was realizing that's not good. And
I've had people tell me that in my own, like in private message.
I'll be right back.
And I also realized, go ahead. Yeah, I was just gonna say, you also can't grow like that, because like what Gur said, it's too big. Like Apologias is too busy. So if any of us is lucky, you're going to get to this point where there's too much going on in chat for you to pay attention to everything. And so, I also kind of recognize that, and I was like, you don't want that to be culture shock to your community. You want them to be used to the fact sometimes you're just busy and you're not going to respond.
Right, and I've had people tell me personally that I spend too much time engaging with chat, that takes me off topic, it interrupts the flow, most people aren't going to want to listen to that, and I totally get them. I'm like, you might be right, but there's like a dozen other channels at any given time that are live where they'll get a different flow or a different vibe, And I'm trying to find a balance, right? I don't read. I used to read every single
comment. I noticed that. I was like, you know, I used to think to myself, I hope he knows he doesn't have to do that.
Right. Yeah. And so now I try to be more selective, and then sometimes I'll talk for a while before I'll even get to the chat, and I'll say, let me catch up on chat, let me scroll up and see what I missed. It used to be that I would interrupt myself constantly to read the chat. And now I just wait until I'm done with the point and then scroll up to see, you know, what I missed in chat. And it's a hard balance, but it's the whole reason I made the channel in the first place.
Yeah.
So just, you know, it's not a right or wrong thing.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple other things for people to think about is sometimes it's irregular. There are times where I'm in a more interactive period or engaging mode, and there just isn't anybody in chat. So this is sometimes the catch-22 is sometimes chat's just dead for a while. And so you just got to get going on your own thing. And then it's like finally you motivate somebody to start talking. Well, of course you're not staring at the chat anymore because you just spent 20 minutes staring at the chat and nothing happened. Nothing was happening. So there's that. Right. And then also the fact that I've realized sometimes you have to do other things. Like if I'm coding or programming or, you know, deep in a conversation with my one black friend or Gin and Truth or Cliff, sometimes that's really the focus. And I hate to say this to chat, it's a weird thing. You want to have content that's engaging enough that it will make the chat active. At the same time, you don't want the chat to become the star of the show because, for instance, if I'm listening to you interview Gurr, I want to hear where your interview with Gurr goes. I don't want it to be sidetracked because all of a sudden Manny Geisen said something. This ain't the Manny Geisen show.
Right.
So that's no disrespect to anybody in the chat, right? It's just saying, like you said, it's a balancing act and there's all these things going on in your head at once. And then the other thing I wanted to speak to is mods in the chat community. So our community is a little bit, you know, every community has different expectations, but YouTube has there's an overall framework for these things, right? And so chats are supposed to be in superhero support, as you would say, James, and they're really this idea that the chat is something with this the streamer is going to be super engaged with the chat. That's like a particular quirk of certain things. It's really there for the chat to be engaged with the chat, right? The idea is that the chat is talking to the chat about what's going on in the stream, right? And then the streamer can, you know, pick up when they want to. And the other thing is that's where you like your mods to shine because a well-modded community makes people in the chat feel like they're heard, they're seen, and they're engaged, not necessarily always by the content creator, but by the mods and the other people in that community. And then that's like when I first started participating in David Pacman's chat or, you know, PineCreek even or Mythvisions, I didn't expect them to pay attention to me. What brought me back to the community was the fact that you guys paid attention to what I said, and you guys responded to what I said. And if I said something engaging, other people in the chat paid attention to it. So then I wasn't making comments hoping Derek would read out my comment. I was making comments hoping Cameron or James Apperson would say something, right? And so part of why I let the chat go is because I don't want to always create a culture where I'm nursing the chat because that's never going to have the chat step up and be a fucking chat, right? To where, like, I want my chat to be thriving like a PineCreeks or like a Derek's or like a Apologias to the point that the chat has its own culture to it, right? And I feel like it won't happen if everybody requires my attention to feel validated. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a strategic... You want the chat to be encouraged to become its own thing. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because there's definitely, I think, just in my personal experience, not that my way is the right way, but I think for me, what has been the best is to acknowledge the chat for like the opening, like, as the stream gets off the ground, and then you go into whatever you're doing on the actual stream for the actual viewers. And then after doing that for, however long, then get back with the chat, say hello, acknowledge some people, maybe talk some shit or whatever. My side chat, they do nothing but shit on me. and then go back to whatever, content I was making or video I was reviewing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I do love the chat. That's also why I've got the bots, right? I put a lot of effort into programming the bots so that the bots, give people feedback and feel validated for putting in the commands. Even the commands. Sorry, just quickly. I'll just say, there's a lot of little commands you see a lot of time on my chat, right? Hi, bye, be right back. They're deliberate because they give you something to put in the chat without thinking about it. Whereas, a lot of times you're nervous at first, you don't know what to say. Those are meant so you can just come in, drop that hi, drop that cheers, drop that mode, and now you're at your keyboard ready to chat some more, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, the only bots I have are the sex bots that stop by once in a while. Remind me that I'm loved.
I know, which is sad because I'm like, well, these are the offers. These are the offers I'm getting these days. So I feel really despair if this. I'm not even getting any sex bot drops today. Am I really that unloved?
I know, right?
Even the sex bots have something better to do.
It's funny. Those, and I see them, ban it or time it out. I'm like, hey, I just posted that. What are you doing? Yeah, that's right, Carol.
Oh, man.
Actually, it's funny. All the ones that shit on me, they all have wrenches. But it's a good relationship. I just tell them, I'm just here to dance. Just say dance monkey. That's what I'm here for.
Dance monkey.
Yeah.
I like that video.
Hey, man!
That song.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I found that.
This makes sense!
This is Melody. Melody's double chatting. We always appreciate the double streamers and double chatters. That's awesome.
She's two-times.
She's omnipresent.
But that's a lot of support right there.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get back to theology. You brought up something before that is the one thing I fundamentally really have to admit I agree with William Lane Craig about. God is a timeless, spaceless, and immaterial being. And while he thinks that he's saying a whole lot of something, I think we're on the same page. If he's confessing that God's a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I will say he's not wrong.
Yeah, I like the arguments. Yeah, I love that. When they walk in, lose the argument on their own before I even
Right.
anything.
It's like, so you're saying he doesn't exist. Okay, we're on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like if I had debated him when he brought that out, I'd literally say, well, my work here is done.
No more questions, Your Honor. Yeah.
I love you guys.
Yeah, it is such an odd thing because it's like, okay, it's immaterial. Okay, it's spaceless and timeless. So basically, it does not fit into what is reality. So it exists outside of reality. Therefore, it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's so, And the sad part, though, is that there's some sort of really crazy desperation thing going on. I heard something crazy today, which was there was some Republicans, some of the Republican trash bag heads talking about why they lost the election, and they were basically speculating, maybe we didn't talk enough about how the left wants to have this agenda of sexual liberation, including saying it's okay for you to have transitional surgery as children. What is this? It's okay. It's just okay to gently mutilate your children and to chemically castrate them. Why didn't we talk about that more before the election? And we're sitting there like, did you talk about anything else? Right? Like no part of them gets that. No, we heard that message loud and clear.
That's why you lost.
And that's why you lost, right? That was rejected. But it reminds you, just like religion, right? Where there's the double down. It's this desperate clinging to something that has to be right. So I think when people hear like the William Lane Craig argument, because he uses big words and then sends himself somewhere infallible, it just, I don't know. does it really sound strong to people? Because the sad part is his name is used. So I always say, like, you know, we can laugh at apologists, but there are people like the William Lane Craigs, the Jordan Petersons, even the Sean McDowells of the world who, if you have enough Christian friends, they will name drop these people to you. And you will have to try very hard not to facepalm, but it really shows you that they hold these people in that real high esteem for some reason.
Yeah, and those are, and I would say those are the Christians that actually care about defending their faith, because the ones that don't even get into this whole sphere, to them it's there's nothing to debate. No, God is real. You know, I Jesus appeared as in my my cereal. His face appeared, like that's all I need. So it's kind of crazy. You have the ones who will name drop, like you said, the Sean McDowells, Frank Turks, William Lane Craigs, and those are actually the good ones, the ones who actually try to defend their position. And that's the sad state of reality, which is not that's the best they've got.
It really breaks my heart because, to be honest, it was exactly what you're saying. The conversations I've had like that, they're always the most sincere Christians who are really working through it. Now, in some sense, I like those conversations the most because of the sincerity. But I do have to admit that those are the ones where the pushback feels... I feel the most motivated to do it. It's like because I feel like I have a really misguided friend sitting in front of me, which is often what it is. But it's also the hardest because it's a friend, right? It's not some apologist that I don't care about. It isn't some scumbag. It isn't some grifter, right? A lot of times in my case, it's somebody who's like, you know... In some cases, like picked up and moved their whole life halfway across the country to pursue on mission, and they're trying to go to India next summer to do a mission trip. Like they're really about that life. You see what I'm saying? And I got to be like, Jordan Peterson's a moron. You know, it's tough. Like it hurts. You know what I mean? Right, it's not like telling some crazy person, you know, sorry, there was an insurrection on January 6th, and yes, you need to get vaccinated. Right, like that's easy. I can do that all day long. Right. But when it's like a friend who's seriously just misguided, but very passionate about, like you said, trying to defend their faith, trying to be a good Christian, trying to save you, maybe even in some cases, it's like you're like, oof.
Yeah, it's funny. Oops, sorry, I dropped something. I actually brought that up earlier to James, which is, if like someone like what's the guy's name, Ray Comfort, I see him and it's like, okay, in a way I actually do respect him, and what I mean by that is, maybe respect is too strong of a word, but in his reality, in his mind, he thinks that you and I and James and everyone else who's not a Christian, we're going to eternally suffer. So he is actually trying to convert us by arguing and debating us and hitting us over the head with the Bible, because he is sincerely concerned about our eternal destination. And it's like, oh, dude, like that's, I mean, I appreciate it, but that's not reality. So it does get a little tricky.
Yeah, so you're saying there's a certain sincerity to him doing it.
Sincerity. Yeah.
Now, this is kind of what I maybe me and James, you know, I think in these communities we have these conversations because we're of a like-minded, probably dealing with similar issues. There is this sense that I even want to say, okay, so the people in my family, I think of as they're like real Christians. People say, my dad is not much of a Christian, but he'll say stuff like, if your grandparents aren't going to heaven, there's no hope for the rest of us, right? Because they're about that religious life, visit the sick, donate. They're bishop, like they run a church, you know what I mean? Like that's their whole life. But in a sense, they're almost like less about it than a Ray Comfort, because they only shepherd who comes to them. And it's almost like there's something about that Ray shepherd. Like, I'll tell you this, like when I grew up, even as a Christian, right? I was a Christian, evangelical, again, family full of ministers, go to church, all that, right? We had a certain respect for Mormons that, like, Mormons blew us away, right? Because, again, we were Christians, but we was on some local shit, you know, and you some on some dudes in your community. Mormons was like, oh yeah, you got to go on mission for God. Yeah, we gonna send you way over there. You're gonna have to give up a few years of your life, and then you're gonna have to make some real hard choices, buddy. And the Mormons was doing it. They was out there do. Yeah, community. I mean, I tell people when I moved here, I used the Mormon Express. There was some Mormons that needed some service hours. They packed me up in Pennsylvania. Packed up my truck when we unloaded up here. They called some of their Mormon friends in Michigan. They came up and helped me unload it. Boom. Couldn't pay none of them nothing. Give them some cookies and send them on their way. So you're like, wait, hold on, no. If you really believed your faith and you really did believe you had this message that had to save the world, that's what you would act like. You would go anywhere. You would do anything. You would be like Ray Comfort. You'd be like, there's a campus where 40,000 students are just having premarital sex and stroking themselves and splooging all over themselves constantly and drinking underage. We must go there right now. Like, that's kind of how my church is, right? They're all about, you establish a local church and a college ministry context so you can bring the gospel to kids. But again, they're willing to lead their whole lives behind. They quit their jobs. They sold their houses. They heard the Lord calling them to Michigan, and they got up and went immediately. No excuses, none of that. And a lot of people don't believe that hard at the end of the day.
No, you're absolutely right. But it's kind of similar. My parents had a similar view with Muslims. They were like times a day, whereas we only go to church 2 times a week. And it was like one of those things where it kind of put things in perspective for them on their admiration of God and all that stuff.
Yeah. And sorry, guys, for falling silent. I'm just kind of shifted into listen mode for a few minutes, but
you're good.
But yeah, I feel you. And it got me thinking all kinds of stuff. That's just how that works. I would probably still be a JW if I'd have married Becky Fritz when I was 18. So I'm just saying, she's the prettiest girl you've ever seen in your friggin' life. I'm not lying. So, it's just funny how those things work out.
Yeah, I almost got hitched with a Southern Baptist girl, and it was the hardest thing when we broke up. It had nothing to do with religion, but looking back, I'm like, thank God I did not end up with her, because she was so hardcore. She did not, as a Republican, she was a Republican. I was at the time too. As a Republican, she did not want to vote for John McCain because Sarah Palin was a woman, and women should not be in positions of power. It was like that hardcore. Right. Ooh, I'm glad I did not.
Wait, so she didn't want to vote for John McCain because he came with the Sarah Palin tag, like the VP or whatever. Wow.
Only because she was a woman. Like, she loved and agreed with all of her views, but she's a woman, and the Bible says, women need to be submissive. It was just crazy.
So, I'm of two minds about that. One,
just kidding.
One, I'm tired of making my own sandwiches.
I was wondering where you're going with this, James. I was like, maybe I don't know you.
Wow.
And two, it'd be a nice change of pace for a while, because all the women that I've ever been in LTRs with were fighting for a position of dominance when I just wanted it equal. All I wanted was an equal. And they're like, basically, you either dominate them or they're going to dominate you. And I just,
just I dealt with that struggle a lot. Yes.
Yeah, just to even spend one summer with somebody who's submissive, I can feel quietly, low-key, secretly bad for her for being indoctrinated into submissiveness. But I tell you, I sure wouldn't mind a vacation with somebody that wasn't constantly like in this weird struggle for dominance with me.
Yeah, totally weird. And I'll say this. I think it was Carol the Atheist said, does Jay have a pause button? I'll tell you this. I come from a long line of preachers, and I realized I'm just the same way. I'll preach at Sam while I'm out walking him, and he's just sitting there looking at me like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's just how I am. But, yeah, so something I wanted to say about that is that's a real thing, right? Because I have a somewhat I'm a dude, right? So I got, a dude like identity or whatever. So I feel like emasculation is like a very real thing with me. And I've had to explain this to people. Like, look, you can't just I'm not going to feel good if you try to dominate me to prove something about yourself, because that's like, right, part of me doesn't feel good being dominated like that. It's just a thing, like, so it's a I don't know, it's a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. So I don't know, like, as a masculine man who grew up in an old world kind of way of thinking, I get the appeal, like, of femininity and softness and like being the traditional man in the relationship. But all I really ever wanted was an equal, just somebody that, like, why does it have to be a hierarchy? Why can't we just fucking exist and respect each other and
coexist?
Coexist, respect each other, to spend time, be happy, be honest. We're gonna have some sad times and some happy times, and some, I
think most people have defined their identity, unfortunately, where, like, part of you being empowered is sort of a domination over the other, whatever you're interested in, right? So if let's say you're a gay man, right, then part of you becoming your best self, right, is not letting your relationships with other men rule you, right? Because that's the thing, a lot of us let our lives get out of control, right? So then I think we overcompensate for that in a way where it's like to feel, right? Because sometimes to compensate for that insecurity, you got to feel over security. So now you've got to be in control of everything, and and you don't let nobody step out of line, and it stops you from actualizing your best self, right? And then all that becomes fucking insufferable because we never learned, like, be cool about it, though. It's gonna be all right. Not everybody's out to get you. You got to assess that first, right?
Right. Yeah.
So,
and relationships are already complicated and weird anyway. Well, at least they can be.
I've seen this.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. And I agree. They can be really, but people make them more complicated than they.
Well, I was going to say it's more of our psychological state plus the conditioning of where we grew up or live. So, I mean, there's a lot of factors, but yeah.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm 100% with you on that. I saw this meme one time, this image of this, I don't know, like a native indigenous woman, and she was posed with like in all fur, and like she had her hunting spear, and I don't know, she was like, I'm a hunter or something, and she's basically, it was about how women can be strong, right? Like, maybe you think you want like this submissive sex doll that'll make you sandwiches, but man, wouldn't you rather have a woman who's powerful and has your back and doesn't need you to constantly take care of her? That if you guys are in a fight, she's going to stand with you in the fight, and if you guys have, struggles in real life, that she's going to be like right there at your side in the struggle, like, and if you fall ill, like, what if you fall ill or sick for a while? And, wouldn't you rather have somebody that can grab that spear and go hunt for dinner instead of saying, well, guess we're screwed now. There's no man to go do shit. And it's just like, strength for women can be a very beautiful thing. It's just that we've got this westernized idea about how the men are supposed to be the strong one and the woman's supposed to be the weaker vessel. And
I had a thing with the female bodybuilder and powerlifter. It was fucking awesome. She was hot. She could pick me up very easily.
Slam me against the wall.
Very easily. And
he's already patched the holes in the wall.
Yeah, and then I dated a field hockey player who was also very tough and strong. And the thing that was great with her was, I love wrestling. And so when we were in college, we would just wrestle. And people would be like, are they okay? And my roommates would be like, yeah, it's just how they do their thing.
It's the foreplay.
Yeah, exactly. But she'd be like, oh, you think you're gonna fuck around? I told you something. What? Like, and I'm like, nah, bitch, you suplex your ass. What? Stop. What? We would just go like, but that shit was fun. That was great, because I knew she was strong like that, and she was like, "Oh, you think you're gonna play around? I'm gonna throw you across the room. See how you like that?" I like that though. I don't think I really like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not a conversation I had with Otangelo once. He was like, "Spank me harder," and I'm like, "Okay, we're done.
We're done here."
Absolutely.
The show's over, folks.
My goodness.
So yeah, I get both sides of it. Like, I get the appeal. Like, on an emotional level, I get the appeal of being the masculine man with a very feminine woman who's, very soft and not overpowering at all, and she's trying to figure out like how she can please you, and she's very like submissive.
Yeah,
and
it's
stuff.
the
I get
male
appeal.
fantasy.
Yeah, I get the appeal. I'm not going to say I don't, and therefore I'm not going to decry it as evil. Right? Basically, people are wired however they're wired. If the woman is wired that way, you're not responsible for that. You didn't wire her that way. Her culture did, her parents did, something did, right? And now she's just there, and now she'll never be able to have a relationship she feels satisfied in, except with that dynamic.
Yeah,
and it's just not something you can heal them from. It's just how their psychology developed. So,
no, go ahead.
No, just my thing is, I'm not saying it's wrong to be in that relationship, even for the guy. Just don't abuse it, right? If you're going to be the guy, the masculine, strong man in that relationship, if that's your aesthetic and if that's your perceptual paradigm and that's how you feel the most inspired or connected to a woman or whatever, okay, as long as that's the woman is the other side of that willingly, right? But don't abuse it. Don't let the power difference be an opportunity to take it for granted or think you're more entitled to happiness.
Sure.
Don't do the thing that a lot of guys do. And if you can handle that, then hey, more power to you. I don't care what the libs say. You go live your best life.
Two things that struck me about it is the indoctrination makes it so that what scares me about it is how many women, it's like a self-imposed thing. So my grandmother has said to me, I wouldn't take a newspaper out of this house without my husband's permission. Now, to her, that is like a God-honoring type of attitude. For me, it's just like scary. And again, because it's coming from her. It's not my grandfather. My grandfather's not even that way. Like, he is a godly man. I'm sure he thinks, he should be the head of the household and all this. But he's not really like a put his foot down and out very much type of dude. It just shows you that it's self, too, because they both buy into it, right? So, it's like if you got her alone, totally away from him, she'd be like, no, I'm good. Like, trust me, this is how it should be. And we'd be like, that's weird. And then the other thing is, it doesn't appeal to people how much times it's a detriment. So, for instance, if I'm getting married to Melody Joy tomorrow, and she's better about finances than I am, but then she feels the need to submit to me in all things because that's what honors the Lord, I might derail us into some bad investments, right? Where she knew better, but you know what I mean? So it's just weird where we put somebody in that position of strength, whether or not they should be there or not. So it's kind of weird. It could sabotage both of you in the end.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Get ready.
No, she wants to be used for the example or not, but
Thanksgiving wedding.
Literally, sometimes when I'm going to come up with an example, I literally just look at the chat and go with the first name I see. So
there you go. I'm just glad I wasn't on the chat. Like,
I'm just glad I didn't pick Peter W. So
when it comes to that mentality, I have a friend, and it was his grandmother who felt that way. Her husband had either died or cheated, and so she was separated, but she would not remarry because, in the letters of Paul, it says, don't remarry unless, these few things here, but it did not fall into whatever those things were. And so she felt it was her honoring God to not get remarried and sacrifice finding a loving partner or romance because of God. Nothing to do with the dude who cheated on her or, passed away. And it's like, that's just, man, that's scary. That's a scary state of mind to be in. But
absolutely. So Yeah, it's really scary. And what I was just thinking of, it reminds me, of course, of addiction, right? Where it's like you can't help somebody that doesn't want to help themselves, right? So you see them going through this thing. I don't know if it was James, but somebody even said recently that a lot of religious people like want to live more free lives. Like they're trying to justify their own. You know, they got to talk about you living some worldly life because they themselves want to listen to different types of music or gamble once in a while.
Yeah. I think it's I've thought about that quite a bit myself. I feel like some, not all, Christians or strict religious people do see atheists or non-religious people living in a way that they wish themselves could live, but they can't because of their fear or respect for God, that they have to decline their own desires. And I do think there's a little bit of jealousy involved. Not in every case, but in some cases, I think.
I even think sometimes the doubt itself, right? Like the thing they might envy the most is the doubting.
The freedom to analyze that doubt that they have, I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah. Religion is all kinds of screwed up.
Because in a weird way, I think the doubt's what I held myself up. To be honest, I never did good with the sexual restrictions or don't smoke weed or don't drink. Like I was doing all of that as a Christian. So I think if anything, maybe the doubt or following up on things that didn't make sense to me, maybe that's a bigger change in my lifestyle than, you know, the sort of superficial things that we think of. It's really that intellectual freedom that was on the other side. Actually,
no, I know exactly what you're talking about. Because in a way, I was kind of similar. Because as a young Christian, I was very strict, and I felt awful anytime I watched porn or anything like that. Right. I would just feel so awful. But it's like you said, it's the freedom to actually be open-minded and consider other points of view, and that maybe, you know, I'm wrong about a thing, especially the whole God thing. There's a lot of freedom in that. Not even so much about the sexual stuff or any of the the quote unquote vain stuff.
Yeah, what do you think, James?
Yeah, there's a lot of freedom in being able to think for yourself and not feel like, you know, I'm allowed to think for myself until I reach this limit and not beyond it, right?
Yeah.
And that's
now,
sure.
Here's what's weird. I think I'm speaking at that from a kind of almost a cultural Christian perspective where the Christian identity was strong, but its effect on me maybe wasn't right, because at some point I intellectualized my Christianity, right? And so I got things like, oh, if they say I shouldn't smoke weed or have sex with my girlfriend, you know, they were just trying to get it right, but those are the rules of man. They don't know the rules of God. So if I treat her well and I pay my dealer, we're good to go.
Right. It's like, I'm not stealing.
Yeah, like I'm not. Yeah, I don't see what the problem is.
It's consensual.
Yeah, exactly. But if I was dealing with a much more restrictive form of Christianity, say where I had to live somewhere, right, and I couldn't do all those things, and you know, then maybe it would be the personal freedom that was much right. That's actually what I think. I always talk about modern Christianity superpowers, right? And the first one I always mention is soft culting, right? Most of the time when we think of the word cult, you gotta do a lot. Right, we think of it as being like an extreme situation, like some Jim Jones shit, but you got to do some extreme stuff. You got to go somewhere, or you can't do this, and you can't live a normal life. What Christianity does, it allows you to just live in society as you want. Oh, you could be whatever, you could be whoever you want, do whatever you want, live whatever, you know. And so it's just as culty, but it's soft pedals it just enough that you don't feel like you're in a cult, because it's different in those ways. But that's its superpower, is that it sneaks it in that way. And I think that's what I didn't get growing up. Like because it didn't feel like I was in a cult where I wasn't told I couldn't go to prom and weird shit like that. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, I do see your point there because it's because like especially with the Bible, there's so much you can pick and choose from, and other stuff you can just ignore, just like all of our parents who were Christians did. It's like, well, yeah, I know it says not to look upon a woman with lust, but you know what? God knows the intent of my heart. He knows I'm not a murderer. He knows I'm not going to do something wrong, so it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fair point you made. Because it doesn't feel like you said. It doesn't feel like a cult. We look at cults like Jim Jones and all those others, and it's like, oh yeah, obviously a cult, but we don't look at it that way with us when we were Christians.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to do this, but I do have to bounce. I've got to cook some dinner. But James, it's been a pleasure talking with you. Jay, been good.
Always.
I think we may have met. I think we met a few times.
A couple streams. Yeah. Always fun, man. Appreciate it.
I don't think we've ever had a chance to actually exchange a dialogue. So it's good to actually talk to you. And
you as well. Definitely. Love to do it again. And happy holidays, man. If you enjoy or celebrate, not sure, but.
Well, I'm there for the food.
Hope you have a good day. Same here. Yeah.
All right. You have a good one. Bye-bye.
You too, Carl.
Yeah, James, what you got going? Honestly, my dad dipped, and tonight I was just kind of, I had to take care of like the groceries for tomorrow or whatever, but I'm kind of done. So I was just sitting and gathering. It really wasn't much going on, but Carrie Ann, a couple people are in here with me. We're probably just going to chill, watch some TV shows, watch some movies overnight, probably just hang out, kick it the next couple days.
Yeah, I like that idea. I was wondering if maybe we could, and it's just a kind of a crazy idea. We might not do it, but like create a movie fund that people, like a movie group, people can pay like $2 each per month into or something, and then and then the group rents or buys movies that are like new releases and stuff that people want to see. Like we all say what we want to see, and then we could all watch it and gather.
Absolutely. I think it's a great idea. For me, I would say start small. Like I'll help out. A couple of us will help out, and. For me, like for now, like to me, if like a couple people say they want to see something, I'll go ahead and take care of it, because then I think, after a couple times, people be like, oh, this is fun, and then it's easier to get people to pitch in. Right. Only because anything you got to do organization first, it become kind of a headache. But totally. Cool. After you do that a couple times, you're like, all right, I did this, but I don't want to be the only ones, pitching out, because then you start spending a whole lot of money. But the other thing is we do movies like every night, right? So part of what that does is there's a group of probably 6 to 8 of us that, I'm not saying we're all in there every night, but most of us know that we're in there every night, and most of us are in there most of the night. And so, for instance, I got to start that playlist off with a really featured movie or two, because that time I know most people are going to be there. So if you took something like that and then say, hey, every Friday or Saturday or whatever, we're going to do like a movie, like a theater night or something, right? Where it's going to be something that's in theater or something new, like something big or whatever. You kind of already know there's going to be people there. There's at least going to be, a handful of us there that are already there watching movies every night, right? And it's been fun. We've watched a lot of great movies together and gather, I wanted to touch on that too. You talked about and again, I don't care. I brought it up because I heard the conversation and I just didn't have time to pay attention to it, so I felt bad. I was like, oh, I'll see if there's something that I could answer or something. But you talked about how for you, like you started your channel, you wanted it to be about the community and everybody having a place. I think that's very cool.
And I didn't mean to imply that you're not about the community, because of course you are. You just with a different modality, right? A different relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I see us both as like in the community first space, right? But all I was gonna say is I totally agree with you, because people don't realize this. YouTube requires you to make content. Yeah, sometimes you could take a break. You can react to stuff, so you can play stuff and react to it or whatever. But essentially, you have to make a show. And so I do see myself as the star of that, especially on my channel when I'm live. But it's just funny that it came up because that's one of the things I love about Gather. I don't see myself as the star of Gather, right? And people that are in Gather enough can tell you, when we're in Gather, like, I'm not. Sometimes I'm dipped. Like, usually the first thing I do in Gather, even if, like, say I'm doing a show on YouTube and I've got the costume and I'm streaming, as soon as I end that stream, the first thing I do in Gather is step away and put on my sweats and chill, right? And we just kick it. There's been nights, you know, I've lost my internet connection and Joel will just take over. And all of a sudden, Joel's streaming the movies and everybody's watching Joel movies. A lot of times, different people will get on the mic. It's been nights Sean has come in and people just talking to Sean or whoever, like, people just say, let's watch this, let's do this. So I always want to tell people, that's deliberately what I made Gather for, is so that I don't have to be the star of the show. And again, we don't have to be live, so I don't have to put on the show. I could just be like, oh, y'all want to watch the game? Cool, we put the game. Oh, y'all want to watch some Cheers? Cool, we put Cheers on. And then we're all just chilling. People are eating, people are playing different games, people are having side conversations, right? So to make the point, I really don't want the community to go to a place where I'm the star or you're the star. We're trying to build a community, right? And part of that is accepting that we probably are going to have to grow beyond YouTube. I'm not saying everyone has to do it in Gather or do it my way, but it's something to think about because it's just an opportunity to think about it, because if we're going to center communities around YouTube channels, then it is going to do a couple things. One, there's going to be stars because, like you said, somebody's got to take responsibility for having the channel, moderating the channel, being live, coming up with the content, on and on and on, right?
Right.
And then on top of that, that very process of them then dictating what the show's about and all of this is going to constrict what the communities around, right? So the problem we have now is a lot of us want to build community beyond counter-apologetics, for instance, but it's counter-apologetics channels that are the center of our community. So the only time we all see each other is when a counter-apologist is live. It's going to be really hard to build community beyond counter-apologetics if the only time we see each other is during a counter-apologetic stream, right?
Right.
So at some point, more of us have to start having that aha moment and start to say, all right, James, I'm going to join your Discord. I'm going to follow you on Facebook. I'm going to get with y'all and Gather. I'm going to support y'all doing something else. Let's play a game together. Because if we're not going to do anything else together, we're not going to have anything else together. And the problem is, it's not up to me and you, James. We're trying to create the spaces and point the community to more, right? But we can't make them jump. We can't make them jump. You see what I'm saying? The people who have jumped get it. Like, you know, AR, Carrie Ann, Cameron, you, people get it. They like, yo, bro, this is straight. We chilling, we hanging out. We're just like, man, I wish more people were here. I'm like, yeah, but the only time they show up is when we go live and start talking about Jesus.
Yeah.
So we're kind of stuck. You see what I'm saying? And it's not a problem. We love you guys. We're so happy to have friends and people watching us. But yeah, I'm just trying to get everybody on the same page, thinking about the challenges of what's next, because that's what I'm thinking about, right? I'm thinking of where's the community going and how do I help us get there? And I realize a lot of these next steps I just can't do on my own because it is a change of forum, in a sense, to change how we relate to each other, weirdly enough.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree 100%.
Yeah, it's why I stopped focusing so much on YouTube. I just realized that YouTube was never going to do anything other than create a big YouTube channel.
Yeah. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised. I mean, and I love that people stayed with me. How many hours has the stream been going?
Oh, wow.
When I
like
came up,
5.5 or 6. You said you weren't going to do these marathons.
I know,
anymore.
right?
They're
I
fun,
did.
though.
I wasn't planning on it. I just thought I'd come out here for like maybe a half hour tops and then people were here and we were talking and we just kept going.
So here's the thing. I envy Discord. Even last night, and when I really think about what I'm trying to do, even with Gather, I'm trying to get more people to gather, but I'm trying to make Gather more like Discord. If you look at a busy Discord, T-Jumps or Politics is a great one, different servers like that. They're just, there's a lot of people subscribed to them in them, right? And then there's these rooms, and the rooms are kind of set up for different topics sometimes, or just different spaces. Lounge 1, Lounge 2, Politics 1, Religion 1. And then people are just in them, and they're in them in a couple ways that are important. Number one, they're in them intentionally day in and day out. Right, because that becomes their community and their server that they like to chat in. But they're in them in a way that has nothing to do with YouTube, right? The people who hang out in those Discord servers don't even... A lot of them, like, for instance, if they're in the Darth Dawkins chat, that Politics one that he's in or whatever, they're probably not watching his stream. Why would they watch the stream? They'll listen to it right here in Discord, right?
Right.
And then the other thing is it fits into their life. So a lot of these people, they don't do this when they come home after work instead of watching Jeopardy. What they do is like they're in that Discord server. So they have it on their phone. If somebody says something interesting to them, they get a notification. They've got it turned on for the channels they want, not the channels they don't. They go, oh, cool. Somebody said something in politics. And then they get into work, right? And they go working at their job, and they pull open a Discord tab, or they've got Discord on their desktop, right? And instead of listening to lo-fi or whatever, they're sitting there listening to it as they go, right? And so, I that's what I envy. It's like they're fitting it into their life. My club does this. My club uses Discord very well. But this is really awesome because, again, it doesn't require somebody to be live. People have different rooms, and then people build relationships with each other. Another thing I love about Gather is that, like Zoom, it's got all the private rooms. So if I'm playing a game and Carrie Ann and Joel don't want to watch the game and they start talking about another movie, Joel will be like, oh, you want to go to another table and I'll stream that? And he'll go over. They'll be watching something else on their own and having their own conversation. So it's like the micro relationships.
Yeah.
The one-on-ones, let's the three of us have a little small side conversation. And, these are just all the things I'm trying to show people we can do with different technology. And I hope people are encouraged to do it so that, for instance, people in the chat get to know each other. I'm sure Carol, the Atheist, and Melody would enjoy spending an hour just chit-chatting with each other. Right?
Sure.
But right now, they probably only chat with each other when you're live. Which, by the way, is why people are with you for 5 hours.
Well, sure. Hey, whatever it takes. I'm just glad that I can facilitate that.
Yeah. That's why I do the marathon stream. Sometimes I really, and I told this to my my advisor. It's not really about me. I'm there, but a lot of times it's like my community just wants to interact with each other. And if somebody has to be live for them to do that, then they're just going to be hanging out with me as long as I'm live, and that allows them to do that, right? And that's why people come and go. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I want to share something that brought me joy today.
Sure, absolutely. I try to
see. Here's the thing.
In here.
As a single white middle-aged man, I have to work diligently to make sure I don't accidentally give off a creep vibe. And so I'm very careful about the compliments that I give women, very sparing about it, especially in the community. And it's interesting because it expands beyond that, though, because there's this channel that I love to watch. It's from Japan. It's a weather news channel. And I have no idea what they're saying because I don't speak Japanese. But these people are just adorable. Now, most of the weathercasters are young women, and it's weird because I know that if a woman shared a stream of a young woman, like late teens, early 20s, sometimes they're a little bit older than that, and just said that this person was adorable, they just think, oh, yeah, one woman appreciates another woman. There's adorable. It's an adorable young person. But as a guy, if I share that, I run the risk that people are going to think or assume that there's some sexual implication to why I think this person's great, right?
I have tons of thoughts about this, but go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I want to hear your thoughts before I share this.
No, you do always run that risk, and I think it's like, I'll just say that sometimes I admire a woman like Anna Kasparian is an example I think about quite frankly a lot, where I do think she's beautiful and I'm incredibly attracted to her, but I think she's excellent at her job, and the only reason I crush on her the way I do is because she's excellent at her job. And I genuinely get the impression that she's a wonderful person. And so I do think, like you said, you always run that risk, but I do hope that sometimes people recognize that you see more than that in a person. And then a couple quick things. Number one, it often makes a person much more attractive. So I've told people, I want you to see someone I'm crushing on, and they'll be kind of surprised because it'll be like a middle-aged or even older, like, woman scholar. And I'll just
sure,
be like,
sometimes I do that too.
And I'll just be like, look, you see the way that bitch be breaking down that shit she studied? That
right.
gets me every time.
Yeah, there's
like,
a couple that go on.
Instantly.
Yep. There's a couple of academic women in Mythvision sometimes that I'm like,
yeah, you just,
hey, baby.
Yeah, so.
And these women would not give me the time of day. I know that they wouldn't because I'm not in their field. I'm not a peer. I haven't, like, you know, I'm not going to, like, it's just that they're coming from a different world.
Yeah.
So I couldn't. They're not going to say what.
So sometimes I'm just saying. So sometimes the excellence is part of the attractiveness, right?
Yeah,
it isn't all physical. It's you look better. Sure. Like it's the same way. Like a lot of these Trump women, like they're so hot, they're so physically attractive. What do I want to do when I see them? Punch them in the face as hard as I can, because it's just the awfulness of the whole thing is such a turnoff. It doesn't matter, right? And then the other thing I was going to say, too, is I've done this now consciously, too, where I have to now support beautiful women doing things on YouTube, right? Because I realize, that hot chick playing that guitar solo, I want to not click on her because that makes me feel like a perv. Man, let me click on this girl and listen to her play guitar. Okay, wow, she's shredded in that bra. All right, now let me leave a comment. You shredded. Great work. And I'm off, right? Because it's weird. You're damned if you do, you're damned. They're going to think I'm a creep. But then if I don't do it, am I not supporting it? Well, that's hard. Now you can't be talented because you sexy. Now I don't want to live in that world either. Girl, you sexy and you ripped it. It just is what it is. I'm trying out here, Chase. We're trying.
Truth. So I have that a lot. I won't even deny it. I have that a lot. But then there's this other domain of see. I went through a thing years ago where my testosterone levels crashed for quite a while. They were like critically low, and the doctors couldn't figure out why. And they eventually like normalized or whatever, at least for the most part. But I imagined that I'd reached this new level of maturity, that I was now able to have relationships with women that had nothing to do with sexual interest. No matter how hot they were, I was this like more mature person, and I was no longer burdened by the young male sexual drive. And like I didn't know I had low testosterone. I thought I had simply grown the fuck up. And so I was able to have these really wonderful friendships with women that I never thought possible before. Now, this lasted for several years until my testosterone levels climbed back up to where they're supposed to be. At least I'm assuming. So anyways, so it was like basically I might call it my asexual period. Like it just wasn't a thing. So now, even though I've regained that aspect of myself, I have this. I didn't lose my ability to appreciate young women or older women for that matter, but in a completely not sexual way, even if they're attractive. Like my mind can process it differently now than it used to. And so I have this show that I watch, and these young women, and they talk, and they smile, and they laugh, and I have no idea what they're saying. I like to imagine what they're saying just because it's funny. And it warms my heart. Like, they're just so gosh darn adorable. And it just makes me smile on the inside. And it has nothing to do with sexuality whatsoever. And I'm going to end up sharing it to Facebook too. Like, this is one clip. And I know people are going to just assume that. They're going to say, you know what? You're a single, white, middle-aged, heterosexual guy. You're totally, like, wanting to get up on this.
All right, well, look, let me put it to you this way. I'm a black dude, and people know I got an incurable jungle fever, so I'm trying to smash. So look, James. Y'all could just say I'm guilty. Look, they look good, James. No, I'm with it. Let's feel good, and you can but look, it just is what it is. We're straight men. We're straight men. You know,
it is what it is. So I'm going to share this. It just makes me smile on the inside.
Here's the other thing, James.
Yeah,
this community is incredibly male dominated. And so, again, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I celebrate every time I put a woman on screen in our community.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, you do. Yeah,
hot or not.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, here, like, you can see this. Like, it's just, hold on. It's not a very long clip. It just made my heart smile. I don't even know why. There's just a kind of beauty to it. Just her whole way, but hold on. Let me press play on this.
Yeah.
お伝えするっていうね。この後どうしよう。もうちょっとで晴れてくるから今日お出かけせずにお洗濯のために大丈夫です。心置きなく休んで寝てお出かけ行ってください。お洗濯は難しそうということでこちら。
Right. So, the most people know I got a thing. I grew up the only black kid in all white schools, right? So I always tell people you're going to grow an attraction to what's around you. And for me, that was white girls. But I've also gone to big state schools like Penn State, Michigan State, right? And their favorite state is China. So I've never had a Chinese girlfriend. I always wanted one because I've been surrounded by beautiful Chinese girls. And also, I've had a couple really good, like, Chinese friends, like, especially one in grad school. They're gorgeous. It's just like a thing. It's just like a thing. I'm, like, into it. Yes.
Absolutely. Yes. So this is an even better clip. Hold on. I'm going to play this.
無理。おしまい。今、私も思いました。雨じゃんと思って、お洗濯情報。ねえ。
And it's like the grayest of days, too. Right? The contrast is literally the grayest of days behind her. And she's got this super bright personality. But it's against literally the grayest of backgrounds. It's like the worst day for her. Yeah.
Her personality is just sunflowers and sunshine and Like, it just makes me happy in a way I can't explain, and it's one of the things that have been missing from my journey, that kind of beauty. I've just not had enough of it in my life. And it's one of the reasons why I regret long-term dating tomboys. These women who don't celebrate their femininity or aren't secure enough to be feminine. They don't feel safe enough to be feminine. Or they don't feel like connected to their femininity. It's just not part of their psychology.
That's what I'm saying. There's not a psychology, and then also there's like there's like that fierceness, right? You got to be into that fierce thing. And I've always said that's weird. And it's gonna sound real. It's gonna make me sound like a real boomer. But I always used to say, like, there's even a sort of degradation of domestication to the point where, like, you know, you're setting women back 50 years if you're like, my ambition is to get married and have 3 children and be a stay-at-home mom. People are like, how could you?
I heard it.
How could you like have a perfectly normal human, especially maternal instinct to reproduce, and what do you mean? Right.
So the far liberals, the social justice warriors, have gone too far. I will grant you this without hesitation. And my thing is, it's like if I had to choose between a woman that I just find regular, adorable, but within a sexual range, and we have a normal sexual relationship and romantic and everything else, or I am best friends with somebody like that I just showed, where there's no sex involved at all whatsoever. It makes an asexual person, for example, or just a best friend or whatever, but no guys ever. Maybe she's lesbian, right? And whatever, but she's always going to be my best friend. And if I could be around that kind of joy, that kind of beauty every day, I would rather that than a sexual relationship with the woman that I was just attracted to. I would rather have that beauty in my life if I had to choose between the two. And it speaks to me, it like reaches me in a place that nothing else does. And it doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. So that's just how I feel about it. So
JG, look, I go to parties to party with nice girls. Emphasis on nice. Mm-hmm. I've just always been that way. I've always tended to bubbly girls that are usually kind of social butterflies and that's my thing. Yeah.
And so we had a related video several months ago where there's this lady called the Teal Swan, and she's like this female guru kind of person with a pretty big following, and she has like her own philosophy of life and relationships that she's developed, and I agree with like every other thing that she says. So it's like yeah and then no and then yeah and then no. Like, I disagree with every other thing, and but she has this worldview that is true for some women. This is the problem I have with a lot of the red pill people and other people. They make these sweeping absolute statements that they think applies to all men and all women.
Sure.
And that's where they go wrong. Right. They're not wrong to say that there are some people wired that way, and if they are, then that's their best possible life.
Right, yes.
But they're wrong to say that it applies to everybody.
Right. That's why I always try to emphasize you're talking about, in some sense, it's a statistical abstraction at best.
Right. And so this lady
also have to then remember doesn't apply to anyone, actually.
Right.
So in other words, so like this is really important, right? So we could say, let's talk about the average man, right? So now we're talking and say he's average height, average voice, average income, average job, right? Now that's really useful for making predictions about anything, how he might vote, who he's attracted to, what time he gets up in the morning, what's his salary, does he rent or own, right? We can answer all those questions about the average man, right? Now go find me a single person that's actually the average man. You won't, right? There's too many vectors for any actual person to be average on every single axis. There isn't one, right? That person is actually an abstraction. This is why I always say it's wrong when people bring biology into political conversations. You're misusing biology because a proper biologist understands they're just abstractions that help us distinguish categories of organisms. We just can't account for individuals, so we got to be like males and females, right? But these are abstractions. And so as soon as you forget that that's an abstraction that actually doesn't apply to any individuals, you are totally screwed, right? And that's the difference. And that's why this is the tension between psychology and sociology. It's why they're both right. Sociology is going to tell, or anthropology, that type of thinking is going to tell you these statistical averages. They're very meaningful in terms of making predictions, but they don't apply to anybody. Psychologists help you analyze and understand the motivations and what's going on in an individual, which by definition will not help you when you need to make these type of statistical abstractions and predictions. So we need them both. Got to use them properly.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, James. You know I'm preacher, boy. I just be preaching.
Yeah, you're a preacher. I appreciate that.
Your community makes me self-conscious about it.
Oh my gosh! Well, everybody's in a different groove, right? Some people want more Jay. Some people tell me I need to be more like you. Some people, say they like the groove. It's whatever.
Yeah, I'm not everybody's favorite flavor. I understand. Yeah,
sure. I mean, neither am I. There's you've got one or two diehard fans that if they don't mind when I join your stream, but if I talk too much, they'll just leave.
Really?
Like they're not. Yeah, they're not there for me. They're there for you, and I appreciate that.
See, that surprises me because I think the core of my community overlaps so much that like today, my numbers dropped off, which one I thought was I'm just not doing something people are into, which anytime again I get away from politics or counter-apologetics, I know I'm in risk of. So I know if, so that was fine, especially because I was fucking around with Cliff and then I took a break for groceries and shit. But at some point, I was like, and then I popped up on YouTube, and you were live, and I was like, okay, that's where everybody is, and sure enough, that's where most of it, right? So it's just hard for me. So I believe you. It's just they're a statistical anomaly to me. So I'm just like, oh, really? Oh well. Yeah. Most of my communities are diehard Apperson supporters.
Oh, sure. Only one really comes to mind strongly, that she's all about the J, and I have no problem with that at all.
Sure.
But like if I talk too much, she'll just disappear.
Yeah.
See, like, that's not the flavor I'm here for. And I dig that. Like, if whatever groove you're in, or whatever, whatever works for you.
Yeah, that's the same thing with any collaborations. Like, I mean, there are people in my life who find, I guess, Uncle Bobby really off-putting because he's, really forward and strong. But I'll die on the hill.
All they hear is the hashtag unprofessional. That's all they hear.
Yeah. But it's just that's how we want to go. So you just go there and you live with it, right? But that's something I noticed too. So like you said, I guess there are people who won't watch Uncle Bobby, but to me, that's one of my strongest streams of the week, right? I think there are people who, if they don't watch me all week, they're going to try to see the show I do with Uncle Bobby, right? Yeah. And then there are a lot of other people who may blow me off all week, but they're going to really try to tune into Hot Program to see, presumably, my one black friend primarily, right? But they could tolerate me when I'm balanced out with him, and then they can skip the rest of it, content or dynamic, whatever it is. Don't know why. Don't have time, right? Yeah,
right. Yeah, that makes sense to me perfectly.
Yeah, and it's freedom. Go ahead.
So yeah, Nitty's streaming. In case anybody wants to know, he's having an open room hangout over there. So.
I think also people are hanging just because of the holidays, right? So people are probably hanging late, and so that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm just hanging out till, the next couple of days, I guess. So
yeah, that I appreciate that. Yeah, a lot of more people over there too, and I'm glad because we do love our Nitty. Absolutely, his personality is quite wonderful.
Yeah.
So, I want to share this too. Like one other person. Now, this lady I find adorable in the I'd want a relationship with her kind of way. And I don't even know why, because she's not classically pretty.
Sure.
And I don't know what it is about her. Who cares about this shit? Nobody. But you're here. I got you guys. So you're going to listen to it. Hold on. I'm turning it into high definition. I have no idea why I find her so adorable. Because, she's not classically pretty, but I just... I'm pretty sure she's married anyways. I don't even know why I care. I think I need to start dating soon. That's what I think I need to do. Honestly,
yeah.
2023.
Been thinking about it. It's not the best time.
Yeah, 2023 is what I'm aiming for. Like the summer or fall of 2023. That's going to be my time. I'm aiming for it. That's a goal I've set. I'm tired of not dating. I haven't been sexually active in 8 years, and that's not okay because life's too short for that. So
sure.
And I miss romance too. I'm unlike a lot of guys in that I actually I'm strongly romantic as well, strongly masculine and strongly romantic. So, Sixpence None the Richer has this song called Kiss Me.
I'm very much romantic. I actually think it's hurt my sex life a lot, but go ahead.
Yeah, it has hurt mine too. Isn't that ironic?
Yes.
It is very ironic. We should talk about that too. So...
Oh, ain't got to be a long conversation. A lot of y'all women ain't as romantic as you think you are. Dude want to wait, take time to get to know you, and get off to the next thing because you're too hot in the pants. Some of y'all need to slow down. Some of y'all thinking with the wrong... head, body part, whatever, and then blame it on us. Like,
yeah.
And then it's funny. It's even like weird. Like I was watching the show, the scene in Weeds where the uncle's kind of encouraging the teenager, like, you got to kind of go for it with your girlfriend because you slow it down too much. Somebody else will be in there.
Yeah. You can't afford to. Hell, even in a relationship, even when you've already got her, some women just aren't nearly as romantic as you expect women to be. And and I've actually dated a woman long term that felt like it was less manly to be romantic in that way. They're just like, they just didn't get it because women are supposed to be that way, not the guy. And I'm like, well, that's stupid because if you only have one person that's romantic in that way, then there's a disconnect because then they're not having that experience with the other person because the other person's not into it. So, that's just wrong.
I also think if I've got my best relationship potential is on YouTube now, and it's really frustrating. Because the hard part due to COVID is I'm home, and so the people who know me the best are all the people who know me online. And it's like the only way for me to meet people locally is online dating, and then they only know me through a profile. So it's very hard for people to be... the attraction I've always said this. So this is what's the problem. And I feel this way about a lot of things in life. Work, church, school, you name it. All of the places where people know you the best are the places you're not supposed to date people. Now, that's supposed to be cool because we're supposed to be reducing sexual harassment and inappropriate relationship and undue influence, blah, 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 blah. But it's got this counter effect of the people who know you the best and are therefore going to be the most attracted to you for the genuine reasons. Like, oh, I know what makes you special, right? Mm-hmm. Like, for instance, my best chance at marrying someone really gorgeous who's of the best reproductive age, who's just hot as fucking shit is who? One of my fucking students, right? Like, because that's where there's a captive audience of hot ass chicks that are like, oh yeah, that dude's fucking brilliant, and they have no choice but to get to know me really well, because they're going to be exposed to like 56 hours of me, right. Whereas like on a profile, I'm just a cold profile, so it's just weird. It's the same thing. Like the people in your church group. You're with them week out. Y'all got all the same overlapping friends and all of this blah, 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 blah. But then they're like, tis. Don't be trying to date in the church. That's not why you're here. You're here for Jesus. And then they do the same thing to you at the gym. You're not supposed to meet the people you go to gym with. Don't pick up women at the grocery store. Don't be talking to girls you work with, James. That's not good. But again, y'all with each other freaking 8 hours a day, around the clock. Who would know you better? Can't date there, so where are you stuck with? Online dating app, bars, clubs, and freaking cold calling. Basically, cold. You're left with cold calling. I hate to say it, but that's where we're at.
Yeah.
So it sucks. Because
I mean, there's ways. I could write a book on just ways to meet people that people don't even think about. That's not hard. Like the reason it's hard for most people is because except for COVID, because that makes it hard in its own way. But if you don't count COVID, lack of imagination is the real reason most people aren't meeting people, because they don't know how, right? And most help books about that are about what to say and how to say it and like how to dress and how to act. And I'm like, let's first show these people where they can find people, and then we'll talk about the rest of it. So
that's where a lot of it is just getting creative about meeting people. So for instance, like most people underestimate day game. Like bar or club's a really hard place to meet people because kind of the pressure's on, so to speak. But a lot of my best dates, have just come from mall, middle of the day, approach a hot chick in a bookstore. Because she's relaxed, she wasn't expecting to be approached, and there isn't a dozen other guys trying to buy her a drink. So scroll up, talk about what section she's looking at. Next thing you know, you're in there. So yeah, you're right. Just the opportunity, and I get used to it. But it's just kind of ironic. And again, I adapted to online dating, right? I learned to make it work for me. Took a high approach. I was like on all the apps, and so I had successes, like a lot of success, a lot of opportunities. So I learned how to like work that and create opportunities, right? But I always recognized it was less than ideal in terms of leverage, right? I was always missing the best things about me, which is, you know, somebody who's in my life and is therefore more exposed to, more likely to actually be attracted to me rather than just looking at a picture of me and reading about me.
Right. Yep, 100%.
Yeah.
So it's not as complicated as people make it out to be, but they got to be shown the way, so to speak, to unlearn what they thought they knew.
Yeah.
People just complicate shit.
All right,
so it's ironic.
Oh, go ahead. I was just gonna ask you, did you want to show us that clip? But yeah, there's something else you want to say.
Yeah, so I'm gonna show you the clip of the lady that Peter says looks like Nitty's sister, basically Nitty in a wig. No wonder I'm so attracted to her. Oh, hold on. Share screen. Come over here.
Because of my relationship with food, and especially highly processed foods, I felt out of control.
I don't know, maybe it's because she's so nice or sweet. I have no idea what it is about her that I find so attractive, but she just...
Reminds me of one of my close friends from high school.
Yeah. You know, I long-term dated these women in the past that were just so brutally unkind. They had no sense of humor. They were radically insecure. They did not embrace their femininity like you would expect a woman to, especially these, because they were really attractive. You would not expect them to be that way. But what the Teal Swan was saying in the video that we talked about once a few months ago was that she calls it survival mode. It's interesting because that's what I call it too. I came up with the same term. So women, when they get stressed about life and they don't feel secure and they don't feel safe and they feel overwhelmed and stressed, like they're kind of in the fight alone, they get into survival mode and they cut their hair short and they wear more guyish clothes and they kind of buckle down for the fight. And in order to open up the flower, in order to bring their femininity out, you have to protect them from some measure of the battle in life. Not all of it, but just enough to where their femininity can bloom. And that's not true of all women. Some women, their psychology is just not feminine, and it wouldn't matter how much stress they were or weren't under. It wouldn't matter how connected they do or don't feel. They're just not feminine in terms of their psychology.
And sometimes they're in the mode where you can't, like they're in the midst of it. That's when people say you learn to recognize this person's not in the right headspace, right?
Right. So it just depends, right? It's just not one simple certain thing. No, that's the thing that Teal Swan got wrong. Is she does the same thing the red pillars do. They speak with these broad ideas that they think apply to everyone. And if you're not with that, then somehow you're broken and wrong. And I'm like, no. People are different. Like people have different psychologies. You can't say that. So I just regret that because I was always a good-looking guy. I could have just went off, learned Japanese, went to Japan, found one of these really adorable sunshine flower petal girls, and then just had a good life. I could have just done it.
Yeah,
and
it's not too late for the rest, though.
It's not. Well, I mean, once I passed the 50 mark, I realized how much time I don't.
But you gotta. It's. I'm not gonna say it's not harder. But you got to remember, you get more status, goes up, right? And men don't fall. It's not like a 35 cliff like it can be if it's tied to your reproductive stuff. So for men, like, you could.
Oh, yeah. I can still, as long as I'm in shape.
You're good, yeah.
As long as I'm in shape, I can be hot until who knows when. I mean, there's some guys in their 80s, Sylvester Stallone and Sean Connery.
And they go under 40, right? They go under 40 exclusively, yeah. And then I got a thing, too, where I'm going to be honest with you, one of my things is I'm really attracted to younger women. That's definitely a problem. Like,
Well, that's normal for guys. I
legal.
Think, so.
If you're legal, we're good to go. Just being honest with you.
I understand.
I call 25 plus aging out of the system. You have to get special exceptions.
I understand.
Plenty of ways to get one. Just to say that, but yeah,
plenty of ways to get one. And that's the thing, though. That's the irony. Like, because I had been looking for a woman that was closer to my age that I could have a relationship with, and it seems like the ones that threw themselves at me all the time were the young ones, like 19 and 20, with daddy issues. And because that's the vibe that I've got. I've got the daddy vibe, and I don't try to have the daddy vibe, but I have it, and I've got that look. And so they throw themselves at me, hey daddy, and it's cute, and it's fun for a night, but to be honest, it's like not fulfilling. It's not. Can't build a real relationship with it. When at my age, you just can't.
Right.
And even if you tried to, like, what's going to happen when because if they're 20 and I'm 50, then it's 30 years different. So then they're going to be 50, I'm going to be 80. It just doesn't work.
You're thinking too far ahead, James.
Yeah, I'm probably thinking too far ahead. But a lot of them want kids though too, and I don't want to start having kids.
Yeah, it just depends. Yeah, but that's what you look. That's me. It's younger, doesn't want kids, but also mature in the head. Good
luck with that.
Grad school or something like that. They're usually just taken. Yeah, it's I'm in the well, I'm kind of lucky, right? That university life keeps you around a special crowd. So
yeah,
because there's grad students, law students, med students.
You would cry though,
young
Jay. You
professionals.
You would just smack me in the head if you saw the opportunities, the women that threw themselves at me, and I'm just like, You would be like, James, what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, but Sam, but you know what? I've realized that's what comes with it. So it's like, yes, we hear the story of the lucky millionaire who manages money super well, but a crazy amount of rich people will blow your mind at how much money they lost. Right, because that's what really comes with the territory. So that's what I realized with me. Like, part of having an unbelievable story is you had to learn a lot of lessons people didn't learn. So you threw away shit other people wouldn't never believe. But that's kind of how it has to be. Because you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So now I don't even know. Like, I'm just tired of, right now, like, I just want to get in shape to be healthy for all the right reasons and all the wrong reasons, both. Because you don't have to pick right or wrong reasons to want to be in shape. You can pick both. And that's what I got going. And so in the meantime, like, once I get there, I just want someone to be able to freaking go on road trips with and see movies with and cuddle up and watch TV with and talk about our days with and have crazy sex with and then just, like, have stupid fights with. Like, I just want, like, a normal, like, dynamic with somebody, I just want that. And beyond that, I don't know. Like, I don't even know why I'm telling you guys. This is not group therapy, right? But that's where I'm at about it. But, like,
right now it's hard to forsake the peace of mind. That's the thing. The single life comes with so many benefits too.
It does.
I'm honestly pretty happy alone for the first time. I think COVID made me really. Here's the thing. Every time I said to myself prior to COVID, I'm going to focus on me and being happy by myself and just doing whatever I got to do, I've always met somebody, and that's been interrupted immediately.
Right. And, I never had a hard time with it either. Yeah, in person when you get out of the house.
Yeah, exactly. So it was always something I would say to myself, but wasn't really going to ever happen. But this is the first time I've gotten a long-term, like, I'm just good with just me. Now, the thing that is still missing is, like you said, the sex drive is there. So, yeah, it'd be good. But honestly, that's about it, I'm kind of all right. Yeah. And even then, now it's like I'm only willing to give so much. Because I had a girlfriend, and she asked too much of me. And I learned what that felt like, and I can't afford that right now. So I've recognized that I might not be in the best time and period in my life to be in a relationship because I don't have enough to give to a person, and I don't want to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I appreciate the value of being selfish.
Yeah.
Like, I wish I'd been more selfish my whole life, to be honest. And a huge mistake that I wasn't. But, it's about balance. And
well, I don't want somebody in my life who's going to say something to me like, I feel like I come second to your online community and to your students. And I'm going to be like, here's the thing. You come second to my online community and my students, right? So we're on the same page here. It's just one of us sees a problem, right? The other one just sees this is how things need to be right now, right?
Yeah, just tell her straight. Tell her it's not my fault you're not in Gather.
Yeah, exactly. And it's an easy way to find me. You know, you got the link. I sent you the password, bitch. Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. So Carol said, she said, you had me until sex. You had me until you said the sex. And I have no idea where Carol's at.
I think she's saying because she appreciates being alone, but she doesn't. Maybe she's past the need for the sex need to be.
Maybe. I mean,
prioritized.
I don't know. Some people that are 71 are still like, they're still interested in that, and some people are not.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not even about the age. Some people just aren't,
Somebody named Jasper popped in my stream. I think I know who Jasper is. They said, quick hello, you guys are good to listen to. Thanks, Jasper. Appreciate it. Thanks for popping through. Cool. Yeah. So, we just out here keeping people company until they wake up. I'd love to hear this from chat. What are people doing for Thanksgiving? Are y'all actually, because I'm assuming a lot of y'all with your miserable religious families that you don't really want to be around, but you are probably looking forward to the meal. Although some of y'all going to families that can't cook. God rest your souls. That's awful. They overly religious and they can't throw down. That's just an L. At least if your family could cook real good, you just focus. You just like, I'm gonna just focus on this tearing up these mashed potatoes right now. I ain't even listening to them. But tell us the truth. What's going on? Oh, Carol's saying always asexual. Yeah.
So here's the thing. Like, this is partly why I think poly's going to end up being the way that I go, because it's hard to find one person that can be everything for one other person, and vice versa, that they want, or they need, or whatever. So, like, I may end up in a poly situation where one of the women are asexual and one of them are very sexual. But it's hard to find poly families. Like, it's hard to build poly families.
Yeah.
Because then you got to take the remote odds of finding one person you're mutually compatible with, and now you got to find two who has to be mutually compatible with both of you.
Yes.
And it's just the odds are so astronomical. That's why I pretty much gave up on the idea.
So I will say, poly, two situations work for me. One is I've got multiple partners, so if you are in another relationship, I don't care. Or like I was happy with two heteroflexible women because it was the triangle situation and it was fine.
Yeah.
But like you said, they're rare, and it also comes. So here's the thing I like to say, because I've spent a lot of time studying this stuff, teaching this stuff, so I've thought very deeply and done a lot of research about humans' sexual nature, and we don't have one. And so I like to remind myself, the truth is none of it fucking works. And people are deluded any other way. Does monogamy work? No,
Nope.
Get the fuck out of here. You're not monogamous by nature. Think about this. How could you be evolved to be compatible with an entire opposite, like half the species or something, and now you're gonna magically only desire to be with that one? Get the fuck out of here. All right. At the same time, does poly work any better?
Nope.
Get the fuck out of here. Are you crazy? Like, I'm supposed to share my partner, take another extra human's needs into consideration? I always tell people, think about all the problems you have with girlfriends. Yeah, I got twice that. All right?
Right.
And I didn't even mean that in a bad way. You're just being realistic. Like, whatever it is, right? Because I say they're two very different people, right? So you have to deal with two very different sets of needs. There's no credit for overlap. You went to one softball games. Well, the one that don't play softball games don't give a shit. You wasn't doing that. That wasn't for her. That was for her. Now you got to go to her moot court thing, and then you got to hang out with her friends. Skirt, turn around her family. Skirt, turn around back to this one's friendship. That's your life. Does that work? Hell no, it don't work.
Hell no. Poly's for people with a scheduling kink.
Exactly. Hell no, it don't work. So none of it works. And being alone sucks too. So you just got to recognize the grass is always going to be in the green on the other side. And then you just got to do what works for you. And work shouldn't mean perfect. It should just mean works.
Right.
Yeah.
And I like Carol's idea about serial monogamy. The problem I have with it is I want to be connected with somebody long enough where we've got that deeper bond that only comes with time.
Yeah.
And if they're temporary, then I got to lose them and start all over again. The older I am, the harder that's going to be to do.
Yes.
And my heart breaks hard when it breaks, and I just
I'm with you.
Can't keep losing people.
I call it relationship trauma. Me and my dad and my uncle joke about being in love recovery. You know, so we say for a while. I said, look, I'm still in love recovery. So
Yeah.
And then even I fall deeply. Like literally, I tell people this. I know that I'm falling for someone because it will physically make me sick. I'll be thinking about something to go wrong. I'll literally get physically sick, like I'll puke. And I'm like, what is going It's this person. I ain't drank. There ain't no reason to explain. Why am I sick? Always falling in love. That never fails to physically make me sick. Yep, that's it. But that shows you how deep this is in people. We don't realize it. It's why I always say people who, it's a special type of abuse when you abuse somebody emotionally and psychologically with your words, because people act like that doesn't hurt. And anybody intelligent realizes you can hurt a person that way just as much, if not more.
Sure.
But yeah, so then when you fall out of love, it's trauma. I remember saying something to an ex that probably sounded suicidal. I'm sure it sounded suicidal to her at the time, but it wasn't. It was, we were dealing with a traumatic breakup, and I said, I had no plans to live without you. Right?
Right.
That wasn't me saying I'm about to jump off a bridge. It was me being like, hold on, what do you mean no more me and you? You don't understand. There was no plan or vision for me to have a life without you in it. So it's that traumatic. It's somebody died. Like, it's like losing somebody dying, right? It's like the center of your life is gone, and now you're supposed to just go forward, pretty much never hearing from a lot of times, seeing or talking to them again, and you're supposed to wake up tomorrow like that's all good, and it's just another fucking Wednesday. So
right.
I'm not with it, and I think that's kind of what I'm looking for romantically. If it's going to be monogamous or some kind of whatever else, there's going to be some people who recognize it's compromising this. Look, I'm sexy. I could get out there and probably do a little bit extra besides her or whatever the situation is. Hopefully she's still fine as fuck and, with it, got a lot of sophistication to her and whoever we want to get with. And they realize they could always get it, and then we're all just going to be, but we're old, we're just kind of, you got to mature. You got to get past it, because I don't want to deal with it. It's also like, it's not, you talk about this a lot, diminishing returns. Mm-hmm. And that's how I feel about people in their goddamn sex lives. I think you have to get a lot of that kinky shit out of the way. If you've never felt somebody put something up your butt and you're curious about that, then do some butt stuff. Yeah. If you've never had a group experience, then maybe you need to have a group experience. But a lot of y'all don't. A lot of y'all need to recognize there's some things you watch in the pornos, and they're just fantasies, and they can stay that way. And it's, it's all good, right? And so I think it's like, I don't know, to me, when people they're doing all this running around and, oh my goodness, I don't know if this is the right person, but maybe that's too stressful. It's just too stressful.
Yeah.
And I would really love somebody to just bring, like you said, that peace into my life where I don't feel like I'm settling, but I feel settled. It's a big difference.
Yeah. Right. Huge difference.
Yeah. Even in grad school, I was very underpaid in grad school, and I didn't feel like the most celebrated student. I certainly wasn't, accomplishing the most or anything like that. But I felt really secure. I worked at the same place for damn near 10 years. And I look back at that, it was just a remarkable period. And the thing, I was talking to my mom about this actually the other day. I said the thing that I appreciate so much was just the stability. The fact that I went year in and year out. I didn't have to worry about what I was going to be paid. Was I going to have a job? Even now, like, I have this year, I have next year, and I have to find a job. I'm on a 3-year contract. That sucks. I don't want to be, and so that's what I'm saying in a relationship. I don't want to be on a 3-year contract. I don't want to be on a, we'll check in every 60 days. I don't want to worry about I'm planning long term and then, 90 days from now, you're not going. I'm just so tired of all that, James.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Testify. Preach, brother.
That's why I say YouTube, because somebody that's in the community, like, could tolerate a lot of me. I already know that. And then I already know they already know a lot of shit.
Right.
Yeah. Like I have had some people locally that I've met that have like taken time to watch me or whatever. Usually because I turn down a date. That'll get a chick's attention. You want a chick to watch a show? Tell her you can't fuck tonight because you got a YouTube show to put on. You'll be like, what? You got it. First of all, she want to make sure you ain't lying.
Right.
But yeah. But nah, some of them have kind of seen it and it's led to some interesting conversations or, they've shown it to other friends or whatever. So I've had some fun stuff pop off as a potential thing. But it's rare because there has to be that overlap of either they watch you and they're close enough or you meet them or something like that, and then they're willing to watch you or something. But you would, like, I'm telling you, James, if you met girls on dating apps and shit, and then they watch their YouTube show, they'd be all about it. Because they would get so much exposure, they would feel like they know you already. So now they would either already be able to tell you, nah, I'm not going to be able to do it because you were atheist or, whatever it is. But for the most part, it would go a long way. For instance, they would know what your voice sounds like. They would know how you are about your community. They would know the type of things that interest you. For instance, they might then check out your blog. They would know you're a great writer. They would know the type of things you write about. So I'm not even putting it out there in like a manipulative way. Dating is about information. And in my experience, and again, I'm a straight dude. I tend to date women, so I speak in that language. But it applies, I think, universally, especially the more attractive and valuable someone is themselves, the more information they have, the better. And all else being equal, they're going to go with the guy they got more information about. Because everything else is unknown. And that's really what I'm getting at. What you're doing is, well, I don't know if I'm attracted to this other guy's voice. I don't know what his voice sounds like. I don't know if I'd enjoy having dinner with this other dude, right? They all looking like a bunch of question marks, right? Now they certain things. They don't know what you look like, but I don't have that, right? So that's another thing. Like just little stuff like if somebody sees your online picture, sometimes they don't know if that's really what you look like. I'll give you guys another hint. All your pictures should be more or less the same look, unless you're in a costume or something. But in other words, if you like to change the length of your hair a lot, or make sure all your pictures are with the same hair length. If you like to change your hair color a lot, make sure all your pictures are with the same hair color. Why? Because it makes the person feel like they're not rolling the dice with what you look like.
Right.
Some people are looking at your stuff, they're like, ooh, I kind of like the long, oh, no, I don't like you with short hair. Ooh, am I going to meet big you or little you? Right? They don't know.
Right.
So, but if they're all the same, at least they're like, okay, I know what you look like, right? But my point is, if you're a YouTuber like me, you know what I look like. You've seen. Now you also know I wear tights and wigs and come out dancing like a moron, so that might be a turnoff. But again, I need to know that because then you're out already. I don't want you to come up in my life, we do something passionate, then you watch my YouTube show and you ain't know what it was about. I'd rather you be one of the people like, ooh, sexy boy, let's go. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to get to meet the sexy boy in person? Yeah, you're going to get to meet the sexy boy in person. That's what you want, right? You don't want somebody that don't know what's up.
And then you get them home and they said, I thought you said James would be here. You're like, no, this sexy boy, god damn it.
Yeah. Kyle the Atheist said, dancing with my cane all the time. And chair dancing is also awesome. You see, Carol says she asexual. You lucky ain't nobody watching. They might not be. They might be into that. No one heard at all, not even the chair. Uh-oh. Wait, Peter said he retired from women after his divorce. He was a single father, a 5 and 2-year-old with a rough job, no family, friends in the area. I also didn't want to put my kids through it. See, that's tough, Peter.
Yeah, that is tough.
It's an understandable way to feel, but it shuts off a lot of life.
Right.
Yeah. Shuts off a lot of life.
Yeah.
The other thing I think, James, what do you think about this? Do you ever think that some people, for instance, they were meant to have the same spouse for 80 years, 20, 30 years, but then some of us, the quote-unquote love of our life is just played by a rotating cast of characters, kind of like there was 3 or 4 different Mrs. Huxtables or whatever on the Cosby's.
Right. Yeah. No, you're wrong. I would have hit that up. I would have done that.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, it's okay if, like, I think part of the current paradigm when we talk about relationships is we talk about all the ones that are in the past, and I tried to use that word, but we say they're failed or they didn't work out, or we kind of just have a way of speaking about them that doesn't promote a healthy idea of most relationships don't work. So are we going to constantly say every relationship that doesn't last forever is a failure? Because now I look back at some of my relationships and I say, okay, we didn't stay together forever. And maybe there was a failure. Maybe there's some obvious way you would say, well, if it didn't fail, you'd still be together. But just because it failed at the end doesn't mean the entire relationship was a failure. So I said it's to OG Roddy. His father committed suicide, right? And one thing I found a way to say to him more recently is, I want you to understand that just because your father's life ended tragically, his life was not a tragedy, right? He was one of my favorite human beings ever, and I need you to go reach out to this person and talk to his friends and talk to your mother about him, because now I need you to touch base with all the people who knew him his whole life, who are going to tell you about how unbelievable he was, right? Because his father was the coolest, smartest. Everybody wanted to be like him. He was handsome. He was a genius. He was a musician. He was an athlete, right? Right. You got to learn about that person just because it ended in a bad day, right? And why shouldn't we talk about our relationships the same way?
Sure. Now, I get you. And Nidimus, I was glad to jump over there real quick. And we love ourselves some nitties. Earlier, I showed this woman I want to date, and somebody said she looks like Nidimus in a wig, and they're like, no wonder you want to date her. So you missed Nitty in a wig. So, but yeah, I mean, one of the ways I look at my ex relationships is I didn't fail out of it. I matured out of it. I succeeded upwards out of it, because it ended because I grew. It ended because I realized the situation that I was in, and I'd grown beyond it. Now I still miss the person. I miss aspects of what we had. I miss their face or their smile, or, just having them around. But I don't miss the abuse. I don't miss the disconnect. I don't miss their selfishness. I don't miss being the person I used to be, because I'm better than that now. So the relationship didn't fail. They failed me, and I outgrew them.
Yeah.
So
almost like the goal of being in high school is to graduate and go to somewhere else.
Yeah, right. Almost like that. So
and then I think about it too, where I think, oh, so and so was a really great woman, okay, or this one person was a really great girlfriend, and wouldn't I be great if things worked out with them, because they could have potentially been a happily ever after. But then when I think of sort of the series of women that was behind them, say if they were girlfriend 4, I think about, well, then you would have never met girlfriend 6, 7, and 8. And even though they didn't work out either, if you'd have stayed with them forever, you wouldn't have met 9 and 10. And so at some point, I do think that there was an important point of, you know, like you say, some of those learning experiences you grow. Now, some of it is you matured out of it, and some of it they said you're gonna have to mature out of this because this is no longer an option for you. But you know, nevertheless, it led to some of those other opportunities, and you're probably in the same boat now. Like, I remind myself of that. It's hard to see that, but because, you know, sometimes I miss my most recent ex, right? Because at least I wouldn't be alone. But I remind myself, if I get with somebody that actually makes me happy, I'll be so glad that God got rid of that woman. All right, let's go. You got my attention. I'm a Medea person. Let's go. Come on.
Let's go. Let's hit it.
You to the voices. They'll lead you in the right direction.
I hear you, Medea.
Oh, this is real Medea.
What am I supposed to do now?
Get up and go on with your life. It's all right to sit around, be depressed for a minute, cry about it, do whatever you have to, but don't stay there too long. Get up and go on with your life. So you know what this is what I learned in all these years on this earth. If somebody want to walk out of your life, let them go. Especially if you know you done everything you can do, you done sat around and been the best man or the best woman you could be, and they still want to go, let them go.
James, is this a dramatic pause? Sometimes I do this on my stream. I just pause to give everybody a moment to think. Is that what you're doing, James? What is going on? Maybe James fell out on us. All right, y'all, I'm going to hold it down. Here's what we're talking about. It's also what Kat said. If y'all check out A Black Cat's Voice, Cat with a K, A Black Cat's Voice, she did a podcast on Burn That Bridge. And if you want a little bit more in the same vein, she's very cheery, very happy energy, but same message. Sometimes you got to burn that bridge and let them go. Go ahead, James.
Sometimes you got to let them go. I lost, my internet. I need a new computer.
Hey, I filibuster. Well, I'm here. Hero support. I tagged in. I'm good.
Appreciate you.
3 years from now, you ain't going to even remember their last name. How many times you done seen folks somewhere, you be like, what the hell was I thinking? I done been there. I be like, what was wrong with me? What was I going through? I must have been lonely as hell to hook up with you. Let folks go, son. Some people come in your life for a lifetime. Some come for a season. You got to know which is which. And you're going to always mess up when you mix them seasonal people up with lifetime expectations. You can't. They got people that done got married with people they was only supposed to be with for a season. They done got married to people they only supposed to be with for a season and wonder why they having so much hell in their life. That was the person that was supposed to come and teach you one thing. You didn't know it, so you just fell in love. And now you wonder why you ain't got no peace, no way you go. No. Listen, I put everybody that come in my life in the category of a tree. Some people are like leaves on a tree. The wind blow, they over here. They unstable. The blow the other way, they over here. Ain't nothing. Season change, they wither and die. They gone. That's all right. That's some people. Most people in the world are like that. They just there to take from the tree. They ain't there to do nothing but take and give shade every now and then. That's all they can do. But don't get mad at people like that. That's who they are. They ain't gonna never be nothing. That's what they put on this earth to be, but be what they are, a leaf. Some people are like a branch on that tree. You gotta be careful with them branches too, because they'll fool you. They'll get there and make you think they're a good friend and they're real strong, but the minute you step out there on them, they'll break and leave you high and dry. But if you find you 2 or 3 people in your life that's like the roots at the bottom of that tree, you are blessed, because that's them the kind of people that ain't going nowhere. They ain't worried about being seen. Don't nobody have to know that they know you. They ain't got to know what they're doing for you. But if them roots wasn't there, that tree couldn't live. You understand? And they ain't got a whole a tree.
All right, y'all, this is really important. And my mom taught me this coming up. She would say, people, it was very similar. She would say people come into your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. And You know, it's the same thing. You always got to figure out who's who. And that's part of the learning journey, is not recognizing who's who. That's part of the thing that we're so hard on ourselves for. We all made the mistake. We all confuse reason and season and lifetime. People put them in the wrong category and everything is all fucked up. As a result, it don't mean you're an awful person. More than likely, it means you had a beautiful experience, right? So, for instance, you came in with somebody in your life, it was hot to death, y'all had the greatest sex ever, you noticed a couple of things that wasn't quite right, but boy, they were strapping it down. You know, yeah, you probably fell in love with them and they broke your heart. And they wasn't relationship material, and you realize that now. It's okay, because you know what? A lot of us never got to ride that ride. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of us literally most people never have sex with somebody out of their league or that super hot that is toxic, but not relationship material. And you sit here beating yourself up. Most people like, boy, I wish she would have ruined me one time or two. So you gotta just, you know, like, I always say, I could complain about a poly relationship, right? But James, I went from a person who never had a threesome ever. Jason, how many threesomes have you had in your life? I stopped counting because it would have been foolish for me to keep trying to count when that was a daily part of having two girlfriends, right? So, yeah, I'm going to complain, and it's going to be a chapter in my book, and I'm going to vent about what they put me through. Please don't read their book, because I probably put them through worse. But that's part of a rich life, right? And to have some of those problems, you know, oh guys, let me tell you about the time I ran for president of the student government and I got disqualified and then I was on Fox News. Yeah, it was terribly, horribly embarrassing, but what a fucking story, right? So that's just part of life, man. That's how I look at it. And you got to be the bumps and the scars and the scratches. They come with, you know, going through them things. When you see Uncle Bobby, and he's limping around the house, you know, Cajun with a bad limp. That's his thing when it comes to Gather. He's not regretting that limp because of all the wonderful football memories and martial arts experiences. So he knows that that's a price, and if you ask him, I'm sure he'd pay it again. And some of us should look at our life experiences that way. This is beautiful. Who's this?
This was my ex, Teresa, and my son that I had with her. And she's one of those ones where she was angelically beautiful, but she did not have a soul. She's like, I don't know. Like, part of me, like, is glad that we at least had something for a little while. Part of me wish I'd never met her. So, but yeah, sometimes them beautiful women, they will steal your soul. They will just suck the life right out of you. They will be, I don't know. Is it worth it to go through life? I don't know. Like, I guess I'd rather that than have been like an incel or something where I couldn't get anybody. Yeah. You know, it was great while it was. It was great while it was. Right. But, you know, these women, us men have a particular quirk where if a woman looks a certain way, smiles a certain way, we read soul into it. I was just going to say that in this picture, she fakes it so well, right? This picture, you feel like you're seeing deep into not just someone's soul, but a charming, loving, charismatic, and warm soul, James. You think that, yes. Our male psyche just psychs us out. We fill in all that space because we're just so... I don't even know how to put it. It's a Rorschach test. That's what I want to see, not what I really see objectively. It's what I want to see. And I think there's an evolutionary thing there. Because if she is like that and she's smiling at me, I damn sure don't want to miss that opportunity. So there are certain ways that, you know, there are other evolutionary reasons where we overcorrect for certain biases, right? Is it just the wind or is it a tiger? I don't know. Better run because it might be the tiger, right? And it's the same thing in the positive. So we overestimate sexual interest from the opposite sex if you're heterosexual because of that, right? It'd be better to not miss the opportunity. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So maybe that's part of why we project into it, you know?
Yeah, it could be. So whatever the reason. Peter W says, I sure would like to hear her side of the story. That's fine,
Well,
Peter.
of
You don't have to
course.
give me the benefit on it. It's whatever. You know, but this is a person that was horrifically abused when they were young, and it just did things to them. And this is the whole thing where I used to be in this mindset where I thought I was supposed to go around rescuing somebody. Even It wasn't just my mom that programmed me for that. Disney did too. Sell you, you know, as a kid, they sell you on this idea that you're supposed to like rescue some damsel in distress. And bad way to think, bad way to approach life.
Sure.
And I mean, it just is what it is. And I'm not here to bash on her. I'm not here to spill.
It's not.
Like,
I was gonna
stuff in
say
glass.
it's just your experience of another person, and honestly, you would. They probably do have a different story to tell, and that should be expected. You know, it's just the way it is.
Sure, just as the way it is. And I'm eventually going to write it. I don't know if I'm going to animate it or put it in a book or what, but it's going to be there. The whole damn story is just so fucked.
Yeah, and I've come to the ABC of some truths in my life where I can really see my side. I like to think I could really see their side even when I couldn't at the time, which is often hard. And then I see that there's probably this thing in the middle where if I could see it so much my way and they could see it so much their way, then we clearly both were missing a lot, right?
Sure.
This is something I actually wanted to respond to something I thought I heard you say earlier, because you talked about how the addiction can be doing too much research. What did I fix? What did I work out? What did I do? I got to do the right. It's almost that self-improvement cult at that point.
Right.
Part of what I think that can do is and I don't know if this is a problem for other people, but it can make you take too much responsibility for your past, because you're then, by definition, figuring out what you did in every situation rather than realizing sometimes you were responding to something somebody else did wrong, or you shouldn't have, told your best friend he's an asshole and you never want to talk to him again. But did you forget the part where he made out with your girlfriend and humiliated you at that party? Right. He was kind of a dick. So let's not cry too many tears over, not making the most graceful exit from the situation, right? Because nobody makes a graceful exit from that situation. You know what I mean? No. So you don't want to do that with any of your past relationship by overanalyzing it.
Sure. And I did. I spent years overanalyzing it, and I understand it. Like, I do understand it. I know that if there was a God who would eventually sit me and that person down in front of him and say, all right, enough of the bullshit. Here's the truth of what you guys went through. Here's the truth of who did what. I know it would look a whole fucking lot more like my version of the story than hers. I know that it would.
Sure.
But that just is what it is. And I appreciate Carol saying, and this is the thing I was saying about it, Carol, it's like the male psyche makes us see angels, the soul of an angel, if we see the face of one. We automatically think the best of them. We romanticize them. And a woman objectively can see that and immediately pick up that something's not right about it. They don't see the angel inside. They see kind of like something's not right. But I didn't at the time. Like, I just couldn't process it that way.
Yes. And it's the same thing the flip side, right? I've seen women go gaga over guys, and I'm going, how can you not see what an insufferable douche that guy is, and how you were asking for a heartache that, I don't know, pretty much everybody who knows this motherfucker could have told you they saw coming.
Right. Sometimes it's super obvious to everybody that the guy's a total psycho, and the woman just can't see it. Right.
You're just like, that's what sex does to the brain.
Yeah.
There's something else I wanted to say here. The new hot trend is to figure out what is the last safe prejudice. Who's the last safe people to discriminate against? Some people will tell you it's Christians. Christians will tell you it's Christians. Oh, we're the lie. Now all of a sudden it's it's not. Some people will say stuff like it's elderly people. My mom says this as a senior now, right? It's the last. It's okay to make fun of old people, right? But I think the one that doesn't get enough talk about is people were not attracted to. I mean, I heard a comedian put it one time. There's a really easy way to avoid sexual harassment problems. Just be hot.
That's true. Because when women complain, whether they're in the workforce or somewhere else, when they complain that your advances were not welcome, what they really mean is you're not hot enough.
Yeah, or they're not in a situation, whatever it is, right? If a hot guy would have said the same thing, yes,
different issue entirely.
Oh yeah, exactly. And again, we're not here to pick on people, but what I'm saying is we treat attractive people better in almost every walk of life. Yeah. Like down to who you watch on YouTube, right? Like, attractive people have a much easier time getting the monetization than ugly motherfuckers. Let's just be honest about it, right? And so I just think that is, I don't even know if we'd call it discrimination, but it's a bias, right? It's a bias that affects almost everything we do, right? Because like you said, like, if we see the angelic face, we put the angelic on it. If that's a less attractive face, we don't make those same assumptions. And this is what I mean about, like, if you're, it's the same exact behavior, but if you change the attractiveness of who it comes from, all of a sudden it's boom. Like, and so, yeah, and again, it's a fact of life. It's always going to be that way.
Right.
My dad hired my mom. I'm sure I know why. But it just is what it is. Yeah.
It just is what it is. Even the hypergamy of women in most countries, including America, distorts their perceptions of what's happening. Dr. Ramani, the most well-known psych doctor on YouTube, who talks about narcissism as her specialty. I watched a video of hers recently, and she says that, and I talked about this the other day with you actually, that the most ambitious men in society are the clinical narcissists, because they are driven in order to vindicate their ego and to be admired, and to define their place in the world by these things that they accomplish.
I'm gonna just put it to everybody right now, James. What are you, 6'2", 3"?
Somewhere between 6'2" and 6'3".
And, you got the voice like Elvis, and you're very smart, and you're a great writer. You could be one of them psychopath, entrepreneur, executive types. But here's the trick, James.
Yeah.
You just don't want to work that hard.
No, I don't have the energy for it. But
Why?
No, I don't want to work that hard.
Because you're not a fucking psychopath, right? You like the part of you that's like, well, I could put in 90 hours a week and become rich enough to have leverage over every single person I ever meet in my life and show off my watches and dress in $4,000 suits, but like, nah. Right?
Yeah,
I was saying, I was like, nah. Yo, I think literally by deciding not to become a lawyer or a politician, I probably set my income back in order of magnitude. But I'm like, I don't have to wear a suit every day. Sign me up. I don't have it in me.
Right.
I don't have it in me.
Right. So here's the ironic thing. Most people will at least say they want to be less narcissistic, whatever.
Sure.
I need to find a better balance. I need to be more narcissistic. I need to let my ego be fragile enough that it propels me to greater heights.
To not be an underachiever in a sense. I
need that. Like if I had to do all over again and could custom design my own brain, I would turn up the narcissism 2 notches. I wouldn't go up to 10. I go to a 7 instead of a 2 or a 3, but I would dial it up because I would love to accomplish more.
So for me, an easy one, my mom called me out on my mom, I could have probably easily been the valedictorian in high school, right? I just wasn't even trying. Right? I got a full scholarship to college, but wasn't even I was just more like, I'm gonna get good grades because I'll feel like it's making me look stupid otherwise. But I definitely wasn't trying. You see what I'm saying? And like you said, I just wasn't pushed enough, and even competitive, like sports, I was just never driven to dominate other people enough. It's actually why I excelled more at music than sports, right? Because music, I got to work hard, feeling like I was competing against myself, always trying to get better. And I was trying to get better for a cooperative endeavor. I want this band to sound better. We got to perform for the school. You can trick yourself into the grind is cooperative rather than sports. It's like, I don't know. It was a different. I recognized that into me early on. People would ask me like in 9th or 10th grade, why did you excel more at music than sports? I would have said, because music's more cooperative. Just easy. I already knew that.
Yeah. Sports are more competitive. Music's more cooperative.
Yep.
I never really thought about that, but yeah, that's brilliant. It's one of those psychological traits that put people into two categories.
It just changed my motivation. It just really did. Yeah, it was much more. And ironically, in a weird way, like, again, it was the same stuff. Like, I still practice. It made me practice music more, which made it actually more taxing and demanding. And drums is very physically taxing and demanding, right? So it wasn't. Yeah. It's not like a lazy. It's just some things motivate you more. It doesn't mean you're gonna do less. It just you think of it. I don't know. It just drives you differently.
Sure. And if I just would have accomplished more in my life, I think
debates. You were talking about debates. If you were more, so you could blow up, James. You could be dominating the debate me bro culture.
Yeah. Don't want that,
you could get
man.
Monetized.
You know,
true, though, but that's an example, right? I think.
Sure. I think I'm better than most of the people on the debate circuit, but even if I thought there was money to be made there, and I guess I kind of don't anymore. I think I needed to start earlier. Even if I thought there was, like, you know me, I don't really want to make a career out of that shit, but because I'm like you, I'd rather do something that's more cooperative than competitive. It's about connection, not about trying to like dominate people. I don't need that shit. So,
yeah, absolutely.
But I would, in the meantime, like when I start dating again, I'm not too worried about age. You're probably right. I probably overthink it and worry too much about the future. So I guess if a 20-year-old throws herself at me again, I might more seriously consider it. But to be honest, like I don't care if they're older than me, like a lot older than me. I don't care. It's about the connection. So.
Yeah, that's the thing I was going to say about attraction. I've had a very simple attraction philosophy as an adult, and I actually think it's pretty good. If you are fortunate enough, and I want to include the theist in this one, blessed enough, that what you are attracted to is attracted to you, go for it. I don't care what anybody says, because I think we only get one life, and I just feel like, okay, so here's the motivation to become a dating coach, right? People fucking suffer. People fucking suffer. People are lonely. They're depressed. They ain't had nobody to go to prom with. They've always struggled to get a date, right? And then a lot of other people are just dealing with a different life story. And then we're vexed about, well, what are other people, is my family going to accept who I like? Or my do other people think this person is cute? I say, look, this is the thought experiment you need to do. Go into your room in your head, close the door. It's nobody in the room but you and that other person. Do you want to just do the business with this person? Yes. Do they want to do the business with you? Yes. You are in an incredibly rare super class of fortunate, lucky human beings, and ding, 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 get it on, right? Because, like, I just think we lose sight of that, right? So, like, I don't care if a person is fugly to me and they just make you laugh so hard you get a boner. Tell them to tell a joke and get to it. Because if that's what you're into, you shouldn't date somebody because I think they look like a supermodel when really you're going to just be fantasizing about the fugly funny girl. Right? Like, so I'm just saying, whatever you're into, like, it's so hard to solve that right there. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we just take that for granted.
Truth. Yeah, people overcomplicate things. They just do. So,
yeah,
I feel you. So, one of these days I'm gonna. Well, maybe on Carol's channel when we start talking, and maybe she can.
Yeah.
Maybe we can probe some of the journey. Like, I really want to make a video or an animation or a book or something about what I've gone through, because nobody would ever guess it. But it's embarrassing, right? Like, a narcissist would never admit to letting people punk him the way I've been punked. They would never admit it. to keep that shit secret. Don't let anybody know, right, that somebody got over on you like that. You know, but you know, I just want to tell my stories one of these days. Hopefully, I will before I'm
done. People got to know me so bad. I almost sent money to one of those like Filipino romance scams.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I think that's maybe part of why I wanted to help people with that stuff too. Because I noticed since then I've always kind of followed up, always just before the purchase point of most romance scams I come across, just because I've always then had a fascination with how they work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes it works out. Like, who is it? Somebody in our community has. Oh wait, my one black friend mail ordered his bride, right?
Oh yeah,
is that
yeah. See, I think something like that makes a lot of sense to me, right? It's just, because it's, it's a different perspective on. It's the same way like I've met people who are in arranged marriages, and a lot of them have a really high success rate, and there's a certain logic there that makes sense to me. Right. It's just outside of what's normal for our culture. But yeah, I think matchmaking services and mail order brides, all that stuff. Like I said, whatever works, baby.
Yeah, the government won't let you mail order a bride if you're poor. They won't, even if you come up with the money, they won't let you do it. You're only allowed to mail order a bride if you can convince the government that you make so much money and for such a long time that the bride you're mail ordering will never have to go on welfare. They don't want to take any chance at all. So, and only people that are allowed to mail order brides are upper successful people. Nobody else is allowed to. And I just think that is so extra shitty. I can see them saying, okay, you can mail order a bride anybody you want to, but she can't go on welfare. It's not, she'll have to be in the country for at least 10 or 15 years before she's even qualified.
Sure.
And then, so that way, if that way, there's no chance that that's the reason they're coming here. I could see that. But to say that poor people or lower middle income people or whatever aren't allowed to because of that stupid reason, it's bullshit.
Yeah. Well, it's just another form of class, distinction that they
class warfare and letting you got to be able to, if you haven't succeeded a certain amount of the system.
But that's what bothers me about certain people's thought experiments. I'll just leave it at that because I feel like, well, I'll just say like people like Doug have made, he's done that. Well, he did this dumbass thought experiment one day. Like, well, what if you had to go through a government screening to make sure that you were financially social? I was like, what a dog shit. Because it was again a dog whistle that was so obvious class warfare, and it's just kind of really annoying. Also, I was gonna say I'll go on Carol the Atheist channel. She can ask me personal questions, and then she can mute me when I'm talking too much. She'll have the power.
Yeah. Fair. So yeah, and I made a note to myself that when I start dating again, I ain't telling them shit about my exes. I am not gonna say, I'm not gonna tell them that I had exes that were psychopaths or clinical narcissists or whatever. I ain't telling them shit. I'm like, yeah, I used to date other people. Been a long time. All I'm telling them. Yeah. Because women, one, do not like it when you talk shit about your exes because it's a red flag for them. Because they're just not willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. They just won't. Right. And plus, it complicates things. And I have found in life that if you let people know how badly people were able to abuse you in the past, they will assume it can still happen. They will say, oh, I didn't know you were a doormat. Well, this is great. I've got some mud on my shoes. Come here. Right? You just can't tell them that because once you tell them that that's the part you played on the stage 10 seasons ago, they think, oh, well, then I'm going to typecast you into that role. Yeah. If somebody else can punk you, that's what I'm going to do. You just can't tell them.
And we live in a time where, again, there's a little bit too much conversation about red flags to the point that people are hunting for them. And so, everybody wants a man who's willing to be vulnerable and share his truths about his past and all of that stuff. But then it's like, well, you did say this, and this, so now I don't know about you. And you're like...
Right. Yep. You can overshare even with somebody you plan on spending the rest of your life with. Yeah. Don't do it. There's all kinds of reasons not to do it. Just don't. If you got some particular situation that you're still dealing with or some kind of quirk that's explained in the context of some trauma, and you need to bring that out so they know what they're getting themselves into, then sure, tell them, because they got a right to know. But if it's not affecting your life anymore, you're not caught up in drama with them, you're past them, like, and you're behaving well in the relationship, they don't need to know what shit you went through 10 years ago or 20 years ago. They don't freaking need to know.
Right.
So just let it go. Just underplay it, move on, because nobody wants to date someone they think is too damn damaged. And you don't want to have to, like, make it sound like, tell them you've been through shit that would normally just completely ruin a person, and then try to convince them that you're not completely ruined. You're just creating an obstacle for yourself you don't need to create. Just if you're whole enough to be in a relationship, just bring that to the table, and then don't give them a reason to question it. So definitely, like, won't be like telling them about what I've gone through. It's just not going to happen. Fuck it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where I'm at about it.
So James, what's your favorite dish for Thanksgiving?
My favorite Thanksgiving dish. You mean that I'm actually going to have, or that I wish I could have?
Both.
But I'm actually going to have pumpkin pie with whipped cream.
All right. Are you making the pie or you just have it delivered?
We're making it. We're making it. But not.
All right.
Yeah, we're making it. So we're doing that. So that's the thing that I like best about the meals. What I want most, we don't have, because I'm completely out of blondes, brunettes, and redheads. So I looked everywhere.
Right.
Find any.
Same. Yeah. Yep. Know all about that one.
Yeah. But I won't be. Like, when I'm in my better weight range, women are not hard to get. They're just not. And I think that's been the case all my life. But if I wait until I'm 60 to start dating, I might not still be handsome. And I just can't take that chance. So I don't.
Can't risk it.
I'm like, I can't risk it. I got a window of opportunity that might be closing. Maybe I won't. Maybe if I do good enough, I'll still be a zaddy, when I'm 70, maybe. But I don't want to bank on it. So I got to get while the getting's good. That's why I don't want to get like a whole bunch of temporary women. I don't want that shit. But I think the mail order bride thing could work. Like, but I'd probably have to go to the other country and shop myself. So the goods don't arrive damaged or spoiled.
Wait, somebody said they're talking about the longest streams. I'm over 9 hours right now, and we've crushed all of these numbers. I mean, we've done crazy.
Oh yeah, I think we've yeah. You've done way longer streams.
Yeah, I've done plenty over 12 hours.
Yeah, I think you've done close to 15-hour ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then that's not even include like the overnight arcade.
Yeah, the overnight ones. Yeah, they're crazy. I used to like to do the weekend ones once in a while, where we were just live all weekend. The only reason the only thing that was bad about that was people wouldn't get notifications, so they kind of wouldn't know where, like, say, the overnight portion replay stopped and then we were live again. But most people just figured it out. It didn't really bother me that much. But it was fun because, again, it just gave everybody somewhere to be and chat all weekend. I mean, that's the same thing the overnight streams do now. They're not necessarily watched 24 hours a day, but I see a lot of value even like if I go to bed and, there's just a couple hours where everybody's hanging out that I'm not there. But there's plenty of times where people are hanging out or watching movies till, 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, sometimes later. And then there's shifts. So sometimes Carrie Ann and Joel, because sometimes people work, right? So some people work overnight shifts. So then they're actually in Gather watching movies and chatting while I'm sleeping, right? And then a lot of times, there's been a bunch of times where Carrie Ann or UC Love or somebody will be watching movies in the morning, and they'll be hanging out there when I get up, and we'll sort of pass it back off. Right. So I'll get up 9 o'clock. Karen will be like, I'm going to lay down for a little bit. I'm like, I'll be here. I'll see you in the afternoon when you get back up. So it's fun. We have a good time with it.
True. Oh yeah.
This relationship is gonna kill me. It's tight.
Do you get it? Do you get it?
The pencil sharpener and the pencil,
Yeah.
the shavings, yeah.
Yeah.
But I said it's tight in there.
Oh. Yeah. Definitely.
You got that torque.
Right. Hold on. I got a better one now.
No, I'm going to gather after this, girl. I'm going to gather at probably at like 11. Because we can't stream anything in here. Like we can't watch any shows or movies. Oh, James. Oh, we just got real good. Come on, just let me create one thing. Oh, for Pete's sake, fine.
Truth.
Absolutely.
That's one thing that got me when I was growing up. It's like, I'm like, think about this. Everything that's pleasurable and fun and wonderful in life is from the devil. And all these rules that say you're not allowed to have that much fun or like have that much joy in your life is from God. And I'm like, devil keeps winning the contest, man. It's like you keep like talking about how great he is.
Yeah. Yes.
Hell yeah.
And I thought about that with my family. So perfect example is, my dad and I bond over a lot of things, politics and just chatting and life, but definitely like pinochle, right? And games and shit. And I can't even tell you of a game my mom's side of the family likes to play, because there wasn't a game that if it had dice or dominoes or cards, my grandmother's out, right? So growing up, everything was serious, religious. You sat around the table, but we played games as kids in the basement, but like we never sat around the table with like my mom or my grandparents and played a game. I cannot name a game my grandfather likes to play. I'd have to ask him, like, what did you play growing up? Because there's no games in the house. But this is what I mean about a simple play. I'm not talking about having orgies, y'all. I'm talking about playing dominoes. Because that's a game of chance to a lot of Christians. That's why you can't play dominoes. You don't play cards. They're games of chance.
Right. Yeah, some Christians take it to extremes. My mom made me burn all my Dungeons and Dragons books. She said, well, you're allowed to like create games where you do evil things and do magic and stuff like that. And I'm like, so what's the bigger problem, magic or the evil things? She's like, the evil things. You're allowed to hurt people in this game and be violent. And I'm like, so it shouldn't be allowed if violence is possible. She's like, that's right. And I'm like, then shouldn't God have not allowed this earth to happen? Because he made a game where violence is possible. Shouldn't we throw that away too?
Didn't he not have like murked everybody in the Bible?
Right. I mean, he's all about the violence. The violence was his theme.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was his specialty.
Yeah.
Like, come on, I'm just trying to be godlike.
I feel like the whole Bible is God crying out about how he just can't get over anything without somebody and potentially everybody dying. Like, right? That's if I could describe if Yahweh had a therapist, he'd be like, and I just can't get over the fact that they don't worship me correctly unless I wipe the whole earth out with the flood or my perfect son, is sacrificed to the Romans. And the therapist is like, what if you just let it go. Let it go. And he just can't. He just can't. He just can't. Yeah. Exactly.
Does God be like?
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, fuckers will do what I tell them to.
Exactly.
Yeah. Poor God. Nobody understands his struggle. Like, oh, fucker.
Triomni crybaby. There you go, Gersh Streams.
Right. I mean, think about it. The whole thing has got everything goes exactly according to his plan, and it pisses him off.
Right.
Like, who gets so pissed about things going exactly the way they planned it? Like, I don't. Like, if you want a different plan, make a different plan. Don't complain that everything goes exactly the way you planned it. Like, come on.
So, yeah. I think Peter W. said earlier, right, that he believes everything in his life has gone according to plan. I think I was putting away groceries when I heard that.
Yeah, he said something like that, and that's fine. I mean, I'm a determinist anyway, so I believe physics. Like,
sure,
I think it's all inevitable. I think this is the only way that it could go. So it's just whatever. So in a way, I believe the same thing, just for different reasons. So, but it's fine. Like, if somebody just embraces that narrative where there's this God has a plan for them and that's exactly how it's supposed to go, that doesn't bother me at all. That I don't see how that affects me or anybody else. So I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, good for you. I mean, I'm glad you're happy, but so but at the same time, like, if I thought a God planned my life to go the way that it has, like, I'd be such a Satan worshiper right now. I just would, man.
All right, James.
I'd be
here's
all
a weird
about
question for you. Let's get weird. Do you feel better about the faith of people in the YouTube community? Let's say a Peter W. Because I feel like their faith has been through it. See, what I'm nervous about with people like my family is they've never been exposed to what I would say the truth. They've never heard the reasonable arguments, right? They've been in the bubble. Nobody's ever told them they're sitting on some bullshit, right?
So
I don't agree with Peter W., but I think he's heard where we're coming from.
He's heard, but doesn't understand. I don't think he understands it.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong,
Sure.
but I don't know. Like, I don't think he gets it. Like, I don't think the atheism makes sense to Peter W. I don't think he appreciates the logic or the wisdom or the ethics, or I just think it's all shit to him. I could be wrong.
Do you nevertheless feel different about the exposure? Like, they've heard it at least? Do you see what I'm saying? Because there's a way which a lot of times you don't know, right? Now, I know you might be a Christian, but if you watch me for, like, Peter W's probably at, like, 200 hours on his spreadsheets, I know you know what I got to say, right? At least I know that. Right, you might not be on. I don't know if you get it. I might not be on, but it's weird. I was just thinking about that in the moment. Like, in some sense, there is sort of like a, hey, at least you're in here. You've heard it.
Yeah.
Gerstream says, hey, my parents stay in their bubble. I don't know how they'd react to actual good arguments against theism. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just something I never thought about it. I get frustrated. I normally get frustrated with theists in our community because I don't know how we're not getting through. That's all. Yeah.
So it's a litmus test. When you take somebody who's always been in that bubble, you take them out of that bubble, and you dip them into facts, and you pull that back up, and that paper has not changed color, they have failed the test. They have failed the test. So you're talking about grandparents that never been tested. So I don't know what I think about it.
Right.
So, but if you're talking about somebody that has been tested, they've heard it all, and they're still sticking to their shit, like Rebecca, they failed the test. It's weak sauce. I'm sorry, but that's weak sauce. That just means that there's something fundamentally wrong there, right? They don't have their magic ingredient. They don't have the special chemistry. They don't have because that was my test when I watched the Dark Matter 2525 video 10 years ago, the one about Noah's flood. And it was new to me to, like, really start listening to atheists and really considering what they had to say. And I wasn't expecting to deconvert. I thought they were all full of shit. They were all a bunch of God-hating,
But that was your test moment. That was, you're hearing it for the first time, really, really hearing it.
That was my litmus test, and I
now
passed.
You got it. Okay.
That was my litmus test, and I passed. And so there's something about my character that was sufficient. Something about my mind and the maturity of it that was sufficient by then. But it wouldn't have necessarily been 10 years prior. I don't think it would have deconverted me. So I needed more time to mature before I could pass that test, and I did.
See, what scares me is, like, my education is so wild that I don't know where I'd be without it, and that scares me because I know that can't be the bar. I'm like you. I feel like I'm the slow kid still eating paste if it took that much for me to finally start to question it. And if that's what it takes, that's not a good sign. Right?
No, that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, it needs to be easier for people to get off that road. So I'm like you, I envy people like, oh yeah, they sat me up in Sunday school when I was like 9 or 10, and I was like, yeah, none of this makes any sense. I'd be like, really? And I'm like, I'm instantly so jealous. I'm like, man, you was a damn child prodigy to me.
Yeah. So I mean, I know some 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds that figured out right away this is some shit. It took me to age 41, so I'm never gonna brag at all about how, no, I'm the slow kid in the back of the class. I caught up. That's the thing. I did the work. I'm not a genius. I'm not gifted. I did the damn work. Right? That's a matter of character. I did the damn work, and I was courageous enough to take that personal inventory, and wherever the hell it leads, and that's where it leads. That's what I brought to my own journey. That's what I did, and that's what I did in relationships too that they wouldn't do. Right? For me, it wasn't about who wronged who. It's about who's mature enough to own their shit and grow. Right? Who's mature enough to believe in restorative justice and healing and accountability and peace and just letting the shit go, right? And hearing each other, seeing each other and saying, sorry, we couldn't make it work. Right? Peace. And I was mature enough. It wasn't about who did what wrong in the relationship at that point. It was just about growth, right? For me, it wasn't about how I fucked up when I'd been a Christian. It was about, did I grow? Right? Did I reach a point where I was no longer that person? Right? And I did. Yeah. And some people, they just don't, and they won't. But like with your grandparents, you won't know. You won't know until you
you'll never know. You'll never know. Yeah. I totally agree with you about the litmus test, and I can say this with Rebecca as an example, and some other people. That's where I became comfortable just calling out their formal education, because it was like this person will either sincerely take the feedback that they're not sufficiently trained on this, or we just know they're full of it, because you can't be like that. I cannot tell you that I can, repair your transmission, and then it turns out I don't know how to change a tire, and then I refuse to go to, mechanic school or whatever. And at that point, I almost think it's some kind of moral failure at that point, because you're pretending to be an expert at something you're not. And that is very fraudulent. Yeah. Here's another question, James. Peter W. said, I like this bubble. Peter, which one?
The religion bubble? The Christian bubble?
Yeah, but is he really in the Christian bubble? See, what I was going to ask is, does it become weird, too, if you're one of the weird Christians that's in atheist community? Because some people, I ain't going to name no names, but some people think about Peter W. in terms of being part of our community. And so if we're his friends, then, at what point do you sort of get pulled more into our camp? For instance, when he disappeared after the fallout from Rebecca, I don't think it was a whole lot of Christian streamers talking about where is Peter W., but it was a whole bunch of people, a whole bunch of atheists in our community talking about where's Peter? Anybody seen Peter? Oh, I seen the comment from Peter over here. I seen Peter over here. Can you look out for Peter? Anybody message Peter? Somebody seen Peter? So it's like, Peter, who are your friends really? But then, to me, that creates a whole different type of cognitive dissonance in this person. I never had to deal with that. Yeah.
Right. So in the meantime, I get the church thing. I mean, if it wasn't for COVID, you'd be drumming for your church, right?
Absolutely.
And if it wasn't for COVID and my health struggles currently, which I'm really
you
trying
said
to
you'd be thinking about finding one.
Yeah, I'm going to find one. It doesn't mean I'm going to start believing in magic, dad, and sky. But it just, in fact, I might actually tell them that if they ask me, are you a Christian or not? I'm going to be like, yes, I totally believe in magic, man, and sky, just like you do. Yeah. They're not going to believe
now, James,
me.
I'm into it. Here's a couple ironies. First off, I think this is the revolution. It's both. It is us supporting each other online as radical atheists, and then at the same time equipping ourselves to go back into the church communities and do things differently from the inside. the other thing is that's what's going to send the content off the charts.
Right.
Y'all got to remember, can y'all imagine if I was showing up every Sunday smashing it on drums in a church, right? It'd be Christians showing up because they love the music. It'd be atheists watching me practice and getting to see band rehearsals and all sorts of shit, right? Imagine if you was going to a church and you was coming back like, man, listen to the crazy ass shit this pastor said today, right? You could do a whole why I do go to church sermons like these, right? Or just bring on people from your church. Hey, I started a little atheist channel, but we're friends now. Look, come talk. You know, all types of shit. Like, our content would be so cool if we could, like, in a respectful way. Like, I'm not planning to do nothing like underhanded. I'm talking about in a respectful way, right? I even, here's something I'll reveal here before I even talk about it on my channel. I've really seriously been thinking about trying to get more into qualitative type participant observatory research, like the type of stuff that says, okay, I'm an evolutionary biologist, STEM lab scientist guy, but I'm also an anthropologist. So let me do some anthropology, some evolutionary anthropology shit and treat my participation in the church as like participant observatory research. Let's get a church on board with it, because like a church that just is okay with having a drummer in their church as an atheist. That way I can write about it, right? And I would do something where like I anonymize the church and whatever, like you would do if you did a real study, like a real sociologist would do, or a real anthropologist, where you go study a culture inside and you participate, right? Because that's what I'm doing essentially.
Yeah.
Right? So why shouldn't I work for institutions? I'm like, nah, this is for real research. Like, give us the perspective. You could talk about how much the relational experience or what the cult experience is really like from my perspective, how that's a real barrier to evolutionary understanding. And I just think it'd be phenomenal, right? Like, and then at the same time, I could maybe even do more of talking about, like, use the stuff, not use, but like talk, like basically hopefully make research about what we're doing as, you know, Counter-Apologetics. I think that's another, you know, relevant thing to look at. So yeah, I think that stuff would be very interesting to be even more explicit science, but certainly interesting content, like no doubt.
Right.
No
I
doubt.
also think that church is a great place to meet other atheists, because there is a lot of non-believers in churches that just are low key about it. And and it's just like, you know, wink, wink, nod, nod, you know, because like when everybody bows their head in prayer, the atheists are the one looking around like, who else is an atheist here? You know, and so that's not right. And honestly, like, probably what I would do is I would show up early to do a lot of fellowshipping and see if there's any coffee on the pot or any cookies somebody brought in, and we talk about like what we got scheduled for the week or the month. I'd you know, let the service start, and after the song and everything else, I'd like go to the bathroom and then just like hang on to my Wi-Fi, whatever, and then just like kind of like loom around and watch people, because it's fun to like observe people and learn about them, because they don't realize how much they give away about themselves to somebody that's paying attention. And then like anthropologically, like just like observe and learn about people. And then most of the things people communicate about themselves are not through words, but just like most people don't seem to realize that. And then afterwards, just like hang out and make plans. And a lot of times there's like groups of people that like to discuss and debate things about religion in the church. Like they'll have like these little study groups or whatever, and they talk about like different perspectives and things like that. I love that shit. Like I'll be all about it. Like, yeah, like, so well, here's something.
No, go ahead.
Like I'll be able to share Mythvision stuff with them.
Yes,
you know, like,
yes.
Here's what.
Yes.
You know, here's what this particular doctor said about this particular issue, and there's other specialists that actually teaches at Harvard or Yale or whatever, and they said this, and I'm not sure where I stand on that, but this is what these experts are saying. I'm not sure. What do you think? And just like kind of like plant some seeds and just stir some controversy, but like with a smile, right? Like, hey guys.
A couple ideas I had. One years ago, I thought it'd be cool to do a science on Sunday morning, almost like a Sunday school where, you know, you agreed and you're not trying to attack the religion, right? But you're trying to give the kids a little younger group, like a little bit of pro-science attitude to hopefully plant some seeds where they're not gonna be as weaponized against it, right? Even if incidentally, because it's at a young age where hopefully a church isn't threatened by it either. Like, oh, we just want to make them have better academic achievement or whatever, blah, 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 right? But you make sure they kind of know a little bit, right? And then the other one was something you talked about for like an adult group, almost like where it almost be like a quote-unquote Bible study or discussion group for skeptics or doubters. Like, I think that'd be so useful, even in the right church, because the right church would see that as a positive, let's say as like an adult study group or an adult, because they know the same thing. Everybody does have doubt. So why not the church give you a space to get together with other people in your church, right? You don't have to call it it's the atheist group of non-believers that are in the church but know the church is full of shit. No, you just say like, it's just, hey, we're starting a study group for anybody that's maybe struggled with doubt throughout their life or maybe has unanswered questions about the faith, right? This is a group that, it's okay to ask those questions. Because like you said, that's where a lot of people will come out because they always have had doubts or they have had struggles or they are an atheist or agnostic and they have just been in there. They're gonna hear that. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm about to see what's gonna go down in this
right?
Yeah. And believe it or not, I love this even about a regular Bible study. I love the fact that, because I always said, church is very passive. I'm with the band on Sunday. We all sitting in the crowd during the sermon. So we don't really have time to talk to each other about what we think about whatever's being preached about. And so if nothing else, I love to just tap that scripture a couple days later and then actually hear what my peer group thinks of it, even if it's just the range of who's taking it literally and is just reflecting on Jesus's life and sacrifice and blah, 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 who's applying it to, how they're going to be different at work, who's reflecting on their marriage. That tells you a lot about your friends. Just that, going through that with them week in and week out. You will learn a whole lot about everybody in your life.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'm seriously thinking about doing that. I just got to find one that's progressive enough where I can tolerate them.
But see, if me and you do it, then a couple other people do it, it might eventually become a thing that becomes more normalized.
Right. If you want to reach these Christians, you cannot reach them on an atheist YouTube channel. But you can reach them in church in casual conversation over cookies and coffee, right? You can, as once they get to know you and like you and they know where you're coming from, ease your way into it. So don't jump into that, right?
Yes. Here's the other thing, too, I was going to say. Some of you might not realize this, but you can actually offer this as an olive branch to your friends and family during your coming out or talking to them about your deconversion. And by that, let me just put it simply so that people don't struggle with the phrasing. It's basically telling them, I want you to know something about me so that we can relate more honestly. And then it's either I don't believe this anymore, I have my doubts, or I'm an atheist, blah, 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 blah. And then you followed up with, and now that you know that about me, I'd still be happy to go to church with you. Oh, if you want to pray over me or invite me to a Bible, I'd be happy to go with you. Because now you're saying, oh, if I could relate to you honestly about these things, I'm fucking down. I'm there. Sign me up. And people, believe it or not, like even my mother, like that's why we're where we're at now. Because when I first told her, she asked me, "Oh, are you still okay with religious holidays?" I said, "Yeah, sure, it's fine." Oh, you said? I said, "Yeah, sure." So when I would come home, she'd say, "Oh, do you want to go to my church's thing?" Oh, yeah, I put on a beautiful Christmas program. I'm there. Oh yeah, and if I had a girl with me, oh yeah, babe, we about to go see the orchestra. Get dressed. And what was my atheist girlfriend going to say on the way home? That was one hell of a show. That was it. Yeah, I told you, they don't fuck around. Right. But again, because now we can relate to each other honestly about it, right? And so I think some people don't realize you might actually get closer to friends and family through this because you could let it out and then say, and now I'm still willing to go, and they'll still be happy that, you're still willing to share those things with them. And then you don't have to feel like you're hiding something when you go along with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me. So yeah, that's what I plan on doing. I'm going to figure out the right group. Because I've been blackballed by the atheists, like I said, locally. I can't hang in the atheist group because the leader of the atheist group don't like me, so I can't go to it. So...
Yeah, they said Aaron Ross' son does Bible readings, the Milwaukee Atheist. That's very interesting. So you said that about the local group near where you're at?
Yeah, the local atheist group. Like, I can't go to them.
Because you had a falling out with the leader? Yeah, that's...
Yep. Yeah, it is what it is. So that was over 3 years ago. I recently messaged her to, like, touch base and see where she's at about shit. And she has logged in, but she just chose not to open it. And that's fine. She don't have to. Right? Because I know where she's coming from. I know what her game is. And that's not going to change. So, but that's fine. Like, I'll just find community here and then wherever else I can. And then eventually I'm going to move. Indiana, fuck this shit. I'm getting away from the Bible Belt. So.
Yeah. That's the other thing, too, is I've realized I live in a place, that being mid-Michigan, where I know I don't plan to be here long-term forever, but that's another problem with the dating pool here, is Michiganders are Michiganders. And so a lot of them plan to be here forever because this is where their families are. Mm-hmm. So they're either from here and they've already, like, moved back, especially if they're, like, our age, right? They've already moved back here to be closer to family or whatever if they're older. Or they, like, just bought a house or some shit. That's the worst. Oh, I just bought a house here 3 years ago. Oh, no. Now they really planted here, and I'm like, I'm not trying to stay here.
Mm-hmm.
No. It would take literally an offer I can't refuse from Michigan State University to keep me in Ingham County. That is the only thing that could keep me here long term. Even now, I really want to move. I'd rather move back home. Like, if I stay working at Minnesota and they said I could keep working remotely, I'll move back to the East Coast before I stayed here.
Mm-hmm.
Because then at least I could be close to my family and, driving distance from friends and family near where I grew up and stuff like that. Like, that would be more rewarding than... I don't know anybody here. I don't have a life here, and I'm not from here, so it doesn't feel like any place to want to stay.
Right.
Yeah, so I feel like that's probably how I feel about Indiana. Especially because you're from Detroit, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to feel kind of like, nope.
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, it was a different place back then, but like the whole neighborhood where I used to live in, it's just gone. The houses are gone. Like, all of them fell apart, got bulldozed over, the grass grew back. There's nothing but fields, like, up and down that block and in the surrounding area. Like, every once in a while, there's a house. Because the city's like, it's just cheaper to get rid of these structures than to repair them or whatever. And, like, it's kind of a shame, but maybe that'll be a good thing in the long run. But I don't want to go back to Michigan, not really. It's nowhere. It doesn't really have a future as far as I'm concerned. So, there's better countries to live in, and if you can't get to one, there's better states to live in. Just get to one of those, right?
Yeah.
If you have medical concerns, Hawaii's got the best medical care. If you can't get there, try Boston area. If you don't want to live on that coast, go to the West Coast because there's a lot of liberal, forward-thinking people there. And a lot of drugs are legal, so bonus. And
I'm with you though. Europe, Eurovision, baby.
Yeah, the European Nordic countries.
Yeah,
and things like that.
Let's just get
Absolutely. Now, if I knew, once I meet my fitness goals, if I go to Japan, like if I can speak Japanese well enough to go there, like I wouldn't necessarily mind finding me a 40-something-year-old woman who still has a certain youthful charm.
Yeah.
That might be nice. Even if we don't make a relationship out of it, like, it would be a wonderful, wonderful trip just to find the right people to, like, groove with while I'm there. So, yeah, I'd like to travel and meet people and break out of this American rut that I've been in my whole life. Like, I can't stand this country. I'm sorry. Like, I just don't. There's people, there's individuals that I like in the country, but the country's going to hell, and the politics and the media and how divided everybody is and how angry everybody is and how ghetto most of the cities are. And you go out to the country and there's all these people that are, like, really backwards thinkers. And then if you go out to the cities, all this urban decay and all this suffering and struggling. And I'm like, and all these really dishonest ghetto people that'll just, like, look for ways to, like, take advantage of you. And I'm like, I just got to get away from this country.
Absolutely.
It's just so ugly. I'm sorry. So, I don't know where I want to go. I don't know. Somewhere.
Me either. But look, here's what I'm going to do. I'm about to go in the gather so I could cook me some food. I'm hungry. I want to make some. I still got to cook because I'm trying not to eat out. I just got groceries, right? So as soon as you buy groceries, like I shouldn't be ordering out. I just put groceries in the fridge. Now I got to cook them. But yeah, I'm going to make something easy because I got to cook tomorrow. So tonight I think I'm going to just do some rice and probably like a pork tenderloin in the oven or something.
Yeah. That sounds like a good plan there, buddy.
But yeah, we're going to watch some movies and shit and gather, hang out. Feel free to come through, James. Like I said, if I'm not live tomorrow, we'll definitely be there. Do you have the link? Did you save it somewhere?
For which thing?
For the Friendsgiving gather.
Oh, it's a special gather zone.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't click with
me.
The
reason
before.
is so that it's not password protected. So that way, because this way people, if they want to, they can invite friends and family or whoever.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, but yeah, I dropped it to you in the private chat.
Okay, that works. Okay, I got it.
Yep, and then I'll drop the link in chat again. Everybody's invited. We'll be there. I'm sure we'll be watching movies there overnight tonight, and tomorrow we'll watch football games and we'll watch movies overnight again. So, yeah, you guys can come in anytime you want.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me on, James. Oh, girl, you can come on my stream anytime. Pocket Locker 86. Feel free, anybody, to come by. Give me a sub or whatever if you haven't already. But yeah, everybody's welcome to come to the Friendsgiving gather. And James, I'll probably listen to you in the background. I don't know how much longer you plan to be live, but I'll have
I don't know, just a little bit longer, not a whole lot. It's already 11:30 p.m. So.
But yeah, I'm gonna go start to make some food. I'll probably listen along, and I know. Let me hang on one sec. I think Carrie Ann's in here with me, so I always forget to give you a shout out because I know people are listening. So I know Carrie Ann's been listening from Gather, but yeah, actually she's always be putting comments and stuff in here too. Sometimes I miss them, but yeah, man, appreciate you, James. Appreciate everybody in the chat, and yeah, we'll see you guys soon.
Awesome.
All right, thanks, man. All right, let me see.
Before we close this out, we should probably talk about this. He says, is your concern mitigated by Jesus choosing to do it? Gur says, if I had a good son, why would I make
keep James on while I go start my dinner
on the condition that my son died?
James's stream isn't copyright protected, so we're good to go. We'll keep listening to James.
To analogize us to God. God's nature requires perfect justice,
my screen.
And sin must be redeemed / settled.
Carrie Ann, thanks for being here with me.
James is all like 7.5 hours. 7.5.
I'm just gonna put some rice on. I'm gonna put some rice on and put something in the oven so I can eat, and I'll be right back.
So
actually, I got to preheat the oven, so I'll be back soon.
I mean, perfect justice. If we're defining perfect justice as whatever God does, then the word becomes meaningless. It becomes entirely circular. So he could say anything, do anything. He could say, go rape chickens to death, right? And people will be like, well, if God said it, that's perfect justice, right? Like, we just can't have that kind of nonsensical discussion, right? Like, why would we? But if we're defining justice the way the dictionary defines it and the way human experience and evolved, enlightened, like social ethics defines it, right? A rational concept of justice, then Bible God fails every metric of it, every single one, like dramatically fails it. So we either end up with assigning the word justice to circular null meaning, where there's just it doesn't mean anything at all, to say no matter what he does, it's just, then it doesn't mean anything. Or you can say that you're talking about justice as an English word that has an established meaning, and then we can just go to the dictionary and say nope, 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 and nope. Like every single thing it says under justice in any dictionary is wildly different, is radically incompatible with anything Bible say about God. There's no way to harmonize these ideas. There just isn't. In the meantime, like the whole ransom sacrifice, here's the thing. Like it's just such a layered thing that developed and evolved into the thing that it became, right? So nothing in the Old Testament required or predicted or prophesied that or called for it. Nothing. And this is something that Rabbi Tovia Singer goes to great lengths to explain to Christians when he goes around doing his Jewish ministry. He's explained it in Mythvision. He explains it in his own channel. Nothing in the Old Testament had a damn thing to do with somebody, like a person dying to atone for your sins, and nothing. Not what the Messiah was supposed to be, not what he was supposed to do. So we have these other religious cultures, these ancient religious cultures, archaic, barbaric other religions, people that the Christians would have called pagans. And they've got this thing called scapegoating. So the tribe ritualistically piles their sins upon a goat or a lamb or whatever animal they have handy, usually a goat. That's why they call it scapegoating. And then they send the goat out to die in the desert. So then they imagine that their sins left with the goat and then died with the goat. So now they've been cleansed, right? So all the shitty shit they've ever done to anybody, like all the ways that they failed themselves and failed other people and all that shit, like it's just gone. Ritualistically, it died, left with the goat, died with the goat. Scapegoating. An awful concept, cruel and pointless, but barbaric people fought in barbaric ways. So this ended up being a core element that early Christians, which were actually just Jews, it was a Jewish cult. There was no Christianity when the texts were being written, when the stories were being circulated. It was just a Jewish cult. And this idea evolved along with their need to justify how there was a bunch of Jewish cults at the time, and they each had a competing, well, not each of them, but a lot of them had a competing entry to the contest, right? They had their pick, because this idea that the Messiah is going to come and liberate them from Rome, the modern day Babylon as they knew it, because nobody ever liberated them from Babylon, and so that prophecy failed in the Old Testament religion. And so now here they are under the Romans, and they convince themselves that these are really the last days. This is really the time that the Messiah is supposed to show up and liberate us from oppressive Roman rule and lead us to military conquest so we can establish a Jewish state. That's what the Messiah was supposed to do. So this one obscure cult, their guy failed to do it. He got executed. He died, right? He died as a would-be Messiah. Well, that's not what the Messiah was supposed to do, so he failed, and so they lost the contest by default. Like, okay, our guy didn't pan out. But then Peter ends up having this post-bereavement hallucination. And this is the best theory that I'm aware of, right? There are other theories that maybe the whole thing was invented from scratch. But the most plausible theory among scholars is Peter had a post-bereavement hallucination, saw somebody at a great distance, said, I think I saw Jesus, the rumors spread, right? And but it didn't spread very far because only the local cult took it seriously because it was just their guy, right? And so in order to turn that loss into a victory, they had to decide, oh, well, maybe he was supposed to come back to life, right? And they developed this idea about atonement and for their sins and stuff like that, to try to like reinvent the Hebrew wheel, right? Reinvent the concept of the Messiah so that then they could hopefully resubmit their bid to become the dominant religious Jewish sect so that they could ascend to political and social power and influence. And so some Romans heard about this, some Roman elites, and decided to write the stories, right? And they heard about it decades and decades later. right? Somehow that Jewish cult, local obscure cult, held on long enough to where some Roman elite writers eventually got wind of it. And they decided to make a go of it. Let's write this story down. Let's turn it into this epic. And in doing so, we can kind of resculpt it the way we want to try to defang or declaw Judaism, because it's always been a thorn in the side of Rome. It's always been this thing that's these rabble of Jewish or religious malcontents that have these delusions of rising up and conquering Rome, which is laughable, but it's also annoying. And so if they can help this cult reinvent Judaism, this was the thought, then they could make it to where the Jewish people are no longer about trying to rise up against Rome, right? And they can just like get some freaking peace in their community finally, right? Resolve this old pointless, feudal, wasteful conflict between Rome and the Jewish religious people. So reinvent the religion so the Messiah is not supposed to help them in that way. They're no longer like aching and lusting after this this military movement that's going to conquer Rome. Not that they ever had a chance. And so that's what they decided to do. Somebody did. And then decades later, somebody else said, that didn't quite work the way you wanted it to, but maybe if we make the story better. Right? And so they reinvented the story again. That's why the Gospels don't agree on what happened. And then a couple decades later, somebody else let me try to be even better about it. I think we can get it this time. Right? It's a good idea. We just needed to do more with the character. And so they reinvented him again. Right? And this is why, if you look at the books in the order that they were written, each one of them has what's called a higher Christology. Jesus in the character in the stories is more and more grand. He's got more and more powers. He does more and more great things. The doctrines become more grandiose and appeal even more and more to people's emotional interests. And so this is how the whole thing developed. This idea of the Messiah dying for people is not part of the Jewish religion. It never was. But they just had to, the cult wanted to kind of salvage the reputation and kind of reinvent what it means to be a Jew. And they weren't even trying to start Christianity, right? They were trying to become the proper Jew, like the leading Jew. And so that's how it developed, most likely. This is assuming that the stories even have a kernel of truth. And so, when we talk about like redemption and human sacrifice to appease a wrathful deity who's really, really angry at the way he made us, which makes absolutely no sense. It makes absolutely no sense for a God to be upset with the way he made us. And now he's struggling for a way to forgive us for the way he made us. And so he creates this bizarre religious ritual that was based on an archaic pagan ritual for how he can forgive us for the way he made us. The whole thing just gets more and more bizarre as it goes. And then you have Paul. Now, Paul never met Jesus. This is just well understood by all scholars. Never met the dude. Now, originally, Paul's writings, we credited him for like 13 of the books or whatever, but then we realized it's more like 6 of the books. Arguably 7, whatever. About half of the books he was credited for, he really wrote. But even those have been corrupted. So Paul wrote in analogies, what a lot of people don't get. And Paul disagreed with the other figures in that church. He disagreed with them. He thought they were heretics. Like, he completely disagreed about who Jesus was and what he did. Right? And Paul wrote his stories as analogies about Jesus. The whole thing was just metaphor. None of it's supposed to be literal. And he's much as said so. And this is another thing that Christians just completely don't get. Now, Dr. Robert Sapolsky, world-renowned scientist and scholar for human cognitive evolution, he posits that it was Gershwin syndrome. It was temporal lobe seizures that started, that Paul was afflicted with. He was afflicted with temporal lobe personality disorder. He had delusions of grandeur. He had hypergraphia, so he had this obsession with religious ideas. And he was also like a covert narcissist. And so he was trying to start this new religion. So he wanted to take control over this Jewish cult. because he saw.
Jay, there's no sound.
Problem is, this Jewish cult has leaders that are never going to concede to Paul, which her real name is Saul, of course. So what he does is he goes around killing off the leaders in the cult until all serious competitors are dead.
I'm gonna go play Pinochle.
And then he fakes a
so you know where I'm at.
where ghost form Jesus tags him into the ring and then appoints him as head of the cult, so that then Paul can reinvent the whole damn thing. It literally a hostile takeover of this obscure cult that Paul, the narcissist, violent, psychopathic serial killer, found useful. So then he takes these ideas of Jesus that were floating around at the time, and nobody knows which ones that he was drawing from.
Hey,
and creates this big, grandiose, really vague.
Oh, that's okay.
Can you hear me?
Go back there and finish my game.
It's literal and how much of it's figurative.
You can stay here. It's fine. Hang on.
And he reinvents the religion to be pretty damned awful because he's an awful person, and of course he's going to invent an awful religion. So this was really the beginning of Christianity. It didn't start with Jesus. It starts with Paul. Real name.
Are you cooking yet, or did I interrupt?
Yeah. No, I just needed to
now,
clean up the
recent
kitchen
scholarship
a
has
little bit
placed Saul's writings.
Trust me, I know how that goes.
Big heated debate right now.
All right,
Who knows?
so you
if it's
still
ever gonna
probably
get settled,
can't hear
but
him.
I find that plausible. It's possible
hear-
that Paul was
Can you hear
drawing
it now?
from the Gospels and that the Gospels
Yes,
the
can you hear?
Gospels drawing from Paul.
All right. I'm gonna get back to
But in any
work
event,
in the kitchen. I'll be back in a few.
The Gospel
All right,
writings
I'm
were written by
gonna get out.
anonymous people,
What'd you say?
decades apart.
I'm gonna
several
mute out
decades
again.
after the alleged
Oh yeah,
events.
no worries. Thank you so much
They'd
for
never met
speaking up and let me know. I heard you when I was in the kitchen.
They
so I
didn't
came
even
over.
claim.
I found the other earbud. I can do it now.
All right. All right. I'll see you in a few. Thanks.
So they write these stories based on what they heard, and who knows how faithful they were to what they heard, right? And decades after the alleged events, and then decades apart from each other, writing about these stories. Each one trying to outdo the one before them, trying to improve upon it to pick up where the others had failed. And this is one of the reasons that Non-Stamp Collector has this video about Luke, the alternative facts gospel. And I suppose we could cover that since I happen to be here. Non-Stamp Collector. Luke. Come on, find it real quick. There we go. So let's come back over here real quick and share screen. Share screen. Share screen again. Here we are.
He should.
Hey, man.
Hey.
What are you working on there?
Oh, the guys at the church asked me to copy up a new copy of the gospel, so...
Oh, right. Whoa, that's a lot of work, man.
It's going to take ages.
Oof. Good luck.
Thanks.
So, you're going to just copy it up word for word, then?
Yeah.
Like, keeping everything the same?
Well, as best I can, yeah. I mean, everyone makes a few copying errors, but hopefully mine won't be the kind that change the meaning of anything.
Right, so you're not thinking of leaving anything out or fixing up any parts?
Dude, it's the historically accurate account of Jesus' life and ministry written by an eyewitness. Why would anything need to be changed or left out?
Well, yeah, it's great, but writing up another copy just seems like an opportunity to improve things a bit, that's all. At least dropping a few things out.
Why leave things out?
Well, I think there are things in there that are off-putting to a very large potential audience, and if we want the thing to grow...
What, the hardcore Orthodox crew? Man, you're never going to convince them.
Screw those guys. You're not thinking big enough.
Well, how big should I be thinking?
Haven't you ever imagined where this could go if it was more appealing to a Roman audience?
I admire your ambition, man, but have you ever read this? Rome is pretty much the enemy here.
Yeah, but think of what could happen if you did.
Like, here are these Roman soldiers bashing Jesus and spitting on him.
Well, see, that's exactly what I mean. You just leave that out, see? Don't include that bit in the copy you make. It'll be like it never happened.
Even if I did, what about that sadist Pilate? He has Jesus flogged even though he can't find a reason to.
Well, leave that out too.
But it happened.
That doesn't mean you have to mention it. Just because something isn't mentioned doesn't mean that you're saying it didn't happen.
Yeah, but hold on.
And it works both ways, too, if you think about it. Did the Gospel author mention anything about how Pilate tried really hard to get Jesus off the hook and kept insisting again and again that he thought Jesus was innocent and oughtn't be killed?
What? There's nothing in the Gospel about that.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I'm saying. He appears to have left that out. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen, so you could include that.
Hang on. So you want to insert something new and simply claim that the original author decided to leave it out? That's not how it works, man.
Sure it is, man. You're writing up a new copy. You can put whatever you want. Focus the blame away from Rome and more on the Jewish chief priests and leaders. Emphasize harder that they were pushing for Jesus to be killed, and it wouldn't be hard to make it look like Pilate was actually on Jesus' side.
Wouldn't that kind of be changing the story? If Pilate was friendly, why doesn't the Gospel author mention it?
No, it's not really changing the story. It's just giving a slightly different perspective that Romans might like. That's all. Right? And later, when you mention Paul, his being a Roman citizen will say a lot.
He's not involved in the Gospel story?
Yeah, it'd be good if you could include him, though.
Hang on. You're really talking about rewriting the Gospel. We've already got a Gospel. What's in it is true. Why would we need another one decades later with different information to what we already know?
Yeah, but we all know there are all sorts of conflicting versions floating around. You can claim to have gotten this new information from a good, reliable source.
But the Gospel is the reliable source. This is the truth of what happened. I'm not rewriting the truth.
Not rewriting, just giving a slightly different interpretation of things, and you'll end up with a more appealing story. I mean, obviously, Jesus' life story needs a stronger finish.
A what?
A much stronger finish. I never understood why Jesus goes from being this tough guy, doing battle with Satan in the wilderness, fighting demons, challenging the authorities, getting angry at people, ordering people around, and then when things start going wrong for him at the end, what does this charismatic and intimidating leader do? He shuts his mouth, folds, and becomes this passive, defeated, almost kind of pathetic character. I mean, look at him here in the garden. This heroic leader is deeply distressed, troubled, overwhelmed with sorrow. He falls to the ground and begs God to spare him. Wouldn't it be better to have him showing a bit more fortitude? Make him a bit more confident, self-assured.
Oh, no. See, you're not looking at it right. It's saying that even the Son of God had to endure terrible hardship and suffering. He submitted to it fully, allowed it to happen, and it conveys what a terrible burden he was carrying on our behalf. Come on, man, doesn't it just fill you with groveling guilt?
Yeah, but he's just so passive. From Gethsemane to his death, he just basically says nothing. People are mocking him and bashing him. He doesn't even attempt to come back.
He's not meant to.
And look at him cry out as he dies. My God, why have you forsaken me? Even God abandons him, and he just folds, gets killed, is buried. That's about the last you see of him. Come on, man, you're not going to write up the same thing again in your copy, are you?
But that's what happened. He has to suffer and die for the theology to make sense.
Of course he has to die, but you should frame it so that he's facing it on his terms. Calm and in control, not just passively letting them do whatever they want.
Well, look, yes, I'm sure that would make him a more appealing character in some ways, but I'm not going to rewrite history.
It'd just be a couple of minor details you can tweak, even starting right back at the garden. Right? When he prays, he shouldn't fall down overwhelmed with sorrow. He should kneel deliberately to pray. Go on, you could change that. That's just a word choice thing, man.
Yeah, but would it be true?
Of course it would. Oh, come on, man. Nobody would even notice that on its own.
Well, yeah, I guess that's not too much of a change.
And have him pray just once, not up and down 3 times like a yo-yo. The whole time from then on, he ought to be talking more too.
With who? His followers were gone.
Okay, well, bring him back.
Bring them back?
Yeah, if you have some supporters near him, you could have him talking to them and downplaying how bad his situation is, like it's easy for him instead of it breaking him. Who else is around? We want more dialogues that we can use to present him as having a grip on things.
Well, you can't. There's only his Jewish enemies, random passers-by, the other criminals.
We'll have one of the criminals show a bit of respect so Jesus can come back with some encouraging words for him.
But there's no mention of that.
And the guards, too.
You want him friendly with the guards?
Well, no, that wouldn't work, I guess. But instead of just copying it from them passively, you could have him pray out loud for their forgiveness, see? Like he knows more than they do about what's really going on.
Hang on. He's talking too much. You're really changing his character, man. Like he's a different person or something.
And when he dies, don't have him despairing and defeated. He should call out confidently something like, Father, Into your hands I commit my spirit. Like it's his choice what he's doing. Totally in control, man. That's a victory.
But he didn't say that. Look, he said, "Why have you forsaken me?" You can't just go and contradict that.
It wouldn't be a contradiction.
Of course it would.
Look, he probably said both, but the author here only included the defeated, despairing one.
You're adding facts, altering the story, changing his character.
No.
Yes, you are. You're basically suggesting that I write a separate gospel and have it include contradictory information to what we've got.
It wouldn't contradict, man. It's practically the same. Come on, man. It's just tiny
Did he
details.
call out victorious and in control after chit-chatting all the way, or did he wail something despairing after keeping quiet the whole time? You can't have both.
Those two things just complement each other. They're in complete harmony.
The gospel author makes it clear that Jesus didn't ever talk except to incriminate himself, right? That's the truth. The rest of the time, he's suffering in silence and then dying distraught and broken.
Come on, man. It's just a different interpretation from a different viewpoint or something. You just say that you asked around and got a few alternative facts from other people who were there and thought that they should be included.
Leaving things out is one thing, but adding all this stuff throughout the crucifixion, man, that's going too far.
Oh, well, if you're happy leaving things out, there's lots more to drop that would really enhance things.
Pray tell, since you know better than the gospel author, what else did he mistakenly include that we should leave out?
Well, Jesus should be in better control of his temper generally, don't you think?
What?
Well, he keeps getting pissed off all the time, man. Haven't you noticed? Look here. He's going to heal this guy with a shriveled hand. Great. But first he's got to look around at everyone in anger?
Well, of course he does. They're trying to get him killed for doing work on the Sabbath.
The anger is an unnecessary detail. And look over here. Here he is angry at his disciples.
He's angry because they're turning away all these people who want to bring their kids up to him.
But again, why mention anger? It's not a good look. And over here, look, Jesus lashes out angrily at Peter and calls him Satan.
So? He gets angry sometimes. So what?
Well, he shouldn't. It's very unedifying. He even gets angry at vegetation.
Well, who doesn't every now and then?
He needs to chill out. What have you got there when he's healing the guy with leprosy? More anger?
Let's see. Here, a guy comes up begging to be healed. Jesus feels compassion and heals him. There, compassion.
Interesting. Someone's already changed that.
Changed what?
In some earlier manuscripts of that story, Jesus gets angry at him and then heals him.
Why would he get angry?
Well, that's exactly the point. He's got issues, man. That's probably why the version you've got there has been changed already.
Well, hang on. Which ones came first? The ones where he's angry or the ones where he's compassionate? What's in the original?
Who knows, man? Scholars will no doubt still be thinking about that little chestnut thousands of years from now.
What am I going to write? Anger or compassion?
Well, just don't mention either. That'll solve that problem. And in all those other cases, too, just leave out any mention of him being angry.
Each time?
Yeah, leave it out.
So systematically leave out references to him being angry?
Yep, it'll improve his character if you do. And leave out that he called Peter Satan. That's very unfriendly. And please leave out the story of him getting pissed off at a tree.
I was just going to write up these stories word for word.
You still can, most of them. Just skip out any mention of him getting angry.
Wait. What about when he goes through the temple in Jerusalem, turning tables over and causing chaos? He's pretty angry there, and I can't leave that out, or the story won't make any sense.
True. You could downplay it, though. Leave out the violent imagery with tables being overturned, and just say that he drove the merchants out, as short as you possibly can. Just leave it at that.
People are going to notice this, man. It'll be a bit obvious if there's a consistent series of changes along a similar theme.
I think you're overestimating how critically people are going to read these documents.
Yeah, maybe. But look, stop. Just even if I was to change all this stuff, make Rome look better, blame the Jews more, make Jesus approach his death in a completely different way, and systematically leave out mentions of him being angry, do you really think that's going to draw more people to the movement?
Just that? No way. We're just getting started, man. If this Jesus movement is going to take off in Rome, it's got to be less Jewish.
Less Jewish?
Yeah.
So you're racist and anti-Semitic. Dude, it's a Jewish guy teaching Jewish people from the Jewish tradition in Judea and Samaria and Galilee.
Yeah, I get that, man. But your version has got to pitch it beyond that, out into the Gentile world.
How?
Well, we've already seen how. Think about how much better Paul did than the disciples. He separated it from Judaism as far as he could. He even boasted about the disagreements he had with the disciples over how Jewish they kept things, and the Gentiles lapped his version up. painted as though his version of Christianity was the next logical step after Jesus.
But it wasn't. The next step was Jesus' brother James becoming leader of the movement.
Oh God, don't even mention James. Focus everything away from those guys and onto Paul.
But that's changing history.
No, it's just deliberately writing people out of history. I mean,
yeah, but Paul himself wrote about James leading the church. I'd have to mention it somewhere.
Look, the point is just don't mention Jesus' brother any more than you absolutely have to. If you can disconnect the narrative from James and the church he led and present everything as flowing towards Paul's Gentile-centered version of Christianity, that'll do a lot to make the whole thing less Jewish.
But again, look, even if I did manage to pull that off, you can't escape the fact that it's Jewish from beginning to end. Rome will never go for it, man. Your whole plan is
What
bullshit.
you do is rearrange the whole thing as a grand narrative of Jesus and his movement coming out of Judaism. Like physically, geographically out from the Jewish wilderness up there in Galilee that the Romans are instinctively suspicious about, move it quickly into the city that they're familiar with because they actually rule it, and then directly out into the Gentile world from there via Paul the Roman. Shift the order of things around if you have to, change the location of events, whatever. Just get Jesus on a one-way journey out of Galilee.
But after the resurrection, the disciples all go straight back to Galilee to meet Jesus. So the resurrected Jesus...
Do they? Where does it say that?
The young man in the tomb says, Jesus is going ahead of you into Galilee. There you will see him.
Oh, no. The sightings of Jesus have got to be in Jerusalem.
They weren't, so...
Oh, come on, man. The gospel cuts out before any post-resurrection meetings ever happen anyway. Come on, you can change that to whatever you want. Just keep them in Jerusalem.
But everyone knows the Jesus movement came up out of Galilee. Haven't you heard the stories floating around of Jesus appearing to them on a misty mountain up there? Or the one about him appearing on the Sea of Galilee itself?
Screw all those stories, man. They might never get written down anyway, especially if you can get in first. Look, just leave things in Jerusalem. Don't even mention Galilee anymore. No, make it so the message from Jesus himself is that everything is to start in Jerusalem immediately, that very day, not a few days or weeks later. Don't even give those disciples a chance to leave the city. Directly from Jerusalem, out into the world, and on a fast track straight to Rome via Paul. No looking back. It's a winner.
I don't know, man. You're talking about major changes.
No way, man. If you take this opportunity, we're in with a fighting chance for this to one day take off. Imagine, man, this could one day be accepted in Rome. You have to do this.
But don't your ideas contradict completely what's already here?
No, they'll be completely accurate and correct at the same time. It could really take off, man.
All right, I'll do it.
Yes! One more thing, then. Give him a virgin birth with, like, angel visitations and magical stars and shit like that.
Oh, what the...
So that should give you some, that should give people some insights about it. And I think that the persons who needed to hear this the most weren't listening. Yeah, no, but whatever. It's like what Jay said. You can lead a horse to water, can't make them drink kind of thing. You know, if they don't want to absorb new information that challenges their paradigm, they'll be conveniently distracted away from it. It's fine. It's whatever. People are on their own journey. It belongs to them. It just is what it is. But I just wanted to highlight the fact that I'm not just making this shit up, not just pulling out of my ass, and not just guessing, right? So, yeah, and the Holy Babel. And in the meantime, it's whatever, right? It doesn't matter. Homemade macaroni and cheese, says Irish Gaming. Cornbread dressing, rice dressing, sweet potato stuffed, green bean casserole. Tomorrow my husband's gonna smoke the ham and the turkey outside on the smoker. I'm really confused, Iris Gaming. I thought Iris Gaming was a guy and a conservative. And now they have a husband. It's whatever. You do you. You do you. Peter says, no, James, you're playing a video of guys pulling stuff out of their ass. I mean, everything in the video is exactly accurate to what is in the Bible. They're not pulling out of their ass. They're pulling out of the Bible. I mean, there it is. They didn't say anything inaccurate about what's in there. They, point by point, explained all the key differences between Luke, and the gospel that came before it. Oh, okay. Irish Gaming. I was mistaken. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. There's a different person with... I don't know. There's a person that uses several different tags when they come into the chat. So usually in Jay's channel, they have a similar name to yours, and that's probably who I was thinking about. I apologize, Irish Gaming, and it's fine. Glad to have you here. I'm glad you're a 48-year-old woman who's very happy married, and that you're going to have a great Thanksgiving. More power to you. Even if you had been a gay dude, like, I wouldn't have cared. I was just confused because I thought you were this other person. It's fine. It's cool. I get it a lot. Yeah, maybe it's the gaming stereotype, like where most guys are gamers. I don't know. Yeah, definitely. So, and ironically, I'm not that much of a gamer these days. I want to be. I'm trying so hard to find a game that's fun, and the best I can ever do is find the games that are just mildly distracting. Frustrating. It is what it is. I got better things to do anyways, right? So, weird, I'm getting some interesting feedback on the audio right now. Come on. Cancel that. Oh, that stuff. Right. I've already watched that one.
Sorry.
Trying to see like
what's up,
what other
man?
one I can play. But it doesn't matter.
what's
Like
up?
Thanksgiving is tomorrow, right? Tomorrow.
I was hoping you'd find your
Well,
way
technically
in
it's
here.
today because it just turned midnight here. Midnight
wondering where
01.
That was hilarious.
So happy Thanksgiving, everybody. And
Pretty
happy
good.
Black Friday. I hope none of you are crazy
Is,
enough to
James
go
live?
out there and actually do shopping on Black
Yeah.
Friday.
Oh, cool.
Like, stay home, order stuff online.
He has been for
Don't
like
put
6
yourself through
hours.
all the grief.
God damn.
I'm still live. I've been live for like 9 at 10 hours or
Oh,
something.
shit. I
I
didn't know
gotta
you were
end the
live.
stream.
Totally agree with you about the lack of entertaining games.
I noticed you were on James.
How are you? I'm not sure if I'm supposed to call you Dank, Slug, or Timmy,
For a
but
little bit,
it
a
is
little
great
while
to
back.
see you.
Yeah.
So,
You
yeah,
think
those
you
games
can
are
in
hard to
there.
find. The last game I was in love
Yeah, they're
with
usually
was
up around this hour.
15 years ago, I think. Happy
Yeah, I didn't
American
expect anybody to be live.
from our wonderful and beautiful friend in Canada. Our friends to the north. Jessica has been lurking my stream today and learning all kinds of interesting dirt about my strange mental quirks about relationships. Either name is cool. Well, I appreciate that. Dink Slug. So I don't know how many hours I've been streaming now. Well, it's got to be over 8 now, right? When I started the stream, I only meant to be on for 20 minutes, maybe half hour at the most. And
You gotta be pushing like 12 hours.
because I did the one stream and I had time problems, so then I had to start a new stream.
Hang on, that was me.
And then I was gonna talk to Mike, and then I did, and then I just kept talking. Like I just kept talking.
Oh, I forgot to
The
turn
tank
the
is the
audio on
slugs.
this
That's
one
right,
on.
AR.
What is that? All right, let's see.
So yeah, I talked a bit too much about relationships, and
Yeah, it's usually like a mic
creeping is
picking
always
up
fun. It
another mic.
absolutely is.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I've just been feeling really.
Oh,
lonely
I absolutely
the last
love you
week
and
or two.
James talking.
And I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sure
me
there's
too.
a
Let me,
correlation between that and the insomnia, and
let me end my
anxiety,
stream,
and it's
actually.
like all happening at once. So it's got to be related.
All right, gang. We're gonna
just
be in
realizing how much
Gather. Come join us. The link is there. I guess I should put the link in the description, maybe. All right, I'll drop it in chat one more time, and I will add it to the description for this video content. Live, this one, edit title and description. Join Friendsgiving, gather. Boom. All right, gang, we'll be here around the clock. Come join us for Friendsgiving. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Love you all in the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you all. Poof.
Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights, only been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause she heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too balls. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. And the game don't lose like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Dick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I